many turns behind at this point since we missed the Abra for 2 turns, then you have to evolve for a 3rd turn, and you're finally attacking on the 4th turn, which is a little bit later than Zhang would have liked.
So it will be the full line, Abracadabra, Alakazam, all coming into hand here for Zhang. But the question is, is it just a little bit too little too late? The board just so developed on Aiden's side. Zhang is not out of the waters just yet. Still very reasonably can just get these Pokemon KO'd. Even a Grimmsnarl plus 2 Adrenabrains would also get the job done. It really just needs to find more pieces, and that's why we're going to see the Dunsparce used right now. Runaway draw. Abra being promoted, not even going to look at the 3 cards. Does find Dunsparce, so this honestly is a pretty decent trade-off. You're pretty much just like net drawing 2 cards essentially in this spot.
Yeah, for sure. Promoting the Abra was an interesting choice because if Aiden has that Rare Candy Grimmsnarl and like a Spike Myth to get the Grimmsnarl, then both these Abras could get knocked out this turn.
Yep.
Otherwise, if you promote the Shaman, both would be protected, but then you're losing the Shaman for the later game, so you could just get too much damage on your board with the double Frostlass. This double Frostlass is just so scary and causing so many problems, but Aiden top-decking the Spike Myth is probably going to be able to get the Grimmsnarl, having the Arven in hand.
It doesn't even need to use Secret Box now.
Yeah.
Just grab the Rare Candy straight up off of the deck.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he takes knockouts on, since it doesn't look like he has a Dark Energy. He may not be able to get that second Monkey Dory, but he could potentially start getting that Shaman ready so that if Zhang doesn't heal it, or like, yeah, with the Monkey Dory damage, it'll go to 50, and then the Frostlass will bring it to 70, so it'll get knocked out going back into Aiden's turn, so he's not like, he's drawing that extra prize going into his turn and can make decisions based on it.
Yeah, I think he may just not be putting Grimmsnarl into play, and I actually like this a lot from Aiden. If you just use Itchy Pollen again, your opponent can't put Alakazam into play. You shut off that Rare Candy. There's no way to skip through that in terms of evolution stages when you are under item lock. So it's just going to grab Night Stretcher, which, as long as there's a Dark Energy in the discard pile, can use double Adrenabrain to KO the Abra and take a KO, or rather put some damage counters on some potential other Pokemon with the Itchy Pollen. That's the big question here, though. There's no Dark Energy in the discard pile.
Yeah.
So if we can't use double Adrenabrain, are we okay just not taking a knockout on the Abra? It is definitely one of the trade-offs for sure. Just something to think about here. So just a little bit of food for thought as we're, just over 13 minutes left in this second game.
Yeah, it does look like Aiden prized his 1 Rare Candy, only playing 1 copy, just trying to find space for that 3/3 Frostlass line. So I think this is all he could really do this turn, and trying to get a supporter for next turn so he can find those Dark Energies. As we saw him discard a Research, but you can't really play Research with all 3 Night Stretchers in hand, and then you're just going to run out of resources so quickly.
So looks like the Adrenabrain will go onto the Shaman, so as it stands, it will be KO'd to a Frostlass double tick on the turn coming back into Aiden, so Zhang's already on a 1-turn clock, essentially. He's got to find a way to bump this stadium, otherwise Shaman will be KO'd. It looks like we're just confirming the math is good on everything here. The Monkey Dory was healed for 30, so that goes to 3, and then 6, so it looks like we're all correct on the math. Shaman now taking ticks on the bench, and we are still under item lock in this spot. There is a Kadabra in the hand, and if there's a Psychic Energy, Badu could go down in this spot, but again, it's just, you're essentially asking for a huge response turn.
Yeah.
Double Monkey Dory, even a Technical Machine Devolution can start to take KOs. This Kadabra is going to take up to 3 damage counters on it at the end of the turn as well. So, doing what he can, and for being under item lock, this is pretty solid. We haven't even played a supporter card. It just has double Kadabra, filling the hand up, and even access to the Dunsparce as well.
Yeah. Something interesting to note is Aiden's last stadium is prized, so if Zhang can get the Battle Cage into play, he's going to stop a lot of Frostlass and Monkey Dory pings, and can maybe start to climb back into the game, as Aiden has kind of missed the Morgrim last turn and doesn't have access to the candy, so he's not been able to attack with Grimmsnarl and abuse the time that he's been given. He hasn't taken advantage of it as much as he would have liked.
So there's Hilda as the supporter for choice. You see, eyeing up that Psychic Energy to be able to use Super Psy Shot to take a KO. Psy Bolt, excuse me. It feels like you've got to fight fire with fire at this point. If you just keep giving this Grimmsnarl deck time, they're just going to eventually board wipe you now that they have access to that TM Devolution and it's not prized.
Absolutely. Grimmsnarl is a deck that does really well with time. I mean, the Frostlasses and Monkey Dories, it just builds up so much damage, and especially the 2 Frostlass, it's like 40 damage in between both players' turns combined. It just it becomes too much too quickly, and then the TM Devolution. But there's that 3rd Battle Cage I was talking about. can really put Zhang back into this potentially winning position. And that's kind of what he needs now, as there's probably not going to be time for a game 3 here. So if Zhang does not win this game, it will likely be a tie.
Yeah, and saves just an additional 3 damage counters from being placed on the board. Actually 5 if we want to count that to Dunsparce as well. So Shaman avoiding the KO, meaning it's going to be able to block some bench damage this turn unless Adrenabrain is used onto it. And at this point, what is the approach here for Aiden? You see immediately, though, just grabbing Badoo back, just saying, no, you are not getting items this turn, sir. I'm going to keep locking you out of the game. And now you've got to ask yourself, is there a Dark Energy to go along with it? That is the big question. It looks like we're going to bump up this Kadabra, so it will be KO'd in between turns thanks to Frostlass. With this large hand size, though, is there anything else? Does have Iono in hand, and honestly, this may be a decent opportunity to use it, but no, instead just going to use Itchy Pollen. The Pokemon will be KO'd going back into the turn, and these Monkey Dory, while they have been easily moving damage over, they're getting to the point, Piper, where they're building up pretty heavily because of these 2 Frostlass being into play. Yeah,
I think a big reason Aiden actually should have played that Iono is because he needs that Dark Energy to stop the pressure on these monkeys. But we do see him draw that Spike Myth off the prizes, which is a huge relief for Aiden, of course. And we'll see if Zhang is able to find that Psychic Energy. I mean, he's discarded 1, only plays 3. And we saw him Hilda for 1 last turn, which means he has to draw into it and finds it immediately. So we do have the Alakazam attack as an option this turn. Yeah. But with a Spike Myth in Aiden's hand, I mean, a Grimmsnarl is just going to take out this Alakazam almost immediately, and an Iono to go with it.
Yeah, he's got a Boss's Orders, though, in the hand. That's an absolutely huge card. There's only that 1 Morgrim on the board. Everything else is just super cluttered.
Yeah.
And I feel like with as large of a hand as you have, and with essentially this Alakazam guaranteed to not be KO'd unless there's something like a Technical Machine Devolution in combination, you've got to get aggressive here. This would be really great if there was an Abra to combine this, and with there not being one, it still opens up possibilities for Alakazam to be KO'd because of that Technical Machine Devolution. We'll have to see how things play out, though. This Alakazam will tick 2 damage counters right now, and it will also tick 2 damage counters on the following turn. So this is still going to cost 2 Adrenabrains to take a KO because it would just be just short with 1. But there is that Spike Myth Gym as well. All Aiden needs to find is just a Dark Energy and a TM Devo, and I think he's got both already in hand.
I see the TM Devo, but he may not have the Dark yet. Maybe relying on this Iono here, but...
He's got the Night Stretcher. I think that...
I don't think there's a Dark in the discard.
Morgrim not there.
But he just goes for an Iono, putting that Devo to the bottom.
Wow, not going to commit to the Devo. It feels like just shutting your opponent off of Alakazam is all you really want to do in this matchup. Your opponent would be left with absolutely nothing. Shaman would go down as well, but no. Going to save that for later. Try and put together some other sort of play this turn. Zhang will go ahead and get 4 cards from the top of the deck, the rest being shuffled to the bottom. Importantly, does find that Darkness Energy, so if he had committed that Technical Machine Devolution, this Alakazam would be going down instead. We'll have to see how he can adapt instead. We're going to see double Adrenabrain plus the Badoo. With the ticks from Frostlass means this Alakazam is left with just 50 HP left, and the Shaman also goes down. So what a game this has been after essentially no items being played from Zhang throughout the entirety of this game. He is finding a way to fight back if he can keep himself there, but I'm not sure these 5 cards from Iono are going to be what he needs to get down another Abra into play.
Yeah. I mean, we see Aiden finally get that second Monkey Dory, but with the way the math is shaping up, they're both going to go to 100 going into his turn, then he heals them both back down to 70, but then they'll go to 90 going into Zhang's turn. So it seems like he found that second Dark too little too late, where they're going to get knocked out going into Aiden's next turn, like 2 turns from now. And Zhang still has his Alakazam set up, so it could actually be a spot where these Monkey Dories just get knocked out. That's 2 prizes. And Zhang actually has some routes back into this game if he can find some Abras, but he is still under that Itchy Pollen item lock and may just struggle to do that.
Did find the Enriching Energy, though. I think we may be relying off a big 4 cards. No supporter played yet for turn, and also has what appears to be the Dunsparce in hand as well. So let's see, 4 cards, and look at that, finds the Dawn. That's got to be a card you're more than happy to see in this spot, as well as the Dunsparce. Just going to shuffle this Pokemon back into the deck, draw the 3 cards, put that Enriching Energy there, and also finds a Hilda, but that Dawn has got to be definitely the supporter card you're looking to play this turn. You've got to get Abra down at the minimum.
Yeah, getting the Abra down, obviously the most important, but we do find a second Dunsparce, which is nice, so that there's no like shenanigans that can happen where you push a Dunsparce and some Grimmsnarlists are playing Iron Bundle, and if you're knocking out this Badoo, there's going to be room for it. And then, but since Aiden still doesn't have access to that rare candy, it could be difficult for him to capitalize on the lack of Alakazam from Zhang's board.
Well, it's also a problem since even if you bench Abra, you're still getting your entire attacking line wiped this
That's
turn,
true.
right? You're
Yeah,
going to take 2 damage counters going back into the turn, and then 2 damage counters once it's your turn again. So that 4 damage counters will knock out this Alakazam, and 2 Adrenabrains also will knock out the Abras. So like you said, these Monkey Dory are ticking up positive 10 damage every turn from their maximum HP, but I don't know if there's enough turns left in the game for Zhang to really be able to capitalize on that fact.
Yeah, for sure. It's starting to look pretty bad for Zhang. I mean, it's looked bad the entire game, but there was kind of a moment there where it seemed like he was getting back into it, but unfortunately, Aiden finding that last stadium off the prizes just kind of put him back in, like, solidified everything for him, it feels, so.
Wow, look at that. Finds Arvin. That's going to be able to grab an item card out of the deck as well as a tool card. There's that Technical Machine Devolution. It's not going to be used this turn, but you can always still grab it out of the deck, and it looks like not a lot of great item cards. That rare candy is still prized.
Looks like
fortunately for Aiden, though, fortunately, though, can still take a knockout on both these Pokemon without the rare candy, so it's honestly not even that big of a deal. You can just, you know, re-bench a different Pokemon, but it looks like it's just kind of considering, you know, what the alternative is here and maybe what a better Pokemon to be promoted in the active spot is.
Yep.
Really just debating now what the backup is going to look like. You could tell kind of from the body language there, Piper, you kind of noted a little bit that maybe you just assumed Rare Candy was still in the deck. It's not a card you maybe super often check. You kind of just, you know, expect to have by this point, but nope, still hiding away in the prize cards.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl tends to like to play passively with that Technical Machine Evolution, so it's not something you want to prize check for. It's just kind of there to be able to match aggressive starts or to like compensate for poor draws on your end or where you're evoing a turn too late. But yeah.
Wow, gonna use the Adrenabrain onto the active?
Maybe fishing for that rare candy?
Yeah, looking for rare candy, but you had a guaranteed KO on both these Pokemon here, so Aiden may have slightly misstepped and maybe not realized how the ticking math would work on Frostlass as long as the math was correct there, which it must have been since that Pokemon was just knocked out from those abilities. And wow, it looks like fresh breath of life may have been breathed back into Zhang here, especially because I don't know if there's a way for us to use Itchy Pollen again this turn.
Yeah, and at the rate it is, if Zhang has Rare Candy, Alakazam, and the energy, he may actually be able to win the game this turn, or going into Aiden's next turn, since the Monkey Dories are going to go to 9, then to 11.
Yeah, both Monkey Dories are going to be knocked out at the end of this turn, Piper. What are we seeing here?
And a nice stretcher for Morgrim in a pass. Zhang might have found the way back into this game.
If Zhang could find a Rare Candy, Alakazam, and a Psychic Energy, I think he has all the pieces here, Piper. What are we seeing? From zero to hero, Zhang has played no item cards until this turn of the game, and if he can find a Psychic Energy and a way to move this, the game will be all over. There's a Hilda, and that's going to guarantee it here. The double tick from Frostlass causing Monkey Dory's own demise. Zhang, if he can just find the pieces, which he's got already in hand, is going to win this first round here of phase number 2.
What an amazing showing from Alakazam. Nobody thought Alakazam was going to make day 2 probably. Like, it's such an awesome rogue deck. Like, it draws so many cards, does so much damage, but it struggles to Iono and Team Rocket's Watchtower sometimes.
And there it is.
There it is.
Has the Psychic Energy in hand, even the Psychic Patch for good, or excuse me, the Wondrous Patch for good measure. Alakazam pulling a trick up its sleeve and finding these Monkey Dories and making them disappear.
Yeah, especially with Aiden's own Frostlasses, and a lot of these issues stem from Aiden not playing that Iono earlier and not having that second Monkey Dory setup.
Does he?
So the damage does Zhang realize?
Does Zhang know he just has game on board? That's not the face of someone who looks like they're about to advance to 7-1-1.
Especially with Alakazam of all decks. Yeah, it looks like he's still playing cards. Maybe trying to set up another
I give a great setup with some tricks up his sleeve, but maybe the trick all along was knowing if we have game or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll eventually find it, just attacking into the Morgrim, and the Monkey Doors will get knocked out going into Aiden's turn. So, yeah.
This has been a set for the ages so far. Zhang has played no item cards this entire set and is about to win here. There's the Psychic Energy down. He's got more than enough cards, and Aiden's just signaling that the game is over. Now explaining what's happening. There is absolute magic, sorcery happening between my eyes right now. Frostlass has just pulled off its own heist against its own Monkey Dories, and the greed that goes towards Adrenabrain has come back to bite Aiden as Zhang is going to win this set.
Yeah, we really saw, like, going for that second Frostlass, it was really greedy, and we kind of saw it get punished. You can get too much damage, and with Grimmsnarl having no engine, it's hard to find those dark energies sometimes, especially with no, like, energy search to Arven for. And we really saw just the no Monkey Dories, too much damage got onto Aiden's board, and Zhang was able to win with, like, no items the entire game until the last turn. It was insane to watch.
Applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice base, resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello, Pokemon fans and trainers around the globe. We are here for our second day in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, for the Toronto Regional Championships. And I am in the lounge. Jeremy Jalen joined with our fellow talent here this weekend, Kyle Sablehouse, Pablo Meza, and Chip Ritchie. We already went through our first day of competition, phase 1, and then 1 round of phase 2. Our players have been playing the matches now for phase 2, trying to make it into Top Cut. How are y'all feeling?
Man, it's a great time to be here playing Pokemon again. We've got some great talent out there. They're starting to make their way to the top now. We see some undefeated players really getting tested at this stage of the tournament, and it's just going to get even hotter from here.
Yeah, I love seeing some brand new names at the very top. We've seen a lot of women as well doing really well in this event, so I'm really excited to see what today has in store for us.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend so far, for sure. Very much excited to see how things continue to shape up here. Who's going to be fighting for that title of Toronto Regional Champion?
Now let's go ahead and take a look at our season schedule yet again. We are finishing up things in Toronto, but looking forward just in a few weeks to EUIC and then plenty more regional championships, and finishing off with NAIC and then going into San Francisco for Worlds. How are y'all feeling about the schedule?
I mean, we got some beautiful locations that we'll be visiting throughout the years, and then also just some interesting points for these tournaments. This is the last time we'll be experiencing this set. We'll have a new set coming into EUIC. We have rotation that'll be coming up after Orlando, most likely. So a lot to look forward to for Pokemon fans, whether it's where we're going to be going or what cards to expect.
Yeah, hopefully Ascended Heroes shakes things up a little bit for London. We have new interesting trainers coming out. We have a few basic Pokemon that could help current decks, so hopefully we get some interesting things happening at EUIC.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very much looking forward kind of to the back half of the season after that rotation, because I think this is going to be a really big one. You know, the top 3 of the top 4 decks, main cards rotating out, what's going to happen. There's certainly going to be a big shakeup in the meta.
And then let's go ahead and take a look at what these players are playing for this weekend, the championship points and how you get them for each placement. Winning the tournament, 350 championship points. You also get that Worlds invite automatically, but those points really help trying to get those stipends to get to the next tournament.
Yeah, a lot of players really focus on those. That's a great way to hold on to some of that money that you earned from your placements at these tournaments, and then also have that stipend allowance to get you even further to the next event. Maybe just keep building on that. We've seen players snowball from that, like a Bon Ahmed and a few others, just riding the wave and making thousands along the way.
Yeah, and for those of you who missed yesterday, we have a quick replay of one of the highlighted matches that we got to witness. It was Marcos Cifuentes up against Luik, and Marcos using just the very popularized the Mega Toolbox deck, but really making it a toolbox.
A little spicy techs in here this time around. We didn't get to see it though. The Sandy Shocks EX listed in this deck list now, and we saw Marco off to a pretty rough start in this game, but he was able to turn it around. There was a big shift when we saw this Mega Absol come into play with an Iono, found the perfect hand to reset, and then it came down to this Mega Kangaskhan flip, gets the heads and takes the KO and wipes the board out for Luik. Second game, completely different story. Marco really showed the power of this deck, Chip.
Yeah, this was a really fun one to cast together. I know Pablo had a good time analyzing it after the fact as well. I mean, Marco's quickly becoming one of my favorite players to watch. Of course, his brother Fernando won the World Championships a couple years ago. They work together, always come up with unique decks and archetypes. So very fun to see a new twist on what has already been a popular archetype here late in the format.
Yeah, super interesting to see how they put their twists into current decks, or they come up with things like Blissey, right, or Iron Thorns back at Worlds. Yeah, this game really showcased Marco as a fantastic player. He got top 8 at Worlds last year, and he showed how not taking prizes is a big part of like planning out your strategy on how to win the game and not just take prizes just because you can. So it was really cool to see that high-level play.
Yeah, both Marco and Fernando are in day 2 contention. Marco did just lose to Justin Templar, now going to 8-2-1, still has a record to make it into top cut, but we'll have to see how things shape up. Their dad is also in day 2, so the whole family plays and wins. That's just what they do.
A family affair, you love to see it.
And now for those of you at home, if you don't want to miss anything, be sure to use all of the resources available to you, Pokemon.com/broadcast. And you have YouTube and Twitch as well, /Pokemon TCG. Be sure to follow all of the action and make sure you don't miss anything. Make sure you don't miss, you know, us crowning a winner this weekend. Championship Sunday, right? And basically, that does it for us here. Our players are in the rounds right now. I think we have pairings up already. Players getting ready to get to the table. So we'll go ahead and toss it to the casters and learn how the rest of the day is going to go.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Big day for these Pokemon competitors. They've woken up and they are ready to give it their all at the Toronto Regional Championships. We've got 3 rounds left of Swiss, and then we'll be going into that final phase, the top cut here in Toronto. My name is Ethan Heggie. Piper Lapine has joined me and cannot be more excited to see who will be our new Toronto Regional Champion.
Yep, a lot of great players at the top, and a lot of Dragapult Dusknoir, surprisingly. Not a deck I expected to see a ton of, with the new Gardevoir lists coming out playing the Technical Machine Evolution, and a really high Dengo play rate, and both those can be pretty tricky matchups, so it'll be exciting to see what ends up making up that asymmetrical top cut, and who does as well.
Speaking of who, two players very much in the running. So far, solid phase 1 and an absolutely star-studded phase 2. We'll see if they can have what it takes to become the champion here. We've got our stage ready for round number 12 of Swiss, so let's go ahead and throw things down to the stage. Here we go. We've got a battle, the test of time. Two of the younger players in the Pokemon TCG playing two of essentially the youngest decks in the Pokemon TCG when it comes to the format. G Regulation Stars, Dragapult EX with Dusknoir. It is, of course, H Regulation for that, but it feels like since its release, Dragapult has been on and off the top of the stage.
Yeah, Dragapult's been played in a lot of different ways, starting at NAIC a couple years ago, just a straight Dragapult deck, then transitioning into that Regidrago deck, and then moving back to this kind of Dragapult Dusknoir deck. And we've kind of just seen this all of the G regulation with that first event, Atlanta Regional Championships, Henry Chow versus Andrew Hedrick playing this exact matchup in the finals. And it's been one that has been a bit tricky for both sides at different points. Typically, Gardevoir is a bit more favored, but as lists shift away from the Technical Machine Evolution to Heavy Rare Candy, they can kind of struggle to that early game item lock, and the matchup becomes a bit more Dragapult favored. So we'll see how this one plays out.
Lots of dynamics, like you mentioned, and between these players as well. Two of the game's youngest and best. Justin, of course, coming off of a second place finish at the World Championships, and it's really interesting to see how things have shifted. He played the deck that's facing across him at the World Championships to that second place finish. May have switched off Team Dragapult like we've seen a lot of players do as of recent.
Yep, Andrew Hedrick especially, as I just mentioned, he got second at the Atlanta Regional Championships, but also before rotation won the Vancouver Regional Championships. This weekend, for the first time in a long time, he's not playing Dragapult Dusknoir. So it's really interesting to see a lot of those great Pultnoir players switch off of it to other decks like Gardevoir, Goldengo. And despite that, Dragapult Dusknoir is still having a really strong showing this weekend.
So big coin flip coming up. We talked about the importance of disruption early on yesterday in day one. Piper, can you give a quick refresher on how these early turns can be really impactful in this matchup?
Yeah, both players are kind of trying to set up their board as best as they can. Dragapult is slowing down their opponent with the Itchy Pollen and developing more with the Recon Directors from Dracloak, whereas Gardevoir needs to use that Technical Machine Evolution to set up, as they don't have that Stage 1 draw anymore. So occasionally we may see these more Bravery Charm and Luxurious Cape builds of Gardevoir use their own Frillish, but with only one Frillish, it can be kind of difficult to find under that Itchy Pollen lock and to maneuver into with sufficient energy attaches.
Here are the prize cards for both players. Pheasantipity and the Latios in the prizes could be a little bit awkward in terms of pivoting, like you mentioned, into that Badoo early on. So I'd love to see that piece. A couple Iono for Justin, but nothing too crucial. We saw Lily's Clefairy hiding out in the prizes a lot yesterday. It's going to be in the deck here for Justin, so interested to see how that dynamic shifts in this matchup with that piece available.
Yeah, that one Artisan at the top of the prizes could be really significant, as it could mean Karis is able to keep her jamming towers in play and prevent Justin from using Technical Machine Evolution or Bravery Charm to buff up the HP of some of his Pokemon and prevent knockouts from being taken. Karis, also surprised that Latios puts a lot of pressure on her energies early if she's retreating into the Badoo, and the Pheasantipity is never great to see in the prizes, as it can be a really strong source of draw, especially against early knockouts, which Gardevoir can sometimes do against those Badoos with either Slap from Screamtail, Mind Bend from Monkey Dory, or even an Adrenabrain if enough damage is built up.
Looks like we are ready to get underway. The first match here for our stream in day number 2. We've got Swiss round number 12. These players on the cusp of making this top cut. See what they can do. And look at this, Piper. Blood Moon Ursaluna being started. And like we mentioned, that Latios in the prize cards is going to be a huge, big missed opportunity here for Cyrus in terms of getting this turn early disruption.
Yeah, as I saw the Latios being prized, I was thinking it would be so awful if Karis started Blood Moon Ursaluna here, and here it is. This is going to be really awkward. Karis does have that one Professor Turo scenario, so there is a possibility that she's able to move it and get into an Itchy Pollen, but with items this entire game and Justin having Mew already in play, it could be a spot where Justin is able to get so many energies in discard, get those Gardevoirs and Curlies into play, and just create a really strong board, start using Screamtail to snipe off the bench, and just kind of get to a checkmate scenario really quickly.
Yeah, and even with that Mew EX being started, can threaten using that one copy of Frillish as early as turn number 1. So it seems like the best starter versus worst starter here in a matchup where these early turns are so crucial.
Absolutely. The Mew EX also, even if Justin's hand is bad, it can provide a bit of extra draw as a bailout, see an extra 1 or 2 cards, which could be that supporter that you need to start getting going.
The Buddy Poffin does grab a couple of Dreepy, and the Duskull does come down as well. Does find the Jamming Tower, and you see Saris immediately just start powering up this Blood Moon Ursaluna, putting energy cards onto it.
Yeah, attaching to the Blood Moon is actually a pretty strong play, as when Gardevoir goes to 4 or 3 prizes, now you're able to threaten a Blood Moon attack to knock out something like that Lily's Clefairy, the Pheasantipity, the Mew, and kind of keep yourself in the game despite having a slower start, as Karis is not going to be able to move into that Budew, most likely, and kind of is going to have a weaker board, and Justin's probably going to have a stronger board. So plays like this can kind of give routes to get back into the game, but it is definitely going to be a bit difficult. This Jamming Tower is really significant, as it could slow down Justin enough where he's not able to Technical Machine Evolution. But of course, a Secret Box would get all those pieces, the Stadium, the TM Evo, and the Pokemon. So we'll see how Justin's turn plays out.
Starting off with the Earthen Vessel, did see a Technical Machine Evolution in the hand, so if Justin is able to find a Ralts or 2, could use that to accelerate the evolution into play, or could threaten something like the Frillish this turn. I mean, when you see your opponent start Blood Moon Ursaluna and immediately attach energy cards, does that signal that maybe the Frillish item lock disruption could be stronger potentially than going in with something like the Technical Machine instead?
Yeah, Justin could make a read here that Karis's Latios is prized, not seen and attached to the Dreepy, but even if it isn't, this Frillish is going to make it really difficult for Karis to find that Latios. And no Nest Ball means no Latios if he thinks she has it still, and no Ultra Ball means those Dracloaks and Dusclopses are going to be harder and harder to set up, which means less draw and less board presence for Karis, which means Justin's going to have plenty of time to set up the board as best as possible for him.
Looks like just failing this Earthen Vessel, potentially having a supporter card. Looks like the Lily's Determination may be in the hand.
Interestingly, not grabbing an energy, but attaching this Technical Machine Evolution to the Mew. I wonder what the thought process was behind that. Maybe Justin's going for an aggressive attach on a Monkey Dory, but at the same time, this Technical Machine Evolution, if Justin doesn't find a Stadium, it's not getting discarded, so it could still be available on the next turn to use.
Yeah, still opens up Frillish as a potential attack option as well on this turn, so just wants to keep options available, right? If you don't find the Stadium, then you're essentially using your energy attachment for nothing.
For sure.
Here we go, big 8 cards. Still no basic Pokemon found besides that Mew. Do see an Ultra Ball immediately to the hand, a couple of Psychic Energies, Kirlia, and does find the Frillish. So with that Kirlia and Nest Ball in hand, plus the Frillish, this may honestly signal, especially with no Stadium, time to go in and start item blocking.
Yep, and the Ultra Ball and Nest Ball will actually thin down Justin's hand enough to potentially restart for some more cards. I don't know if I saw a supporter in there for the next turn yet, just that Kirlia and Psychic Energy and a couple other strong options. So we'll see what Justin decides to go with. I do expect to see an Oceanic Gloom this turn, just limit Karis as much as possible and go from there.
So it looks like it will be Nest Ball for Ralts. And I'm just considering whether or not it's worth playing this Ultra Ball. Like you mentioned, does have the pro of thinning the hand down to draw some cards, but you know, being able to just respond accordingly to grab maybe a little bit more of an optimal Pokemon on the next turn could be, you know, a little bit of an upside to holding onto that item.
Absolutely. It opens the door to a Rare Candy top deck to Rare Candy into Gardevoir immediately, as it's going to be really difficult for Karis to get into a Budew from Justin's perspective, as you need to find the Latios and a Budew under item lock.
Speaking of item block, that Buddy Poffin top deck going to do nothing but just get shuffled back to the deck. Does have the Lily's Determination. A supporter will be saying the name of for quite some time, including now, shuffling the hand in, drawing 8 cards thanks to Saris being at 8 prize cards remaining. So we're just going to see if you can find some cards. And number 1 would definitely be to start getting some Dracloak on the board. Recon Directive to start, you know, kind of thinning through the deck a bit and filtering some of these card draws.
Yeah, and Karis finds one Dracloak, so we're going to start seeing some more cards, hoping to get some energy attaches, potentially a Dusclops. So with one Dusclops prized and the item lock, it's not going to be the easiest, but we really want to threaten Dusclops and Dusknoir as soon as possible. We do see the Neo Upper Energy, but it is not the best energy to attach. There is also a Psychic Energy, but with such a strong board from Gardevoir, the Neo Upper could be under risk from a Screamtail play. However, that is a Rare Candy and Gardevoir from Justin's side, and a couple more energies in discard, so may not be too realistic, and just a pass leaves Karis' board pretty weak under this Oceanic Gloom item lock, and Justin potentially just going for 2 Kirlias set up here is going to have a really dominant board.
Yeah, very dominant indeed, and being able to play item cards, usually not something you expect to do in this matchup on the 2nd or 3rd turn of the game. So we'll see the Ultra Ball be played, like you mentioned. The Technical Machine Evolution number 2 hitting the discard pile means we're pretty much signaling that Technical Machine Evolution not going to be needed, especially with access to item cards and even rare candy to accelerate this Pokemon into a Stage 2 Gardevoir EX.
Absolutely. Typically, we see the one-sided item lock from Poltnor to Gardevoir, but now we're seeing it from Gardevoir to Poltnor, and it's really just shutting down Poltnor as a whole. And that's typically why the mirror match can be pretty unfun for Dragapult Dusknoir, as you're just both HP-palling each other and see who bricks more usually. But here's a restart from Justin.
Restart for 2 already had the Lily's Determination in hand, so it was essentially free-rolling 2 cards in this spot. Did find the Bravery Charm. Now, it is a little bit awkward. Of course, that Jamming Tower is in play, and the Mew would probably appreciate that Bravery Charm on it, but that Technical Machine Evolution not being discarded at the end of the turn because of that Jamming Tower, not essentially allowing it to have that effect.
Yeah, Justin getting 8 cards off this Lily is looking to find that second Kirlia, maybe a rare candy Gardevoir. A lot of different options he can get to just really pressure Karis, and his board is already so strong, as I keep saying, and he's just trying to make it stronger. As Gardevoir, this is favored in the matchup, but Dragapult is doing as much as they can to prevent them from getting to that kind of unbreakable board state. And here with the Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory, it has a lot of pressure on the coming turns with that extra 30 damage to move.
Yeah, pretty good end of the turn. Kirlia evolved Dark Energy, like you mentioned, and even Gardevoir EX for the following turn is going to have to play this Professor's Research. Another energy hitting the discard pile. We'll find 7 additional cards from the top of the deck. And now the question is, Blood Moon Ursaluna not moving out of the active spot. One of these Dracloaks more than potentially able to just go down in this spot to a Roaring Scream on the following turn. And even with all of that, because that Latias is unavailable in the prize cards, this Blood Moon is going to essentially be guaranteed stuck in the active on the following turn as well.
Absolutely. And if Justin keeps up this Oceanic Gloom lock, one of the awkward things for Karis is she can't use Professor Tyr's Scenario and Boss's Orders in the same turn. So she's stuck kind of, if she wants to attack with Dragapult, knocking out this Frillish. And that's good for Justin, because right now, if he wants to go into Screamtail, that locks up the bench. So without his Professor Turos, no Clefairy, but double Gardevoir EX is just such a strong board. I wonder if Karis is going to consider going to the next game, as 2 Guard EX is just so difficult to beat, especially without even a Dusclops in play, and his Blood Moon is still stuck in the active. Justin has like free reign over this game, it feels, right now.
Yeah, you could go in with a Screamtail, but like you mentioned, isn't really under any pressure, so to say. This board is now filled up, so Saris would have to pop one of these Duskull into a Dusclops if she wanted to open up the potential to be able to get a Latias onto the bench. As we know, that's not an option. It is in the prize cards. Justin's going to just continue to cycle through the deck, plays Iono, attaching an energy card to the Frillish. And now there's 4 Psychic Energy in play, double Gardevoir EX, and there's still that bench slot open for either something like the Lily's Clefairy or the aforementioned Screamtail.
Yeah, I think Justin's going to wait to commit that bench spot until Karis actually starts putting pressure on, or he finds the Professor Turos Scenario to get this Frillish off the board. So we don't get into a weird spot where he uses the Screamtail and then Karis gusts the Gardevoir, and then you can't actually knock out that Dragapult in one shot.
Interested to see what the Psychic Embrace situation will look like this turn. Could start to put pressure on those Duskull, especially under item lock. It's pretty hard for this Dragapult deck to reliably find Dusclops to evolve into when it can't use Ultra Ball.
Yeah, you're kind of relying on whatever recon directives you draw, and there's only 4 Dracloaks in the deck, so it can be kind of hard to hit those at some point. But yeah, the item lock is just not only preventing the setup, but preventing these key cards like Countercatcher, as one of the strengths of this Dragapult Dusknoir deck is its ability to use multiple supporter-like effects a turn. Countercatcher acting similar to Boss's Orders, but you're able to combine that with Disruption from Iono or a Professor Turos Scenario to clean up your board from cards like Pheasantipity, Blood Moon, and other liabilities you have to bench.
So Justin just continuing his turn. Earthen Vessel grabbing a Dark Energy to the hand, so never know when Monkey Dory could spring in and put the trap on. Does also have an Ultra Ball, so just so many options, and that really is the question for Justin. When you are presented with a plethora of decisions and potential routes to take in a game, you gotta ask yourself, what is the best, even if just by a little? And actually not using any Psychic Embrace, just wants to preserve those abilities to, maybe capitalize off Monkey Dory later on in the game. Just gonna continue with the Oceanic Gloom, and Saris does find a Dusclops, and that's never a bad card to have in this spot.
Yeah. I think Justin is playing for the slower game plan, as Karis filling up her bench with all these Pokemon is just signaling to him that Latias is not available for her. So he's just fine, content going with this slower game plan, just set up Monkey Dories, and then maybe clean up this Frillish from the board with Turo, and then he's going to finally go in and start attacking. Karis really relying on finding these Dragapult EX. She is playing 3. Some people are only going down to 2. So it is a bit easier to find, along with the Dawn and Hilda under this item lock. But you can't use Dawn and Hilda and Turo scenario in the same turn, so you're not going to be able to move this Blood Moon and attack in the same turn, which is just the problem that Karis' board keeps running into. And it really shows how weak this Blood Moon Ursaluna can be as a starter, especially without access to the Latias.
Karis was debating evolving into Dragapult EX in that spot. Before playing the Lily, it would protect the Dracloak from a Screamtail's Roaring Scream, but it would also shut off that ability for the Recon Directive. And I'm not sure Saris really knows what the attacking timeline is going to look like at this spot and just decides to be a little bit riskier, not evolve it into play, and instead just using that Recon Directive for future turns on the following. He's also going to go ahead and evolve this off of the Lily's Determination, finding 8 additional cards and just splitting up an energy cards a lot, making sure all these Dracloak are ready to go into Dragapults later on.
Yeah, you really want energies on each of your Dracloaks, as one of the plays Gardevoir can make is have Lily's Clefairy in play and copy Dragapult's Phantom Dive with Genome Hacking, along with a Monkey Dory 30 to one of the bench Dracloaks, to knock out the active Dragapult and the Dracloak with an energy. So if you have 2 Dracloaks with an energy each, you kind of prevent that play from wiping your board of any threats. And it keeps the Phantom Dive active, and that's one of your better attacks. Despite having the weakness to Clefairy, it just puts so much damage onto the Gardevoir side that you are able to make ways to win the game.
That is the 3rd Lily's Determination hitting the discard pile, so Justin's really capitalizing off that shuffle draw 6, or rather shuffle draw 8 while being at 6 prize cards right now. Continuing to cycle through, but I'm really wondering what he's looking for in this spot. Is in an absolutely great board state. Like you mentioned, both Gardevoir EX in play. Doesn't have to worry about, getting board wiped. That's always a concern in this matchup. And has already put down 3 energy on the Frillish and 3 in the discard pile. So has only got those 2 Psychic Energy left in the deck. To see what he draws into as a potential. With another Oceanic Gloom, it would put this Blood Moon Ursaluna in range for a Miracle Force KO, but it looks like Justin actually just wants to make this happen right now this turn with the Psychic Embrace abilities to power up Gardevoir EX and an Adrenabrain. Blood Moon Ursaluna could be hitting the discard pile or staying in the active spot, and I think this is a heads-up play here from Justin.
Absolutely. Leaving the Blood Moon Ursaluna with 10 HP left means it can just get picked off by a Monkey Dory next turn, and you're also pressuring this Duskull on the bench, and these Dusclopses and Duskulls are really big threats. And now you kind of put Karis on finding that one of Professor Turo scenario, and without something, it looks like she has it in hand though, but it does limit her options. It means Justin's not going to get Iono'd, so if he has a really strong response hand to that, then he just kind of forces Karis to play the supporter and gets to keep what he wants to do for the next turn.
Yeah, and is still in a fine spot, even facing a Phantom Dive down. That's, even if Dragapult attacks first, that, like you mentioned, Mew EX plus Clefairy combo can just essentially end the game in 2 turns, thanks to Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability. But Saris has to just play to her outs in this spot. Using the Recon Directives, building the hand up, and there it is, Professor Turo scenario, allowing this Blood Moon Ursaluna to hide back in its den, bring up this Dracloak, and decide which one wants to be attacked with, or rather evolved into. It will be the one with the Neo Upper Energy, that powerful A-Spec. Dusknoir also comes into play, so now Saris has the potential, if she wants to potentially take out either this active Gardevoir EX or even the Mew EX on the bench if she wants to use that Curse Blast ability.
Yeah, it could be interesting. A lot of different options this turn. I'm not sure which is the best. There's a lot of routes to... there's a lot of threats on Justin's board, because you could also use this Curse Blast to knock out that Monkey Dory and prevent a lot of the extra damage going back to your board. But that seems like the weakest play, since Justin does just have a lot of damage buildup from Psychic Embrace. So it looks like Karis is potentially pre-evolving another one of those Dracloaks to protect it from that Genome Hacking copy play that I mentioned. But at the same time, there's still that second Dracloak that's under threat. So we'll see if that was just trying to thin the deck, or if we wanted to evolve it this turn.
So now the question for Karis, how to go about placing damage counters and whether or not to use this Curse Blast ability. Looks like the decision will be yes. So deciding to put 13 damage counters, and it will target that Mew. So now in range of a Phantom Dive KO on the bench, will give Justin a prize card. So going down to 5 is now just potentially 2 attacks away from winning the game. Karis is going to hit this active for 200. Gardevoir EX will go to just 80 HP remaining. The Mew EX will be knocked out, and then we'll have 1 damage counter to place onto one of these bench Pokemon as well.
Yeah, and just to beat at 5 prizes is really scary for Karis, as that Duskull does still have 30 damage on it from the last turn, so it's just 1 Adrenabrain away from having no Dusclopses or no access to Dusclopses on the next turn, which means no extra damage to play around with. So we'll see what Karis is able to do to Justin's response turn, which is likely going to involve that Lily's Clefairy knocking out the active Dragapult, and probably the Duskull as well, with the Adrenabrain.
Yeah, big turn here for Justin. Most likely needs to find a way to retrieve that Mew EX from the discard pile. In combination with the Lily's Clefairy would allow Genome Hacking to copy the Dragapult's Phantom Dive, one of the best attacks in the game, and it would hit for weakness. So it would be essentially a ×2 Phantom Dive, 400 damage being thrown back at Karis. We'll have to see what the situation is here, though. Looks like starting things off with an Adrenabrain and is actually going to target down the Duskull. So taking the prize card does draw into the Monkey Dory. If there is another Dark Energy, potentially there could be a way to still copy the Phantom Dive and take a KO on the benched Stricloak. So a couple options available. Does also have Arven in the hand, so I wonder if there's another way to search a Pokemon out of the deck, like a Nest Ball or an Ultra Ball, if we could be seeing those combination of cards come together.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see the Lily's Clefairy and Miracle Force most likely. It seems like one of the more efficient attacks. You could go into the Clefairy and Full Moon Rondo, but then your Clefairy is under threat, and you really want to keep that on the board as a threat. So grabbing the Luxurious Cape, I don't think we're going to be playing that this turn, just trying to thin it out of the deck. And yeah, we'll see what attack Justin goes with. He has a plethora of options. He could go for trying to set up more draw on board with like the Mew or the Pheasantipity, trying to prevent an Iono from taking him out of the game, rather than that second Monkey Dory, as you mentioned.
And that does seem like the big concern. When you're in a dominant spot like this for Justin, what are the things you're thinking about when it comes to how can things go wrong for me from this spot?
Yeah, that's one of the big things you really want to be careful of against both Gardevoir and Dragapult. Both decks kind of work in a similar fashion, where they rely on these Ionos and taking apart your board with cards like the Screamtail, or for Dragapult, the Phantom Dive damage with Dusclops and Dusknoir. They have so many ways to just target the weaknesses in your board, and combining with that Iono, you just get put into these awkward spots, and they do this against each other and pretty much every deck in the format, which is why they're just so powerful against everything.
So it looks like no Pheasantipity or a Mew coming down, so Justin maybe really relying off just the 3 cards he'll get from his top deck plus the 2 from that Iono next turn. That will be a big check mark that Karis has to figure out on this following turn.
Absolutely. We can also sometimes see these Dragapult Dusknoir decks not find the Iono at the right time, but Karis has so many cards in hand that I'd imagine, yep, I see the Iono and the Dragapult.
I can recognize that
energy.
I can recognize that long sleeve.
Yeah. Yeah, so just a question of finding the Dragapult energy. But we already have the Dragapult. Just looking for that energy. We are down quite a few. There is one attached to that Blood Moon Ursaluna that got turret into the discard pile. So Night Stretcher is a way to find that.
And
but
interestingly enough, is just going to fill the bench up in this spot. Monkey Dory Dark coming down as well. So now there is just no bench space for Mew EX or Pheasantipity. Now, of course, if a Pokemon gets knocked out, that bench space would be freed up. But that is always something you could think about here if you're Karis, and maybe taking advantage of there not being the potential. With that Lily's Clefairy, though, that's going to be pretty tough to not just, be able to take some sort of a knockout on the following turn.
Yeah, and just attaching that Luxurious Cape to the Gardevoir, it's not going to provide any effect. It just takes it out of the deck. So after an Iono, if Justin has to shuffle his deck, now it's not in circulation to be drawn again.
Plays this Mystery Garden down, bumping the Jamming Tower, and just going to hold on to that energy card for a potential draw later on into the game. Lily's Clefairy's Fairy Zone ability coming in clutch as Miracle Force takes the KO. And Karis, after being in a really rough spot early in these turns, does still have a fairly reasonable way to potentially close out this first game if she can just stunt Justin from potentially getting this Lily's Clefairy back into play, if she can maybe combine that Counter Catcher plus Disruption.
Absolutely. Justin isn't really, he's down his one Arven, so, and won't have enough cards in hand to Secret Box off the Iono plus draw for turn, so he could be pretty limited in his ways to find this Clefairy again. So it's just up to Karis to find these pieces to try to buy some more time and get to like a Blood Moon or Ursaluna knockout, or just use the Dragapult again to knock out this Gardevoir that remains with 170 damage.
Yeah, the Blood Moon or Ursaluna could be strong. Again, just without that Latios, it just becomes so much more risky to put that thing in the active spot. You're down your Turo as well. We'll see the first Recon Directive does find an Ultra Ball. Already has Dragapult EX in the hand, however. The biggest advantage as well for the board here for Karis is there's really not any Pokemon down. Now there are.
Yeah.
That could be in the KO of a Screamtail with 2 Adrenabrains. With that Latios coming down, I do maybe wonder if Karis could have potentially waited to put that Latias down until the following turn as to take away that Scream Tail option. It is just some things to consider as we go throughout these final 2 turns.
Yeah, I do think drawing the Latias off the prizes allows Karis to take a knockout on this Clefairy with the Blood Moon so that Justin can't just find a Night Stretcher and instantly win the game again. And it also means that she may not... Oh, interestingly, she evolved the Active Dragapult, which if she decides to retreat into the Blood Moon, will no longer have an energy, whereas if she evolved the Benchter Cloak, it would have that energy, but probably just trying to make sure it didn't have the 30 damage to get double Monkey Doried.
Either way, Stretcher would give the game for Justin, right? UEX would copy the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So it feels like either way, you know, if you put the Latias down, you're still giving your opponent an option. The only thing that would change, right, is Latias being in play is just another target for a Pokemon to win. It gives Scream Tail. So we'll see if that is impactful. It's just one more card, right, that Justin can draw into off of these 2 to win. Sarah's playing the Iono. Karis, excuse me, playing the Iono. Justin drawing 2 cards, and the last piece that would be really strong here would be a way to bump this Mystery Garden, and it might be in the hand here. I think I see that gold Jamming Tower. We're going to go ahead and put this energy on the Dragapult. Jamming Tower bumps through the stadium, and it does feel like if Night Stretcher is going to be the game either way, you might as well take advantage of this extra damage counters from Phantom Dive.
Absolutely. If Justin does not have the game this turn, he may have to resort to some Oceanic Gloom to just try to shut off Karis's routes to find that Gust to bring up a 2-prizer. But we'll see what he's able to do on this turn. Promoting that Gardevoir, just it's the most flexible tree. And top deck's the Night Stretcher. Wow.
Wow, what a top deck. Had solid cards in hand, but why don't we just go ahead and get the exact card we need from the top of the deck? Classic Pokemon TCG situation, and a big sigh of relief here for Justin as he closes out game number 1.
Gardevoir always has it. You know, they need that Night Stretcher, and I feel like they always top deck against Dragapult Dustor. But
so lucky. I mean, you know, never punished, ever.
Gardevoir just keeps getting gifted, and I mean, it's such a powerful deck, so we see it keep winning.
Is it still the holiday season? Can gifts still be given during this time? When does it stop being the holiday season? Is it already over?
Well, you look outside here in Toronto, and it still looks like the holidays with that much snow, so.
Justin really taking that to heart, being given a gift with that Night Stretcher top deck. Absolutely solid spot, and honestly, with the hand, if he didn't top deck that Night Stretcher, it looks good on paper, but you can't bench that Pheasantipity. It would actually lock you out of the bench spots.
Yeah, I mean, you could find the Professor Tourist scenario along with the Night Stretcher off that Pheasantipity, but if he had to bench the Pheasantipity, you'd probably have to go in with like Oceanic Gloom and some Monkey Dories to start setting up damage on that Dragapult for a Miracle Force knockout on the next turn. But yeah, just top decking the Night Stretcher just ends it right there.
Yeah, big time top deck there for Justin, closing the game out. And it was a lot closer than, you know, maybe we could have predicted for these early turns. That Blood Moon Ursaluna start, just so detrimental without that Latias.
Absolutely, but the Professor Tourist scenario to take all that damage off the board and the liability off the board really gave Karis enough time to have a strong enough board to respond to all their plays, but here we are getting into game 2. Karis starting the Buddy, which is incredibly strong as she is assumingly going second, as it just shuts off so many abilities, but Justin with another Mew start gives him a lot of options next turn.
Super solid Pokemon in this matchup, and also has an Ultra Ball, so at minimum can get a Ralts down into play. It's just debating what cards to get rid of in this spot. Looks like has a decent number of Ultra Ball. We'll pitch that away. And the Professor Churro scenario, of course, like many players in the Pokemon TCG, taking this opportunity to just check the deck for prizes. Key note here, a couple of energies and those Earthen Vessels, super important, you know, early on in the game to get those Psychic Energy into the discard pile may be a little bit more difficult here in this second game.
And also, both Stadiums prize for Justin means if Karis is able to find that turn 1 Jamming Tower, Justin is locked out of TM Evolution and Bravery Charm for until he draws the Artisan off the prizes. And even then, then he has to draw the Mystery Garden if Karis has her second Jamming Tower. So it could be a lot of trouble for Justin to set up under this item lock now with potentially no access to TM Evolution on the next turn.
So almost certainly we'll see a Ralts come down. We see, you know, is the Pokemon grabbed onto the bench for the time being. We'll take note, like you mentioned, those 2 Stadium cards in the prizes, a couple Energy and a couple of Earthen Vessel. And the real question is Justin able to, if not this turn, the following turn, thin this hand down if there is no supporter to try and just draw a few cards off Mew EX's restart ability to bail him out of what looks to be an unfortunate starting hand.
Yeah, it looks like he's at about 4 cards in hand. I think one of those was the Ralts, so we'll see if he's able to thin down. I think I saw a Technical Machine Evolution as well, but Justin understanding that there's no Stadiums in the deck, so if Karis has a Jamming Tower, that's not a line next turn. Just getting that Frillish as a backup, as it was so strong last game.
Yeah, so grabbing the Frillish instead of Ralts, excuse me. There is actually already one in the hand as well as a Monkey Dory, so doing more than fine in terms of Pokemon finding so far early in the game. is even just considering whether or not to bench this Pokemon or not. It looks like we are paused at the time being. Looks like we are just checking on what is happening in this game. Looks like we've just got a short pause, making sure everything is up to date. Looks like there is a bit of a situation. So we'll, of course, pause the match, make sure everything is up to date. And as we get information, of course, we will share that with you all at home. As we are here in round number 12. Game 1 so far, already completed. Justin with, can't mention enough, that clutch top deck of the Night Stretcher. You know, that's always the big moments there. The one thing that was missing from his almost perfect game plan was backup support with the Mew EX, with the Pheasantipity. And it was really, you know, the only thing I may question, because, you know, there's always improvements in the Pokemon TCG, would be the benching of that second Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy. What are your thoughts on that sort of towards the end of the game there?
Yeah, it pressured that Wonder Cloak where the 30 damage means 2 more Monkey Dories would knock it out, but Karis is almost always evolving that into a Dragapult, so that extra 30 damage is pretty low impact, and if Justin hadn't have benched it and hadn't have top decked that Night Stretcher, that open bench space would have allowed him to bench Pheasantipity and then find the Night Stretcher or Nest Ball for Screamtail or Artisan for Screamtail. So I really think the support Pokemon are incredibly important in this matchup to get to that late game. Otherwise, you could run into issues where your Lily's Clefairy gets counter-catchered and then Iono plus knockout. So you really want to keep your board as strong as possible, have draw options like the restart from Mew and the flip the script from Pheasantipity.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to, you know, sometimes have foresight for that in this matchup.
Yeah.
We saw the impact of having the Professor Turos scenario be able to pick up Pokemon. Justin did actually have a copy of his own prize that game, but just didn't really have the opportunity to play it to open up that spot. The Frillish had a lot of impact early on, but it did kind of eat up a bench space later on in the game. We can see, though, you know, once the status quo we've seen throughout the 2 matches that we've streamed so far for Gardevoir versus Dragapult is once you get Gardevoir X into play, it feels like the scales really start to tip in Gardevoir's favor. But all hope is never lost. You know, if there was a counter catcher, right, like in that last game, plus a Phantom Dive, plus a way to disrupt the hand, Gardevoir is one of the decks that it kind of, you know, its biggest weakness, and it has been since it lost that Refinement Kirlia, has been that on-board lack of draw. It relies so heavily on supporter cards to get its strategy going.
Yep, my diehard Poltnor friends, they always tell me there's always a win condition. And we see that especially in these kinds of games where the Poltnor has a really weak start, but they're able to get to these really competitive endgame scenarios where if one more thing goes wrong for the Gardevoir player, they may just be losing.
And it looks like a little bit of an update so far on the match. Justin received a pace of play warning and is appealing, as is his right, to the head judge. You know, not to stir controversy too much on the stream, but I know you know, as a competitive player, as somebody who's been very involved in the scene, a big topic for, you know, the last couple of seasons has been these first opening deck searches. You know, it is kind of a tough balance, and sort of as you're doing these first searches, what are some things you try and, you know, eye on or keep in mind as, you know, you are crucially looking to see what cards are available?
Yeah, I mean, obviously prize checking is incredibly important, and it's one of the most underrated skills, I'd say, in the TCG. Knowing what you have prized allows you to adapt your game plan based on what's missing, and that's really important in a lot of games. So I usually try to identify the key cards in a certain matchup that are missing, and if I have time, I look for more, but if I can only get like 3 or 4 cards, I'm fine with that for now, and then I search for more later as the game progresses, just because I don't want to eat too much time up at the start, as I really like to have time to play as much Pokemon as possible, as scooping an early game 2 can kind of feel bad sometimes, depending on how good the board state is and what your win conditions are in that state.
Yeah, it's tough, right? You have to balance both sides of the time management and also knowing information, since it's just such an advantage in the Pokemon TCG to know that cards like Latias in that example were prized. Know that your Turo is prized. And, you know, it's hard off the bat to, you know, first check the Pokemon and then check the energy cards and see everything. So, you know, it is a balance of best of both worlds. And, you know, as is Justin's right, took a little bit longer on that first search. I think it's just, you know, that perfect middle ground that, you know, is a little bit in that gray area to figure out that can be tough.
Especially on stream, there's a lot going on, you know, white noise, a lot of light shining on you. So you may just, I just feel like people tend to play a little bit slower than usual on stream, just making sure they're not making mistakes. So I think it's just the combination of that. Yeah, nothing malicious, most likely.
Oh, of course. Justin, a very accomplished player, very dedicated to the game. I always see him online posting screenshots of his TCG live ladder elo. He is a very, very dedicated player to the Pokemon TCG. He's put in thousands of hours. You know, could say the same about Karis as well.
Yep.
Both these players just put so much time, and it's glad to see that they're being rewarded for their efforts at the highest level of competition.
Absolutely. It's always amazing to see players age up from the younger divisions and continue to see success. But it does look like we're getting back into the game with Justin playing an Ultra Ball. Likely getting that Kirlia to play around the Itchy Pollen, but he does have to discard a Gardevoir EX, and the Secret Box.
Yeah, that pink card 100% standing out. Just may not have the discard and is just expecting to get Itchy Pollen the following turn. So
yeah,
a little bit of a pros and cons, but yeah, you never love to see getting rid of that A-Spec on turn 1 when you're not playing it.
Yeah, it's really scary, but at the same time, you get this Kirlia, and Karis would normally like to Iono that Kirlia away, but Justin only has 1 card in hand. Do you really want to give him 5 more cards? Probably not. So Justin's most likely going to be able to evolve this Ralts into Kirlia next turn and restart for 2 or 3 cards, depending on what he draws, and potentially get bailed out. But Karis here with a really strong opener, having the Buddy Poffin and Dawn, getting a bunch of basics, and a stage 1 for next turn if Justin does have to go into that Frillish Oceanic Gloom.
Yeah, we haven't seen Dawn be played on turn 1 when it's probably one of the strongest in the deck.
Yeah.
Searching out for every stage of evolution for Pokemon. Basic stage 1 and stage 2. Now just kind of deciding about, you know, the 2 important Pokemon here. You know, it's the stage 1 and the basic. Grabbing another Badoo, expecting to maybe have this Pokemon be KO'd. Potentially down the line. Also, of course, grabbing the Dracloak as well. See the deck be shuffled, see if there's an energy attachment, just already having so many basic Pokemon. This is essentially a picture-perfect turn 1 here for Karis.
Absolutely. We'll see if we can get a really strong turn 2 to go along with it, as evolving these basics into stage 1s is one of the key parts of the Dragapult deck.
Wow, look at these 2 cards. Finds the Lily's Clefairy and the Kirlia, of course, grabbed on the previous turn. And does find the Professor's Research as well. Solid cards found off restart. Now just looking for a way to eventually get into Gardevoir EX. Of course, cannot play those item cards. And potentially looking for an energy card, but no. Justin missing an energy, of course, with those 2 prized and those Earthen Vessels that can't be played. A little bit more of an ask here, and just he's unable to get that, and it's going to allow Karis to have so much more pop-off during this turn.
Absolutely. No Oceanic Gloom is just going to make Ultra Balls all ways to find Dusclopses and Dracloaks, and we've already seen 2 Dracloaks with an Ultra Ball in hand, and now a Hilda. We're getting energy attaches, all these stage 1s into play, and getting a really scary board, and Justin has no Psychic Energies in discard. He's down his 1 research, so he's really going to struggle to get energies into the discard to even make any pressure for Karis' board. This Liz Clefairy already in play means it could get knocked out from the first Phantom Dive.
Yeah, and being threatened to just get completely board wiped on the following turn, even just a Dusclops, no Gust, would essentially guarantee it at this spot. So Karis has put Justin on essentially a 1-turn timer at the end of this turn. Dragapult EX even found for the following turn. Now the question is there a Dusclops available? And there is an Ultra Ball plus a Dusclops and Dusknoir in the hand. So we may not even need a Phantom Dive on the following turn to take out this Kirlia if it cannot evolve.
Yeah, just Karis getting the second Duskull here, opening up Night Stretcher on the next turn. If Justin is able to bench another Ralts, maybe TM Evo into the Gardevoir and Kirlia. Now she's threatening both a Dusknoir and a Dusclops to knock out a Gardevoir and a Kirlia in the same turn. So just really covering her bases, trying to make sure that she's in such a good spot, is able to close out this game.
And the hand for Justin, does he even have a supporter card to play? It's Justin Arvin. I don't think there's any Ultra Ball, and if there's no Gardevoir EX, Karis is already sitting on Dragapult EX Dusknoir to start the turn. Will essentially be locking things up, and we may be going to a game 3 with like 15 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, Justin is able to get the Technical Machine Evolution, but we saw last turn he didn't have an energy, so if he didn't top deck an energy this turn, he's not even going to be able to use it, just sitting in the deck for the future turns, but it's just a little late. Board's a little too weak, and Karis has so much pressure here.
Gotta play to your outs. Of course, Karis is still missing that energy card. Does have a Psychic on both of these Dragapults. Smartly splitting the energies up. You never know what's going to happen, and it looks like just retreating into the Frillish. No energy card in the past, so if Karis can just find that energy card, this game is all but locked up. Recon Directive number 1, and it finds the Luminous Energy immediately off of this. No sweat for Karis. And we will be going to this third game. Even finds a boss's orders to go with that. How much are you going to go for this turn, Karis?
It looks like Karis, with the counter catcher or the boss in hand, is going to be able to knock out the Lily's Clefairy and the Kirlia, which is just all the threats on Justin's board, just gone in 1 turn. And
Yeah,
potentially,
even
has the
just
Dusknoir.
boss and just save these Dusknoir abilities. Just gonna go after Curlia with the boss's orders, hold on to Dusknoir and say, look, I've got so many ways to just constantly clear Ralts out of play. No energy drop either on the Frillish or the Lily's Clefairy means that Justin is doing nothing as long as he's not getting these Ralts into play.
Yeah, and what a scary board. 6 damage on this Lily's Clefairy means just 1 Curse Blast from Dusknoir is gonna knock it out immediately. And what does Justin even do here? No energies means no Lily's Clefairy potential. No Ralts means no Gardevoir. Like, he has items finally, but not much to do with them.
Does find a Psychic Energy off the top of the deck. That is the worst turn. You want to have it 1 turn early would have changed the entire dynamic of this game, whether it was the Frillish turn or the turn that could have been used for Technical Machine Evolution. And now it's Karis sitting confidently in game number 2.
Yeah, almost a complete reversal of the last game where Karis was getting item locked and Justin was not, and then now Karis is item locking, and now finally capitalizing on that board. And yeah, not much for Justin to do here. No Ralts, no energies in play, no energies in one energy in discard now, but now he's benching the Pheasantipity. So even if he gets a Ralts, he's only benching 1, and with this Dusknoir in play, it's not going to be surviving more than 1 turn.
Will still play to the outs, flip the script being used. Drawing 3 cards, does finally find some Psychic Energy to put into the bin, but is it just too little too late? It feels like it has to be yes.
Yeah, I mean, you could maybe do something with Countercatcher, potentially bring up a Dracloak, force Karis to find an energy, but that's not too difficult to do.
Bench is just so clogged in this spot. Only 1 Ralts will come down. It's going to attach an energy card, but you're basically just accepting that your Ralts is going to be KO'd this turn. Can put the Luxurious Cape on. It would actually mean that the bench damage from Phantom Dive would KO it, but it wouldn't trigger the extra prize card taken. So that is a nice effect that could potentially come into handy.
For sure, but it's still going to get knocked out. And Justin attaching to the Frillish means that there's still going to be no threat on his next turn of attacking with the Lily's Clefairy. So even though it's going to force that Dusknoir pop onto the Ralts or even just a Jamming Tower, could just get this board a little too out of control for Justin to have any chance of winning.
Karis is going to keep the hand that was built up as well the previous turn. It's just not looking too good. Justin's still playing to his outs, and this is really the question here that a lot of players think about in this matchup is, do you just pick up your cards? Justin, great timing, my man. I appreciate you. Played right into my sentence. We are going to a game 3, and I think that's a smart decision here from Justin.
Yeah, with about 18 minutes left, we should have time to get to we should be pretty close to finishing the game. So I think it was a good time to scoop, you know, got to see enough cards where maybe you find a way to win the game, but also you have enough time to scoop and then play a full game 3.
So we have seen completely opposite sides in game 1 and game 2. Yeah. Game 1 was all Justin, completely dominated, never let go of the reins the entire game. And game 2, just blown out of the water by Karis. Piper, how are things going to play out game number 3?
I mean, Justin going second, obviously that played out well for him in game 1, having the Oceanic Gloom, but we could finally see those Technical Machine Evolutions come into play, as we did not see those in either of the games, just playing it to thin in game 2 for the restart. So it just depends if he can get to those really strong boards like he did in game 1, or if Karis can kind of stop that and then build her really strong boards with the Dusknoirs and so many Dracloaks in play.
Opening hands, of course, as well as the prizes, very impactful for how this game will play out. See those prize cards come out. Of course, note what key pieces will be in there as we get into the 3rd game. Just over 15 minutes on the clock. This could be anybody's game here, Piper. We'll see how the starts look. There is a Badoo start for Karis. You love to see that, but no Buddy Puffin. However, does have a couple of Dreepy and some energy cards. This could very likely just be grabbing a Dracloak for the next turn.
Yeah, I think here Karis is just playing around any potential for Justin to get into that Frillish, although it's less likely with the Pheasantipity. It's not impossible with something like the Professor Turris scenario, so just trying to make sure she has some draw for the next turn, as besides these 2 Dreepies and a Dracloak, her hand looks really weak. But now just checking the deck, probably going to do a shorter prize search just with how little time is left, and nothing really crazy prized here.
Absolutely looks like we'll have access to almost all the tools that she wants or needs for this turn. So double Dreepy and the energy attachment coming down. Badoo staying in the active spot, our bravest soldier. As Justin has an absolutely excellent hand. Look at this. Technical Machine Evolution, Artisan, and even a Lily's Determination to draw some more cards as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we don't put this Artisan in play, as Kara showed a really weak hand and no access to Duskull. Ultra Balling for that the Dracloak last turn is really showing how weak that hand was. Now the question, Justin Ultra Balling away a Guardy EX and a Lily's Determination. He could have discarded that Psychic Energy and hoped to hit one off of another Lily's, because I think he had 2 in hand, but just decided to take the safer approach. With 1 Kirlia prize, playing this Lily's could mean if he draws into that Kirlia, the Technical Machine Evolution isn't en route for him to go this turn.
Yeah, also super risky to Ultra Ball away Gardevoir on this first turn, not knowing if the other is in deck, because if it's not and you're unable to retrieve it, then you would just get item locked from retrieving that out. So having to take some risks on this first turn, attachment to the Pheasantipity and the Technical Machine Evolution, playing the Artisan down as well, and actually going to hold off using the Artisan, right? It's one more non-Kirlia card you could draw into off of these 8. So here we go for Justin. Big 8 cards. He knows that Kirlia is unavailable. So depending on what he draws into, if he can fade finding the Kirlia in this spot, this would be huge. Can get the Technical Machine Evolution, the energy to retreat on the following turn. Here we go. Big card. Finds the Kirlia. Oh no, not the card that wants to be found whatsoever, as we just mentioned.
Yeah, this is not great for Justin, as without the Kirlia, he's not pressuring a Gardevoir next turn, and if Karis ever finds an Iono, can put these Pokemon to the bottom of the deck, and with Justin down 2 Lilies already, it's going to be hard for him to shuffle and refine them. So we will see, especially if she's able to bump that Artisan with the Jamming Tower, but we'll see what Justin decides to do here. I mean, this Technical Evolution is just going to show Karis that either 2 Kirlias are prized, one's in hand, or both are in hand. A couple different combinations here, but...
All of which would benefit her significantly for playing an Iono, like you mentioned.
So it's just on her to find an Iono at that point, because I believe her hand is incredibly weak just with like the Dracloak, and I don't remember what else, but no supporter from what I remember.
Yeah, and this is so awkward too for Justin. He's got an Ultra Ball, but he's holding on to Rare Candy in hand and doesn't want to discard that other Gardevoir EX just on the off chance that later on in the game it can be played, but you've got to just be expecting to get item lock from this point, so maybe it's okay to just pitch that Rare Candy from the hand.
Yeah, I agree that discarding the Rare Candy is fine there, but looks like gets rid of a research. Justin's down a lot of supporters, so these late game Ionos are going to hit really hard if we get to that point. The one nice thing about this spot is if Karis is struggling to set up, Justin does have that energy on the Pheasantipity, so if he's able to continue attaching, Cruel Arrow could actually be a really strong option. It's really good against Dragapult, Dusknoir in general. You're just able to target their Dracloaks, their Dusclopses, basically anything that's threatening you most.
And shuffling the deck, Justin could maybe try and play some mind games here by just passing and not using the Technical Machine Evolution. Is going to do that in style. So passing the turn over, top deck boss here for Karis. It's not going to be super impactful. Big recon directive. Before that, though, we'll be using that advantageous stadium that Justin put into play, the Artisan, to grab Duskull, and also has that Dusclops in hand for next turn.
Yeah, definitely the optimal play here. Just make sure one less card that isn't like a Lily's or Iono is not in the deck.
Here we go, big 2 cards. Snap picks. It is a good supporter. It's not Iono, but it is that Dawn. It's going to find another Dracloak, a basic Pokemon, and Dragapult EX for the following turn. So Justin, breathing a sigh of relief, will get to put this Kirlia into play, but he's not out of the water just yet.
Absolutely. Karis with Boss's Orders and Dusclops in hand, Justin's board is going to be under a lot of pressure next turn. I mean, this Dusclops can... She doesn't even need the boss to take out the Kirlia with the Dusclops, and can potentially even take out this Ralts at the same time. Or this Pheasantipity is going to have 10 damage on it after this turn, so if it stays in the active, could potentially get knocked out.
Yeah, interesting. Justin has gone full wide Kirlias this game, or rather Ralts this game. There are 3 Ralts down into play.
Yeah, I think this is good if Karis only has the 1 Duskull, but with now the second Duskull, all of these Pokemon could get knocked out on the next turn with 2 Curse Blasts on each of the Ralts, and then a Gust effect like Boss or Countercatcher onto the Kirlia, and that's enough damage to knock out all of these Ralts.
Yeah, and now Justin is thinking about whether or not it's worth holding this hand. I mean, he's sitting on Candy, Gardevoir, Lily, and is actually just going to hold on, not going to cycle through the deck with that Gardevoir already being in the hand here. I like this play from Justin.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see a retreat into the Munkidori as well, just so that even if Karis doesn't have access to the knockout, both Ralts and the Kirlia, it's not also getting the Pheasantipity knocked out, as any board wipes, having Fez on board is super important to try to reestablish any board.
Hey, curious now, a bit of a tough decision here. Do you grab the energy card or do you grab the Lily? It's going to be the Lily going to the hand, energy being put to the bottom of the deck. There's always the threat of your board getting wiped, so a bit risky here. And it actually looks like we are foregoing using the boss's orders, just going to play Ultra Ball, evolve into Dragapult EX, and get that full 8 cards here from Lily.
Yeah, I think Karis, at worst case, is content just knocking out this Pheasantipity and this Kirlia next turn, putting her to 3 prizes. So if Justin is able to respond with a Clefairy play, Karis can use the other Duskull, evolving into Dusclops, and another Dragapult if she's able to find an energy this turn to take another 3 prizes. But
finds the energy, like you mentioned, and the jamming tower as well. Snap takes it to the hand. Goodbye, Artisan. Hello, Disruption. Ultra Ball being played too means we can preemptively, like you mentioned, grab Dusclops or even Dusknoir for the following turn, but if we are targeting this Kirlia down, it will almost certainly be that Dusclops. We can't evolve it, though. That Duskull did just come into play, if I believe.
I think it was down last turn.
Was it down last turn?
I think she drew it off one of the recon directives last turn.
Okay. Right on, right on. We'll get confirmation and make sure everything is good. It looks like the Duskull was down on the previous turn, so we'll get confirmation here. Dusclops is into play.
Oh, Karis just went with an Itchy Pollen this turn.
Oh, wow. Just playing an Itchy Pollen instead.
Yeah, Justin able to play down that Gardevoir EX, but without any more access to Kirlias, these Ralts are on the board, and with 2 Dusclops in play, could he evolve into a Dusknoir and knock out this Gardevoir EX, even with its high HP count.
So action back onto Justin here. Another Itchy Pollen, and does find the Gardevoir EX, so now out of the board wipe potential. It looks like we're just double checking the situation with the Duskull. It's kind of hard to tell whether or not it came down this turn or the last turn.
Yeah, especially with the Artisan in play, it's hard to tell like when cards were used.
Okay, so I think we're good. Looks like everything is settled here. I'm like scarred yesterday from the Dunsparce Alakazam incident, so it looks like everything is okay in this spot. So we'll continue going on with play, just making sure everything is up to date. So like you mentioned, taking the slower approach in this spot. Saw the Itchy Pollen, slowing things down. Item locking yet again for Justin, and he has played this Lily's Determination to draw 8 additional cards.
Yeah, I think taking the slower approach is pretty good here when you have 2 Dusclopses in play. That means you have the option to double Dusknoir on the next turn. So while it may seem a little unintuitive at first, when you could knock out that only Kirlia, it kind of just prevents any crazy Candy Guardy, plus Mew, Monkey Dark, and Clefairy play to knock out both the Dragapult and the Dracloak next turn.
Yeah, and big thing here for Justin, he does have that Frillish prized, so Karis can just use Night Stretcher to full advantage on this following turn, and a double Dusknoir would absolutely be detrimental to Justin's spot if he could combine that with the Hawlucha. I'm double checking to see if the Hawlucha is in the deck. I know it was prized the previous game. It looks like it is available. So if we could see a crazy pop-off turn here of evolve into Dusknoir, Curse Blast, Stretcher, Curse Blast, there's the potential for all of these Gardevoir lines to go down.
Yep, and now Justin just going with a Collect here, not having a better attack to use, and no Dark Energy for that Monkey Dory means this Buddy survives another turn if Karis wants to keep playing the slow approach, but with only 8 minutes left in the game, we may have to speed things up.
And finds the Dusknoir off of this first Recon directive.
Has a Counter Catcher in
the hand. Counter Catcher 2. But it feels like we've kind of just delayed what we could have done on the previous turn. We would take 2 more prizes, which is a big advantage.
Well, if we're able to, off something like this Iono, knock out both Ralts, then we're getting a complete board wipe, whereas last turn we only would have gotten rid of that Kirlia and put Justin on having, like, if he had Rare Candy Gardevoir, which we know he had, could have had a really strong response turn.
It's now thinking about using this Curse Blast, so it looks like we'll be targeting Gardevoir down at this spot. No, actually, gonna go after the Pheasantipity here in this position.
Yeah, I think this is a solid option as well. You know, you're Ionoing Justin down to 5 now from the Curse Blast and knocking out this Pheasantipity, so that's he doesn't have the draw 3 on board for free. And you're damaging this Gardevoir for future attacks. So overall, a lot of strong things. And if she is able to find that Night Stretcher, for the Dusknoir, could knock out both, but looks like just knocking out the Pheasantipity.
Is content with that Phantom Dive pressure onto the active, so Gardevoir taking 200 damage and is now just considering where to put these benched 6, and it will be onto the Pheasantipity. So Pheasantipity knocked out. Looks like perfect math in this spot, so Pheasantipity goes down, Gardevoir EX takes a big hit, and Karis has responded excellently here in game number 3. A very solid board, and while Gardevoir EX is out into play, she's got a pretty solid lead in terms of applied pressure.
For sure, but Justin does have that avenue open if he's able to find Dark Energy. There's a Dark Energy. If he's able to find that Mew EX and Clefairy, could knock out this Dragapult and Dracloak on this turn.
That's true.
So it's just a question of, should Karis have attached that second energy to the one Dracloak, or split them between the two.
Big opportunity, like you mentioned, and that Neo upper energy has already been exhausted. So if this Dracloak does go down to that aforementioned Phantom Dive with the Mew EX being copied and the Lily's Clefairy, that could definitely spell trouble. Means no Phantom Dive on the following turn. Using the Mystery Garden first, drawing an additional card, discarding the Psychic Energy. So with there being 3 in the bin now, it does mean Mew EX can copy that attack. However, do we see a Mew EX in the discard pile? There is a Night Stretcher, and we're just going to be spinning the wheel here for 6. If Justin can get a bit lucky, find that Lily's Clefairy and find that Mew EX, then he will take absolute control of this third game.
Yeah, Karis does have a small line in being able to Dusknoir knock out this Gardevoir and Blood Moon Ursaluna knock out the Clefairy, but that is going to be a bit difficult with now with one more Dracloak getting knocked out. So we'll see if Justin is first able to find those pieces, though, to deal with Karis's threats.
Definitely got to be his best option in this match. Let's see what he can do here. 6 cards. Do we see
on Ultra Ball?
Pokemon. One Ultra Ball, nothing else.
Could Ultra Ball for the Mew, put yourself down to around 1 or 2 cards, and restart and hope to find Nest Ball or another Ultra Ball.
Yeah, I wonder if Mew EX is a necessary part of this strategy. Could you ever just forego that, knowing that Badoo is a free prize on the bench later on during the game?
Well, with this Dusclops in play and the 2 energies on the bench Dracloak, Karis is actually threatening a 4-prize turn if you bench this Lily's Clefairy. So I think you may need to try to find the Mew and the Clefairy. But Justin eyeing up that Clefairy. We'll see what he goes for. Also looking at the Mew, so.
Tough decision, like you mentioned. Do you get a little bit aggressive? Do you play riskier with the reward being in a bit of a better board spot for these following turns? Or do you play it safe and take the 2 prizes on this Dragapult and try and win next turn? It seems here, Piper, that the game is going to be decided in these next 4 minutes.
Absolutely. It does look like Justin maybe eyeing up the Mew in order to copy the Phantom Dive. Even if he doesn't have the Clefairy not taking the knockout, he's able to access that Dusclops and knock it out, preventing a lot of the lines that Karis could do on the next turn, but looks like the match is paused for a second. Not sure.
Looks like we're trying to figure out what exactly has happened. You saw Justin. Oh, wow. So Justin, throwing his hands down in frustration. It looks like there was another pace of play penalty being applied to Justin here, and after receiving a warning, it would be a double prize card penalty if applied, as is his right. Of course, going to appeal this. Yeah, that is frustrating for everybody involved, for sure. We were just getting to this conclusion, whether the Mew EX or the Clefairy would be grabbed. We're going to have to hold that thought, though, and just pause for a minute as we get everything resolved and sorted out.
Absolutely. Double prize loss here would be devastating with the Gardevoir having so much damage on it. Basically game losing, most likely. So hopefully everything gets all sorted out, and yeah.
You got to feel, you can see Justin, he's very frustrated in this spot, and rightfully so. It's, when we are as close as we are, it's, a tough spot to be in terms of penalties and pace of play. And I do have to wonder, like you mentioned, Justin, if he can find the Lily's Clefairy and the Mew EX, would be in an excellent spot, right? Wiping both this Dracloak with the energy and the Dragapult EX off as well. Mm-hmm. Like you mentioned, Karis can still win the game. What would that combination of cards need to be to get herself that victory?
Yeah, finding the Night Stretcher for the Dusknoir would allow her to pop the Dusknoir and knock out that Gardevoir EX, and with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, actually not needing an energy at that point, since Justin would be at 1 prize, would be able to knock out that Lily's Clefairy, taking Karis's last 4 prize cards. And it really shows just the power of this Dragapult Dusknoir list with the deck, with no energies in play, could still take 4 prizes in 1 turn.
Blood Moon Ursaluna is my GOAT, I have to say.
Yeah.
I have always loved that big bear. He is just such a cool card. And speaking of that, that similar season skill ability, I think a favorite card of yours, if I'm going to, just take a little bit of investment, would be something like that Radiant Charizard. Would I say that's correct?
Radiant Charizard is one of the GOATs, especially with Inteleon, just so many pieces to play and lots of fun options to do. But yeah, I also love Blood Moon Ursaluna, especially that golden one. Really nice art.
I really love the golden Blood Moon Ursaluna. That's definitely my favorite one for sure. I've been a fan all throughout its time. When I actually went overseas to go play in a tournament in Japan, I got lots of compliments for using the gold Blood Moon Ursaluna as it was over there. So a big fan personally, and it's really cool to see that card is also surviving the rotation.
Yeah.
It's in that Twilight Masquerade set. What more can we say about Twilight Masquerade? Off the dome, Blood Moon Ursaluna, Dragapult EX, Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, Monkey Dory. May I say more? Should I say more?
I mean, it's such a great set too.
Accompanying
like,
flute? Anyone? Any
Handheld fan?
Handheld fan? Pause?
I tested that so much for NAC when Twilight Masquerade came out. Unfortunately, couldn't get it to work, but it's such a fun set. And Blood Moon's also such an amazing card at punishing aggression from these big 2-prize decks. You know, it can knock out Pheasantipity, the Teal Mask Ogre Pawns we just mentioned, random Clefairies or Mews. I mean, I know some people call Gardevoir Purple Raging Bolt now with how many EXs it has.
Oh, that's slander. That's absolute slander right there. I can't.
I mean, especially some of the Jellicent Gardevoir lists with Latios, like your board is Latios, Mew, Clefairy, sometimes Pheasantipity. It's Purple Raging Bolt at some points.
Well, we need a Terra Gardevoir EX. Can we get a mid-season patch on Gardevoir
Oh, yes,
EX?
let's give Gardevoir Area 0 under depths.
Well, I also want it to be protected on the bench
Oh,
as well.
yeah. And now it has Noctowl. You can just search for your vessels and stretchers. Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, but if you get buddied, you can't even play them.
Monkey Dory knock out the Budu. It's
oh, but you get to fan road. You can assault landing.
Oh,
as well,
true,
right?
true.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Aggressive Gardevoir.
We're cooking out here. Hire us, TPCI. we're game designers, you know.
Hell yeah.
Always fun to make that happen. We've got a lot of awesome stuff, of course, coming up on the stream. Following the schedule quickly, after this, we'll have 2 more rounds of Swiss and then our top cut coming up. Those are going to be big rounds for both of these players, though. The win-and-in match is always a lot of pressure.
Absolutely.
I would love to say I've been there a lot. I haven't been there a lot. I have been there once in my life, though. Do you know which tournament that was?
Was that Pittsburgh?
It was
or Pennsylvania?
Philadelphia Regional Championships with the GOAT Buzzwole Garbodor. You know,
what a fun day.
What it was. And it looks like we unfortunately are going to have a sad ending to this story here.
Yeah.
It looks like Justin, with that 2 prize card penalty applied, is just not... locking up a spot here for top cut with that Dragapult EX deck that I know she's put a lot of work into.
Yep, likely just needing one more match point, whether that be an intentional draw or another win. Could see an absurd like 13-1 record going into top cut, which would be incredibly impressive. And yeah, congrats to Karis.
Absolutely well played, has had an absolutely star-studded season last season and then this season as well. Absolutely killing it, so love to see her having some success in the Pokémon TCG.
For sure, and Justin too, coming off that 2nd place at Worlds, and I believe a top 16 at Pittsburgh earlier this season. Just such a great player to see, and always a pleasure to watch. I mean, I think it's impressive to see his online results as well, getting to that 1900 ELO on TCG Live, which not many people have done.
And Justin is also not out of it by any means. He's got to keep his head up. It's really hard after receiving a penalty like that by no means, but he's a capable player. I know he's going to take a moment, be frustrated like anybody would be, shake it off, and get into the last 2 rounds.
Yep.
As we look back into this game, it was totally back and forth through this set. Game 1 was all Justin. Just had complete control. Double Gardevoir EX out on the 3rd turn of the game. 2nd turn of the game was just too dominating for Karis to be able to respond with. Won this game, and then it was the complete opposite. Just absolute board control. Budu just prevented multiple Kirlia unrolls from being put into play, and Phantom Dive swept things up as we headed into game number 3. What a close one this was, but it was really that early turn disruption, and notably, that one Kirlia being prized, plus the Technical Machine evolution not being able to evolve it, that was the big turning point.
Yeah, that put Justin really far behind. If he had gotten a Kirlia that turn, he had the Gardevoir EX in hand to immediately evolve, and put a lot of more pressure onto Karis than he was able to do. So we got into a weird back and forth in the endgame where Justin was put onto finding these specific pieces, which is what Dragapult has to do in the matchup, and it comes down to can Gardevoir find those pieces to win.
Yeah, it was also tough that game, even if he had gotten that Gardevoir out. There were the 2 Psychic Energy prize and the 2 Earthen Vessel, and as important as it is, we talk about a lot for getting, you know, Kirlias out into play on turn 2 for the Technical Machine evolution. It's almost as important that you at least get a couple Psychic Energy in the discard pile as well while you have those items.
For sure, and that can be really difficult to do. Even on that first turn, you need like Earthen Vessel and Ultra Ball to get a ton into the discard. And after that, with the shift to the Lily's Determination from Professor's Research, it's really hard past that turn to get those energies into the discard. Justin only having that 1 Professor's Research and 1 Mystery Garden, which the latter is really difficult to use since your hand just gets built up with all these items you can't play. So that can be one of the other weaknesses in the matchups to that Itchy Palm lock.
Me personally, I'm just goated, so I always look at Secret Box Vessel,
of course.
you know? So some people have a bit more of a skill issue when it comes to
some people just want it more.
That's honestly what I've been trying to tell people. I mean, look at this. If you look at all these players, do you think H. Chow wants it any less than anyone else out in the field? I think he just wants it more than all the Gardevoir players.
Yeah, I mean, probably. He keeps building these new lists, and they keep being broken, so he must want it more.
Yeah, sometimes in the Pokemon TCG, you have to will it into existence. That's
absolutely
just how things go. That is number 12 for our Swiss round concluded. We, of course, will have
round 13 coming up soon. These players are looking to get to that 34-ish match point record. We have, of course, a combined 14 rounds total, so 11-2-1 would be a record that pretty much puts you in that safe zone for making the asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, getting those better records mean you may be able to dodge that asymmetrical game if there's only like around 13 people. So you really, even if you could ID into top cut, it may be better to play it out and try to avoid that game and get the locked up top 8, get that top 8 mat, extra cash, extra points, and yeah, have a better shot at winning the event for that Worlds invite.
Well, the script is finally starting to be developed. Storylines are building. 2 more rounds of Swiss until we figure out who our remaining players will be in top cut. Don't you go anywhere. There'll be more Pokemon TCG action when we return.
Hey Pokemon trainers, I'm Pablo Mesa and I'm going to share with you a bit of history on powerful 3-prize Pokemon from the past. In September of 2025, the Mega Evolution set hit the TCG scene, marking the highly anticipated return of Mega Evolution Pokemon to the TCG meta. These new cards feature increased HP and attack damage compared to regular Pokemon EX and give up 3 prize cards when knocked out. In addition, Mega Evolution Pokemon EX appear as basic Pokemon, Stage 1 Pokemon or Stage 2 Pokemon and do not require an extra evolution step. However, the first Pokemon to give up 3 prize cards were introduced in February of 2019, with a Tag Team Pokemon GX mechanic which combined 2 Pokemon into one powerful basic Pokemon card, and each one had a once per game GX attack. Pikachu and Zekrom GX was the first to dominate tournaments thanks to its solid attacks, high HP, and excellent support of Electro Power and Tapu Koko Prism Star. This Pokemon went on to become the European International Champion in 2019.
Gustavo Wada has taken down the Europe International Championship.
The following set, Unbroken Bonds, gave trainers an even more powerful tag team in Reshiram and Charizard GX. With higher HP, a 300 damage dealing attack, as well as key supporting cards to power it up faster such as Welder and Kiawe, the card immediately became Pikachu and Zekrom GX's main rival. Tord Reklev, one of the world's best trainers, got his first ever top cut at the World Championships in 2019 with it. By then, there was already a new set with even more tag team Pokemon, Unified Minds, and that is where Mewtwo and Mew GX came into the scene as a strong new archetype. With its Perfection ability, it could copy any attack of any other Pokemon GX in the discard pile, and that included other tag team Pokemon. And so, by copying powerful attacks like Solgaleo GX's Turbo Strike or Warcargo GX's Lava Flow, it was this tag team that was crowned the 2019 Pokemon TCG World Champion, played by Henry Brand.
That is gonna do it! Your 2019 Pokemon Trading Card Game Masters Division World Champion from Australia, it's Henry Brand.
No one was ready for what came next though. In the final set of the tag team era, Cosmic Eclipse, one of the most powerful cards ever to exist was released, Arceus and Dialga and Palkia GX. Its Altered Creation GX attack increased the damage dealt by your Pokemon throughout a game. But if you also covered the extra cost of it, you took an additional prize card when knocking out an opposing Pokemon. This Pokemon quickly became one of the most powerful in the Pokemon TCG in combination with Zacian V. However, because world events cancelled tournaments around the globe in 2020, we only caught a glimpse of the true power of this archetype when it got 3 placements in top 8 at the 2020 Oceania International Championship. This tag team Pokemon is considered amongst the best cards ever printed in the game's history. Afterwards came the Sword and Shield era, which introduced new 3-prize Pokemon VMAX. These Pokemon evolved from basic Pokemon V, a big difference from the basic tag team Pokemon, but were just as powerful. Most of these were released during the online era of the Players' Cup tournaments, where we had the best tag team Pokemon battling it out against some of the strongest Pokemon VMAX. Dragapult VMAX, Eternatus VMAX, and Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX all were popular archetypes in the Players' Cup tournaments. But it was ultimately Lucario and Melmetal GX, piloted by Natalie Miller, that won the Players' Cup finals in a 60-card mirror match. By the time events in person resumed, tag team Pokemon were no longer part of the standard format, and one Pokemon VMAX stood out amongst all of them as the most powerful, Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX became so strong that, for a period of time, the whole metagame revolved around either playing it or playing Dark-type Pokemon such as Galarian Moltres V or Malamar VMAX to try to counter it. And while there were other viable Pokemon VMAX which had presence in the metagame like Flying Pikachu VMAX, Duraludon VMAX, and even Gyarados VMAX, Mew VMAX was considered the best one, and it ultimately won the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Championship in Yokohama, where Vance Kelly defeated Tor Dracliffe and his Gardevoir EX deck.
And Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V, Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
All the remaining Pokemon VMAX rotated out of Standard in April 2024, but now Mega Pokemon EX will bring back 3 prized Pokemon to the Standard format, which is sure to bring exciting new gameplay and strategies as they clash against the best Pokemon EX from the Scarlet and Violet era. Make sure you follow the broadcasts of major tournaments to see which Mega Pokemon EX are the most powerful and what new strategies unfold. Let us know which one you think will be the most successful by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
This thing on? All right, hi, I'm Jeremy Jallin here for the Toronto Regional Championships, and we are out front the Metro Toronto Convention Center, and it is cold. I am talking about snow, 34 degrees Fahrenheit, 1 degree Celsius, and it has been a playground out here. And so far, a great tournament, and I cannot wait to see how things are going. It's still gonna be cold for the rest of the weekend, so maybe we'll check back in later. That does it for me. Take it back to you guys.
And welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to our Toronto Regional Championships. A trading card game champion will be crowned this afternoon. Still plenty of action to go. We still got to figure out who those players are going to be in our single elimination top cut. Just 2 more Swiss rounds remain, and I'm happy to be taking you through those games myself here in the booth with Kyle Sablehouse, and we've got a great one to kick off our first round of the day. Kyle, very excited to see what's going to happen here.
I mean, this is what to expect, though. We're at a point in this tournament where every player is a notable player, whether you've heard their name or not, but you've heard their names. This is going to be an epic matchup between 2 powerhouse players, and I mean, this is one that's been pretty well debated throughout the course of the last few months. We've seen players really go back and forth on how this should go, and I know that we might have a couple hotheads about which way you lean.
Absolutely, yeah. This round we're going to be featuring Brent Tonneson up against Emma Hagen. 2 of the top players in the game currently. Brent especially has been just such a consistent competitor, really for years and years at this point, but just the past couple years he has traveled across the globe constantly, of course, coming all the way here from Australia to compete. And he is going to be playing Gardevoir, and it's going to be Emma, of course, on her signature Flareon deck.
Yeah, Emma Hagen is playing the Flareon build. This is, I mean, this is such a fun deck to watch. It flies off of the table. It takes prizes so quickly, but then it kind of has that Charizard-esque feel that we've had over the last day, which is, how do you take the last 2 prizes? Because sometimes they just don't line up.
Yeah, sometimes things can run out of steam. And yes, you mentioned this matchup specifically has very much been a point of contention, a bit of a debate in the community. I think Emma kind of spearheading things for the Flareon side, saying it's really not that bad. And some of the Guardy heads, you know, Henry Chow's of the world's letting her know that it's not quite as favored or as close as she may believe it to be.
Yeah, I think they took it out to the streets during recess and figured it out, and unfortunately things did not go Emma's way that time. However, little bit of a change this time around. Jellicent inclusion, not as impactful in the Flareon matchup, so maybe a few cards that Brent doesn't have as much access to that we did see for Henry in that.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how Brent does choose to approach this match. I mean, Flareon is a pretty low meta percent play deck, and Brent is someone, you know, he's got experience with Gardevoir, of course, but he's played lots of different decks in this format, so he may not be as honed in on some of these more niche meta decks, right? More niche, lower meta shared archetypes, and may have to figure out how to approach this exact matchup, this exact game.
Yeah, we'll have to be careful what we say now as we see that headsets aren't on all the way this time around. But I'm so excited to see Brent Tonneson once more. This is a player that we see time and time again on the main stage. I feel like at some point we have to just name the travel award system after him because of what he's been able to accomplish. Like it should just be a trophy you hand out at the end of the year. Who got the most championship awards? Because I think he lives on an airplane.
Yeah, basically. I mean, the amount of airline miles that this guy has to be way up there. Very, very high for sure. Yeah, of course, Emma did earlier on in this event do a deck profile of her Flareon deck that she's playing this weekend with Jeremy, which was really fun to watch. You know, Emma is someone who's pretty vocal about what deck she's going to play for a given tournament, even posting her list online ahead of the event, being so confident in her play, saying, it doesn't matter if my opponent has my list, I feel that strongly about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2,200 other players that your opponents need to worry about. Why not show off what you're bringing and give other players a chance? This is an invitation for anyone who is enjoying her play or her decks, and you can now use that deck in the exact same tournament and see how you fare.
Worth noting, though, that Emma's only match against Gardy so far this tournament was a loss. May have her back against the wall here. We'll see what she can do. I mean, Brent Tonneson, someone you certainly are not going to be expecting to make very many mistakes in his gameplay. So we'll see how these players choose to navigate these opening hands. And also, as these prize cards are going out, we'll see what impactful could be lying in there.
Yeah, this is one of those matchups where you need to know all 6 prize cards. Sometimes more important than others, especially now, as you're going to run into a bunch of problems for Emma. If you don't have access to the right item cards at the right time, maybe that item lock sticks a little early, and then you just don't get that setup you're looking for.
Yeah, for Brent, he's trying to keep a streak alive here. He has won a regional championships in each of the past 3 seasons, and that is a pretty incredible feat. He's going to be looking to try to keep that going here. And for Emma, got 2nd place at Gdansk, looking to claim the title.
Yeah, I mean, that is quite a streak for Brent. If he can keep that up, that'd be something else. But Emma may have had a streak of starting Fan Rotom to get to this point of 10-2, and that is no longer the case. Going first, no energy, no Rotom. Got the Hoot Hoots, but...
but for Brent here, it's
no!
Just a couple Monkey Dory and a pass. And for Emma, yes, no Fan Rotom, but honestly, it's not the worst situation. She's got Tropicos, and she does have a Noctowl in the hand, so that means Jewel Seeker is live. She's going to be able to make something happen this turn. Of course, Jewel Seeker, that ability on Noctowl, allowing her to search her deck for any 2 trainer cards and add them to the hand.
Yeah, this is everything that you need to see on this turn. It's so important to have resources like this. Now you can set up for additional Noctowl, which will lead to finding those Crispins, finding a way to accelerate some energies onto the board, because how else are you supposed to continue with this unless you have some energies to work with?
It looks like Hilda was being eyed up as an option, so that is one way, right? And then we do see, I think, just a checking of the prize cards. Also, a way to alleviate the fact that an energy was missed on the last turn is Emma's A-spec of choice. Of course, that Sparkling Crystal, meaning that the Terra Pokemon it's attached to needs 1 less energy to use its different attacks. Seeing the prize cards here, of course, for Emma, the Pheasantipity EX being in the prizes. Never great to see one of the best draw support options that is not a actual supporter for the Noctowl engine decks. A way to just add more and more cards to the hand. A few Pokemon search cards as well, not ideal.
Yeah, double Nest Ball. It's not great to see. We talked about some of the inclusions or lack of inclusions in this list now. The Terra Orb was dropped from the deck in favor of a few more of these resources. And now look at this.
Yeah.
The Eevee with one of those additional jet energies. You bring this up, you can evolve right into the Flareon here. And the energies are accelerated immediately this turnaround. This is wild to see.
Things are moving quickly there for Emma. Off of the first Jewel Seeker, found the Buddy Poffin and the Hilda. Hilda gets the jet energy. Buddy Poffin finds the Eevee, sending it up into the active spot, and then Flareon able to attack with its Burning Charge, 130 damage, accelerating 2 energy cards from the deck to 1 of Emma's benched Pokemon. Of course, loading up the Terapagos for a follow-up attack, and Brent is hoping to find something here. Does not have a supporter. He's going to have to lean on Curlia's Call Sign, allowing him to search the deck for 3 Pokemon, adding them to the hand. This, of course, can bring in something like the Fezandipity to draw cards on the next turn, but Brent has no backup Ralts on the bench.
Yeah, this is what Fez Ralts at this point. How else do you overcome this? You're losing the Curlia this turn. If we see Area Zero Underdepths in combination with Wellspring Ogre Pond next turn, then you can set up for a clear sweep of any Ralts for the future. Brent may never see Gardevoir this game.
This is definitely a dire situation for Brent. He is going to need a lot of help off of this upcoming Flip the Script from Fezandipity. It looks like from the call sign he has locked in the Fezandipity and Ralts. Those seem obvious for sure. The question is, will it be the third Ralts or a Frillish? He does land on that third Ralts. Let's see what Emma can do to move forward in this game. She has a Hoot Hoot down. It looks like another Noctowl is there. And Area Zero Underdepths in play allows this Nest Ball to be utilized, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon, establishing a second Eevee.
Yeah, let her cook. She's finding it all at this point. This is where you see a real big decision now. With this additional bench space opening up, do you have the resources to go find a secondary attacker? You already have the Terapagos ready for a few prize cards, but maybe it would be difficult to find that Wellspring Ogre Pond after this. As you see one Nest Ball already gone, you only have one more to go with, and you don't exactly use Noctowl for that.
Off of the Nest Ball, it was Hoot Hoot found, and I love how quickly Emma plays, just piecing all of these combo pieces together. Jewel Seeker to get the Cyrano, to get the Rare Candy, to bring out the EX Pokemon in the Eevee and the Pidgeot, Rare Candy into that Pidgeot, and Quick Search is online, Kyle.
Yeah, this is one of the really unique pieces of this deck, is that you have the 101 Pidgeot line. You can search it out so easily with the Noctowl engine. Jewel Seeker it lines up so perfectly, and now for the rest of the game, you don't have to worry about where your resources are coming from. Any Iono, you will find an answer.
One piece always able to be added to the hand, and it is going to be Emma trying to just continue to establish the board. Burning Charge, 130, down goes Curlia, loading up that EVEX on the bench. Emma just ensuring that her next Flareon will be easier to piece together. Brent has no choice but to put down Fezandipity, use Flip the Script, praying for something from these 3 cards. And I do think that is a Professor's Research being found, but there's a lot of Pokemon in this hand that Brent's going to have to lose.
That's every combination of how you come back in this game. There's the Mew if you want to copy some major attacks to wipe out a Flareon. A Rare Candy into Gardevoir is no longer really an option. If you lose this Gardevoir, you're just so low on resources here, and we've seen Flip the Script this turn. It leaves a lot to be asked of those 7 cards.
Brent's going to continue to move forward here and see what he can piece together off of the incoming Professor's Research. Not before this Earthen Vessel is played, finding out 2 basic energy cards. Darkness Energy down now onto the Monkey Dory. The Psychic will be hitting the discard pile exactly where he would like to see it, and Mega Diancie hits the field. Professor's Research discarding a Turo Psychic and Mew EX and Gardevoir EX. 7 more cards now added to the hand. Now for Brent, this will surely be a slow turn. Just how established can he get? He's definitely going to be crossing his fingers that Emma has a slower next turn, but with a Quick Search already online and a top deck of a Boss's Orders, Emma could chase prize cards here on the Flareon, or with Flareon on the Fezandipity if she'd like. So many different options.
Yeah, I think my favorite right now is just targeting the Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy. If you remove this Pokemon from play, then you have no real worries with Mega Diancie taking a KO at this stage of the game. But prize cards are pretty tempting.
Yeah, and that's what she's going for with the energy switch play, with the Boss's Orders bringing up Fezandipity. This also does cut off Brent's draw power on board, and it's asking a lot of Brent right now. There's 2 Ralts in play. There is a Curlia in the discard pile. Can he find the combination of Rare Candy Gardevoir this turn?
If 1 Rare Candy in the prize cards to go along with this, but the odds are still potentially there. It's not sub 1% just yet for Brent. If he finds the answer, he still has an avenue. 2 prize cards remaining for Emma. There is a 3 prize Pokemon in that Mega Diancie that can be attacking at this stage. 240 damage for a knockout if you have double Monkey Dory. That leaves a window.
Looks like it may be a Frillish line here for Brent. Perhaps the stall of a Noctowl. No, he's actually just using it to discard, thinning out the Frillish. Again, leaning into what you mentioned, maybe not being the strongest option. Or will it just be thinning to get a second one? No, Screamtail is added to his arsenal. Brent is actually playing 3 Rare Candy, a little bit higher of a count than we see from a lot of these Gardevoir players, but I don't believe he has one in hand.
Well, it leaves a lot to be asked of this supporter for the turn now. We see down the Night Stretcher for the Fez. There's a few more draws there too.
Yeah, and it will be Counter Catcher on the Pidgeot EX and Iono, sending both players' hands to the bottom of the deck. And this is where things can be a little awkward for the Noctowl Engine deck. Now, Brent does find Rare Candy. Fezandipity EX needs to find a Gardevoir, and he does indeed find it. Rare Candy into Gardevoir. Mega Diancie can KO this Pidgeot, taking away Emma's Quick Search, and Emma will be left with just her 2 cards. Hold on a second here, Kyle.
Yeah, and I mean, think about the resources that are left. We don't see a Fezandipity or anything like that on the other side of the board. It is just that lone last Noctowl to bail out of this situation, to find the KO for that Fezandipity. Is that available for Emma off just 2 cards? I don't know if we'll see that.
Psychic Embrace moves this Gardevoir to the bench after the attachments. Brent is going to load up this Mega Diancie Garland Ray. 120 damage for each of the 2 energy cards he could discard from the Pokemon. He, of course, still has to use the Adrenabrain. He does 240 to this Pidgeot EX, but then with the movement of those damage counters, he can KO this Pokemon, cutting Emma off of her deck. That will be Brent finally striking in this game, taking the KO, taking 2 prize cards. What is Emma left with from her 2? A Boss's Orders would do it if she has it. Doesn't just yet, but Nestball can find that Fezandipity, which she took off the prize cards. She has already used a Boss's Orders.
Oh, I mean, and there's a few other cards. I mean, if you have there's 1 Boss's Orders at least in the deck at this point, and we've seen 2 Ultra Balls as she fans through the rest of the deck.
Her last Noctowl's prize, Kyle.
No!
Her last Noctowl is not available to her. It is literally going to be this Fezandipity draw for 3 to find Boss's Orders to win the game, or Brent is going to have another opportunity. There are only 2 Boss's Orders in this deck list as well for Emma. She's already played 1. This is a 1 card out here, 3 cards, and no, unable to find Boss's Orders. Counter Catcher is there, but Emma is the one who has been the aggressor. She is ahead on prize cards. That is not live. She does have Ultra Ball, but again, Noctowl is in the prizes. Blood Moon Ursaluna benched. And just a attack here, not enough damage laid into this Diancie. It has 10 HP remaining, hanging on thanks to that Diamond Coat ability. And now what is Brent Tonneson gonna do? It's actually a little awkward here, Kyle. Diancie with only 10 HP.
And the Turo.
And the Turo is gone. Diancie can't get loaded up with Psychic Embrace.
Yeah, the only option you have at this point is to move the damage with the Monkey Dory to find a way to then retreat this Pokemon.
If he can find Bravery Charm, he can boost the HP, so then he could retreat it.
Yeah, I mean, you're running out of options at this point. It's just the 1 retreat cost on this Pokemon, so of all things, it's not the worst.
He's got the energy now off of this Earthen Vessel, so yes, the retreat can happen. Looks like one of his Bravery Charm is in the prize cards, so only has 1. But yeah, now the question is going to be, what does he attack with? The Mega Diancie was his best option. He can't attack with that. He'll just lose the game on the next turn.
Yeah, in a world where you can attack with the Gardevoir into the Hoot, maybe you'd feel the most comfortable, but you also really don't like seeing that Fezandipity there too. Maybe that's the more impactful Pokemon to remove from play.
He is going to retreat, and it's actually going to be a retreat into the Ralts, pushing this single prize Pokemon into the active spot. Little collect action maybe? No, just a movement of the damage counters from these Monkey Dories, targeting down the Hoot. Brent, of course, not knowing that that 4th Noctowl is prized. He's definitely scared of the Hoot. Has the option for Emma to potentially close out the game. He actually does have the Mystery Garden in the hand as well, but bumping the stadium actually would give access for Emma to Night Stretcher finding Noctowl, so he's not going to do that. And just a pass with the Ralts. I don't know what Brent's plan is going to be moving forward here. He still has such a large hill to climb. But Emma, with no draw power available, no way to search out the boss. It's just a singular card in her deck, and there is a lot of cards still in this deck. And she's going to have to find something else to attack with, it looks like.
This is a double-edged sword, though. If you take this knockout, not only do you open up for the Pheasantipity to draw, but you make the Iono so much weaker for the next turn. Finding Ultra Ball does not help you in situations like this. Just one card in hand and then one draw. And the one prize card taken this turn is not the Noctowl.
I think this Hoot Hoot's going down regardless, but yes, no Noctowl will be found there for Emma. And you do mention, Kyle, of course, that Pheasantipity draw is live, but Emma is now down to just one prize card. She only has to take one singular knockout to win this game. Brent still has a very large hill to climb.
Yeah, with double Monkey Dory, of course, you can heal off all the damage counters of this Gardevoir post Psychic Embrace.
Yes.
And this is an interesting decision now, giving Emma the choice to throw away the Hoot Hoot and not take the prize card. But I think this makes sense for Brent. He's on a window where he just wants to take 2 EX knockouts.
Yeah, and I think his easiest first step here will probably be the Pheasantipity EX that is on the bench. If he can find a counter catcher here, that would be a pretty easy 2 prize cards to take, and then maybe counter catcher to close things out on Terapagos EX. Emma, of course, is playing a one-of copy of Gravity Mountain, so that is another one-of card now that she could find that would allow her to take the knockout with Carnelian on the Flareon KOing Gardevoir EX. So now she's got 2 live cards if this Gardevoir will be the attacker, but I actually don't know if Gardevoir will be the attacker, Kyle.
Yeah, nothing else was found there. I mean, you can attack into this Flareon and not take a KO, maybe set up for...
Gardevoir's got to be the attacker, right? Because it's just knockout on the Screamtail, right?
Right.
The Flareon can just knock it out.
But at this point, after this attack, you're not taking a KO, then you would try to set up for a 4-prize turn on the following turn.
Flip the script, draws 3, a bunch of item cards added. Now that secret box has been found, that's a lot of different options, a lot of potential here for Brent Tonneson, searching the deck for a supporter card, an item card, a stadium, and a tool. It will just be counter catcher and Lily's Determination, so he can chase the KO now on Pheasantipity EX if that's what he so chooses.
Makes a lot of sense.
Or will he just lay down the damage on the active? That is the question.
It's a tough call. You can place 250 damage onto this Flareon. There's no real way to move the damage off of this from Emma's side of the board. You can clearly take this knockout later on. The one thing that you set up for yourself on the other side is walking into the Night Stretcher from the Fez to then draw back up, and maybe just giving her one more chance isn't worth it at this stage. And maybe this is the hedge, where you bring up a Pokemon that's locked in the active, that doesn't have an impactful attack just yet, and you can still set up for that 4-prize swing.
It's going to be counter catcher on Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Now, Emma does not have Latias in this deck, so the way...
Jet Gravity?
Jet Gravity would be a 2-card combo to win, but Emma doesn't have any draw power available. Pheasantipity not live, just a pass. Now back over to Brent. 40 HP remains on this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Does he have the combo to win the game?
He's lined up. He's got the damage to take out the active and then Screamtail the Pheasantipity on the back. 4-prize turn here for Brent Tonneson to close things out.
What a way to fight. What a way to come back. Brent Tonneson squeaks out a Game 1 win.
So sweaty on both sides. You have to think Emma was so close. Just one more resource to get the job done. The stadium at the right time, or finding the boss's orders, but unfortunately just did not pan out. Last prize card flashes that Noctowl.
Yeah, sure enough, and that could have won her the game as Ultra Ball was found off the initial Iono of Brent. You called it out before the game, Kyle. The starts for this Flareon deck are electric. It gets out to early leads so often, but closing out the game, finding those final pieces can be such an issue.
Yeah, and we saw a relatively conservative approach from Emma in this game, starting with the Flareon, attacking through, but then the setup Pokemon was Terapagos, was an additional Eevee, Pokemon that didn't come into the mix. Maybe if you lean into something else like the Wellspring in a situation like that, you can take some of those oddball prize cards that we couldn't see later on.
Emma's so experienced, I'm sure, in this matchup. You know, at this point, she's played it so many times. So I feel like she must believe that the Wellspring option is maybe not the path, unless she can open up with it super early, right? In that situation, right, in that first game, Brent only had the one Kirlia. So KOing a Kirlia plus a Monkey Dory doesn't feel as strong as KOing 2 Ralts or a Kirlia and a Ralts, right?
Right, but we saw Monkey Dories that did not have Bravery Charms for the entirety of the game, and that was the only reason Brent was able to come back from this. So maybe some things to consider here, but of course, you shouldn't question the Flareon expert.
We are getting into this second game, and Emma will start the Pheasantipity EX over on Brent's side. It is the Frillish in the active, but Emma is going to kick it off with a Nest Ball, and that will, of course, search out, I have to imagine, the Fan Rotom to use its Fan Call ability, searching the deck for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less, adding them to the hand. Looking at the prize cards here for Emma. No Energy Switch cuts off some options. A Hoot Hoot being prized doesn't feel great, but maybe most impactful is going to be the combination of Boss's Orders and a Flareon in the prizes.
Yeah, very nice cards to see later on in this, but fortunately for Emma, this is a deck that takes prize cards very early, so already with the Flareon down, pressuring this Frillish. And is there any more pressure than this Iono right now for Brent? He needs a basic Pokemon, or he is just KO'd from Sparkly Crystal or Fire Energy.
Emma, of course, using the boosted evolution ability of that Eevee to, on her very first turn, when the Eevee's in the active spot, evolve into that Flareon. Brent having to go for the Iono. Does he find out to Ralts here, Kyle?
I see an Earthen Vessel. I think there's an Ultra Ball to go with it, and who knows what that last Pokemon is, but that's not a lot to work with here, Chip.
Not the most, that is for certain. Emma is just a Fire Energy or a Sparkling Crystal away from attacking here with the Flareon. And a key note for Emma, getting the Flareon in play was huge, as it is now a Terra Pokemon, so that Jewel Seeker is live.
Yeah, great point. Can avoid the Terapagos this time around, which seems to be a liability in this matchup just because of the hit points. It's a lot easier to target and maybe attack in with the Gardevoir, moving damage around. The Flareon, a little trickier with the high hit points.
Prize cards here for Brent. A couple of Psychic Energy, never great. There's only 7 in this list, so only 5 Psychic Energy available for him to work with.
Yeah, that can be pretty rough as well. We know that it's important to see those energies early and often hit the discard pile for the Psychic Embrace. Typically, you need at least 2 or 3 of those energies to get the ball rolling with some relevant attacks, but if you want the big closeout, like we saw with Screamtail, you might need all of those.
Brent here, not even getting a Ralts from the Ultra Ball, just using it to find Mew EX. He knows he needs a little bit more in this situation. Does have the Mystery Garden, can use that to ditch a Psychic, draw 1 more card, and he does have Ultra Ball that can get a Ralts.
At what cost, Chip?
And not one that he's willing to pay, that is for sure, Kyle. It will just be an attack with the Frillish. Oceanic Gloom cuts Emma off of any item card usage, but all she's going to need is this Hilda. Searching the deck for an Evolution Pokemon and an Energy card, adding them to the hand. This can find the Fire Energy for the Flareon to start attacking, and it can also find a Noctowl to get any other pieces out that Emma may want.
Yeah, it lines up so well. Removes the Stadium too, so the counter Stadium play of the Area Zero seems even more unlikely at this stage. And you have a great pick of which Pokemon you'd like to charge up at this stage. We see Terapagos once more, so there is a world where this Pokemon maybe is the cleanup crew for Pokemon like a Mew or Pheasantipity on the other side.
Yeah, Emma perhaps just needing to do something here this turn, and we're actually going to see Pheasantipity loaded up here, Kyle. Is Cruel Arrow incoming to take out a Ralts?
I mean, it definitely can. It's a way to close out on that Pokemon, but there's other considerations too. If you can attack in to the active Pokemon with Cruel Arrow, maybe you can KO someone with a Dark Weakness, say Mew EX.
That is fair, that is fair. I'm not sure we're going to see this Mew EX stay in the active spot, but, you know, we'll have to see how things play out. Brent just using this Ultra Ball here to go get Pheasantipity, using the restart of the Mew, drawing himself a couple more cards here. There is a Bravery Charm being found, going to prep it onto the Mega Diancie, and Iono will send both players' hands to the bottom. Emma gets 5, Brent gets 6, and he still has flipped the script available to work with.
And real safe play here, as we know that in this matchup, you can use that Mew EX, copy Carnelian on the other side, remove Flareon. So how do you return a KO in that spot?
Wait, did he find a Ralts? Did he find an out to a Ralts? Okay, Nest Ball. Okay, I was a little worried there for a moment, but there is, I believe, yes, a Nest Ball there in hand for Brent. But Emma is simply a Jewel Seeker away from a Boss's Orders to target that Pokemon down and take it out. And Brent has Pheasantipity and Mew EX in play, both reasonable prize cards for Emma to take at some point. Let us still remember, though, Emma does only play the 2 Boss's Orders. This Ralt's coming down, though. I mean, hey, we could absolutely see that Cruel Arrow come up.
Yeah, just one of those copies of Boss's Orders in the prize cards to go along with that. And do we see, it doesn't look like there's a Bravery Charm for this Ralt as well. So
retreating into it. And just a pass incoming, I have to assume. Now, with the attachment of Psychic onto the Diancie, Brent has a way to do something without Gardevoir in play next turn, worth noting.
Yeah, well, and here with the Ralts is already offering up to the Pheasantipede with just a simple Jet Energy for the turn to get the ball rolling there. Might as well promote this Pokemon to the active. Avoid the fact that your Mew could have just been removed from the Pheasantipede altogether there, and you lose those 2 prizes.
Buddy Buddy Poffin able to be played thanks to Area 0 Underdepths extending the bench. Options for Emma, Pidgey, and Hoot Hoot will be the choices. Of course, looking to establish that Pidgeot EX is a very big part of this deck. Finding a turn to get that in is very, very, very useful. Can make it so that your deck is a lot stronger against INO.
Yeah, it's a guaranteed answer to all of those cards. So what do you need to do in this situation? Set up attackers that threaten the board, and then set up your support for those final 2 prize cards that you're looking to close out on the game. With 0 Noctowl played at this point in the match, you have to feel pretty comfortable for Emma.
Burning Charge used, taking out the Ralts. That is 4 prize cards now remaining for Emma. The EV-EX on the bench will be loaded up. Flareon and Pidgeot added to the hand from the Cyrano. And also Rare Candy I saw was already waiting in the hand, so Brent here badly needs an INO. Let's see if he's got something working here. There is Counter Catcher, so he's got some options. It looks like he will go that route. Counter Catcher is going to bring up the Pheasantipede EX. That is something that he can KO with the Mega Diancie, and no INO is found. There are 2 in the discard pile. Looks like 1 is in the prize cards, was not able to have access to that 4th one.
Yeah, this is a rarity for Gardevoirs. An attacker without Gardevoir in play, but this is the reach that you have when Mega Diancie is involved. Now just the Psychic Energy, that free retreat of the Mew, could lead to a KO here, but it only matters if you can include the Ralts as well.
Yeah, but it also only matters if you can get a Psychic Energy, Kyle, because Brent has not found one just yet. Really relying on Flip the Script to get him the option to attack here.
Nothing.
And he didn't find it, Kyle. There's no Earthen Vessel, no Night Stretcher, 2 Psychics in the prize cards here, really decreasing Brent's odds.
And there was Artisan in the hand, but didn't want to play it down just yet. Maybe that little bit of a thin could have helped out, but we know the prize cards are pretty rough for Brent with the 2 Psychics locked at the top. It just makes the odds that much more tricky.
Yeah, this is a rough spot for Brent to be in. Emma is definitely feeling pretty nice about her position here. Rare Candy Pidgeot will be incoming. Brent is not going to be set up in a way to potentially respond. He is actually going to just send up this Mega Diancie EX to the active spot, and I have to imagine a pass will be incoming.
Oh, well,
that is the only line.
Thankfully, Bravery Charm for the Ralts to help a little bit with preservation, but yeah, this is a brutal spot to bring up one of your best attackers to sit there for defense and then stare down Rare Candy Pidgeot on the other side.
Yeah, Rare Candy into Pidgeot. Quick search now available. Emma can find any singular card from her deck, and yes, a Boss's Orders is prized for her, but she does have a pretty clear path with 2 boss remaining. In theory, she can KO a Mew, KO a Pheasantipede. And we do see with the way the prize cards are set up, she actually would take Boss's Orders off the prizes if she takes them in her normal order.
Yeah, are you tempted to Boss's Orders the Ralts at this point and just attack with Flareon? You could thin out a few more energy cards, just retreat the Pheasantipede, take away that chance of a Gardevoir on the following turn, deal with the fact that Mega Diancie will attack in, but it's not as big a threat as you'd think.
It looks like she's going for the boss play here, saying, I think I've got a decent shot to take the boss off the prize cards. There's already the Sparkling Crystal there, found off the Jewel Seeker. There is a Flareon already waiting in the hand. And we will indeed see the boss taking out the Pheasantipede. She is going in on this line. And with the setup, she's got, I mean, she's missing the necessary energy to attack with this next Flareon. So if Brent can find the combo of Rare Candy into Gardevoir, into Mew EX copy, take a knockout, he may be in an okay spot. And I think any way to piece a combo together, Seeker Box is a good way to do it.
Yeah, it always feels bad to not take that Ralts off the board But then you stare at the prize cards, and you see 2 prizes remaining for Emma. It makes sense to just take that risk, maybe find the boss for the following turn. You still have Pidgeot for any follow-up, and a Hoot Hoot. There's so many ways to draw out of this and find the last 2 prizes. A warranted risk here now, but Brent does have a window. Rare Candy Gardevoir could make this fly off the table.
And I wonder if we could see the exact same situation we saw in game number 1, where Brent goes counter catcher up the Pidgeot, Rare Candy into a Gardevoir, KO it with the Diancie, thanks to using Monkey Dory to move those damage counters around. Things are shaping up very similarly, though I will say in this situation, there is still going to be a Hoot Hoot in play.
Yes.
And Noctowl is available this game for Emma.
Yep, and a lot more of them at this time around. We did not see a single Ultra Ball in that setup, so any of those cards would lead to a Noctowl to likely find a way to close this game out, and of course, finding the Pokemon itself well available too.
Iono is played from Brent. That is the last one he has available until he perhaps takes that 4th one off the prize cards.
All right, Dark Energy right in the window.
6 cards, and yes, Darkness Energy was a piece of the puzzle he was missing. Able to find just that, so now double Monkey Dory online. He is going for that same line. He will be KOing this Pidgeot EX with the Mega Diancie after retreating Gardevoir EX to the bench. And Emma simply needs boss's orders. That is it. A boss wins her the game. She can find it with Noctowl. She can find it with Ultra Ball. And she's also going to have access to Phesandipity's Flip the Script here, Kyle.
We saw boss's orders added back into the hand, now back at the bottom of the deck. What is found off these 3 cards with the Nest Ball?
Hey, nothing to grab, I think. I mean, could thin a card out of the deck, but at minimum could shuffle the deck here. Give yourself a chance to draw the boss. Naturally, Emma will use the Artisan to just get a check of the deck here first. Will grab Hoot Hoot out. Can't evolve it, of course, this turn, but it is 1 less card in the deck that is not a boss's orders, which is the main card here she is looking for, and it's going to be that, Kyle. There's actually a decent amount of outs here for Emma. Any Ultra Ball, any Noctowl, any boss wins her the game.
Yeah, we've only seen, nearly 13 cards to the discard pile at this stage. Not a lot has been played, but that also means a lot of resources. 3 to find the Noctowl.
And she doesn't have it yet, and doesn't have anywhere else to go with this hand. I don't think she can do anything else here.
There's no bench space. There's an Artisan in play and a full board. There's a Crispin. You can set up your Pheasantipity at this spot. Like, this isn't pretty.
Not ideal, that is for sure. She is going to just attach the energy for turn here from the Crispin. Only 1 energy found. It actually will go over to the Flareon, giving us 2 attackers. And that is just her attachment for turn, of course. With Crispin, you have to attach 1 from the deck in order to, you know, get that extra requirement, but just the 1 energy regardless. And now back to Brent here. He won't be able to disrupt Emma. How is he going to navigate this spot? Is he going to avoid taking prize cards, avoid proccing the Fez once again?
Well, this time around, he does have access to Professor Turo. If it could be found, we're not sure if that is an option in the hand just yet, but
it's in the deck. I see it right there. He's searching the deck. He's already used Secret Box, so it is just a one-of card that he'd like to find.
Thinning out this hand seems unrealistic. So many cards right now, so from you restart, you're lacking that option. He'll give it a shot.
Yeah,
starting with Nest Ball.
Going to be a Nest Ball. Finding out a basic Pokemon. Looks like that 3rd Monkey Dory being established. Hey, maybe not Turo, but maybe you could heal enough off this Diancie. Of course, Carnelian, the attack of Flareon EX cannot be used in back-to-back turns.
And Brent is down in prize cards right now, so if you use this Lily's, find a counter catcher, you can actually go after one of these Hoot Hoot and potentially remove another one with triple Monkey Dory at this spot.
Yeah, it definitely could be the line. Attacking with Gardevoir wouldn't be so bad. There's the Turo. Already played his supporter, however. But could be a way to remove the Diancie next turn if he wants it. Earthen Vessel will just be failed. Simply thinning those cards out of his deck. Not going to have them available. We're going to see Psychic Embrace. Brings up 1 energy. He will retreat now into Gardevoir EX. And he's going to load this Pokemon up as his attacker. 3 Psychic Embraces. That's 6 more damage counters added to this Pokemon. And there is 9 damage that he can move around, 90 damage that he can move around with these Adrenabrains. It will be 6 to the active, it looks like. And then 3 to the benched Pheasantipity moved off of the Diancie. Miracle Force hitting into this Flareon, not going to be enough for a KO. And now Emma no longer wins the game with just a boss's orders.
Wow, and with no knockouts at that stage, there's no opening bench space, there's no
She's got
other
nothing.
abilities. It is a Night Stretcher for nothing
I don't
on the
think
other
she
side.
can play any of these cards in her hand. She can, I guess, play the Night Stretcher, but that is it.
I mean, and with the Carnelian of the previous turn, this Pokemon can't attack. You need to find another way. We don't see a Jet Energy to move around.
Yeah, it can't even use, it can't use Carnelian. It can't attack at all. No Burning Charge even available. No way to deal any damage to this Gardevoir.
It's a retreat.
Wow, it looks like Emma may just bail out here, send this Flareon to the bench, but with just 20 HP remaining.
Chip, if you think about this situation, if the energy was attached from the previous turn to the Pheasantipity, this retreat with the Night Stretcher would actually lead to a Pheasantipity attacking in.
Don't forget the Diamond Coat ability here, Kyle.
Oh, it's potential.
30 less damage. Yes, yes, it would have been close, but not quite. Diamond Coat would allow Mega Diancie to hang on, and it is just a pass now over to Brent, who has got the Scream Tail. He's going to retreat his Gardevoir into the Scream Tail, and he will take another 4-prize turn. Brent Tonneson, after going down in both of these games, keeps his cool, fights back, and he gets the win here in round 12.
How unrealistic is it to remove a Pidgeot and remain intact against 280 damage staring you in the face every single game? And yet, he does it again.
I mean, that was a masterclass right there from Brent Tonneson.
Sign me up.
I know, that was incredible to see. I mean, he kept his cool, he knew his outs. Emma just ran out of steam, and you could see the power of Iono against these Noctowl decks so strong, slows them down so much. And man, what a game to kick off our day here, Kyle.
That was unbelievable. So much fun from both of these players. Just so much to consider when you go into this matchup. And I can't believe that we just saw that from Brent once more. It just finds such unique ways to remain in the game. He didn't really have to overcommit at any point. Let's jump back in and see just how we got here.
Yeah, what a game, what a set, and what a win for Brent after a slow start in really both of his games. I'd say less than ideal, less than optimal. Emma gets out to early leads, and she always had outs to win the game, but the chances were just so low. We were talking about one card out of the 25 remaining in deck, or in that second game maybe 6 cards out of the 30 remaining in deck. Odds were not in her favor, and that's ultimately what it came down to. Brent playing to the odds, disrupting Emma off Iono.
Yeah, it was so smart from Brent to avoid any time to give Emma cards. We saw avoiding knockouts at the right time, avoiding opening up the bench at any points as well, and just playing to the outs perfectly. There were a lot of different ways for Emma to find answers. If there was a Black Belt's training in the first game, if there was a Gravity Mountain in combination with the Night Stretcher, there was a way to find another piece of that Noctowl puzzle. There was so many different ways, but when you take the prize cards early, you don't have the answers post-Iono.
Yeah, the Black Belt as well. That's a card in the mix that we did not quite consider at the end of the game as being an option to close things out there for Emma, as it would have allowed her to get the KO on Gardevoir. Wow. What a great played game from both of our players. I don't actually know if I could point to a time that I think Emma made a mistake or anything like that that led to her losing that game. It's just she didn't draw the cards she needed.
Right, it's just different routes to the same conclusion. As you can set up these Pokemon and try to have a different answer depending on what you do, but if you overcommit to one style, then you just lean into something for Brent to counter on the other side. If you go to the Wellspring, then maybe just not setting up those single prize Pokemon or finding Bravery Charms from Munkidori can avoid any of that shenanigans. On the other side, if it's just all Flareons and Pidgeots, then Brent has a pretty clear avenue to just attack in, avoid taking the knockout at the right time, and then set up for 4-prize turns.
I do have to say, though, Kyle, even though it was a loss, it is so fun to watch Emma play this deck. I mean, you can tell she is one with this archetype. She knows what she needs to do. Just cards absolutely flying across the table because she is just knows what to do, knows the pieces, knows the routes that she needs to take, and pieces it all together very masterfully.
Yeah, if you look at the list, as you would love to see later on after this event,
No, she already posted it.
Yeah, go on Twitter. You're going to find it right there. But yeah, this is something that's so fun, is that every single inclusion is that impactful. We saw just about every resource either needed to be found at the right time or could have had a way to help out at some point. Even the Serrano was able to come into the mix and find additional resources to get the job done. It's just so cool that every single card needed to be in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, you can always tell whenever this is like, you can tell when it's a deck that someone is like in love with. It's their pet deck. You know, they have tweaked it and mastered every single little inclusion, optimized every little option so that they are going to have answers to whatever matchup. I mean, some of the cards we didn't even see, right? I mean, we know the Leafeon is in the mix, you know, the grass type that can KO, things like the Mega Absol EX, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, right? Also, the healing option against Dragapult is really strong.
Last Trumpet, Energy Switch, there's so many things that are aggro counters if you're running into some players that are a little more aggressive. So you've got that Briar for some oddball closeouts in some matchups too. It's just, there's so many different ways to find a way to close out a game like this, and I think it also leads to a lot of players are innovating how they go about the match. I know play style isn't something everyone loves to talk about, but truly that is an important piece of how you go about this avenue, because your opponent is countering as you go, and it's such a great chess match.
Well, we've gone on and on about Emma and her Flareon deck, but I also, Kyle, am of course excited to hear from our winner of the last round, Brent Tonneson, fighting back, being down 2 games early. Let's hear how he's feeling.
Thank you, Chip. Kyle, I am here with our round 13 winner, Brent Tonneson. First of all, congratulations. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, and thank you.
Yeah, you've been playing Gardevoir for what seems like quite a while now, and you play pretty confidently as well. Going into that matchup, how are you feeling against a deck that's not really at the top of the meta share with Emma's Flareon?
Yeah, so I know that matchup is favored. However, I don't prepare. Like, it's not within my which decks I test against. So I definitely feel like whatever percentage I have shifts more towards Emma, because Emma's probably playing the matchup better than I am. So, however, I didn't have that complicated of game scenarios. There was one situation that I wasn't sure if I made the right play, which was actually super running energies back into my deck, and I missed the attachment with the Diancie, which kind of changed the game. But then I somehow got really lucky and managed to get the combo to win the game just ran afterwards anyway.
Yeah, both games, game 1 and game 2, you really just got on the back foot. Emma was really being very aggressive, taking knockouts. You even put up a Ralts just to have it get KO'd, and that was the only one in play, and you were really just trying to find the energy for that Mega Diancie. It seems like Mega Diancie was really the star of that match.
Yeah, so the idea with putting the Ralts was because I had the Diancie plus the counter catch, I had an attacker on the following turn. So I didn't want to retreat with a 1 prize like Monkey Dory and then get Fez Snipe, because I wouldn't have a way to retreat back into Diancie. So I couldn't actually pass with the Monkey. So the only option was I either pass with the Diancie, pass with the Fez, or pass with the Mew, or just pass with the Ralts. And I'm like, well, if the Ralts is going to die anyway, I may as well give the Ralts, concede 1 less prize card, and then just have the access to the Diancie on the following turn.
And I mean, it worked out for you. There was the boss around it, and then you were able to rare candy Gardevoir the next turn, get basically the same setup that you had in game 1, where you put a lot of damage in play and then try to close it out with that Scream Tail, and it ended up being just exactly that. Now you're playing a list that's pretty close to the winning list from the Champions League back in December, but also pretty close to the highest placing Gardevoir in Stuttgart as well.
Yeah, I did see both those lists. I'm like, well, I do like the list, and however, with the Japanese list, there was only 1 count that I did not like. It was just 1 card count, and then with the I was fine fully with the list from Stuttgart. However, I did think that having the extra supporter was still better than having the extra artisan, so I did decide to just go for that anyway.
And then now they were talking about it on your match, where you have won a regionals in the past 3 seasons, trying to keep that streak up. And you're at how many regional wins now?
Yeah, so I've won a regionals in the past 3 seasons, and yeah, I'm at 6 regional wins.
Yeah, that's a lot. Of course, trying to catch the players like Michael Pramwat, Azul, Garcia Griego, and I think if anyone could do it, it's you. I mean, you're traveling everywhere. You have a very good start to here. We got, what, 1 more Swiss round before ASIM top cut?
Yeah, there's 1 more Swiss round. I basically just need to figure out how I can avoid it. Oh, avoid the ASIM round, yeah. So I have, one more Swiss round. I can see if I can play to maybe skip that round, so I got to do that.
And then, do you have any shout-outs to give for the people at home, people watching, any people here?
I'll just say shout out to my friends and my family, and yeah, that's about it.
All right, I appreciate it. Congratulations again. We're most likely going to see you for the rest of the top cut and everything like that. And maybe we'll even see you win your Regional 4 this season. But that does it for here. We're going to go ahead and take it down to the analyst desk with Pablo.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. That was a very interesting watch for sure. I loved hearing Brent's thoughts on the matchup, and as he mentioned, he definitely has a slight disadvantage there when you have two very skilled players matching at the very top. Usually the matchup and luck ends up being a bigger factor than the decision making because both players are making very, very good decisions overall. And of course, as the Flareon player, Emma has probably tested a lot against Gardevoir, but Brent is not testing actively against Flareon, which is not a high percentage meta deck, right? So let's take a look at the key moments from this match in particular, which were very interesting. Brent was always against the ropes. He fell behind pretty quickly in the price race in both games. Emma was being very aggressive. We can see how Brent prepared for next turn, using that Curious Call Sign attack to get double routes and Visandipity, knowing he would need to draw, knowing Emma was going to be relentless and not avoid taking a knockout, right, in order to benefit Brent. And therefore, he was getting ready, but you can see how the board is set up. Brent has two Monkey Dories versus Emma's Pidgeot established. However, triple Noctowl has been utilized, and very key, Emma did prize the fourth Noctowl, and that ended up being a huge factor towards the end of the game. Now, in the next phase, we see Brent having a much more stable board, but Emma having the complete setup basically with everything she could possibly need for the later stages of the game, even preparing the Hoot right here in order to make sure that if she found the Noctowl off the prizes, she would be able to utilize that. Going for the energy switch, making sure she's one boss's orders away, essentially, or one two-prize knockout away from winning the game at this point in time. But ultimately, that Noctowl in the prize cards didn't end up working out for her. Brent was able to have a huge turn with the Iono, with the counter catcher onto the Pidgeot, and by denying the Pidgeot, it really put a halt on Emma's plan, right? With no Noctowl available, the Iono taking away the draw. There was Visandipity possibilities, but Brent was able to find Rare Candy, Gardevoir off of that huge Iono, plus the flip the script, and literally Visandipity completely flipped everything on its head right now. Brent pulled off an amazing comeback, 6-2 in prizes, always against the rope, but he was able to find all the pieces in this point in order to get Rare Candy Gardevoir, found the Darkness Energy, was able to use double Adrenabrain and use Mega Diancie. Mega Diancie was the star of the show, not only dishing a lot of damage, but also tanking a lot of damage. It was able to withstand the Cornelian damage from Flareon EX, thanks to being healed by Adrenabrain, and taking away the Pidgeot was just so huge. Taking away that resource, the Flareon box deck always starts very aggressively, but it tends to dwindle down and falls apart once the Noctowls have been exhausted. Now, afterwards, we saw Brent piece out the, this is the knockout of the Pidgeot. Brent pieced out the comeback perfectly, took advantage of the preemptively benched Blood Moon Saluna that Emma anticipated could be useful to get her last prize card. Unfortunately though, because Brent purposely once again chose not to take prizes, something that we have seen many players take advantage of. By not taking prizes, you don't activate Visandipity. By dealing 250 damage total to that Blood Moon Saluna, you don't take a knockout, you don't give your opponent extra resources. We saw Karis try this strategy earlier on. No, it was Justin who tried the strategy earlier on, didn't work out for him, but these being very calculated, every damage counter, one damage counter being the difference between a knockout or not a knockout, allowed Brent to just move in with the Screamtail towards the end of the game, used Adrenabrain, knocked out the Blood Moon, and knocked out the Visandipity to end game one. So beautifully executed for Brent here. And then in game two, it was almost more of the same. Emma with a very powerful start, this time being able to get a very powerful field without utilizing any Noctowls at all, right? So her chances of closing out the game, she had the resources available to be able to do it, whilst Brent was struggling to get anything set up. He didn't even bench her Ralts on turn one.
went for the Serendipity, went for the Mega Diancie, tried an unorthodox sort of strategy by trying to get a knockout with Mega Diancie, which is very cheap to do with only 2 Psychic Energies required, but off of a Lily of 8 cards. And the flip the script from 3, he wasn't able to find the Psychic Energy. We're gonna see no Psychic Energy in the hand right now. Flip the script, 3 more cards, no Psychic Energy. He did price 2 in this game very crucially, so the huge whiff here almost felt like, I'm sure Brent considered scooping at that point. He was too far behind. We can see there's so many Hoot on the bench. There's even a Pidgey that's about to become a Pidgeot most likely. So everything was going wrong for Brent, even going for Ralts, I think, this turn, and pushing it forward and basically telling Emma, sure, you can knock out my Ralts. Now, Emma had other plans. She went after something on the bench, and Brent responded accordingly. His Ralt survived. He was able to find Rare Candy Gardevoir. He was able to do the exact same play. Go after the Pidgeot, combine that with an Iono, take the knockout, and hope, right? Hope that Emma was not able to find out boss's orders. However, the situation now was completely different. There was not only a Hoot available and plenty of Noctowl available in the deck, there was flip the script ability as well, in order for her to find just the boss's orders to combine with Cornelian to win the game. However, we are about to see Brent shuffles the deck, we see the flip the script, and there's no help. 3 cards that do not help Emma whatsoever. Nestball doesn't find anything useful. Briar is not playable. Crispin doesn't even find 2 energies. There were only 1 energy left. And we see the same situation as before. We see Brent pulling off an amazing comeback, attacking with Gardevoir EX, putting the Flareon in range for an Adrenabrain, preparing the knockout on the bench Serendipity, and by not taking a knockout, it all came down to this top deck. If this top deck wasn't boss's orders, the game was over. And I think even with the Cornelian that had been utilized the turn before, maybe boss's orders wasn't actually a viable option at that point. So I think all the doors had shut down for Emma at that point. Brent didn't have the bench space for the Screamtail to end the game, but he was able to find the Professor's Turo from the previous Lily. There's a Professor's Turo, benches the Screamtail, and once again is able to Adrenabrain, knock out the active, and use Screamtail to knock out the Serendipity for a 4-price turn. So played out almost very similarly to game 1. A great showcase from Brent, essentially, on how always finding your win condition, purposely not taking prizes, not giving your opponent the resource of Serendipity, not opening up a bench space, not giving them extra cards when you don't need to, is such a huge thing. Played flawlessly there by Brent. This does seem to be a very tough matchup for Flareon Box. Emma's other loss in the tournament was to Gardevoir as well, so definitely a tough one for her, but she's still in the running to make that top cut, I do believe. Brent, of course, as he mentioned, needs to figure out what he needs to do in order to try to avoid the asymmetrical top cut round and move directly into top 8. But very exciting game for sure to see Flareon Box putting a lot of pressure, fizzling out at the end, and Gardevoir the opposite. Struggling in the beginning, but then as the game went on, became stronger and stronger and allowed Brent to have the right pieces at the right time in order to close out the game. So yeah, we have 1 more Swiss round left to go for Swiss Phase 2, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Pokemon action.
Hello trainers, Jeremy Jolin here. I am with Itza Romo, a player for this weekend at the Pokemon TCG. How have you been enjoying Toronto?
I actually love Toronto. We're from the desert, so It's a nice change of scenery, you know? I love it here.
And what first got you started in the Pokemon TCG?
Ooh, I went to Yokohama for Worlds just to spectate, and I just watched some stream games, and I was like, wow, that looks really cool. Let me try it. So here I am, trying it out.
And then, do you remember the deck you used for your first tournament?
Yeah, it was Charizard with Rotom and Luminion and Thornton. I was actually reminiscing it yesterday a lot. I miss it every day.
And then what makes you keep coming back to these Pokemon tournaments and traveling the world?
I think you answered the question. I love traveling, but honestly, it's the people. I love all my friends. I love all the friends I've met all over. And honestly, the game is really addicting. So, yeah.
Do you have any advice for people that are trying to start playing and trying to get into the competitive aspect of Pokemon TCG?
Yeah, I think a really big thing about it is like surrounding yourself with like good players and supportive people that will get you there. It's not hard to make friends in this community. So get yourself a group and play test, talk about decks, and invest yourself in like some streaming. I know a lot of good content creators out here. So that's a good start.
Well, I appreciate you taking time out of your weekend and joining me, and I hope you have a good rest of your weekend here in Toronto.
Thank you so much.
That does it for here. Let's take back to more Pokemon action. Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here with Emma Hagen, and we are here to break down her Flareon EX Toolbox deck that she's been using for what? The entire season, essentially?
Yeah, a bit more.
Yeah. Now, you got second place at regionals with this deck, and you just continue to bring it again and again, rarely changing it. Can you talk over some of your favorite decisions for the deck or cards that you really like about it?
Like, for me, I'm what we would traditionally call a one-trick pony. Not necessarily with Flareon, but with the card Pidgeot EX. And in my opinion, this is by far the best Pidgeot EX deck. Like, Charizard is fine, but it's just not my cup of tea. So what I did is that I found a meta deck that played Pidgeot and just kind of slowly over time improved it a lot. Just adding more consistency, better options with Hilda, Jet Energy, Glass Trumpets, etc. To the point where I'm very happy with the list. This list I'm bringing today is very similar to my Gdansk 60, but with a few cards that I view as just pure upgrades.
All right, what would you say would be those upgrades?
Terra Orb was probably my least used and most mediocre card in Gdansk, but in this list I played a second EVEX, which functions as the Terra Orb slot while also being a card with a lot more text. Burning Charge onto EVEX is a line that we discovered was very good when we played the Dusknoir build of the deck, and Carnelian was very difficult to accomplish. And with going back to this standard build, now Carnelian is a lot easier to accomplish, but Burning Charge onto EVEX is still a very good play that we didn't really discover until we kind of needed it.
And now you were saying this is the best Pidgeot EX deck, but you're only playing a 1/0/1. You're doing the full 4/4 Noctowl, the 2 Fan Rotom. What makes it so powerful?
What makes it so powerful is the combo potential. Like, this is a deck where you can't really afford to have dead cards. So every single one of your cards needs to at least have text and be viable in every single matchup. So if you play a second Pidgey and you have access to your first Pidgey, then your second Pidgey is always dead. Because you just need to be able to have multiple Ultra Balls, you need to be able to do double Noctowl once in a while, to be able to just promote Pidgeot, bench boosted Evo, and Carnelian the same turn, even with a Briar or a Boss if needed.
All right. I like it a lot. And this has been one of the decks that seemingly is pretty difficult to play, and you seem to play it perfectly and with so much speed every single time you're on stream. What really gives you that advantage?
Well, for me, it's mostly experience, but also kind of how the deck just functions. This is a deck that doesn't really draw cards. You have Fez, and that's your only way of drawing cards, aside from an occasional Iono. So what I do, and what I get to do with this deck, is that I can just kind of play my turn in advance in my mind, so that when the opponent passes the turn, I already know exactly what I need to do, exactly when I need to do it, and my end goal. So at that point, I don't need to think on my turn. I can just play the cards super quickly, and I just don't really need to take the typical time you need in a game of Pokemon.
And then what is so special about the Sparkling Crystal A-Spec for this deck? And just in general, why is that your A-Spec of choice?
The Sparkling Crystal is just absolutely insane. The game of Pokemon is balanced by only being able to attach 1 energy per turn, and then all energy acceleration cards being conditional. Gardevoir EX, you need a stage 2 in play. Charizard, you need a stage 2 in play. Crispin, you need to use your supporter. Blast Trumpet, you need to have them in a discard pile. But Sparkling Crystal just is that attachment regardless of any conditions. And it's also any type of energy, which allows us to only play 1 lightning energy. So we have basically 2 outs for the same card.
Well, I appreciate you sitting down and talking with me, and good luck on the tournament this weekend. And for that, we'll go back to more Pokemon action.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans. Chip Ritchie here in the booth again with Kyle Sablehouse. We've got one more Swiss round here of phase number 2, and we are going to be ironing out who is going to be competing for that title of Toronto Trading Card Game Regional Champion. Very excited to see how things are shaping up. We've got lots of great names, lots of new names as well. A great mix, which is something I always love to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been preaching, is that it's so inviting to join the TCG, and sure enough, we see a lot of players without that page of accomplishments that we're used to seeing that are starting to make their way up to the top. They're taking down big names.
Yes.
It's tournaments like this that really can catapult you to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is one deep run at a tournament, and I mean, before Baltimore last year, I didn't really know who this guy Henry Chow was.
Yeah, that didn't.
And then he won 3 tournaments, you know?
Right? Abonamed did a similar thing too. Where
Yep.
It's just like, he's playing really well.
Yep.
Like, where did you come from?
Yeah. It doesn't take much. If you put in the time and effort, those things can indeed pay off, and none have really done it more than that testing group, it seems to be, so far in the last couple of seasons. Well, Kyle, we had a pretty quick intro today. We didn't get a chance to kind of break down what the meta is looking like here in phase number 2. Let's take a look at what things looked like for day number 1, of course, first. And the big story here, I think, is just the continued push of Go EX to the top.
Right, and even if you don't believe it's the best deck in the format, it's the one that you need to be prepared to see at a tournament. This is a deck that has a lot of firepower, a lot of early game now with that Soul Rock Lunatone combo, but sure enough, it closes out games with Make It Rain, taking out big KOs, and it also has some interesting tech inclusions that we've had a discussion about already.
Oh, yeah.
Mega Lopunny, or if you want to include that Mega Mawile. Yep. It has that answer to the Cornerstone now that we weren't always seeing. It seems like a pretty strong deck. It definitely had that show here in the opening day.
Yeah, and I will say, I mean, kind of looking how this meta is shaping up, looking at these decks, I mean, the Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol deck is a little bit just off the graph here. It was like the 7th most popular deck, and a lot of those players are not playing Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon anymore. We've seen some that do, but plenty that don't, so I actually wonder how worth it some of those Cornerstone counters actually even are in the deck. It's kind of that weird give and take metagame. But we do see, of course, kind of rounding out this phase 1, we had Dragapult, Charizard, Gardevoir, all things we're used to seeing, but in Zoroark becoming more than just a pet deck.
Yeah, and it's because it has a few new friends to go along the way now. We've seen the tech inclusion of the Toad Scroll as a really helpful thing, but mainly it's been about the fact that you have that Mega Lopunny that you can sneak in and start to take some attacks as well. Just something that doesn't require copying an Ends attack, because there aren't that many.
Yes, the options are certainly limited with what you can do with the Night Joker of Ends Zoroark EX. Well, let's take a look at phase number 2 and see how things translated from day 1 to day 2. Does Go still remain largely out in front? And it does, but takes a bit of a hit. And look at that, Charizard, 17% of our day 2 field.
Yeah, and this is something that I was expecting to see. I can't get over how impactful Dawn has been as a supporter. It's so beneficial to so many different decks, but especially this one. Now with Charizard and Pidgeot, with the inclusion of Noctowl in most of these lists, we see some that are still tried and true on the clear 2 stage 2s, just running their Charizard and Pidgeot and seeing what happens. But when you have the addition of the Noctowl engine, you have so much added consistency, which we don't see as much from decks like Golden Go, because they had to drop that consistency to have answers to cornerstones.
We see it is indeed the same 6 decks here between day 1 and phase 1 and phase 2 is what is the most popular in the room. Same 6 different archetypes. But if you look up at the top, other decks, day 1, it was 38%. Day 2, it's down to 24%, 25%. You can certainly tell that the cream is rising to the top here.
Yeah, you take the considerations for both Gardevoir decks as a collective unit, and now they surpass Charizard as an archetype and nearly crowned over top of the Golden Go deck players too. So this is something that we typically do see, is that a lot of the top players really love to lean towards the Dragapult and the Gardevoir, and then their numbers will increase going into the second day.
Yeah, certainly interesting things to look at. You know, there's the Birmingham Regional Championships next weekend over in Europe, so I wonder how players will take this data and take a look at how centralized this meta has become around the top end. I mean, there is certainly the big 4 decks. Look at the drop-off here. I mean, if you combine the Gardevoir variants, that's around 19%, right? So we go 19, 19, 17, 15, and then it's all the way down to 4 for Enzoark EX. Normally when a metagame is that centralized, there's ways that players find to break that open.
Yeah, and it doesn't by any way mean that the Enzoark deck has only a 4% chance of winning the tournament.
No.
It's in the hands of incredible players. It just means that no one really has that trust to represent this archetype, and it takes a select few to really dedicate the time and effort that it needs to play a deck like this in such a competitive format that we see right now with these established archetypes.
Lots of interesting stories developing, of course, with all these different archetypes. And again, I said it in the opening, I'm very interested to see what is going to happen come rotation time. Golden Go EX rotates. Charizard EX and Pidgeot EX rotate. Gardevoir EX, I think for many players are
Scream it.
are going to be excited to hear. Yes, indeed, it does rotate from the standard format. On this page, we're going to be left with Dragapult and Zoroark. There is so much opportunity for new decks to rise. Will we see more Mega archetypes doing well? Things like the Mega Charizard XEX. Will we see more Mega Lopunny archetypes? Mega Lopunny Dusknoir, of course, has been something that's snuck around.
Can I unretire my Team Rockets deck?
Probably not.
Come on!
We'll see. I mean, hey, the things change a lot. Some of the problems for that deck do leave the format, right? The Charizards, the Gardevoirs.
I just want to hand disrupt. Okay, just let me hand disrupt.
And that is going to be one of your few options. It does appear. So maybe there is a little bit of a reason to lean into the Rockets archetype come rotation.
We're back.
Time. Are you going with the Mewtwo, or is it just like a Spidops single prize deck?
Spidops and friends.
And friends.
Yep.
I like it. I like it. Certainly a lot of stuff still to follow here. It does look like our final round has been paired. And looking at the numbers here, it seems like players are going to need to be getting to 34 match points to make it into top cut. Of course, if you're wanting to get started on your own Pokemon trading card game journey, best way to do it is to scan this QR code and find a Pokemon League event near you, whether it be a casual trade night, a casual local tournament, or something more competitive like a League Challenge or League Cup, or one of my favorites, pre-releases. Be sure to get out there and get in on the fun.
Yeah, this is a great way to join in on all the fun that you're watching here at these tournaments, and you'll have the chance to start to move up the ranks. These are all available to you if you can make it through the vast amount of players who want to join into these tournaments. But starting off at that local scene is a great way to get your feet wet and play with some of your favorite cards.
Absolutely. Great way to get rolling. I would say that everyone who is competing at the event this weekend more than likely started. It's probably 90+% of players started at their local league.
Yeah, I remember coming back into the Pokemon scene in 2004, and a guy was trying to tell me that his multi-energy meant every energy for his Pokemon, so he could attack for like 2 for 90 damage, which was unheard of at the time. And
2 for 90, huh?
Yeah, that'd be laughable at this stage, but I was over there ready to cry because his deck was cheating. And
Yeah.
I learned a lot at that league. So you could too.
What deck did you roll up with your first Pokemon League? Do you remember?
A really bad combination. Eventually, it turned into a Fire Red Leaf Green thing with Blastoise and a 1/1 Gyarados EX line.
Okay. Kind of working with the cards you had.
Finding 5 energies to deal 100 damage, not exactly going to win you a lot of games.
Yeah, even back then, that was a little underpowered, I'd say. Oh, things have certainly changed. Yeah, I think my first deck that I remember, I played a Giratina EX Vileplume deck. This would have been back in like 2015, 2016, that time frame. Vileplume had the ability that made it so no player could play trainer cards.
Yep.
Giratina EX's Chaos Wheel said your opponent couldn't play any special energies,
You're just a
supporters, or
bad guy.
stadiums.
You're just
It also had an
mean.
ability that said Mega Pokemon can't hit it. So, yeah, I didn't want my opponent. My first experience was like, I don't want my opponent to do
Can you imagine you go to League and you play against the guy who says like 8 different decks aren't allowed to compete against me? Like you're just setting these guys up for failure.
I definitely had a few opponents who did not have fun. People who got up quickly from our matches after a turn 1 item lock, turn 2 Chaos Wheel.
Toxic trainer
That's
Chip Richie.
what dreams were made of for me back then. But yes, I think everyone has fond memories of kind of their first initial exposure to the game. You know, the decks, the archetypes that were popular at that time. It's always fun to kind of put on those, rose-tinted glasses and look back at the good old days, as they say.
Yeah, and we get such a great chance to do that as well with the iterations that we've seen to our format and the cards that are added as well. So many callbacks to old cards and old mechanics. It's just really fun. If you've been in the game, you get to enjoy them. But if you haven't, and you hear all the old heads talking about it, you can join in on the fun too. It just does more damage.
Yeah, I think, Kyle and I could sit here and talk forever about old school Pokemon stuff and how modern stuff leans back into it. I mean, the Mega Lopunny and Zoroark in Zoroark EX deck, I mean, it's basically just Zoroark GX and Golisopod GX, which was a very good deck in 2017 and 2018. So it's always fun to kind of see how things come back around.
Yeah, back in my day when I had to
back
5 miles both
the
ways
multi-energy
uphill.
you talk about, we've got Luminous Energy today. It's like the same exact thing.
Yep.
Prism Energy just got reprinted in Black Bolt White Flare at the end of last year. You know,
Okay.
that's a card that's come back around. So fun to see, always fun to reminisce and look back.
Well, as we start to look forward a little bit, we see a lot of great names that are going into their final Swiss round at this stage. There are a few players that likely lock up their spot for the top cut here.
And it does look like they've done that just
Very
now. Karis Jones, Brent Tonneson at table 1 have already submitted a tie. And then Jack Wong and Andres from Chile have both submitted tie as well. So those players getting to 34 or better for their match points. Karis Jones leading that charge with a 12-1-1 record, 37 match points, certainly locking up the top seed in top cut, avoiding ASIM, which is very important.
Right, and if there was ever 2 players to mention their play really standing out on this entire weekend, it is those 2 players, and Karis and Brent. I mean, they had some phenomenal performances, really had their back up against the wall in both games that we saw, and yet they found ways to win, and even though it was so difficult. But now we have 2 more players ready to show us what they have for this final round.
Yes.
And you might be familiar with them. Recently aged up senior coming into things with Justin Templar, and boy howdy, Jesse Parker is back at it again with the Yellow Guys.
Yes, very excited to see this one shape up. I mean, 2 really cool stories for each of these players. You mentioned it, Justin Templar, a first-year Masters Division player. He's a player the last 3 or 4 seasons that has had so much success as a senior, winning so many tournaments. Basically, at a U.S. Regionals, you expected like him or like 1 or 2 other guys.
It's him and Ostercats.
Yeah, they
ballin'.
were the ones who were winning every single tournament, and I think Nathan has enjoyed Justin aging up a little while he still hangs out in seniors for a little bit longer. But then, yeah, Jesse Parker, I mean, obviously he had the incredible run at the World Championships in 2024. That was such a fun story to follow. His Miraidon deck, an archetype that most people had written off, but that he had stuck with through and through. And he had a great run at that event, unfortunately for him, ending in top 4. But he did get himself submitted in Pokemon history, got that Worlds deck printed, which I know is something he holds dear.
Yeah, that's so great for him. Yeah, we did talk about what we expected to see at this tournament, and we've seen some of those things come true. I said Dawn was one of my cards to watch out for. I think they misheard me. I meant Dawn. Miraidon!
Oh, That's so bad. I'll give it to you, though. And we are getting into this game here with Justin Templar. Bit of a change-up from what we've come to know him for through this whole season and really through the end of last year. I would say Justin, for the better part of a year, has been playing Dragapult to almost every single event. But a change-up for this tournament here, Kyle. Golden Go EX. Lunatone is his archetype.
Yeah, it speaks to just the powerhouse of this build, the consistency that it has, and it's got so many answers. Sometimes you just go with what makes the most sense for you, and if you have a general answer to most of the format, or at least that 55%, you have a pretty fair shot at making your way to the top stage if you're a great player.
And can we be surprised that Jesse Parker is playing a Miraidon deck? I mean, this is the deck that he has been most known for. He's had great runs at regional championships with top cut finishes using Miraidon over the last couple years. He's, of course, got that incredible run at the World Championships in 2024, and now he finds himself on a win-in round, relying on Miraidon EX with the combination of Iron Hands EX, giving it one last ride.
Yeah, this is something that for Jesse, I don't think it's really correlated to the major results that he's won it at some of the bigger events this year, but at locals, he has been absolutely crushing it. He's found so many nice wins there against a pretty competitive area that he plays in Ohio, and now he's bringing this to this stage. And he has so many hours tested against this. I can't guarantee the same for Justin on the other side against Miraidon.
Yeah, there's not a super high chance that Justin has played against Miraidon in this format, but I'm sure he's played against it plenty of times. Things may look a little bit different from Jesse's list. We'll get into it as the game happens. Different ways to accelerate energy here in this build. You got the Zekrom EX in here as well to usually close out the game, which is a big deal. But I think Jesse's early game, of course, is going to be relying on that Iron Hands EX. Amp you very much to take extra prizes.
Yeah, and this is something where the Soul Rock Lunatone package is a double-edged sword, as you don't have the hit points to rely on in the early stages of an early evolution into Golden Go and finding your answers. You might just lose 4 prize cards before you blink an eye.
Worth noting here, Kyle, pretty amazing to say, but Jesse Parker has only played 1 Golden Go up to this point in the tournament, and he did lose to that Golden Go. It's one of his 2 losses in the event so far, but he did have a 3-2-1 start at the event, and then he's gone on a 7-match winning streak to get to this point. 10-2-1 right now, and now just 1 more win away from locking up a spot in Top Cut.
At least 8 of those decks featured multiple Stage 2 Pokemon, so something to consider with the Dragapult Dusknoir, the Charizard EX decks. So he's used to picking off on smaller HP Pokemon to get the job done. We see a couple of those in the prize cards for Justin, but not terrible for either player right now.
Yeah, nothing that's going to just outright lose someone the game in the prizes right now. The Premium Power Pro, one of that could be nice, but I would say in this matchup, not super impactful. There's no real low HP Pokemon that's going to help the Soul Rock boost its damage to reach for a KO. I think a big deal here is certainly going to be which of these 2 players is going first. And actually, for Carmine in Jesse's build, I think he wants to go first, which is not bad in a format where most players are choosing second. Here we go, Kyle. Let's kick off this game. Justin Templar starting the Lunatone, and it will be Jesse Parker taking the first turn with an Iron Bundle in the active spot, starting off with a Nest Ball, checking the prize cards. Have to imagine this initial find will be a Miraidon EX to use that tandem unit ability.
Yeah, we saw the prize cards. Now it's time for Jesse to hop in on that as well with us. It's going to be just that 1 copy of Miraidon in there, so still has access to another, which means that he can search out a lot of these helpful lightning Pokemon that he features in his deck. He has the Iron Hands EX as the main attacker to get these opening attacks off, take these easy prize cards, but later on, you can shift the pace over. You have that Zekrom EX that you can feature in the late stages of the game once the prize cards start flying off the board, and if you ever need recovery options, he has an answer. Magneton, of all Pokemon, can use its ability and steal those energies right back.
Overvolt Discharge knocks the Magneton out, but brings 3 lightning energy from your discard, or 3 energy, I should say, lightning energy in this deck, of course, to your lightning Pokemon. And Jesse's deck, I mean, this is built super turbo. He's got 2 Squawkabilly EX in his deck. can only use one, but he wants to make sure he can always use the one for Professor's Research. For Carmine as an inclusion as well. Jesse wants to go fast, and he wants to all but guarantee a turn to amp you very much. I'd have to ask him. I have to imagine it's a pretty high percentage. How many games do you think this tournament he's gotten off the turn 2 amp?
It has to. If you don't, I think you end up in the other bracket. Maybe his opening with the 3-2-1 wasn't going
those
very
games is where he missed the turn.
But 7-0 since then. I think he's figured it out.
And we are, of course, going to see that Carmine 4 of copies in this deck for Jesse. Supporter card, you normally can't play one on your first turn, but that is the catch with Carmine. Discard your hand, draw 5, and you are allowed to play it on your opening turn of the game, and he still has access to the Squawk and Seas. Jesse can draw so many cards with this deck.
Yeah, think about this. Not only do you have the electric generator as a way to accelerate these energies, you have your energy for the turn, but then with these this supporter package of Carmines and Professor's Research, you're throwing away energies. You have 15 lightning energies to work with. Already has enough energies to have full value Magneton next turn.
Down comes Latias EX Skyliner, providing free retreat to all basic Pokemon, which is the majority of Jesse's deck, save for the Magnetons, which could just knock themselves out if they ever found themselves in the active spot. That will provide some movement here for the Iron Bundle. Of course, Hyperblower could be a nice way to get something like this Lunatone out of the active spot if Jesse would rather be aiming up something that is on the bench there for Justin. And it will be an attachment of a Lightning Energy for turn to the Iron Hands EX, and we have yet to see an Electric Generator. Super Rod goes down, not super ideal, but still 6 cards to find from the Squawk and Seas, and I still do not see an Electric Generator in this hand, Kyle.
Yeah, he's a man of culture playing the Heart Gold Soul Silver energies. He's got the best lightnings to find, but unfortunately none off the top with the generators because he can't find that item card to go along with it. Just a pass of the turn, but just a Magneton would mean amp very much next turn.
Kyle?
Is there a next turn? Oh, that is just the worst hand.
It's not very good. There's a Genesect EX that can go grab out a couple Golden Go EX, but I didn't see a draw supporter. I think there was a Boss's Orders in the hand. There was no Artisan, no way to get basic Pokemon out, no Buddy Poffin.
Yeah.
No way to get a Solrock even so that Lunatone could Lunar Cycle. This one is not looking good for Justin early on here.
I mean, he has at least a second Pokemon in play, so he's not gone just yet. But without any Pokemon attacking this turn, or without at least a Gimme Ghoul, you think that this is going to be an uphill climb. For Jesse, he would love to find a way to get those energies onto the board without using Magneton. You don't want to give up that prize card when your opponent shows that they have nothing.
Yeah.
But that's going to be a question for him next turn.
I think it's better to attack than to not. So if it comes down to it, I feel like Magneton will be popped more than likely, but certainly if he can find a generator, get a nice little double hit, I don't think he'd turn it down. Of course, worth noting as well, he's got that bundle in play, so Miraidon EX could be an option, and that is a big attachment there from Justin, the Bravery Charm, boosting the HP of Lunatone, meaning that Amp You very much will not be enough.
Yet, if the prize card is the most important piece, then you still have an arm press that could make its way through this Lunatone, but losing out on that prize card, a little unfortunate. Seems like that's not the route to go this time, though. You have the Genesect promotion now with the Iron Bundle, and you can still find a way to close out on this Pokemon if you have the Magneton. You could load up for a Miraidon to take this out, but it just isn't the typical path.
Nest Ball fail for Jesse, just thinning that card out of the deck. Of course, has Tandem Unit if there's a Lightning Pokemon he would like to bring down. But I think the name of the game here is just going to be what options can he find? Is he able to get off the attack? Ultra Ball gets him Magneton. He does have the energy there. It looks like he's actually benching the Blood Moon Ursaluna here early on. And Professor's Research will discard the hand to draw 7 fresh new cards, needing only a Magneton now to get off an attack, as he does have the necessary energy in the discard pile. And there is the Magneton. There is the Electric Generator. He still has an energy able to attach for turn. Lots of options here for Jesse. Let's see here first, off the generator, how many cards can he get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would you expect anything less than a double hit?
I mean, every time I use this thing, it doesn't work. But yeah, here we go.
But when you're Jesse Parker and you're 10-2-1, you know that it's getting 2
Does
energy
he have
cards.
magnets in his hands? How does the lightning all conduct there? He's found a way, and this is the line that you can go with instead. It's a bit off the beaten path, but it makes sense here now. Miraidon deals 220. Genesect has 220. You have a clear KO in this spot, and Justin's reading the Magneton. I think you're feeling pretty good, Jesse.
Yeah, he's just making sure. I think he knows exactly how it works, but I think Jesse definitely knows how this situation works. Photon Blaster, KO Genesect. It's down to 1 card here for Justin Templar.
It's an energy!
He's got nothing, and he's just gonna pack it up. That is it. Game 1 goes to Jesse Parker. What an electrifying start.
That is how you draw it up. That is everything that you want to see there for Jesse. He likes playing some fast games. How about sub 7 minutes?
Yeah. I have to wonder how he tied with this deck. It's so go, 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 go. It feels like you're going to either win or lose very, very quickly, and in this spot, it was a win for him. Justin, you got to feel bad. Nothing he could have done really there. Sometimes you just don't have much to work with, so he's going to be crossing his fingers for a better setup here in this game number 2. And I actually have to wonder here for Justin, oftentimes with Golden Go, you want to go second. You want to have a better setup. Would you rather go first in this matchup, though?
Yeah, and it's scary because if you do go first in this matchup, his deck list is not built to do that. If you see, he has 3 copies of Nest Ball, 1 Buddy Buddy Puffin.
Yeah.
The ways of searching out your Pokemon are very limited, and it still doesn't guarantee that you're not going to get Ampu very much on the other side. If Jesse has the hottest start with Squawkabillies and the generators, you'll still lose.
Yeah. It does look like, though, Justin has chosen to go first. And that is oftentimes what we'll see in these matchups from players. Usually the choice is correct for both players, right? Both players want to do the same thing in any given matchup. So even though Justin may normally with his deck want to go second, he's going to choose to go first here and force Jesse to go second. And yes, it is possible Jesse could still get off a turn 1 Ampu very much, but it is a lot more difficult to do.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask of this player, and now for Justin, he already is feeling the pressure, not only down a game, but also with a mulligan here in this opening hand. He's missing out on a basic Pokemon, and we know it's going to have to be at least 2 of them to come up with any game plan this time around.
Yeah, the more cards that Justin gives to Jesse, the better Jesse will be feeling from those mulligans, of course. That increases his chances of getting off any attack that could be relevant here. So yeah, Justin, I mean, it has to be hoping for a Buddy Poffin. That's the big card he's going to be looking for in this opening hand. 7 cards here. Let's see if he's got a basic. If we're going to get into this next game, he does indeed have Gimmighoul. What else do you see there, Kyle?
Oh, I don't know if we like this either, but we will see if he gives us a better peek. At least 3 energies in his hands. And a way to search out more with Gimmighoul. Can he find some help? It's a Boss's Orders top deck.
And it is a Fighting Gong in his hand as the only way to find another Pokemon.
He just nods his head. He's like, oh, I can get 1 piece of Soul Rock. Can I draw 1 with Lunatone?
Maybe if you do it quickly.
Yeah.
No, yeah, just a basic fighting Pokemon going to be found here. Could get an energy, but I think you have to respect the threat of Jesse potentially just winning the game on the next turn. Justin here.
Yeah, I mean, it's
unsure.
You think about the odds. If you get KO'd in that spot, if there's enough energies, you just lose the game outright. Yeah. But he wants to hold on because with the Fighting Gong, what if he top decks the opposite piece? Right. He wants to draw with the Lunatone Soul Rock combination, but instead he has to just grab 1 piece and hope it works out.
Gotta respect the potential of the turn 1 attack from Jesse Parker's deck. Now, the other thing I'll be interested to see here for Justin, he does have Air Balloon in his hand. Does he try to protect this Gimmighoul? Will he retreat it into the Soul Rock?
Well, his hand didn't show me any way to evolve into the Golden Go. If he thinks that the odds are better for him to evolve and then draw out of this mess rather than find a basic Pokemon in that Lunatone, then you may see that option.
That is what he will do. Retreat to the Soul Rock and pass. Jesse Parker has to love seeing that, and there is already plenty of gas in the hand. Ultra Ball, 2 Lightning Energy, ready to go down. I think I see a Nest Ball as well, so it looks like the combination of Squawkabilly, Miraidon, Iron Hands. So many Pokemon are going to be found here from just these 2 search cards.
Yeah, and there is some good news and bad news as you look at this. With the prize cards, 3 Lightning Energies, there are 15 in the list, so already down to 12.
Yeah.
We see 2 more in the discard pile, 2 in the hand. There is an electric generator, but your odds have shrunk by 50% to find what you're looking for. So can Jesse still find those Lightning Energies in this spot? If he does, he is in a great spot.
Another piece here, though, Kyle, would also be, can Jesse find that Iron Bundle? We found it in the first game as his opener. If he could get Bundle involved here, he could take out the Gimmighoul that Justin is trying to protect.
Yeah, it depends on how he feels about this situation. He has a read that the hand isn't strong for Justin just yet. Not much else was really done, but you typically do want to take out that Gimmighoul if you can. But it is a luxury. If you're mainly looking for an attack, regardless of what it's into at this stage.
Here's what I'll say as well here, Kyle. Do you know about the Magnemite?
Please, enlighten me.
Magnetic charge here as the attack. You get to attach 2 energy from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon.
That is a bailout button if I've ever heard
and
one.
It, honestly, I mean, in this spot, yeah, of course, Jesse's going to try to get the KO, I have to imagine here. But if he doesn't, that is a really solid option as a way to get some energy into play.
I mean, you just described Motivate for me, except it does less damage.
And there we go. All things come to balance as this generator does whiff completely. It did feel like his odds were not the best here with how many he has in hand in the discard and, of course, 3 in the prize cards. So I do have to feel like this is going to lean towards being a little bit slower of a turn more than likely.
Well, Justin's answer is right in front of him as to why there was a miss there.
He didn't attach.
Yeah, just confident enough to potentially see more of those energies now, but I don't know if we saw one in the hand.
We don't, but he does still have Professor's Research, so that is good. He's still got that available to him. Also, Switch can get maybe into the Magnemite if that's what he wants to do. I have to feel like that it's okay to pump the brakes here a little bit. Your opponent did nothing.
Yeah, and with multiple Ultra Ball, there's even more thinning chances here too. You could go after that Iron Bundle like you mentioned earlier, move that Pokemon, and then Ultra Ball again for the Pokemon you actually want on the bench as your 5th and final spot. That could be likely the Latios that we've mentioned. It can be so important, but will forego that and does not have a way to move Pokemon other than that Switch you mentioned.
Yeah, and he's got that one of copy here in the hand, and that'll be actually a nice Pokemon to move into here, Mew EX, providing a little bit of extra draw power for this deck, but also a pivot. Free retreat as an option without having Latios in play does not seem too bad. And after the switch here, we probably will see Jesse go for the restart as he moves Mew into the active spot, gets 1 extra card drawn. So many cards can be seen by this deck on its opening turns. Not the best one to find in the Magneton, but he is playing a 2-2 line.
Okay, well, he's going to lose that resource and actually wants to forego that. Will be extra safe in this spot.
Did he not play a supporter?
I don't think so, but we see a top deck Lunatone on the other side.
Wait, but Jesse had research, I believe, in his hand.
He wants to hold on to research plus Magneton. He has guaranteed Iron Bundle or Iron Hands next turn.
All right, he's going to be content with that situation then. Makes you really wish maybe that you'd seen Jesse attach before his Squawk and Seize, but now what is Justin going to do with this potential opening here? Not a bad card to find in the secret box. 2 boss going down. I honestly don't think that's that big of a deal in this matchup. Jesse's always going to have a 2-prize Pokemon in the active spot.
Yeah, and they're so easy to KO. They're lower hit points. They're glass cannons on the other side, so you will find enough energies to make it rain through all of these Pokemon. You see an EX in the active already. So if the cards start to work out for Justin, if he finds the right pieces, he can really flood this board and start to draw abundances of resources.
It felt like Justin just simply needed a turn, and that turn was gifted to him here as off of Secret Box, it looks like Nest Ball, Air Balloon. It appears Cypher Maniac's code breaking eyed up potentially. Nest Ball, of course, could go get Genesect. That could get the guaranteed Golden Go EX. And now the question will just be, can Jesse find enough energy cards in order to get this KO? And I have to imagine with Cypher Maniac, he's going to be able to line it up.
Yeah, and this is a unique inclusion that we don't see as often. More in the rainbow builds of this deck of old, where we saw multiple Cypher Maniacs code breaking. Instead, now he has that guaranteed answer to find the right pieces at the right time. It's just that one copy, but often you find yourself using it early.
Nestball will bring down Genesect EX. He's got the Artisan in hand as well, plus one more Gimmighoul in hand, so he's able to get himself fully set up here. And this is, I think, what Justin was hoping for when he chose to go first in this game.
Yeah, we see now plenty of hit points to work with. Another air balloon too, so if you want to have the high hit points of the Golden Go EX in the active spot, you can hold on to those and maybe avoid having a knockout on the opposite side. There's no bench space for Iron Bundle moving anything.
And I think that Justin will have this knockout guaranteed lined up here with the 2 Earthen Vessel added to the top of the deck from the Cypher Maniac. He'll retreat into the Golden Go coin bonus. We'll draw those 2 cards. You know, he's shortcutting a little bit, not putting them quite on the top of the deck, but we know where they are. And Earthen Vessel gets rid of Artisan. Here comes 2 energy cards. He's already got 1 in hand. The next Earthen Vessel will find 2 more. That's enough for an attachment and a Make It Rain for 200.
Yeah, it works out so well here, and just finding those energies, not only for the first attack, but for the remainder of the game. You need access to that superior energy retrieval to find a knockout. At least 200 damage guaranteed every time you play one of those cards from this point on for the rest of the game, and you just need 1 other energy to take out most of the other Pokemon on the board. Sign me up.
And the question here for me is going to be, what does Jesse do to respond to this situation? He doesn't play Disruption. He's not going to be slowing Justin down in any way, really, in this game. He's going to be able to take...
the other card,
the other
was
Magneton,
the
of course.
You would have just drawn into it off the research.
Speaking of, there is the research. Discarding the hand to draw 7 new cards. Jesse wanting to hold on to what he had, but whiffed an attachment on the previous turn. He does find another energy here. There is also a electric generator. We know Magneton is going to be popped here, but Jesse doesn't have a great way right now to KO the active Golden Go. Voltage Burst from the Zekrom EX deals 130 damage and then 50 more for each prize card your opponent has taken. Oh, actually, with the pop of the Magneton, yes, it would get there. That's 1 more prize card for Justin. Okay.
Yeah, it does line up for him. He finds the KO, but unfortunately, he does give up that additional prize. Thankfully for Jesse, look how he's set up his board. It is all 2 prize Pokemon from this point out, and that's not what you're looking for off a generator. You want the energies.
Yeah, that is no energy found off of 2 generator played this game for Jesse. Definitely not what he wants to see.
I suppose
he's needing to find a way to establish a backup attacker. Zekrom is going to be lined up here to go, but where does he go after Zekrom goes down potentially?
That's a great point, as this is going to take 3 energies now, so you just have the 1 energy that you attach for the turn, which guarantees that you will need a electric generator hit at some point in time if you want to attack with either Iron Bundle or another Pokemon of your choosing.
And there is Zekrom loaded up.
Iron Bundle, I mean Iron Hands.
Sent up into the active spot. Attachment for turn on to that Miraidon EX. That can, of course, take out Genesect EX as a way to take 2 prize cards. And Voltage Burst, dealing enough for the KO. It does deal 30 damage to itself, which I have to imagine Justin is feeling pretty good about. That lines up pretty nicely.
Yeah, that superior energy retrieval card in his hand already leads to a KO. He has the Genesect to search out a Golden Go. Another Artisan, well, the Artisan now to search out more Pokemon. He can find that backup Gimmighoul. So he has all the pieces already built into his whole setup. He just needs to attack through, and he'll be at 1 prize card remaining.
Genesect is going to find out the last Golden Go in Justin's deck. He's actually only playing 3. We've seen that from time to time from Golden Go players as a way to make an extra spot. You really only need 3 in a game. You basically never use that 4th copy. It's just a consistency option, but here comes that 3rd copy added to the hand. Flip the script, we'll draw 3 cards. Just already has the knockout lined up guaranteed, perhaps just making sure he's got a way to move forward after this turn.
And I mean, from this point, with the Pokemon now gone, you only have that Super Rod as a way to bring back a Golden Go if you're looking to close out the game with it. So if this Pokemon were to fall, if Jesse did find the right pieces, maybe there's a comeback.
Arvin will be the supporter from Justin, searching the deck for an item and tool card. Bravery Charm can boost the HP maybe of the Gimmighoul. I guess it doesn't quite matter. It still would be in range of an Ampu very much, and will be a Super Rod, though, added back in. This is a way that Justin will guarantee that he has some Golden Go EX in the deck.
Yeah, this is a great call from Justin. A turn that he can take off, essentially, as his supporter can help him set up for a following turn now, and he has that Super Rod. He can guarantee Golden Go for a future turn, and he's got the energies. He needs to make sure he grabs metal energy, though.
Can't forget that. He's got a fighting in the hand, so that will still be enough. You know, there was a time where metal resistance was a thing that Lightning Pokemon had, but not these days.
Yeah.
So Zekrom EX will go down to just the 4 energy. Super Rod now being played up to 3 Pokemon in energy, shuffled from the discard pile back into the deck. Looks like it will be 2 Golden Go EX. Do any energy go back in? It looks like a fighting will.
And that's a fair consideration here, is you're going to take a knockout with 4 energies as the attacker, and if you lose the energy on the Golden Go by some miracle on the other side, that's 5 energies. That's a guaranteed KO on anything on the other side of the board.
Make it rain, takes the KO. Justin Templar down to just 1 prize, and where does Jesse Parker go from here? There's a Defiance Band that can boost his damage, but it still doesn't get him to the Golden Go KO with a Miraidon. That would be 250 with the Photon Blaster. Yep. No Zapdos anymore in the format to give you that +10.
We're thinking of everything at this stage. Yes, there's just not much that you really have other than that copy of Blood Moon Ursaluna. We don't see it. We're packing things up. We're going to Game 3.
Yeah, Blood Moon in the prizes was not an option there for Jesse, and that does mean we're going to a Game 3. Justin Templar tying this set up. Let's not forget what is on the line here for these players. A win here lets them continue on in this tournament. They'll make it into asymmetrical top cut. They will still have a chance to become champion, and a loss means you're going to be packing your bags and flying back home.
Yeah, for Justin, this is a place he's been so often in the seniors division, and now he has that chance to continue to build on these Masters level accomplishments. He already has the respect of so many of his peers, but when you have that accomplishment added to your name in the Masters division, that really is that signing off point for so many players.
And in game number 2 here, was definitely all Justin Templar. KO after KO after KO. It was probably about the easiest game of Pokemon he's played all weekend. Very straightforward with what he needed to do. And Jesse Parker just did not have the response lined up. You know, if he had the Defiance Band plus Blood Moon combo there at the end to knock out the Golden Go, would Justin have been able to find the pieces to take his last prize card? I have to imagine the answer is yes.
Yeah, it's not like Jesse's super into hand disruption. He doesn't have anything of the sort. He can't really close out on what Justin's building up on the other side. And it seems like all of his tricks aren't up his sleeves. He's putting them all on the table for you.
This is just some good old honest Pokemon right here. My guy against your guy. None of that disruption stuff.
Bare knuckle brawling out here to see who makes it into ASIM.
That is what we are seeing here, and it does indeed look like Jesse Parker will be going first. We know that's what he wants to do in this game. And he's going to get an extra card to work with as Justin Templar for the second time this set has a mulligan.
Jesse Parker going first. We know he has access to that supporter in the Carmine. If he finds that, can really get the ball rolling. At least a Squawkabilly would do wonders for him. But if you find the electric generators, if you get the energies out before any problems, you know that you've got a great chance at taking early prize cards.
I got to tell you, Kyle, just a quick little peek. I see a nest ball. I see an electric generator.
Yep.
I think Jesse's got at least some semblance of a turn lined up here.
Well, we see Justin now has his Pokemon to start things off. We are underway here in game number 3.
And Justin has started Genesect EX. Now that is interesting because it does actually change things a little bit here. Jesse Parker really is leaning into the 2-2-2 strategy, right? He's going to take two prizes with an Ampu very much. He's going to take... Wait.
That's a lot of energies, my guy.
That is quite a few energy prized over there for Justin. So that's something he's certainly going to have to navigate.
I got scared because so often it is just the 3 copies of metal. Thankfully, he does have 4, but wow. That is hard to come back from. How do you find the energies to even take your initial attacks?
It's going to be about those 3 copies of Earthen Vessel.
Hey.
But for Jesse here with the tandem unit and with Justin starting the Genesect, that is going to be a 2 prize card option that he can take on his next turn that requires 3 energy cards as opposed to the 4 that he would need for an Ampu very much.
Yeah, it does line up great for the Miraidon. However, Miraidon doesn't follow up as a strong attacker, so that's when you really bank on having the Iron Hands to close out on some of those smaller hit point Pokemon. We don't typically see all of those energies at once, but there's a world where you can set that up. If you bring up the Miraidon, don't have Latios in play, retreat, and then use Magneton, you can just push those energies onto a different Pokemon, like a triple energy switch.
I think Jesse's game plan in this matchup is pretty clear and straightforward. It's 2 prize cards with an Iron Hands or Miraidon, whichever works out, 2 prize cards with a Zekrom on a Golden Go, as Jesse here praying for 2 energies hit, but does at least get 1. And then finally closing out the game with the Defiance Band Blood Moon combination.
Great point. Yeah, that is a clean way to do just that, and which leads to a bit of confusion when you see this energy attachment from the electric generator. You would expect this to go to the Miraidon.
Yeah, I think that Jesse's going to recognize that he can still attack with Miraidon next turn, but this lets him have the potential to attack into an active 1 prize Pokemon or reach for the Miraidon KO. No Carmine and no Squawkabilly for Jesse, so it's already a slower turn than we have seen from him in any of our previous games. Justin will kick off his turn, checking the prize cards by using Metallic Signal with Genesect EX, and also, of course, grabbing out 2 Golden Go EX.
I'm curious if the boss's orders in hand for Jesse is something that led him to this decision too. If you see that slower start from Justin once more and only see 1 Gimmighoul, maybe you target that Pokemon down, remove it, and buy yourself a little extra time.
Arm Press is good enough to at least take a prize card, but it does put Jesse on odd prizes, which I have to imagine is something he's going to want to avoid, but it may be all he can do. Now with the 2 Golden Go added to the hand for Justin, he's certainly going to be looking for a way to get some Gimmighoul out. Of course, wants to get that Lunatone Soul Rock combo, and this is the best start we have seen from Justin. He's got Arven, he's got Nest Ball, he has plenty of options.
We talked about how bad the prize cards were. There's another spot that we didn't get to mention is if you look up at the top corner, there's another problem. That Arven can't search out Buddy Poffin. It's the one-of copy, and it's not there for him.
Just a one-of copy, so we may have to see this Arven find the Secret Box. Secret Box can get Artisan plus a Nest Ball. That's kind of a poor man's Buddy Poffin. It's very poor man's Buddy Poffin.
It's the rich man. That's expensive.
And that is indeed the initial route here. Secret Box found from the Arven as that A spec of choice. Will be able to discard 3 cards from Justin's hand in favor of finding 4 from the deck. 1 supporter card, 1 stadium card, 1 tool card, and 1 item added to his options.
And this is very nice to see with that Earthen Vessel. Something to make you realize that those prize cards may not be the end of you just yet. 2 energies to the discard pile by way of the Secret Box. Maybe just 1 if you think you can use that fighting energy for some good here, but just finding those energies all together, nice to see in this beginning stage.
Yeah, and I think that the best turn here for Justin may end with a single prize Pokemon in the active spot, like Lunatone or Solrock, with the Bravery Charm attached. That is the way that Justin could make it as difficult as possible for Jesse to take 2 prizes on his next turn.
And we'll see if he has enough cards to do something like that. With the search of a card like Fighting Gong, you could draw up with the Lunatone and Solrock combo, maybe see some of those resources like the Gimmighoul, or even enough the rest of the pieces like you mentioned. If you have that Bravery Charm too, that's everything.
And that is going to be the Fighting Gong chosen from the search off of the Secret Box, and that will be Solrock and Lunatone now coming into play. More cards added to the hand off of the Lunar Cycle. Justin wisely holding on to the Nest Ball in his hand so that he can still use it after the Lunar Cycle to get himself out Gimmighouls, increasing his odds to just draw 1 naturally here.
Yeah, very smart. Great call here, and if he finds some help, he does. It's a great answer in the 1 copy of Gimmighoul. Now he has the 2nd copy, so less likely to be dismantled by that boss's orders in the other hand, and maybe Jesse has to go a different route here.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of getting rewarded for good sequencing on Justin's side. You definitely love to see that, as he will now be rewarded with a pair of Gimmighoul added to his board. He did, I believe, get the air balloon off the secret box. We know that the Bravery Charm was in the hand. So will that be his line? I will say he probably needs an energy attachment to the Pokemon he sends to the active spot so that he can retreat and attach to a Golden Go on the next turn. So all things to consider. And he can get that energy attachment with the Fighting Gong.
Yeah, it just did not have the resource naturally, to be expected with those prize cards, but searches that out now and can do a little bit more with this card. And you're left with some different options now. If you don't feel comfortable attacking in with a Pokemon like the Solrock, even minor Errand Running isn't the worst answer right now. If you just get a couple more energies, you at least have guaranteed attacks. But Bravery Charm does change things.
Hey, might as well get a little damage in play as well with the Cosmic Beam. No Monkey Dories on your opponent's side to worry about giving some damage to. And now let's see what Jesse Parker finds. That is the Prime Catcher A-Spec, a perfect way to get around the Bravery Charm play that Justin went for and still being able to use his supporter for turn to draw cards.
That's great. His play was most likely something like Energy Boss and just no other setup, no other attachments to this board. Instead, now you could just go very aggressive with the catcher and the research.
Kyle, I think the awkward thing here for Jesse is that he has both his Zekrom EX and the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX in his hand currently. And those are both cards that he wants at the end of the game, but he doesn't necessarily want to fill his bench with them right now. That means he wouldn't have a bench space for something like the Pheasantipity EX. He won't be able to get the Iron Bundle down if he uses both of those Pokemon right now. He does play a Super Rod, and a Night Stretcher. So, I mean, there's two ways to find these Pokemon, so he may have to say goodbye to at least one of them.
Yeah, I think the hedge with just the inclusion of the Zekrom doesn't seem like the worst possible solution. However, when you're drawing low and don't have very many resources, you'd hope to find those cards at the right time. The one benefit that both players have is there is 0 hand disruption on either side. Once you see that resource, you know that you have that backup answer. If Night Stretcher ever touches the hand, he has a Blood Moon Ursaluna for the end.
Yeah, this is a good point, and he should know, yeah, like you said, no hand disruption. Here comes the Prime Catcher. And Jesse is going to promote the Magneton, going all in on finding, or excuse me, promoting the Magnemite, going all in on finding the Magneton, and it will be the Blood Moon Ursaluna as the Pokemon that hits the bench. And Professor's Research, discarding 7 cards, of course, putting a Lightning Energy down. Would love to find an Ultra Ball. He does not, but he finds 2 Electric Generator here.
Oh, who's ready to gamble?
He is going to need to get at least 1 hit here, probably 2. There's 1, and it is just the 1 here. He will attach it to the Iron Hands EX on the bench, and if he can get 1 more Lightning Energy off this next generator, he'll be able to attach an energy to his active to retreat it, and that will lead to an Ampu very much to take 2 prizes.
It's just a bit of awkwardness there with wanting to play those energies down onto this Pokemon. However, you had your free retreater in the active, but the value of Prime Catcher, you need that Gimmighoul KO. Can he find the answer here? Just a little flash of Ampharos gets him over there.
It could all come down to this for Jesse Parker. Last card is the Lightning Energy, and that was the difference between him taking 2 prize cards and 1 on this turn.
And that can be everything. You know the prize map is so important at this stage, in this matchup in particular. If you go down just 1 prize card in that spot, then you are giving all of the advantage to Justin. He will build up the resources and continue to take 2 prize cards after 2 prize cards. Instead, now we are on even footing, and the prize cards may help even further here. 2 prizes added to the hand.
It does feel bad for Jesse to have to burn his energy attachment to retreat, but I think he's fine with the trade-off here. It also does put another energy in the discard pile for him to utilize with Magneton on the next turn. Now, how will Justin Templar respond? Kicks it off with the Fighting Gong. He did promote the Soul Rock for turn. I think more than likely would just be happy to retreat that energy off so that it's available to him off of something like Superior Energy Retrieval. Artisan brings down yet another Gimmighoul. Genesect EX able to search out Golden Go now. Lots of cards still to draw here, Kyle.
Yeah, this is fairly nice here for Justin. He's got some great resources to work with as he's building up on this hand, but he only has access to that 1 Golden Go for this turn. If he's attacking with it, he wants to wait on the drawing with coin bonus until it's in the active spot. So he needs to see these cards first to see if he can really make this work. And I think Cypher Maniac really seals the deal. If he was ever going to have an answer, it's right there in front of him.
Looks like he will be lined up nicely. Looks like Superior Energy Retrieval's already in the hand. There's already a basic Metal Energy available as well. So Justin Templar will certainly have the pieces to get this knockout. Not even going with the Cypher Maniac. He's got Arven as an option.
Sure
Search
enough.
out whatever other piece he may need. And that will be the choice. Searches out a tool card and an item. Can get another Superior or Earthen Vessel if he's still got enough targets in the deck. And sure enough, it looks like there are. Got Air Balloon he can thin out as well. The problem here for Justin is that Jesse is the one who has initiated first. So this is really going to be a situation of, I mean, this game is basically going to come down to if Jesse whiffs.
Do you know how this game could end? The most exciting way for me to see this happen is if Justin is able to piece together with that Cypher Maniac's co-breaking a Soul Rock with a Vitality Band and the premium power flow. If he has all of that to knock out the Mew, that would be everything. It evens the board for him, but he lost to the Vitality Band to start the game.
Oh, Vitality Band already down, and also worth noting too, Genesect being in play would always be a 2-prize liability potentially for Jesse to target down in those situations. There's 5 energy cards being discarded, as that will be enough 250 damage to knock out the Iron Hands EX. Jesse having no energy cards in play, nothing that a Magneton won't be able to fix.
Sees a top deck of a Carmine as well, so guaranteed supporters ready to roll. Now, does he have access to that Magneton? As soon as you see that, you know you have at least one more attacker ready to go. The last question on his mind is, can he also reestablish that Blood Moon Ursaluna?
Kyle, the awkward thing here for Jesse is that Zekrom is in the discard
that's right.
pile.
He picked the... This is the turn we talked about. I'm looking at the Blood Moon now, thinking he had the Zekrom. He actually chose the opposite Pokemon. I really wanted to see the Zekrom as the placement last turn.
And I think that okay, let's see this generator here. He'd love to get a double hit. There's 1 energy and a second. Not too bad. But I think that Jesse, what his thought process was, and I can totally get on board with it, is that he was going to use this Miraidon to boss KO Genesect this coming turn, right? And then he would have the Blood Moon Ursaluna to potentially close out the game. It doesn't need a bunch of energy loaded up on it. It can just attack with the Defiance Band to close things out. But not having Zekrom may mean he does not take a prize card here, because I don't think he has boss.
Right, this is the reach that you don't have at this spot. Is we threw away a boss at that earlier stage. Yes, there's 4 copies of it, but with the Prime Catcher down, the odds of finding this card without drawing with a supporter, unlikely, and we don't see it just yet.
Has Jesse whiffed the knockout here? His deck that is so aggressive and aims to just take 2 prizes every single turn has no disruption. So, I mean, he could promote the Magnemite and just kind of hope that Justin can't get around it, but with no disruption to combo that, that feels like wishful thinking.
I mean, that's the turn that you have to bank on, is you have a single prize Pokemon that can provide a little bit of disruption. If there isn't a boss's orders in the hand this turn, then Justin misses out on that 2-prize KO, and you get the same effect of the Magneton knocking itself out in the Magnemite being active there.
Now, Jesse could still do this. He's got Carmine in his hand, so if he Carmines into Magneton, Energy, and Night Stretcher or Super Rod, he could still pull off Zekrom this turn.
And you start to worry a little bit about the electric generator count. If that had to be included in the mix, then did you really want to generate these energies to Miraidon? It's not like you'll find the answer off of the supporter, but all of them are down now, so...
He needs to just... He can attach from hand, though.
Yeah.
He's not going to go for it, though, and this is him kind of just hoping Justin whiffs a boss here, which I think is so unlikely. And he is still going to go for the Carmine. Oh, he can still load up the Zekrom fully. Yeah, he can still load up the Zekrom fully with the Magneton, of course. Doesn't need an attachment.
If he finds it, and it was only 5 cards, it looks like, what, 2 energies and the Magneton. What else was found in that hand? It doesn't look like a way to find a new Pokemon.
And he can't even draw with something like the Mew EX. He can't thin his hand down anymore.
A Night Stretcher in the prize cards, too.
It was literally just the Super Rod would have gotten him what he needed. And he is going to have to send up this Magneton. He'll get Magnemite, excuse me. He'll get to use this magnetic charge. He'll get a couple energy cards in play onto the Blood Moon, but you can already tell by his body language, Jesse is not loving this spot. It is simply going to be a pass, and Justin Templar just needs to find a way to boss his orders around this Magnemite, and he will be in the driver's seat this game.
Yeah, with the boss's orders already sitting in the hand, you know he's feeling comfortable now. Golden Go using its ability, seeing a few more cards, has access to that Lunatone. You see the superior energy retrieval as well. There's so many resources going his way, and without hand disruption, how does Jesse come back from this? It's going to be 2 prize cards remaining regardless of how you cut it.
Yeah, it's just going to have to be a hope that maybe Justin has prized a bunch of superior energy retrievals. Jesse's win conditions are definitely dwindling at this point, as boss's orders will bring up the Mew, and he might be able to even work in that premium. Oh no, the Vitality Band already gone, right? So
yeah,
can't quite work in that cool Premium Power Pro play that you pointed out, but even, I mean, attacking with a Golden Go here is basically just as good. He needs less energy to discard as well because of the hit earlier on. Just 3 need to go down. He's going to prep around just the potential of maybe a single copy of Iono that Jesse could play, which is very wise. Burn every single unuseful card. Make sure he's got the attachment onto his benched Golden Go EX. And here comes the knockout. 150 damage, more than enough to KO this Mew EX at this juncture. And Justin goes down to just 2 prize cards remaining. What can Jesse do? Oh my gosh, the next card, 1 card away, Kyle. The Super Rod and that 1 card, that's the difference. Jesse would have taken 2 prize cards, and then he would have just needed to find his Defiance Band or a boss's orders on this final turn. He's got the boss actually in his hand. Oh, Kyle, if it was a Research and not a Carmine, he would have gotten there.
If it was a Zekrom bench instead of a Blood Moon bench were there, it just, the order of operations just really threw me off at that stage. But sure enough, he's going to fight through this spot. He goes down to just that single prize card remaining. He has the Zekrom ready to roll, but it's a little bit too late. It still feels great to attack in and take that big knockout, but you see that the writing is basically on the wall with that pile of purple cards waiting for you on Justin's side.
Perhaps all for naught here at this point. He'll load up so many energy in play. He'll have a great looking board, but won't be able to do much of anything else. Just cross his fingers that Justin Templar has nothing to work with. Here comes the Pheasantipity. If he can flip the script and find that Defiance Band, he could at least attack with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Attacking with that does not seem as bad, as it is the hardest thing for Justin to KO on Jesse's board. And no Defiance Band was found.
Just missing out on a couple more pieces that maybe could be helpful in this spot, but I mean, you see, as soon as that supporter card was played for the turn, Justin, big sigh of relief, takes a look at his hand, tries to make sure that everything lines up on his side. Can't fault Jesse for trying to make something of this at this point. He's drawing through, trying to find an answer. And here is the Magneton, giving up that last one other prize card you can give up before the game ends.
Zekrom dealing maximum damage here with its Voltage Burst, but Justin Templar simply needs a superior energy retrieval, and that will be the game. He sees 2 in the deck. He sees an Arven or Cypher Maniac in his hand to search that piece out, and that will be it. Justin Templar punches his ticket into top cut.
And that is how it's done, with 2 glass cannons as we go at it. That's sure enough just what it takes sometimes. You don't have any way to disrupt your opponents. You just give them everything you got. Sure enough, we see that Justin found the answer. He had all the resources. He chained them together so well. And I really think that's a credit to the way that he designed his deck list. With the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, it just gave him that little extra push sometimes when he needed to line up the right resources.
Yeah, and well played, of course, by Jesse. I mean, taking a deck that he has, piloted for so long and seen so much success with, and even in a format where nobody is thinking about this archetype, he's finding a way to make it work. He's going to come away with a really strong finish here still at this tournament. He can hold his head high knowing that he, was able to innovate, able to find something that no one else was really playing, and still did the best he could with it.
Yeah, that's something that we've known from Jesse as we've seen him grow on the stage with us and start to turn into this personality. But let's take a look one more time at how we got here. This was a pretty wild ride to start things off. It looked like Miraidon was unstoppable.
Yeah, it looked like Justin was about to be looking for early flights home here, as it was all Jesse Parker there in game number 1, and it was also slow for Justin in game 2, but Jesse did not find a turn 1 attack going second, and Justin was able to initiate the prize trade and keep that lead through the entirety of this game.
It worked out so well for him, and we jumped into this last and final game. We see the final energy off of the electric generator. Number 5 got it done there, and Jesse was just trying to piece together those last resources. He had the turn where maybe he finds the answer with Magneton, goes to the 3 prize deficit, or the 1 prize deficit there, and then stays in the prize race. However, the pieces weren't there. Justin had it all waiting for him, and he takes the knockout there, closes things out, and he'll find himself in asymmetric cut.
1 card, Kyle. 1 card was the difference there for Jesse Parker. Otherwise, we may have a Miraidon here in top cut. But nonetheless, Justin Templar finds himself in yet another Masters Division top cut here in his first year. Let's not forget, he is young and he is really making his name known as a Masters player.
And he's not afraid to play different decks to get the job done. He's shown a variety of skill with how he's able to combat the format and take down the metagame. He's done exactly that once more. He's taken a deck that we see in the hands of a lot of players, but he's made these slight little innovations. Yep. He's prepared for different matchups, and it gives him a chance to show off exactly what he's capable of.
Yeah, lots of one-of cards that we don't really see from this deck that often anymore. I mean, Cypher Maniac was kind of a staple of Golden Go for a long time. Players aren't really playing it right now. He's found a way to get one into this list. That one-of copy of Premium Power Pro, allowing you to reach for knockouts with a single prize board. Extremely strong. So, yeah, Justin, I'm sure, is feeling great and looking for a chance to take down a title and become a Masters Division regional champion, added to his wall of already existing regional championship medals.
Yeah, do you think he hangs them a little bit higher now that they're in the Masters Division? Or, I mean, he was playing against some pretty good competition in the seniors, so it probably means just as much, if not a little bit more, to him there. But for Jesse, commiserations there. It's unfortunate that it didn't work out for you, but to take whatever tier level this deck is and to boost it up just that much,
just a little bit.
You know that was all you.
He put it on the map a little bit,
yeah,
that's for sure.
And he's got a lot of people that are excited to see what the deck list was. They want to see if they can give it a shot and maybe draw some of those hands like we saw in the opening game.
I do love deck lists like this. I mean, it is super clean, I mean, the 4 research, 4 Carmine, 4 bosses orders, the prime catcher. He knows what he's trying to do every single game. Get through the deck, get some energy in play. I love those decks where it's like you're going to set up your board state and make your opponent have the answer.
Yeah, you just don't care about what your opponent does on the other side. True solitaire, just burn through. But then you also have different attackers that match your opponent. So if they do have this, you at least have a little bit of an answer. You don't care what's going on in their hand. And you really hope they don't care what's going on in yours, because all of your answers are on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, really cool list for sure. I feel like we'll see a few people, we'll see a few names added to the Limitless page for this one at EUIC. People are probably going to want to pick this one up and roll with it because it is definitely a lot of fun. So yeah, congrats to Jesse. He should hold his head high with this finish, with this run, even though it has been cut short. And I think another big point about like why this deck is pretty cool in this format is this is a choose second format, right? Everyone is choosing to go second to get more set up, and this is a deck that loves going first and takes advantage of that.
Yeah, if you're feeling unlucky and generators aren't hitting, well, at least your opponent's going to roll and choose to go second. So you have that first game where you can surprise them and get that big setup, and we've seen that. With Jesse, if he doesn't have the answer immediately built in, he has that to fall back on, the Magneton as well. The energies don't always have to go perfectly for you to still give us a pretty great game.
And a great game we did indeed see, but it does end with Justin coming out on top. We know at least one Golden Go player is going to be making it into top cut, and let's get a little refresh here and see if we can get an update on any other players making it in. It does look like Henry Chow has gotten a win, and he will move on to top cut. Giovanni Sasso from Brazil traveling up. He is going to be making it into top cut. Just a couple of the names here. Of course, we mentioned Karis Jones and Brent Tonneson IDing into cut. Those are 2 of the great players we love to keep our eye on.
I mean, we see here with Luis and Jordan, we have multiple Frostlass and Marnie's Grimmsnarl players that will be in our asymmetric cut.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Well, anyone who watched round 9 yesterday got a little taste of what can happen with that. So maybe there's a little more coming your way.
Well, Kyle, I am excited to hear from our newest member of the Toronto Regional Championships Top Cut. Justin Templar is standing by. Let's see how he's feeling after that win.
Thank you, Chip Kyle. I am here with our round of 14 winner, Justin Templar. First of all, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Really good. Excited to make ASIM, first ASIM at a regional and masters. Hoping to hit Dragavolt.
Yeah, sounds good. You are basically the only Golden Go, it seems like, to make ASIM, and it's definitely been the most played deck of the tournament.
For sure.
And you're normally playing Dragavolt, got top 8 in LAIC just a couple months ago with the deck. What made you switch to Golden Go?
So Henry made this Guardian deck and like posted it in his Discord server, so I assumed a lot of people were going to be playing it. And Dragapult doesn't do too well into that because of the Evo. It could just set up pretty easily. So I decided to play Dango because I think the matchups are a lot better. I think I'm fine versus Henry's deck, maybe slightly favored or 50-50. And it's also just like a pretty consistent deck.
Yeah, that sounds good. And now going into round 14, you're needing a win to make ASIM, sitting at 31 match points, and you're paired up against Jesse Parker, former top 4 Worlds competitor with Miraidon. Seems to be his deck. Now going into the Miraidon matchup, is that something that you've tested a lot?
No, definitely not. I was talking to my friends about it. We were thinking like if we just like promote like a Solrock or Lunatone with a Bravery Charm, it's gonna make it like really hard for them to like take the first 2, and then from there I could like try and take the prize lead and probably win the game.
Yeah, we saw that, game 3?
Yeah.
You were able to accomplish that. Now, game 1 did not really go well in your favor, just having a bunch of energies in play, not really able to get any Pokemon, but it does seem like games 2 and 3, you were just able to keep your prize mapping and take your 2/2/2s, and it does seem like that's kind of the matchup in general. It's both of y'all are trying to fight these 2 prize knockouts back and forth.
Yeah, once someone takes the first 2, like in this matchup, it's really hard to like make a comeback.
Yeah, and game 3, Jesse ended up discarding that Zekrom and opted to bench that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. I think if he did it reversed, had more of a chance and ended up whiffing the knockout on that one turn. Is that where you were kind of like, okay, I think I got this locked up. I'm going to be able to make it into top cut?
Yeah, like I was just like drawing my whole deck at that point. Like even if you bench the Zekrom, I think I could maybe like go Turo the Genesect, knock out the Zekrom. He was down 4 E-Gen, so I could definitely still win, but yeah, I was feeling really good after that.
All right, and then lastly, any shout outs you want to give the people at home watching, maybe people out in the crowd?
Yeah, shout out my parents for letting me go. I want to shout out Caleb for building this Broken Dango list, and Andrew for testing it with us.
All right, that's perfect. Again, congratulations. Making it into ASIM Top Cut, over 2,200 Masters is definitely an accomplishment in itself. Hopefully we'll see you continue to ride Golden Go all the way to the finals.
Hopefully.
And that does it for us. We're gonna go ahead and take it to the Analyst Lounge with Pablo.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Great to hear from Justin. Obviously very talented first-year Master, already dominating in the Masters division. Very cool to see. And I think this matchup, they were just discussing about that crucial KO that Jesse was not able to accomplish despite the Zekrom being there. Despite both of these decks having a lot of intricacies in the global scheme of things, both decks want to take 2 prizes every single turn. And if things go to normal, right? Game 1, things didn't play out normally. Justin just had an absolutely terrible hand and he wasn't able to really get into the game. But game 2 and game 3 really showcased the dynamic of the game and how important it is in terms of like whoever initiates the price trade-off will have a huge advantage. So let's take a look at the matchup here, at the clips that we have gathered for this particular match. Now in game 2, Justin seemed to not have such a strong start overall, but then after Jesse's turn, he was able to top deck a Lunatone, and he was just saying how the deck is very consistent. Once you get drawing with that Lunatone, once you get that Golden Go set up, and when you find your A-Spec Secret Box, which is such a powerful tool to have in order to piece out multiple combos and just get more cards out of your deck, get more pieces, the deck just flies, right? And it's very hard to disrupt it because it has Lunatone draw, because it has the coin bonus ability, and because it has Serendipity, especially if you don't play a disruption card like Jesse doesn't play, no Judge, no Iono, nothing to really attack the hand. Gholdengo can just do whatever it wants and basically see its whole deck over the course of 2 or 3 turns. So whoever gets the first 2 prizes definitely has a huge advantage, and that's exactly what we saw in this game 2. We saw Justin out of the blue, almost with a single Soul Rock and Gimme Gold in play, was able to piece out the knockout and take the first 2 against MU. And after that happened, despite Jesse being able to respond with the Sacrum KO, the self-damage made it even easier for the next Gholdengo to take the next knockout. So Justin just takes the next 2 prizes. The prize for Magneton doesn't really matter because Jesse will always force Justin to take a knockout on 3 rulebox Pokemon, so that's almost like an irrelevant prize card. But then Justin, as long as he can keep up the aggression, the game's definitely gonna go to him. And that's exactly what happened. And then in game 3, we saw a very similar approach. This time Jesse was able to initiate though with a huge prime catcher off the top. That was such a huge draw because it allowed him to draw extra cards that turn and also play around that Bravery Charm that Justin just mentioned. That was a very crucial inclusion, giving the extra HP to Solrock, putting it out of range of the Ampu very much. That's something that most Golden decks will try to keep a single price board and then become a 2-price deck by having the early aggression with Solrock. Ampu very much from Iron Hands EX prevents that from happening. However, the Bravery Charm was not good enough because of the Prime Catcher off the top. However, a few missed energy attachments, the awkward draws from Jesse, and the awkward discard as well, having to choose between Blood Ursaluna or Sacrum. Perhaps benching both could have given him a better chance because, very crucially, in this particular turn, he was able to piece out the knockout thanks to 2 electric generator hits, right? 1 energy from each. He was able to find 1 energy, found the other one, was able to retreat the Magnemite to get the knockout on this Gimme Goal, and he got the initiative, right? He got the first 2 prizes, so the onus was on him to not whiff. If he was able to take 2 prizes every turn, he would be able to win the game. And of course, Solrock wasn't good enough at that point because it wasn't really taking any relevant prizes. If you knock out the Magnemite, that's just not good enough. And what ended up happening was, in this very crucial turn, we can see that the Ampu very much, Iron Hands was responded. Jesse's field was looking very lackluster and with no Sacrum. Yeah, the Sacrum ended up getting discarded early on. With no Sacrum here and with no access to Magneton to power it up, Jesse was not able to take down this Gholdengo, was not able to go down to 2 prizes, and was not able to put himself in a situation where perhaps the Blood Moon could knock out the Genesect TX to win the game. If that had happened, I'm sure Justin would have tried to play around that, would have used Professor Turo, pick up the Genesect, avoid benching Fezandipity to not give that option to Jesse Parker. But Jesse does play a copy of Defiance Band, which, if he's behind in price card, boosts his attack by 30 damage. So by purposely giving a price card with the Magneton to Justin would put him 1 price behind Justin in that situation and would allow Blood Moon Ursaluna to do 270 damage, which is more than enough to knock out a Gholdengo EX. So I'm sure that was the game plan, but unfortunately it didn't pan to fruition. So this is a turn where Jesse was not able to advance his win condition. He did not take 2 prizes, and then that left him in a situation where he was very, very vulnerable. And of course, Justin was able to just find the pieces to win the game in the last turn. He was able to just draw basically his whole deck, was able to get a 2-price knockout after finding boss's orders to play around the Magnemite, and so the initiative switched onto him. We see him knock out the MUEX, which only required, I think, 3 energy at that point instead of the usual 4, and with double Gholdengo established, with the possibility of using Fezandipity later down the line, with the possibility to draw with Lunaton on Solrock, there was just no way he was ever going to miss the resources needed to combine a boss's orders with an attack in order to knock out any of these 2-price Pokemon to win the game. So despite Jesse finding the initiative in this game 3, he whiffed in that 2nd turn or 3rd turn of the game, and that decided things. So despite both of these decks doing a lot of things during their turn, overall the overarching story is the 2-2-2 price mapping for both players. Whoever gets the first 2 prizes should win if they can keep that up, because neither player plays in the disruption. But unfortunately, that did not happen for Jesse, and Justin was able to overturn that deficit. So yeah, pretty well played by both players, of course. Like, the Miraidon deck has to play to this. Like, it relies on 4 Research and 4 Carmine. So there's a lot of variance that comes into what cards you have in your hand at the moment you're discarding them, right? If you have the wrong basic Pokemon, if you lose your Super Rod along the way, if you can't replenish the Lightning Energy, if you price too many Lightning Energy, all of that can really factor into the decider of the game. Whereas Go, it plays towards that 2/2 price mapping a lot of the time, but it has a bit more control. It's less destructive along the way. It draws cards through Lunatone. It loses energy, which it then recovers. It draws cards essentially for free for every Goldingo, and it can retreat and maneuver a bit in order to maximize the coin bonus ability. So despite both decks trying the same thing, Goldingo definitely showed why. It's a bit more consistent, it's a bit more reliable. It is the most popular deck in the room, and so it's a little surprising that Justin is the only Goldingo in order to make it all the way into asymmetrical top cut. And that is something that we talked about in the beginning of the show, how Goldingo is obviously very popular, very favored by a lot of players, but when it starts going up against the more skilled Gardevoir decks, against the more skilled Charizard decks, and against the more skilled Dragapult decks, it tends to fall off a little bit. So we'll have to see how deep Justin can have a run here in this particular tournament. Of course, he's already made it into asymmetrical top cut. I think we have 12 players total in asymmetrical top cut. And yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out for Justin. Jesse Steele, obviously with a great run with his pet deck of Miraidon, getting that last KO with Sacrum and advancing, I'm guessing, to maybe finishing somewhere between top 32 and top 64, which is a great run for Miraidon. As our casters were mentioning, I'm sure a lot of people will be paying attention to Miraidon as we close out this this format, since Miraidon will be rotating out as well. But that's going to be it for us for Phase 2. We have the asymmetrical top cut coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Pokemon action.
Every Pokemon trainer has one dream: to rock the crowd like Jacob Van Wagner, to shock the world like Shintaro Ito, or to topple the very best like Vance Kelly. And each year, there comes one stage big enough to etch your name into the Hall of Fame: the Pokémon World Championships. Over 1,400 TCG trainers journeyed from across the globe to take their shot at glory, but only one junior, one senior, and one Masters Division player can claim the title of champion. The juniors finals pitted US player Jose Cruz Galindo Resendez against Yuya Okita from Japan. Jose was using Dragapult EX paired with Dusknoir and Monkey Dory, hoping that grouping some of the most powerful cards in the format would earn him the crown. But Yuya's Raging Bolt EX deck had other plans. In both Game 1 and Game 2, Yuya's Raging Bolt with its Thunderburst Storm was able to rain down damage across the board, always targeting the Pokemon that Jose was trying to establish. This strategy proved effective as Yuya Okita won 2-0 and became the Junior Division World Champion. The seniors division featured the most promising young player in the game, Gabriel Fernandez from Brazil, up against Fuguan Liao, a decorated player from mainland China. Gabriel had won LAIC, EUIC, and NAIC this season already, but with one match between him and the perfect season, he faced an uphill battle. Fuguan's unique Golden Go EX Joltik Toolbox deck seemed to be favored against his INS Zolark EX deck. This set went to Game 3 and down to the wire. Gabriel made a clever play with his Inzarua to scratch a little damage into Pikachu EX and its Resolute Heart ability. But even after being disrupted by a 2-card Iono, Fuguan was able to find Boss's orders to close out the game and become the 2025 Seniors Division World Champion. In the Masters Finals, Canada's Riley McKay made it to the big stage once again just weeks after his breakout NAIC second place finish. He built on his previous success by playing a very similar Gardevoir EX deck. His opponent was first-year Masters player Justin Neudorf from the US, who aimed to take his Dragapult EX Dusknoir deck to the top of the podium. Justin tried to slow down the games with Badoo's Itchy Pollen, but in both games 1 and 2, Riley had solid responses. Ultimately, both games came down to Riley using Lily's Clefairy EX to one-hit KO his opponent's Dragapult EX. Justin saw the writing on the wall, extended his hand, and conceded the final match to 2025 World Champion Riley McKay.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
The 2025 World Championships is one we won't soon forget, but the next Pokemon season is already on the horizon. Visit Pokemon.com/compete to learn how you can get in on the action and take your shot at becoming the next World Champion.
And from Japan, Yuya Okita!
私の名前はゆうやです。住んでいる国が日本です。私の好きなタイプは水タイプです。私の一番最初に選ぶポケモンはテロマツです。今年が初めてです。これまででっかい大会とかは全然なくて、16人の日本の中で行われる大会があるんですけど、その中では決勝に行ったりしたんですけど、緊張とかは全然違いました。
It all comes down to this. Staring off, face to face, one match in between these players and that title.
この大会に持ってきたデッキは、竹浦イコで、なぜかというとずっと使っていて、デッキタイプがとてもアグロの方なので BO3 でも時間をなるべく気にせずに戦えるところがあるからです。なるべく決勝まではなるべくプレーを早くしてもう時間をあんまり使わないようにしてました。
And Yuya, with us being, just over 10 or so minutes left gone in this finals, is already 2 prize cards away from closing out game number 1.
なるべく相手が手札を、変えたりするときに強くなる場面を作ろうと思って、そういう作戦を立てました。キースです。もう山札にないというかサイドにあったりしたら一瞬で状況が悪くなってしまうような場面が多いからです。準決勝でとてもでかいミスを犯してしまったのでそこから負けるところです。
Oh wait, Yuya, oh no! Yuya misattached the energies and I think may have gotten rid of the energy switch from the hand. Did get rid of the energy switch, just needed to attach the lightning energy, but instead that small mistake all of a sudden throws everything out of place.
そのミスを犯したんですけどそれをうまく使って、相手になるべくサイドを取ってほしい状況だったので取ってもらうようにしてそれで勝ちました。
And Yuya Okita, after a bit of a misstep, claws back and wins game number 1.
相手のナンジャも打ってきた時にそのサイドが1枚だったので1枚でエネルギーを引き出ったところです。
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Junior Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
今の気持ちはとても嬉しいです。こうやって大会とかでやっぱり一番大事な場面とかで運が味方してくれたりする人なんだなって思いました。 最初は全然回らなかったり、このデッキ意外と弱いなって思ってもずっと使ってたら使い慣れてとても強くなってくることがあるので、デッキはなるべく長く使ってちゃんと回し方というか強さを知ることが大事だなって思います。皆さんに応援してくれてありがとうございますって言いたいです。
Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome back to Toronto Regionals. I am Jeremy Jalen here with a quick update as we're getting our ASIM top cut prepared for everyone. Now, last round, there was a lot of Dragapult, a lot of Gardevoir, and a few one-ofs of other decks throughout that were still in contention. But as of right now, we have 5 Dragapult Dusknoir top cut, 3 Gardevoir, 2 of them with Jellicent. You got 2 Grimmsnarl. Got 1 Raging Bolt and 1 Golden Go that we saw Justin just win on stream. That is going to be a pretty crazy ASIM top cut. Now, only the top 2 tables were able to ID in, but table 3 ended up with a natural tie. That meant Katie was able to make it in over Jack Pitcher in that final matchup. Now, to update you on some of the other divisions that we have going on for today, juniors are in top 4. And you have the Ono siblings still in contention in top 4, both on Charizard, Dragapult, and Annabella's up against Charles with Grimmsnarl in game 3, and Kenji is 1 game up over Luke in that Charizard Dragapult mirror. It's going to be definitely exciting to see how both of those games shape up, to see who we have in the finals for the junior division. Could we have a repeat of NAIC finals for the junior division? Very exciting there. And seniors, they're still playing in top 8. A lot of great people in contention. I believe Nathan Ostercats are still in contention there. There's also a Crustle and a Pidgeot control left in the field. So very diverse metagame that we have for the senior division. And it's going to be exciting to see what will end up in the finals there. And I'll be able to update y'all later with all of that. But meanwhile, that is pretty much all I have to update for you there. It's been a great tournament so far this weekend. We've seen a ton of great play on stream, great decks, and just overall great vibes here in Toronto, Canada. But as of right now, we have our pre-show in the lounge. Go ahead and take it away, Pablo.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. I'm here with Chip and Kyle, who just took us through that last round of Swiss where we saw Justin take down Jesse Parker. Now, tell me, did you expect to see Miraidon in the last round so close to making top cut?
No.
No. Now, if you told me, did I expect to see Jesse Parker there? Yeah. Certainly, but then I would have to say that I would expect Miraidon there, so it's just it's a lot to consider.
Yeah, and I mean, despite I was talking about how like the matchup between those 2 decks is like whoever gets the first 2 prizes can potentially win, right? But then we saw Jesse miss at a crucial moment. Chip, you were very profound on the Sacrum versus the Blood Moon Ursaluna dilemma. Tell us a little bit about like why is that so important?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really tough situation for Jesse. He wanted to, I think, have the bench space open just for more options, right? Fezandipity in the future, potentially. So I think he was hesitant to put both of them in play. We talked about it a little bit after. I think he probably could have put both of them in play to just keep the options open and be fine with that. But ultimately, I think if he was going to bench one, the thought process for him was by benching Blood Moon, he has more access to the Zekrom later because he can Super Odd plus Tandem Unit to get it all back in one turn. Obviously, like hindsight's, 2020, or quoting Cam Newton, hindsight's 50-50. It would have probably worked out better for him if he had put the Zekrom down. He would have been able to respond to that Golden Go and probably would have been able to line up the win.
Yeah, there was also the fact that the Night Stretcher was in the prize cards too, which meant that if you do set up for the knockouts and just go in the consecutive order that you would classically think of the Iron Hands or the Miraidon, taking the 2 prize cards, then you follow up with the Zekrom, then the Blood Moon, you have a chance at drawing into the Night Stretcher for the Blood Moon had that been the discard rather than the Zekrom. But there's just so much to consider in a game like that where you don't really have to worry about hand disruption. It's all staring in front of you. Just how do you sequence it all?
Yeah, all those small nuances, right? Those small decisions which really can make or break a game. And so that was the match we did see on stream, but of course there were plenty of other matches. And as we had the round conclude, we do have our bracket established for our asymmetrical top cut. So let's take a look at the players who have made it all the way to this point.
It's going to be 12 players here still in contention for taking home the title of regional champion. Lots of great names, but also tons of new names, which I'm really excited to see people making an opportunity here to push themselves forward in the game. Obviously, I mean, Henry Chow, Brent Tonneson have got to be the 2 most experienced players here in this top cut, but tons of other players who are up-and-comers in the game the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think Giovanni Sasso is one that really stands out to us. We heard so much about, from Brazil, Pedro Pertusi, and so many other great names from all the other years, but then it was really Giovanni's year just not too long ago, and sure enough, just adding on that now, just another great accomplishment. And then on the other side, from the United States, we see Justin Templar with that same kind of rise from senior level into a big Masters career just starting now.
Yeah, and we do have 4 players who are advancing directly into top 8, right? They don't have to play in this asymmetrical top cut, and they will wait for their opponents to be figured out between the other players from, what would it be, 5th to 12th, right? Those are the players that are playing it out right now. Yeah, so lots of new names, as you mentioned, people who stand out to me. Andres Guajardo from Chile, Luis Guerra, and then Katie Montgomery as well. I think she's from the UK, so really cool to see these new name players make it all the way to the top.
And Andres is an interesting one as well. The lone Raging Bolt player in Top Cut, which is pretty wild to see. That's a deck I also think we would have not counted on seeing in this Top Cut. And another deck as well, Kyle, making a little bit more of a resurgence here. There's a pair of players on Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX here.
Yeah, yep, that is something that took me by surprise. Maybe you see one every once in a while, but just sheer representation of the deck, to see 2 of them in asymmetric cut now, that's just very impressive, and they've got a chance to build on that here. We know the power of the deck, but it just has these inconsistencies in the fact that you don't have many ways to draw out of situations. If your stadium's countered, you might not find the right pieces, but if it all works out, boy, does that deck look good.
Now, I'm not sure if we have Charizard up here, but I think a big player missing, I think, is Zoroark, right? We saw Zoroark show up as a top 6 deck both days, in Phase 1 and in Phase 2, but I don't think any of the Zoroark players made it all the way through. So interesting to see Marnie's Grimmsnarl and Raging Bolt make it all the way to the asymmetrical top cut, but some of the most played decks not really making it, and Golden Go with such high numbers only having 1 representative in this asymmetrical top cut.
It's mostly Dragapult and Gardevoir. That is the majority of what is making up our top cut right now. Just 1 single player on Golden Go and no Charizard players making it in.
I mean, just think about the representation when you saw the breakdown of the meta share for day 2. It was Charizard number 2, Golden Go number 1, and yet here we are, just a single representative of that plus 30% of the players that we had in this field for the Phase 2 now, and that's just so impressive to see that even though a deck has that representation, the rest of the players have figured out an answer to that. And I think we really see that with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. That's just a deck that lines up so well into some of those sorts of builds.
And then somehow a Raging Bolt sneaks its way in as well.
I don't have an answer for that one,
It does have a pretty long neck, right? So maybe that's how it got all the way up here. Now, I want to take us back a little bit to like the 2 other big reference tournaments we have in the Phantasmal Flames format, right? We had Stuttgart happen all the way back in November, and there was no Gardevoir in the top cut of the tournament. And then we had a Japanese Champions League tournament that happened, I think in Yokohama it might have been, where we had Gardevoir win and Mega Absol, another deck that is absent today, feature in the finals as well. So are we seeing some sort of metagame evolution, or is this only the third tournament in this format and we are just starting the development and the interactions with Phantasmal Flames?
Yeah, I think we've actually seen this format play out a good bit. Even though there's only been a handful of tournaments, it's been a pretty long format, right? We had that kind of long break over the holidays, so players kind of sorted things out. That Mega Lopunny in Zoroark deck pops up a little bit kind of over that break, sees a little bit of traction. Of course, Charizard Noctowl gets the win in Stuttgart and becomes a bit more popular. But it feels like players are just kind of leaning on the powerful decks in the format, Gardevoirs and Dragapults, and it's not really a big surprise to see that that's what so many of the best players have chosen to just stick with. They've got so much time, so much practice with it. It's going to pay off eventually, and that's why we see so many of these players continuing to succeed. Henry Chow being kind of the front runner there with his continued success with Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, it's not that we always see that level of just this deck is the best and it's going to continue to win at every single event, because there's just a bit of differences in those tournaments as opposed to this one currently. With Stuttgart, we had that the introduction of Phantasmal Flames, and we saw these new cards. Everyone gets excited, and they want to play these new things and see if it works. So some of the good players then fade away from Gardevoir, and meanwhile in Japan, the format's just different. It doesn't always conclude in the same way that we do, with the way that they have their time rules and the aggression that we see with a lot of their decks, trying to make sure that they don't run into the time issues that we do sometimes. So it doesn't always mean that we will consistently see Gardevoir's success, and it just once more just pops out, and it's all over the place here as we see Dragapult and Gardevoir doing it again.
Now, I don't know how much you two keep up with like social media and the talk around the Pokemon trading card game online, but I feel like for the last week or two, everyone was talking about Rocket's Watchtower. That was the talk of the town. Everyone was wondering where to fit the card into the deck. And I have to wonder if Charizard's win back in Stuttgart led to this talk, right? You stop Pidgeot, you stop Noctowl. It's the best way to slow that deck down, which is so good. But was Charizard a victim of its own success and everyone was playing Watchtower and that's what kept it in check? Or did no one play Watchtower? Because I don't think we have a lot of Watchtower at the very top.
I mean, there was definitely some Watchtower running around. I'm not sure how many of the players here in our top cut are including it in their decks.
At least one.
What I'm sure of for sure is that there's several Dragapult players in top cut. And regardless of Watchtower or not, Dragapult throughout its existence has always had a strong matchup against basically every variant of Charizard that I can think back to. So I feel like that is a bigger factor than Watchtower is, just Dragapult continuing to be a strong meta presence deck. That really is probably what has slowed Charizard down a lot for this event.
Yeah, we did see, I think, one Gardevoir player that actually had the tech inclusion of the Watchtower, so that's going to be something to look out for. Maybe in some of these matchups, you might see that come into play, although we've pretty much seen in how the breakdown of the decks looks, there's not much Noctowl really left to be had. Maybe the lone Raging Bolt player, just depends on what style they went with, as we've seen some players even fading away from it in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of things that I think are discussed amongst the general player base, and that doesn't always necessarily apply to like the top players of the game, right? There's definitely differences and nuances between them. But heading into the event, I mean, we all predicted, I think, some form of Gardevoir to do well. We also predicted GO to do well. Have you seen the tournament develop as you expected, or is there anything that's been surprising for either of you at this point?
I mean, I think whenever Henry Chow is showing up to the event, it's fair to predict that Gardevoir will do well, at least in some capacity. And then when a player like Brent Tonneson chooses to pick it up, also still fair to stick with it. So yeah, I'm not really that surprised to see Gardevoir continue to succeed. It's just such a popular choice amongst the best players in the United States that even though, I mean, this is a Canadian regionals, of course, but now that we're up here and so many US players are coming to compete, no surprise that it would just continue to be a popular pick.
Yeah, we see this time and time again. It's just not, we know that Gardevoir will have its success. It just depends in what capacity you'll see that at, because so often it's, well, do you want to go with this item lock situation where you can really lock in on the Frillish and the Jellicent, or instead do you
maybe include this little inclusion of just that single copy of Frillish, and can that be enough for you? Sure enough, it seems like that might just be enough at this point. Just that one copy can really disrupt your opponent for that one turn you need.
Yeah, we definitely saw a lower amount of gel scent, a higher amount of just a single Frillish. And it's very interesting to see how Gardevoir has continued to evolve in this metagame, right? Even though the card pull isn't giving it too many new tools. I mean, Mega Diancie definitely showed its worth in that Brent Tonneson game.
Yeah, it feels like Diancie is a pretty normal inclusion now in the Jellicent builds, but not everyone's going with Jellicent, right? We've seen that non-Jellicent is a little bit more popular. Players kind of bouncing back and forth. And another card that's popped up this weekend in Gardevoir lists is the Luxurious Cape. That's a card that was really good in Gardevoir for a long time when it initially, like after Screamtail kind of first came out, a lot of people were using that combination to do a ton of damage to the bench. It's kind of fallen out of favor a little bit, as well as with the Drifloons kind of coming out. But now Luxurious Cape making its way back into some of these archetypes.
Yeah, you'd start to wonder if it's the Jamming Tower on the other side from the Dragapult that starts to make you wonder, is this going to be enough? Well, I need some way to avoid this certain amount of damage, taking the KO. Mega Diancie has it built into the ability, so if you have that to help out, you avoid that clear, clean 280 knockout that we see so often from so many different decks, and just having that built into that Pokemon, and having Professor Churro Scenario, sometimes it just buys you those 2-3 prize cards, whatever it may be, to save yourself.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of defensive use as well of those tool cards, right? Just giving your Ralts extra HP so it can hopefully manage to survive some of the hits that are incoming its way, right? Even a Dusknoir Curse Blast plus the Phantom Dive, sure you go down, but it costs your opponent a lot to accomplish that. So yeah, very interesting to see how Gardevoir continues to develop. The Mega Diancie inclusions, Drifloon even made it back a little bit this weekend. Anything else catch your eyes out there in the tables that perhaps we didn't show on stream? Anything interesting?
The Ride on deck from Jesse was really cool. There was also a couple of Alakazam players that were kind of in that running. We did see one of them in round 9 yesterday. Not quite strong enough to continue to push forward through a top cut. I'll be excited to kind of look at the standings once things are all settled and said and done, and see which players end up in the top 16, top 32, which of those decks were close but didn't quite get in. I did notice that Emma Hagen ends up getting 13th place just outside of top cut with the Flareon.
Yeah, I think the one card inclusion that's really throwing me off right now that I just am trying to get a hold of is, what's the Moltres doing that we see so often in the Dragapult builds? I get that you want to have your answer to Golden Go, and maybe it helps out with that prize exchange, but sometimes we're seeing this card included without the addition of a damage amplifier and a Defiance band. So how do you deal with that Pokemon? Is it just a setup of damage counters in the middle of the game? It's something that's so unique and just really hasn't been spoken of too much that I'd love to see come to fruition, whether it's in the Golden Go matchup or even sprinkled into another different deck.
Yeah, that huge damage burst for a single energy seems very attractive on paper, but then unless you have like back-to-back Moltreses to deal with 3 Golden Goes, doesn't seem like it has accomplished too much for now. Yeah. All right, and so going back to a little bit about Alakazam, right? A deck that draws so many cards. Why is that not really, like, online it has been doing really well in online tournaments. It's been winning a lot. Why? What's the difference between translating those online results to an actual competitive regional?
I think the big thing for Alakazam is it's a super fun deck to play.
Yes.
You get to draw so many cards. That's really what so many people love doing. But when you get to a competitive format of a regional championships where people have invested a lot more to get here, right? They paid for flights and hotels, traveled out here with their friends, organized themselves to get into the event. It's a little harder to choose to play the fun deck. You want to take it a little bit more seriously. And Alakazam, I think, has got potential to be a serious deck at some point in the future. It's maybe just not right now with Dragapults and Gardevoirs running around all playing 4 copies of Iono in their deck. Item lock options with Badoos and Frillishes can slow things down. Jellicent can be an annoying card for the Alakazam archetype to deal with. So I think we'll see more from Alakazam maybe in the future. Maybe after a rotation, there's some potential for it. If we're using Harlequin and Judge as hand disruption options. I feel like there's a decent chance Alakazam could be positioned well.
I agree with that. I think that's pretty much where we're at with the deck. It's a lot of fun. It's similar to that Conkeldurr style of just chain together all these pieces and see what can happen. But the problem is that you're relying on hand size, and so many players hate hand size. They want to make sure that you have as limited resources as possible to work with. You're going to run into that problem, and in a tournament this big with this many games that you'll play, eventually that hand's just going to run dry, and you're not going to have the answer, or you're not going to be able to rebuild it to a point where you can take the knockouts that you need.
Now, another deck that I'm wondering if it's either like a contender or a pretender is Zoroark EX. Of course, we've seen it have a lot of success before. In theory, like, the deck is touted as a very good deck against Gardevoir and against Dragapult. So what happened this weekend? It was always on the graphic. There were a lot of top players using it, but we didn't see it convert too well.
You know, one of the big reasons is that we took one of the best Zoroark players out of the field because we brought Piper back here to commentate for the weekend. So, you know, just decreasing those numbers of top-level players playing the deck. You know, there's still plenty of players using it. Liam Halliburton was in contention through most of the day. Didn't quite convert it into a top cut finish. I think he's probably going to end up in like the top 32, top 64 range. So still a strong showing, but definitely not the finish that he's hoping for after the season he's had.
Yeah, and it's one of those high skill cap decks once more where the wrong discard just leaves you really struggling at the wrong point, and you don't want to run into that. We see if you want to play that kind of deck where it maybe doesn't punish you as bad, you have the Charizard option to do something similar where you're biding your time until that one nice turn where everything works out for you. And I think a lot of more players were attracted to that instead of really having to work for it with Zoroark.
Yeah, and Zoroark definitely, I was really hoping to see more of it in action this weekend. I think Goldingo's huge popularity. I think Zoroark is always struggling to either find the right counter for Goldingo. Is it a Frillish tech? Is it a Cornerstone tech? Is it a 2-1 Toadscrew line, right? All of that definitely factors into its success. But yeah, another deck that I think we could argue whether it's a contender or a pretender would be Terrabox. What are your thoughts on Terrabox, Chip?
I mean, I think that it's probably the worst way to play Noctowl right now. I feel like you'd rather play Flareon or Charizard if you want to use Jewel Seeker throughout the course of your event. So, yeah, Terrabox, I mean, it's a deck that's got a lot of options, and it's also got its hardcore, dedicated believers. I'm certain Rahul Reddy was playing it this weekend. If Alex Szymanski made it out, he was on the deck, like, for sure. But outside of those handful of players, it's really been a deck that it's been hard to see it pick up too much steam.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing with that. It's one of those decks that it had all the answers to the format previously, but it doesn't really keep up with that pace, and it asks too much of itself at times. You have to have that Crispin in order to keep the ball rolling, to see those energies fly through, and just too many times do you take those prize cards, run into that same situation where one Watchtower stuck or one poor Iono, it just leaves you with nothing, except you don't have the energies on board that a Flareon would have had, so it's even less than what you'd expect.
Yeah, its board presence is always reliant on like having the combo pieces for the next turn, right? Wellspring sends the energy back into the deck, Pikachu discards them, and even the HPs. The HPs of Pokemon are just getting a little out of hand. So that brings me to our next contender or pretender, Mega Absol Box. It didn't do well in Stuttgart, did quite well in Japan, right? But as you pointed out, we have a very different format there. So why did Mega Absol not really have a good showing this weekend? Of course, we saw Marco do really well on stream. He showcased the deck fantastically, but he wasn't able to convert either.
I mean, I've not been the biggest fan of this deck publicly so far in the format. I mean, Tord Reklev, of course, won Las Vegas with the deck, but I mean, that's the Tord Reklev difference right there. I just think that the deck, it obviously has strong options, and it has, I think, a lot of potential in the next format after a rotation, right? But I think the Gardevoirs and the Dragapults, they're still just so strong. And you've got the Charizard in the mix as well, a Pokemon that can one-hit KO your 3-prize Mega Pokemon at the end of the game. And they've got the tools with like the Clef Key to get around your Psyduck, right? So I just think there's a little bit too much working against Mega Box right now.
I think
LAIC is really what we have to credit that. We saw Pedro Pertusi absolutely dismantle that deck every time he played against it, and it was so simply because he didn't take the prize cards he didn't need to. He set up damage counters that he could move at the right time, and he just took 2 mega knockouts at the opportune times, and he'd set it up with all sorts of Pokemon. You expect Drifloon in that situation, but it's not even an inclusion this time around when you see the Gardevoir players. Most of the time, they're getting the job done with enough Monkey Dories and Screamtail damage with a Bravery Charm to just clear those Pokemon out altogether.
I mean, a huge part of it, too, I think, is definitely that Golden Go has become 20% of the meta, right? Sure, you can play Cornerstone Mask, but basically every single Golden Go list is playing Mega Lopunny or Mega Mawile. They've got the answers packed and ready to go. They're not going to be losing to just a Cornerstone. And multiple times I walked past Tord Reklev's game at Las Vegas Regionals, and he was playing against a Golden Go player, and he had 2 Cornerstone Mask in play with 3 energy on them apiece, and they were like poking him with a Cramorant. Like, there was just not much working for those Golden Go players because they did not pack those Cornerstone techs, and I think the Golden Go players this weekend knew better, and that's why we're seeing Mega Absol Box just not really have those conversions for this event.
All right, so we're getting close to our top cut match, and we actually have our 2 players. They are actually in the open deck list part of the asymmetrical top cut. Players have 2 minutes to look at each other's deck list, analyze it, and then I'm guessing that will be removed, but they will be able to use this information in order to play the match, right? This is to make sure that both players have full information, evening up the playing field, make sure that they are both aware, and no one who was perhaps previously on stream has any sort of disadvantage, right? Because their deck was showcased before. So really interesting to see this 2-minute sort of extra setup time play out as both players get to take a look at their deck list.
Yeah, borrowing from our friends in the video game who have that open team sheet format, of course. So yeah, this is definitely cool to see. I think there's always been that argument of kind of an unfairness for the players who have been on stream earlier in the day. Their opponent's friends can go on and figure out the 60 cards. Now that unfairness is totally irrelevant now here heading into Top Cut. Both of these players on equal footing having a chance to view each other's lists.
Yeah, it's an opportunity to talk a little smack if you don't agree with one of those card choices.
You're playing that card?
Bum.
Use me.
It's a great inclusion, and we really I think it makes the most sense, especially here in the asymmetric cut and moving forward in the tournament, to have that time abided. But throughout the rest of the tournament, it's pretty difficult to do. So the fact that these players have gotten to this point, it's just an extra nod of respect to the fact that we want to make sure we have the best game possible moving forward to determine our champion.
And now our players are getting ready. I know Ethan and Piper are ready to get us going into this first asymmetrical top cut match. So let's head to the caster decks and see what they have in store for us this next round.
Win and you move on, lose and you go home. It's single elimination cut here in Toronto Regionals. Ethan Heggie, joined by Piper Lapine. Some of us have been in this spot. Some of these players are here for the first time, but regardless of how many times you've been here before, the pressure is on.
Absolutely. We see Henry Chow, 3-time regional champion last season, going for another one. I mean, he made ASIM at Toronto last year, trying not to lose this year with his new Guardy list. I mean, every time he has a Guardy list, it seems to top cut the event. So always fantastic to see the new developments in the archetype. And against him, we have Katie Montgomery with another Dragapult Dusknoir, a deck that has made up a lot of the asymmetrical cut with, I believe, 5 people playing the archetype. And this matchup, as we mentioned before, has been one of the standout matchups of the G regulation, and we're going to see some more.
I feel like a tour guide going for my daily shift every day for the Gardevoir versus Dragapult matchup.
Yeah.
That has been what this weekend has felt like, but we are more than happy to once again take you all through this matchup. It's a card, or rather a deck matchup that really revolves around that Fairy Zone ability on Lily's Clefairy, but as we noted before those early turns, Budu is just such a menace at making sure nobody gets to have fun if that nobody is your opponent.
Yeah, the item lock is a really big factor on both sides even, as Henry Chow is playing that one of Frillish, not going for the full item lock control variant with the Jellicent, instead having more of a flexible concept, being able to play different lines into different matchups.
And Latias is in the prize cards for Katie. She's not going to have access to that Skyliner ability for Henry. Results in the prizes can be relevant as we talk about early board wipes when it comes to knocking out multiple Kirlia or multiple Ralts in Kirlia. So it's a little bit of an annoying piece. And 2 of those 3 recovery cards are also in the prize cards for Henry.
Yeah, those lack of recovery cards can be pretty big. As we saw, Justin earlier was relying on drawing that Night Stretcher to get back the Clefairy. Henry down a Night Stretcher and a Super Rod means he's only going to have that one Night Stretcher in order to recover some of those Pokemon that can be pressured pretty quickly from Curse Blast and Phantom Dive damage.
Henry with an advantage going second, so we'll be able to play both item and supporter cards on that first turn. There's a big advantage in here, but regardless if you're on Team Henry or Team Katie, we are getting things kicked off. And our asymmetrical Top Cut the winner will move on to a huge jump in points, lots of cash money prizes, and of course, the ability to continue on in this tournament towards that victory.
Yep, and Henry with a Frillish opener is really scary for Katie, knowing that you're pretty likely going to get item locked, as we just saw Henry's list in the open list segment of the Top Cut, which is something new for this tournament. Henry's playing 8 energies and 3 Earthen Vessels, so it's going to be really easy for him to Oceanic Gloom. So Katie's going to have to adapt accordingly, potentially Ultra Balling for a Dracloak if she has access to it, and trying to get into a Budew on her next turn so that she can item lock Henry and prevent those Gardevoirs from getting into play.
She's taking this opportunity to check the deck, make sure everything is in place. To start that Duskull, you know, it can always kind of leave the active spot if it needs to by using that Cursed Blast ability. We did see one of those Dusclops are in the prize card, so it'll be a little bit of a thinner line to go forward. We can see how crucial those Cursed Blast abilities are early on in the game. Gonna start things off, though, with the Buddy Poffin, so it's going to get the Dreepy and the Budew ready and powered up potentially for the next turn. And I say powered up, but, you know, this card is just so good, having, you know, one of the few attacks in the game that costs 0 energy, and it's one of the best attacks in the game at that.
Yeah, and we see here, like I said earlier, Katie eyeing up that Ultra Ball to try to get a Dracloak so that able to use some recon directives next turn under that Oceanic Gloom and keep setting up, deciding what to discard, keeping those Ionas for the later game and a Dragapult. But no energy attached this turn is actually really big, as Katie's going to need to find an energy next turn to retreat this Duskull, since Latios is in the prize cards. And that's going to put a lot of stress on her energy attachments and her overall board presence, as those Dragapults can get one-shot really easily by the Lily's Clefairy.
Henry starting things off with the Nest Ball, so we'll get to search through the deck, see what Pokemon are available. You'll note that that one Ralt is prized, so just has 2 available, and with this deck playing the heavier package of the Technical Machine Evolution, it feels like starting Frillish, you can't go wrong with either option you choose to do. Either item locking your opponent with that Oceanic Gloom, or putting some Kirlias into play with that Technical Machine Evolution.
Yeah. I think the Frillish is really strong when your opponent's using the Budew against you, as you get to use their damage if you have a Monkey Dory set up to not only put the 10 damage on the Budew, healing your Frillish, but you're also knocking out their Budew, and your opponent can't Night Stretcher it back since they're under item lock. So you're eventually going to win that item lock war and break their item lock and get items first. But on this turn, the Technical Machine Evolution may be a bit stronger, as Katie's board doesn't have a ton of strength. So getting the Kirlias really quickly means we could see an attack next turn if Henry's able to discard a lot of Psychic Energies.
Just noting again what is available, what is not. These players are allowed to take notes of which prize cards are in the deck, what cards are not. And this is just a question here of how strong is Henry's hand. Will he be content just grabbing a Ralt in this spot? Can he get multiple down? And then what does the rest of the board look like? You know, if you can manage your board very well with Gardevoir, it is an absolutely important skill in a matchup like this.
Yeah, a lot of Guardian lists in the past haven't included Professor Turo scenario, but Henry is playing that now, so that can make managing your board a bit easier. But if you can save your Turo for more impactful plays or play a different support on your turn, that's all obviously better. So managing your board is incredibly important. Trying to have like a blend of having enough Gardevoirs if one gets knocked out, you can have a replacement, enough Monkey Dories to keep pressuring your opponent, and having room for those attackers, such as the Mew and Clefairy combo we keep talking about. That takes up 2 bench spaces, which means when you have Frillish in play, you're not going to have room for 2 Monkey Dories and 2 of those EX Pokemon.
Yeah, and super solid start here for Henry. Is just going to take this opportunity to actually go in with that Technical Machine Evolution instead of using Oceanic Gloom. Both Ralts getting evolved into Kirlia, and really in this matchup prioritizing getting Gardevoir EX out and not having to worry about that early turn board wipe potential over on Dragapult's side.
Yeah, Henry has a really strong hand for the next turn with a Dark Energy and this Artisan in play, potentially being able to get a Monkey Dory if the Artisan stays in play for his turn, and a Lily's Determination to try to find that Gardevoir EX. And with 1 Psychic Energy in the discard, he can feel free to play it really quickly, as if you don't have any Psychics in the discard, it could get Boss's Orders up and Itchy Pollen, and you can't always move it. But in this case, it'll be easy to move. Now, the one thing is, Katie did have a pretty weak board with only one Dreepy, and now she does have access to items like Buddy Buddy Poffin to try and get a stronger board, potentially a second Duskull, that third Dreepy, as she just Artisan for a second one. And probably looking to go into that Itchy Pollen again.
Yeah, it still needs that energy, like you mentioned, to retreat Duskull out. Will have help of Iono to draw some more cards and has yet to use that Recon Directive ability. So, as we've seen time and time again, and we'll see for a few more months, Iono makes these players shuffle their hands to the bottom of the deck, grab a new 6 cards, or cards depending on how many prizes they have left. And, like you mentioned, found that Buddy Poffin, but also has that Dreepy in hand, so may not even need to play that item card this turn.
Yeah, and draws into another Dreepy, but putting it to the bottom, we don't really want to shuffle the deck at this point, since I don't think there are any great cards that we just put to the bottom. So saving this Buddy Buddy Poffin means that you keep the order of your deck. And with the Recon and the Iono, there's a lot of cards you don't want to see in the coming turns. And that's a really important skill with these Dragapult, Dusknoir decks and the Recon Directive engine.
So it will be the Itchy Pollen for 10 damage. That last bench spot committed to another Dreepy in play, and this is a bit of a scary spot. Katie has item blocked Henry, but if Henry can find a way to start activating Screamtail, there was only one Dracloak evolved on the previous turn.
Yeah, it is going to be a little difficult to get enough damage in play, as there's only one Psychic in the discard, and Frillish has 3 retreat, which means you're attaching to the Frillish and then putting 3 energies on the Screamtail, so you have no energies left, and that aforementioned Gus the Gardevoir EX play could happen. And you're not establishing the Monkey Dory. So there's a lot of downsides to going for the Screamtail this early, and you need to draw a lot off this Lilies. So I expect to see Henry go with a more passive approach, just Oceanic Gloom, and try to buy some more time. And it's going to be really difficult for, if Henry finds a Dark Energy to Adrenabrain, Katie to get back into that Budu.
See what options Henry's able to put together. Looks like it is the Psychic Energy. No Dark Energy in hand, but can still start to slowly get those drops down, but does not find any Gardevoir EX. So yet to put that Pokemon into play. It is always scary leaving a Dracloak and a couple Duskull in play, because with a Neo Upper Energy and a combination of cards, 2 Kirlia are very reasonably able to be both knocked out this turn if Katie can find the right combination.
Absolutely. Luckily, this new Kirlia from Mega Evolutions does have 100 HP, so 2 Dusclopses and a Hawlucha isn't going to be enough to knock out both from the bench, which means Katie's going to have to find a boss's orders as Countercatcher is not active. So Katie's going to need to find the Dragapult EX, the Neo Upper Energy, the boss, and a Dusclops, all under this item lock with only 1 Recon right now. So Henry is feeling pretty safe here, I'd imagine.
Does have 2 of those cards already, the boss's orders and the Neo Upper Energy. Instead, just going to go play the Lily's Determination. So Henry's got to be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief at this spot, knowing that both Kirlia will not be knocked out this turn.
Yep, and Henry with the nice option of supporters next turn. If Katie continues to build this hand, drawing 8 off this Lily and having a Recon Directive open with 2 Dreepies, he has the Iono to disrupt that, or the Lilies to try to find more cards like that Gardevoir EX and Dark Energy.
Let's find 1 Dracloak off of this. Lily's Determination can now start to use Recon Directive to filter through. Buddy Poffin not going to do much. Put to the bottom of the deck, does find another Dracloak. It does have to consider, though, did find boss's orders in the hand. And I wonder here for Katie what the better card is to grab in this spot, since you're essentially going to get to draw an extra 4 cards if you find this Dracloak instead of the boss in this spot.
Yeah, another thing with the Dracloak is it gets us closer to finding a Dragapult EX, which is actually really important right now, as Katie doesn't have a Dragapult, and she just finds one.
Wow.
Otherwise, this Neo Upper Dracloak would be really in range to get a Screamtail knockout, as Henry could attach to this Frillish, find a Gardevoir EX, and Artisan for that Screamtail, and knock it out, and then Katie can't immediately attack, but luckily finds that Dragapult EX.
And this is a big turn here for Henry. He needs to put Gardevoir EX into play starting right now. Still, though, no access to items means he just has to naturally draw into this card. There's no other way to search these Pokemon out. The Lily's Clefairy will come down, does have that Bravery Charm, and we are cycling yet again. Shuffling the hand in, drawing 8 cards, and if there is no Gardevoir EX, this is going to be a disaster for Henry.
Yeah, benching the Clefairy not only thins those cards out of the hand for the Lilies, but also if he does only find Psychic Energies and no Gardevoir, he can start building up that threat manually to respond to the Dragapult. So he's not completely out of it if he does not find the Gardevoir this turn, but still looks a little bit suspicious.
And wow, look at this. No energy and no Gardevoir. Absolute disaster here for Henry, and you can see that look on his face.
Yeah, this is not looking great now. I mean, Katie didn't grab the boss last turn, which means I believe there's one at the bottom now. So she could see a bit of difficulty in finding it, especially with one more prize, but even then, it's still just such a weak board for Henry at this point.
It does also have access to Pheasantipity potentially. That card is in the prizes, however, so take that back a little bit. Duskull's actually going to come up into the active spot, and we can even shuffle the deck to start the turn off with Artisan.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Katie is intending to attack with, as I know she has a Hilda in hand, so she can find a Dusclops if she wants to, and use that to pivot the Duskull, because getting an energy down is really important this turn, I'd imagine. But eyeing up a Budew, maybe going back into Itchy Pollen, but this just gives Henry another turn to get another Gardevoir out and get the Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory to knock out this Budew with just the Adrenabrain. And with the Gardevoir, it puts Katie in a weird spot where what does she promote, as Henry's pressuring a knockout.
Yeah, this is interesting. At worst, you could go into the Budew like you mentioned, but at best, if you just find the wipe, it may not matter having that Pokemon down into play. Finds the Dusclops, but I don't know if there's a boss's orders. And interestingly enough, actually evolving the Dusclops on the bench. So we're going to see an energy committed, but it's actually going to be just to pivot this Duskull out of the active spot.
Yeah, it looks like Katie, I feel, kind of committed to this Budew play by Artisaning first, so I wonder if maybe waiting to Artisan or failing this Artisan was potentially a better line to give us more flexibility, as going into Dragapult now puts you in a really awkward spot where this Budew just becomes a free prize at like any point in the game, and you're not pressuring these Curlias enough this turn, as that second Dusclops was prized.
Haven't seen a supporter yet for turn, so another Lily's Determination. You could see the trend between this matchup. Both players just want to take advantage of that card as much as possible. And speaking of advantage, Henry now at 6 prize cards means he'll be drawing just a little bit less, which those extra cards really do matter while being under item lock.
For sure, especially when you keep shuffling your deck and not Ionoing non-Gardevoir cards to the bottom, you keep having the same cards into the mix, so seeing 6 instead of 8 just drastically lowers your odds of finding one of those 2 Gardevoir EX.
And this hand is really solid. Katie did find one of those 2 boss's orders remaining in the deck, so now Henry for real is on a 1-turn clock. And top decks the Gardevoir. Wow, absolutely huge find for Henry. And now all of a sudden, this big board wipe pressure that Katie had been building up for a few turns is no longer a huge threat.
Yeah, especially if we see Henry knock out that Dusclops with a Screamtail this turn, he's going to feel a lot safer about his board. As the Gardevoir, you need the Dusknoir in play, and since Katie prized that second Dusclops, only has a Dusclops and a Duskull right now.
Yeah, see if you can find this Darkness energy, especially under item block. That would open up a whole lot of options and preserve some energies in play. Now that Budew has also hit the board, it's even easier. And he has that Secret Box, but just yet again cannot play it. Does find an energy card for turn, and interestingly enough, it's actually going to go down onto this Clefairy. So I wonder if Henry is still just content item blocking and doesn't want to use Screamtail yet, is just content hitting this Budew and making it as hard as possible for Katie to put together these crazy combo turns.
Yeah, I mean, if he identifies that Katie has that second Dusclops prized, or just says it's hard to hit the Dusknoir, Dusclops, boss all under item lock, he's kind of just banking on finding better cards next turn and just feeling pretty safe in this board state, as Katie does need to find a lot of basically one-ofs at this point. Like, there's just the one Dusclops, which we know is prized, but Henry doesn't, the one Dusknoir, and then there's 2 bosses in deck, but those are pretty easy to find. But with the Lilies, that means no boss, so Henry is safe for yet another turn.
Yeah, and also committed the energy last turn to the Lily's Clefairy EX, so at worst, if the board got fully wiped, Henry could still respond by KOing the Dragapult, and Katie under item lock would need to find an additional energy attachment to a Dracloak as well. So had a little bit of a safeguard for the worst case scenario. We of course know Katie was captain, what she could do thanks to that, Dusclops being prized. We got a lot of Pokemon that start with D in this deck. The Dusknoir, the Dracloak, the Dragapult. It's a little bit of a tongue twister sometimes.
Absolutely, and Katie using these recons, finding an energy on the Dracloak is obviously good for the future. Not super necessary at this point, as the Dragapult's not under threat. But it's going to be great to prevent the Mew genome hacking from wiping the board of all energies, especially the Neo Upper already committed.
So what's the game plan here for Katie? You've committed so heavily to Budew, and it's really not doing that much at this spot. You're going to be losing the prize race 2-0, and your opponent's going to have a board with no damage counters on it. Is this really the key to success here? And Henry just knows his advantage is just so strong in this spot. He's not even going to play any cards. He's just going to draw for turn, use this Oceanic Gloom, and accept that he can just win in 2 attacks from here.
Yeah, Katie with 2 buddies in the discard now can't Itchy Pollen anymore, as she has no access to the Night Stretchers under Oceanic Gloom. So it's kind of up to her to find the best line, which I think is going to involve knocking out this Lily's Clefairy, as while you could knock out this Gardevoir, but only the Gardevoir as the second Dusclops' prize, this Clefairy is just posing such a huge threat, and it just needs to be taken out this turn, as it's basically guaranteed to take a knockout when Henry has items, whereas you force him to find a recovery card. And he does have 2 prize, so that could actually be a surprisingly effective strategy.
Yeah, and Katie is lined up to take 3 prize cards this turn, for what it's worth, right? The jamming tower coming into play means this Lily's Clefairy is back down to 190 HP, and this Frillish has taken 4 Itchy Pollen attacks throughout the course of the game, so it's in range for bench damage from Phantom Dive to take a KO. So all of a sudden here for Katie, is responding by actually taking the prize lead, and there's always that threat if the Lily's Clefairy comes back down into play that a Curse Blast again with the jamming tower could shut things down. We're actually going to just see this go super aggressive, using that Curse Blast ability to target down the Lily's Clefairy here, Piper.
Yeah, I mean, we could also see Katie try to avoid knocking out this Frillish, as it is kind of eating up a spot on Henry's board, preventing him from benching something like Pheasantipity along with Mew and Clefairy. So we'll see what she ends up taking the knockout on. I think opting to do this play puts Henry down to 3 cards, and she gets to play this Iono instead of a boss's orders. And if she gets to find a counter catcher, she could knock out something like this Monkey Dory or Curlia, which I'd say are giving Henry a lot more value at this point.
Crazy that both players have just not played items this entire course of the game and are, relatively well, still developing their board. We'll see the Phantom Dive be used. It is going to take the double KO, and the Iono is nice here, Piper, but I again just have to wonder, was it better to hand Disrupt here than to save using that Dusknoir ability for later on in the game?
Yeah, especially because this does give Henry a route to win this turn with just a Mew and Clefairy, as that Dusk on the bench can get knocked out from the 6 Phantom Dive damage. And Henry's only at 3 prizes now from that Dusknoir, and we see he draws a Mew, but not much else. Looking to maybe get bailed out from this restart ability.
It can thin 2 cards out of the hand, 3 cards rather if he wants to, and use Restart for 2. It seems like it may have to be the opportunity. There is always that risk, though, of putting that Mew EX into play. It could be an easy 2 prizes, especially in combination with a Dusclops using that Curse Blast ability.
Yeah, he does have the option to use the Mew EX to attack, not even to just knock out the Dragapult, just to knock out that Duskull on the bench if he doesn't find the Clefairy to kind of prevent that. But that does open up Katie to find a Luminous Energy for her Monkey Dory and Hawlucha to move 4 damage onto the Curlia, and then use Phantom Dive to knock out both and take her last 3 prizes.
So we are getting into a pretty tight endgame here for both of these players. Henry Chow, the Gardevoir connoisseur, trying to figure out what he can do to give himself the best chance to win. He's really thinking about what is the best option in this spot. He's just going to go ahead and burn things out. So here we go, big 2 cards off Restart. Can he find a way to get the Lily's Clefairy in play? If he does, he can copy Phantom Dive and just take all of these remaining 3 prize cards left. I feel like he'd slam it if he had it.
Yeah, it looked like he drew an Earthen Vessel and a Rare Candy. So not really great cards here, as he already attached, can't get a Dark Energy for the Monkey Dory this turn. So it'll be interesting to see what he goes with. I think we want to potentially knock out this Duskull, but putting the Mew active seems so risky, and you give Katie Countercatcher, but leaving the Duskull gives her Dusclops to just Dusclops the Curlia and Countercatcher the Mew.
Yeah, it feels like, my first thought was just not putting damage in play to not let Monkey Dory capitalize, but if you don't, then you're not pressuring that Duskull on the bench whatsoever, and you're not item blocking your opponent anymore.
Yeah, but at the same time, Katie only has 1 Dracloak in play since she evolved 2 Dracloaks into Dragapult, and you would be giving her Pheasantipity by knocking out the Duskull, but with such a big hand, I don't know if the extra draw from Pheasantipity is going to be too impactful, and I think we just have to knock out the Duskull here. She probably has Night Stretcher and Countercatcher without it.
Just going to have to do the best play possible.
Yep.
So Phantom Dive 200 onto this Dragapult EX. And like you mentioned, if Katie can find the Hawlucha with that flying entry ability and a Luminous Energy, then can move 4 damage counters to that Curlia and take a 3 prize turn. Let's see, with a large hand size if that's possible. And has it already. The Luminous Energy in hand and an Ultra Ball. Is that Hawlucha available?
Yeah, it looks like Hawlucha is in deck, so it's just up to Katie to see. Now, Hawlucha's in hand, I think.
Hawlucha's in hand, and I think she's just doing the math here, making sure that everything is correct, and I think she realizes the situation. Yep. Luminous Energy on Monkey Dory moves 3 damage counters from the Dragapult to the Curlia, and the flying entry will finish off that Curlia, and Katie takes game number 1 here in Top Cut.
Yeah, absolutely interesting to see. Both players were under this item lock the whole game, and both were able to set up pretty solid boards. And just at the late game there, Dragapult having all that extra card draw through Recon Directive proves to be a little bit stronger at those late game Ionos than Gardevoir.
So even despite being in control the majority of that game, Henry just unable to not only find Gardevoir early, but more importantly, establish that Lily's Clefairy on the important turn, proved to be the difference maker in that first game.
Yeah, I wonder on that turn where Henry did that Oceanic Gloom immediately to knock out the Budu, if he had a different card he could have played, or maybe gone for a Screamtail to knock out the Dusclops, or the second Duskull. I think it was a Dusclops on that turn, or even if it were a Dusknoir, could potentially Screamtail enough. I wonder if that could have changed the outcome of the game, preventing Katie from going for the extra damage on the Lily's Clefairy. And without a Dusclops, the Gardevoir isn't under threat either. So you wouldn't need that energy on that Lily's Clefairy instead. But we'll see if Henry makes any adjustments heading into the next game.
Yeah, notably also never attached the Dark Energy to Monkey Dory.
Yeah,
so
that was a really big
not able to use that Adrenabrain ability. You know, there were never a lot of damage counters left over on Katie's side, but sometimes even just a few turns Oceanic Gloom from a 2-hit KO on Budu to, you know, one less turn in that game of item lock over on his side, and you just see how much this Gardevoir deck can expand when it's able to play those item cards.
Yeah, those Adrenabrains are really big as they also force Katie to promote a Pokemon after the Budu's knocked out, and with the Frillish active, Henry can threaten knockouts with the Gardevoir or the Clefairy, so Katie has to be really careful what she promotes, and it can be pretty awkward at some points.
Yeah, and this was the winning combination, like you mentioned, Piper, Luminous Energy plus Flying Entry. It's pretty good when, you know, even Kirlia getting buffed to 100 HP is just not enough to stop it from the onslaught of damage counting pressure that some of these Pokemon with abilities have in the TCG.
Absolutely. Maybe they need to give Kirlia 110 HP next time.
I think Kirlia should have trade or slash refinement. It should draw 4 cards.
Of course.
And it should also have 2 abilities on it that protect it from everything for the entire game. Yeah.
Sounds great.
Definitely not biased Gardevoir takes here on the desk, so you know who we're rooting for. I'm just kidding. Henry Chow's been in this spot before. Can't cat him out just because he lost game number 1. I would say in this matchup with this build is probably still slightly favored in this matchup, but you can really see how it goes both ways.
Yeah, the TM evolutions really give a slight edge to the Gardevoir, but I think, yeah, if he makes it to game 3, going first in game 3 means that you can just get cooked by the Itchy Pollen really quickly.
Looks like a mulligan as well, so that's going to be even more likely for Henry to have a strong start. Every card, of course, matters in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, we also saw Henry start the Frillish last game and go for a TM evolution immediately, which I think was correct considering Katie didn't really need items after that point, but it could have been different with an Oceanic Gloom. So we'll see if he continues to go for that aggressive Technical Machine evolution or just the Oceanic Gloom strategy.
Here we go, getting underway, game number 2. He does start that Budu. It's a great card to have. And now looking to see what item cards can be played. No Buddy Poffin in this hand. Does have Ultra Ball at minimum, so we'll be able to see at least a Dreepy come into play and a supporter card for the following turn in both that Lily and that Iono. So while it's not an incredible pop-off turn number 1, it's still good enough.
Yeah, having both supporter options is also really strong. As we saw in an earlier round, Justin going first, I believe, benched a Ralts and Ultra Balled aggressively for Curly to evolve. So if Henry does something similar, trying to play around that Itchy Pollen, Katie can Iono, or if he doesn't, she can just Lilies and work on developing her board.
Speaking of Lilies, the Lily's Clefairy is actually prized for Henry in this spot. Not what you want to see. And the Mew EX as well. They're both at the bottom of the prizes, which is notable. And on Katie's side, they actually prize that Neo Upper Energy. So both players here in the second game going to be without some crucial key cards.
Yeah, the Neo Upper is really big, but luckily Katie did start the Budu, so there's not going to be too much pressure on her energy cards. And Henry with that Clefairy and Mew at the bottom means that through knocking out those Budus early, he should be able to draw one of them, potentially both, and have ways to get back into the game without them. Yeah. And we did see Raymond earlier prize Lily's Clefairy in both games and come out victorious 2-0.
Are you a take the prize on the left person first, or a take the prize on the right person?
I take whatever's closest. It depends.
Sure.
It depends.
Yeah.
If I'm on stream, I guess it's the left one.
So,
if I'm
you're ripping that Lily's Clefairy first prize here.
Yeah.
Skill issue, ladies and gentlemen. It's that easy in the Pokemon TCG. So Katie will grab this Dreepy. It does come down into play. So Dracloak online and available for the following turn. And we'll pass things over as Henry's going to have to make a little bit of a costly Ultra Ball. Does get rid of the Rare Candy and the Counter Catcher. They are items that will be shut off from this Budu's Itchy Pollen that is more than likely incoming on the following turn. We'll take this opportunity to check the deck and note that both the Mew EX and the Lily's Clefairy EX are prized. Piper, we talked about how those cards are impactful. How might that change Henry's strategy in terms of setting up this game?
Yeah, I think Henry may take a bit more of an aggressive approach, trying to take prizes as fast as possible. Although he still needs to focus on that setup, so he has to have a delicate balance of making sure he's drawing prizes to try to get the Lily's Clefairy out, because it's really hard to close out the game without it, and also being able to make sure he gets the Gardevoirs into play. So by pressuring these Budus with something like the Frillish, you may be able to A, break the item lock, and B, take prizes, finding that Lily's Clefairy. The Mew is not as important, I'd say, but obviously it leads to some great plays where you can take 3-4 prizes with the extra damage spread and your Monkey Dories.
We'll have to see how many Ralts Henry can get down into play this turn. Not sure if there's
the supporter option last turn, or last game rather, it was more than straightforward. Turn 1 Arven, evolution, into turn 2 Lily. You can't really write it up any better than that. You just gotta, spin the wheel and hope your deck can find a Gardevoir EX. See if history repeats itself here in game number 2.
Yeah, I was talking to Brent Tonneson earlier, and he was saying his deck just felt like a casino deck, Like, you have your skill diffs against Gholdengo and sometimes Mirror, but even a lot of games into Mirror and Dragapult, they just feel like coin flips at some points.
There is variance whether you love it or not in the Pokemon TCG, as is card games. You've got to get lucky sometimes to win a tournament. My favorite thing to say on the mic is, to win a tournament, especially these big ones, you have to play well, but you have to be lucky.
Absolutely.
In terms of your matchups, in terms of your draws, in terms of how your opponents draw, it's just a lot of variance that happens in the Pokemon TCG.
For sure, and it definitely feels bad when you're at the low end, but sometimes you have those awesome hands, Secret Box, 3 Psychic Energies, and it just feels so good. And yeah, we see Henry going for that Frillish. I don't remember if I saw a supporter in his hand, but trying to get that blend where he's also slowing down Katie while progressing those prize cards, as I mentioned, trying to find that Clefairy, maybe even the Mew bailout. But there are also 2 Ionos, so if Henry's hand is not live, no supporters, so wow. Henry does have those 2 Ionos prize, so he may also be trying to fish one of those out, as those could bail out his hand.
Yeah, we need to get through stage 1, which is putting Gardevoir EX into play, and this is not looking too great. Is considering what to grab off Ultra Ball for this long, at least to me from a spectator's signals that, he may be in a little bit of trouble and trying to figure out if he's going to have to survive for a decent portion, really trying to just play ring around the rosy with what cards are available. And yeah, this hand is really not solid. It's going to have to retreat into this Frillish, try and let it at least tick some damage up, and it's going to have to burn the Night Stretcher for a Psychic Energy. Henry is looking in trouble in this second game.
Yeah, Henry is actually really feeling the loss of that Mew right now. Having another Ultra Ball in his hand, he could have gone down to just 1 or 2 or 0 or 1 cards in hand and drawn a couple cards at the restart to bail him out, but now he has to Night Stretcher his Psychic to Oceanic Gloom next turn, as he doesn't have a second one, and Katie is in a great spot to just close out this match. I mean, having a Buddy Poffin to keep that board set up, and a Dracloak already, now obviously using the Lilies instead of the Iono after seeing Henry's turn 1.
Yeah, for 2 good things. 1, draw some more cards, and 2, don't help your opponent out. And now that Katie has just not played Iono, Henry has got to be thinking to himself, man, I am going to need some help off the top of the deck.
Yep, Henry actually has a pretty good hand if he draws a supporter. I mean, he has a Curlia and a Psychic Energy, but that is a pretty big if with 2 Ionos and an Arven prize. As Arven is pretty good, as you could immediately Technical Machine Evolution that Curlia into a Gardevoir and have a strong-ish board. Obviously, with no supporter, it won't be too great, but could be a bit safer against Katie's next turns.
And solid hand here for Katie. Importantly, found that energy attachment, so can threaten Phantom Dive on the following turn, and another Buddy Poffin, so can get this third Dreepy into play. I'm not sure we'll see this last Pokemon come down. With that Latios being prized, you could always preemptively maybe get a Badoo, but it seems a little bit of a narrow line to take, so I like keeping this last bench space open here.
Yeah, and the second Duskull is really strong here. You just put so much pressure onto Henry's board, actually threatening to win the game next turn with 2 Dusclopses and a countercatcher on that Monkey Dory. Could just completely wipe Henry's board, assuming he doesn't have any way to heal, evolve, etc.
Yeah, just Snap takes the Dusclops here, not even considering the boss's orders, just wants to get Dusclops into play and ready to go. The energy attachment is here as well. It's going to actually burn the Night Stretcher, so wants to grab Hawlucha back just to be able to say, hey, if you don't put this into play next turn, if you're not able to evolve into Curlia, I can just take a KO without needing to Gust or use that Dusclops.
Yeah, I think there may be a world where the 2 Dusclopses and the Hawlucha is enough math to knock out everything, but it'll be really close, even if Henry evolves into a Curlia. But this Jamming Tower is really strong, just preventing all lines here, like no Bravery Charm, extra buff, no Technical Machine Evolutions. And yeah, Henry just with an Oceanic Gloom.
Nothing else, just evolves into Curlia, and the pass of the turn. There's a combination here, Piper, where Katie could win the game on this turn, potentially if she can find boss's orders and an energy with Dragapult, but I'm not sure with 2 Recon Directives that's possible. Either way, though, if she can get a Phantom Dive off this turn and is willing to commit to using Flying Entry, this would put her in an absolutely huge spot.
Absolutely. I mean, even if she doesn't, it's like Henry's still waiting on this top deck, and with Item Lock, there's not a ton he can get. This Mew is still prized, no way to draw extra cards. Maybe he can draw Pheasantipity, but it's not looking great. And Henry's body language is kind of signaling something similar. Like, he knows it's a really rough spot.
And look at that, finds Dragapult EX plus an energy to go along with it, the right type at that, and still can use these Recon Directives as well.
Yeah, Katie's in such a great spot here. Going to be knocking out not only this Frillish, but also the Kirlia. So Henry is just not going to have any good response. Like, maybe without the Kirlia, you can countercatcher something up and Oceanic Gloom, but without both, he's just stuck with this lone Monkey Dory, and it doesn't even have an energy to retreat into something else. And the Clefairy is still prized, so even if he's able to reset up, Katie's just so far ahead at this point.
Found absolutely everything. Got to imagine it's time to just get aggressive and get in there with Dusclops. You could try and go for the full game the following turn, is the only thing to consider. Is now just debating whether or not to attach the Luminous energy or the Fire energy. And yeah, we are just going after this Kirlia. Using that Curse Blast ability, we'll see what prize Henry takes. If he does take the Mew, which he does take, it seems a little bit worse at first, but you have to remember, Henry's got to find some cards this turn, and that restart ability could be a bailout potentially.
For sure, but now that he has access to items again, I think he has like an Earthen Vessel and an Ultra Ball in hand, so he could really thin down for that Earthen Vessel, or the restart ability.
And here we go, just over dumping damage counters as well, not giving any help on in terms of damage, as 2 prizes are taken for Katie, and Henry is left with just a single Monkey Dory.
And Henry draws his second rare candy here, and he may be forced to discard it. And with 2 rare candies in the discard, this Jamming Tower in play, it's hard to imagine Henry's able to get another Gardevoir into play.
Yeah, especially facing down Phantom Dives every single turn. And also lost that counter catcher as well in the first turn, so can't even try and buy for time by bringing up one of these bench Pokemon.
Yeah, Henry is down so many resources, and his board is just so weak. It's looking really rough for him.
Gonna have to play to his outs like any experienced player, and you see that. Just having to keep the rare candy in hand and maybe just restart for a single card in this spot. It looks like it will be a restart for 2. Gonna commit the Dark Energy to Monkey Dory and hope there's something like a Lily's Determination, off these 2 cards.
Yeah, this is why Henry's so good at Gardevoir. Many people would just throw away this rare candy trying to see an extra card, but Henry realizes he can't win the game without this rare candy. And even then, it's still gonna be so difficult. But looking at the body language, I don't think he drew anything, and
yeah, the tap is just showing frustration here for Henry in the most crucial moment of the tournament. His deck is just not functioning like he needs it to. He needs more than this in a spot facing down the absolute beast that is Dragapult EX.
Yeah, and if Katie has Dusclops and Boss's Orders, she will just win the games right here.
Yeah, Dusclops plus Boss's Orders.
Yeah, I see the Night Stretcher for the Dusclops.
Any boss yet? There is one Night Stretcher that has already hit the discard pile, but the Night Stretcher is in hand. Is going to have access to this Recon Directive. Can she find the Boss's Orders? Countercatcher won't do, but can see an additional 2 cards with this next Recon Directive. If Katie can find Boss's Orders, this game will be all over. Unable to find it, could grab another piece, but even if there's no boss this turn, Katie is just going to be in an even more solid position, can just establish another Dracloak, has access to items as well this turn, so can fill this board up with another Dreepy, and it seems like at this point, dare I be a little bit preemptive, Henry is just have no way to really come back from this game.
Yeah, Katie having a fully powered Dragapult, 2 Dracloaks, and probably Ultra Balling here for a Dusclops, and Henry's going to be left with a lone Mew with 60 damage on it. Katie with 3 prizes, like, it's just really far gone.
Yeah, it looks like another Ultra Ball in the hand as well, so could even just grab that Dreepy, like I mentioned, just to give even more draw. It feels like there's no other Pokemon you'd really want on board, especially since your Latias EX is prized, and you've still got plenty of energy left in the deck, but it seems like Katie is content to just still keep options open and leave that bench space open as well.
Yeah, I think Katie's at the point where she has such an advantage that it's just making sure you have as many resources available, as much draw available, so you don't lose to a random Iono or something like a Countercatcher stretching your resources. If we were to use a Night Stretcher on this Dusclops, we'd have 1 left in the deck, and if you ever need it, then it's really difficult to find.
Yeah, and I guess also saving the Ultra Ball so that Dusknoir can be out on the following turn. So Katie's thinking through every option, and now from this spot, like you mentioned, it's the question of how do I not lose this game rather than how do I win?
Yeah. Potentially looking to Stretcher this Duskull, but with the Dusclops already in discard and that being the second Night Stretcher, it's going to be really hard to use another Curse Blast after this Dusclops, or Dusknoir potentially next turn gets used. But going for it anyway.
Oh, wow. There are 3 Night Stretcher, I believe, in this list. So yeah, you can still use 1 more. And here we go. Phantom Dive KOing the Mew. And Henry's going to need some help off the top of the deck. Can he find anything here?
He finds the Lilies, but he's only getting 6 cards because Katie gave him a prize card with the Curse Blast earlier.
Yeah, and you see on his face kind of an awkward smile, twitching of the lips. Just not what you want in the biggest match of the tournament for yourself so far. see if Henry can find a miracle off of these 6 cards. It's going to revolve some sort of ring around the rosy strategy, but Katie also is going to keep that hand that she's amassed on the previous turn, and I have to wonder if there's any world where she just doesn't have the resources to take out at least the Mew EX plus whatever's active, and Henry's expression is really just not selling success in the spot. Yeah, look at that. He's got a Night Stretcher. You could put the Ralts back down into play, and it doesn't seem like there's any reasonable option. Henry Chow extends the hand, he concedes, and Katie Montgomery advances to the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely great play from Katie. I mean, just converting that advantage really well in the second game and in the first game, where it was that back and forth of item lock, was able to find the way to, even though Henry seemed in control, get back into the game, take the key knockouts, knocking out that Clefairy, even though there was the Gardevoir on board, taking the right knockouts to, and Henry kind of missed some cards off the Iono, but that's kind of what happens in this matchup a lot, so congrats to Katie.
Yeah, absolute. Big congratulations to Katie. You know, you're taking down the Gardevoir CEO, as many people would suggested, Henry Chow. That's got to be one of, if not, probably the most impressive win resume on their list, let alone that it was a top cut at a regional championship as well.
Yeah, and in an unfavored matchup. I mean, must feel great for Katie, and hopefully we'll see the hot streak continue.
And this is not, of course, the end of Henry Chow. He will be back, as he said.
Absolutely.
Gardevoir is his friend, his devout partner, and I'm sure we'll be seeing some more innovations out of Henry. So still, big congratulations. But from a player of his caliber, you know, he's always looking for more when it comes to the TCG. You know, lots of players would celebrate, and rightfully so. Yeah. Celebrate spots like this, making asymmetrical cut. But for a 3-time regional champion, it's just, you know, not on the same level as some accomplishments that he knows he's capable of.
For sure. And now looking back at the game, we kind of see that item lock war that we saw a lot in game 1. And then this was the big turn where Katie took a knockout on that Lily's Clefairy, and Henry didn't really have any good response to it, just getting like a Mew bailout and attacking to knock out the Duskull, but Katie was able to respond, getting that Luminous Energy on the Monkey Dory, and combined with the Hawlucha, knock out both. And then game 2, item lock just really got rid of Henry Chow's board really quickly, and he didn't draw any supporters, so kind of just a quick game 2 there.
Yeah, that was that big opportunity for Henry. If he could have found that Lily's Clefairy and the Mew EX, it felt like Katie kind of opened the door a little bit wider than was needed to in that first game. And speaking of the door never being open, that was the MO here for Henry Chow. Just never able to do anything. Once he got this Curlia locked out of the game, KO'd. And look at that, Dragapult advancing into top 8. Katie Montgomery, after taking the trip over the pond to Toronto, is being rewarded plentifully with a top 8 and potentially even more here in this tournament.
Yep, there's a lot of Dragapult Dusknoir still to go, and that mirror matchup is going to really come down to those item locks. And there are still a few more Guardies in the in-cut for those Guardy fans. I mean, Brent Tonneson, great player, playing Jelly Guardy. And Giovanni Sasso from LATAM, another great player, aged up last year, also playing Guardy. So Guardy's not out of it yet, and hopefully we can see some more.
Well, hopefully for us.
Yeah,
right? Like we want to see Gardevoir. No need to apologize. We know there's some Gardevoir fans out there, and I know there are some Gardevoir detesters. If you like Gardevoir, make sure you show your love in the chat, by the way. I want to see who my Gardevoir fans are out there. I love everyone, you know, but sometimes, you know, if you respect Gardevoir a little bit more, I might be a little bit more biased towards you all.
Gardevoir is the greatest. No bias, though. I mean,
no bias, bias, but is she the GOAT? That's really the question to wonder at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. But yeah, congrats to Katie. It was a great match to watch. I'm excited to hopefully see some more from her.
Yeah, and that was just our asymmetrical cut. So, you know, of course, with the introduction of that for the last 2 seasons now, players, you know, have to sometimes do a little bit more work to get into the top cut. Now, Katie was one of those players, you know, sort of on the outstretch of those last couple of points, so would have probably needed to play in regardless of how, you know, things went. But either way, you know, had to fight through Henry Chow. Actually was higher seeded than Henry Chow, I believe. Henry Chow was in the 9th seed going into this, so 9th working up. So, you know, it's a little bit of a weirder situation, right? Where, you know, normally those players would be in the top 16-ish, but, you know, get to play out and have a chance to make it into the top 8 instead.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the asymmetrical cut, as the resistance relying on your opponents doing well is kind of out of your control. So having that option where you're still able to fight for top cut and winning the event is a nice change, I think.
See, my opponents are always just the best and greatest people, and they always win. So, you know, I'm not a fan of asymmetrical top cut. But when my opponents aren't the greatest and not the best, I am a fan of asymmetrical top cut. Is that okay? Can I be on both teams?
I don't know. Have you made asymmetrical cut?
Great point, Piper. Thank you very much for that one. 2-time regional champion Piper Lapine, everybody. I am a, you know, avid Pokemon TCG player myself, not a 2-time regional champion. So I will hold that, you know, not much I can do there. I'm getting checked, as they like to say sometimes, in terms of stats. So, GG's.
GG.
So whether you're a Gardevoir fan, Dragapult fan, or just love watching Pokemon TCG action, make sure you guys are staying up to date by using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Share your thoughts over on X, Facebook, YouTube, all of that fun stuff. And it's great that, we stream these platforms, or rather stream these broadcasts on so many different platforms. Sometimes when I'm watching back the broadcasts, I'll go watch it on Twitch chat because I like to see what people are saying. Sometimes when it's live, I like to watch the broadcast over on YouTube.com. They recently also made the Play Pokemon YouTube channel. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to check that one out. It's cool to see some of the extra segments that they've released and even some YouTube shorts they've put out as well. Better content for Pokemon TCG. It's been a huge step over the last couple of years. So big shout out to, the team who does that stuff and, everybody for supporting the broadcast as well.
Absolutely. I love watching the videos where we get to hear the players' voices when they're playing. I mean, it's always fun being on stream, but it's definitely nice to see how other people process it.
I'm interested to see how Katie is processing that win, and a big one at that. We're ready to hear from our asymmetrical champion, so let's throw it down to an interview.
Thanks a bunch, Ethan and Piper. That's right, I am here with our winner from the last round, our newest member of Top 8 here in Toronto, Katie Montgomery. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
So excited, so hyped, like unreal. I feel like I'm living a dream. Like, I was not expecting, my best placement is bubbling top 32, so I wasn't expecting to get anywhere close to here, and now Henry Chow on stream.
And you find yourself here, an incredible tournament run up to this point. I'm sure you've played tons of amazing players. I watched your game earlier on in the day today against Karis, which was very fun to see. You were able to take her down. She finds herself in this top cut as well, of course. But yeah, talk to me about those emotions. You see this top cut pairing up against Henry Chow in a matchup that he is extremely experienced in. I'm sure you've got plenty of practice as well. Tell us what you were thinking.
To be honest, this is going to sound quite negative, but I was like, I'm happy with ASIM. I'm going to lose 2-0 to Henry on stream, and that's a success for me. And then in the first game, I was thinking, maybe if he misses, maybe if he doesn't get the nice stretcher or the Arven, and then I was like, oh no, I might be able to win this. Like, it's all going weird. And then the second game, we had a slow start, and yeah, so not expected, but very happy.
And you find yourself here now in top 8. Talk to me about your deck choice for this event. I know you've played quite a few different decks this season. Why'd you land on Dragapult for this tournament?
I wanted to play Flareon, and that's what I've been on for the last few tournaments. And I feel like I betrayed Flareon, but I just didn't like the meta with Charizard coming up and everyone kind of teching for that, the Watchtowers. And I thought I'd just go for the most consistent, boring, generic Dragapult list possible and just Recon Directive to victory.
And we see why that boring Dragapult deck is so popular, because it is so strong. Now you find yourself here in top 8. Lots of great players are going to be in this top cut as well. Anything you're kind of hoping to avoid? Have you seen any of the other decks in top cut?
And Karis' decks we met in Swiss. I just hope that it's all Charizard to the top.
Oh, I got bad news for you. I don't think there's a single Charizard in top cut. But
I took them all out earlier. There was 6. I beat 6 to...
That is quite the run right there. 6 Charizard on your way to top cut. Now, we've got quite the crowd here. Lots of people gathering to show your support. Who else here traveling to support you here?
Yeah, I came with Paul and Austin and Nathan and some people from England. Yeah, it's a good time. Shout out to all of them. Shout out to everyone back in Bristol watching. It's another GWG win.
Well, congratulations on your run so far, Katie, and we're looking forward to seeing more from you later on in this event. We're going to take a quick little break, but don't worry, we'll be back soon with more Top Cut action.
Hey trainers, I'm here with Joe Bernard, fellow UK talent, and he is here playing this weekend in Toronto. How are you feeling?
Feeling really good. It's been fun to come to Toronto for the first time in Canada, which is excellent. I'm playing Golden Go this weekend, and I'm 2-1 right now. I lost to a mirror, but I've then also beaten a mirror. I'm playing quite a few tech cards for the mirror as well. But in that first round, we both had the exact same tech cards, and then it became a bit of a back and forth. But no, I'm feeling good about the deck. I think Golden Go is definitely one of the top contenders, like easily in the top 3 of decks. It's going to be pretty heavily teched against this weekend, but I still think it's got the power to be really good.
All right. And then how did you get started in the Pokemon TCG? I know it may have been a while,
We're going back. Turn the clocks back to around 2009. I just restarted picking up packs just for collecting, and then I pulled a Level X card back in the day from the Diamond and Pearl series, and I researched that card. Turned out it was a really playable card, and then I started to learn the rules of the game. So I was self-taught for a couple years. It was actually like a couple seasons until I started attending tournaments when I could drive. So it was really more around like 2011 when I started playing in-person tournaments.
Do you remember the first deck that you used in that tournament that you showed up at?
Yeah, I actually won City Championships with a Plasma Flareon deck. That was it was like before it was actually good, before Battle Compressor. I was playing with a bunch of the Dragon Pokemon because they all had 130 hit points, and that was like a really high total at the time. And certain decks just had to punch into your one prizes, and that would let you outrage as well. So like while you fueled your discard pile, you would use the dragons to buy yourself time. It was like not the best deck, but I played Driftblim in the deck that was really good against Plasma, and I faced like 5 of them. So I had a really fortunate run, but that's what really got me going and got me competitive.
And then what keeps you coming back to these tournaments time after time?
Well, I think even though I've been playing this long, the game is refreshed and different every new expansion. And even within sets, like there's been a couple months since the last tournament I've played in, and already the metagame feels so different with even one new deck coming into the equation. The tech cards and how other archetypes react is always so different, and there's just so much different ways to express your skill in the game. I personally, over the last few years, have been trying to like play pretty simplistic, streamlined lists. That's like my mentality of trying to do the best at big tournaments, just make sure my deck works. But there's so much about the metagaming that fascinates me still about the game. So a lot of creativity, a lot of deck building, and then eventually I just end up playing 4 orbs in my deck anyway.
Well, I appreciate you giving me your time for this tournament and hope you have a good rest of the weekend. As for us, let's go back to more Pokemon action. Hello trainers, Jeremy Challen here. I am with Itza Romo, a player for this weekend at the Pokemon TCG. How have you been enjoying Toronto?
I actually love Toronto. We're from the desert, so it's a nice change of scenery, you know? I love it here.
And what first got you started in the Pokemon TCG?
Ooh, I went to Yokohama for Worlds just to spectate, and I just watched some stream games, and I was like, wow, that looks really cool. Let me try it. So here I am, trying it out.
And then, do you remember the deck you used for your first tournament?
Yeah, it was Charizard with Rotom and Luminion and Thornton. I was actually reminiscing it yesterday a lot. I miss it every day.
And then, what makes you keep coming back to these Pokemon tournaments and traveling the world?
I think you answered the question. I love traveling, but honestly, it's the people. I love all my friends. I love all the friends I've met all over. And honestly, the game is really addicting. So, yeah.
Do you have any advice for people that are trying to start playing and trying to get into the competitive aspect of Pokemon TCG?
Yeah, I think a really big thing about it is like surrounding yourself with like good players and supportive people that will get you there. It's not hard to make friends in this community. So get yourself a group and play test, talk about decks, and invest yourself in like some streaming. I know a lot of good content creators out here, so that's a good start.
Well, I appreciate you taking time out of your weekend and joining me, and I hope you have a good rest of your weekend here in Toronto.
Thank you so much.
That does it for here. Let's take back to more Pokemon action. Welcome back to Toronto Regionals. I am here with one of Canada's top players in the TCG, Zach Lesage. How are you feeling today?
Doing pretty good. So far doing pretty well in the tournament, so it's nice to be on home turf. Maybe the home turf advantage is great with the snow that we've had this weekend.
What got you into the Pokemon TCG?
Honestly, I saw kids on the playground. I've been playing since like the 90s, give or take, and people trading, so I got a paper route, and I remember buying 2 theme decks to play with my brother.
Do you remember the first deck you played at like the very first tournament you went to?
So, okay, so for League, I got 2 answers for this one. At League, I played some illegal Surfing Pikachu deck with promos that were outdated. I did not understand Standard. So that was at League. The next weekend, there was a gym challenge for all the old heads out there, kind of like a regional championships in Toronto. I actually was able to win that with a Delta species Metagross and Kingdra deck. Homebrewed, way not meta, but it ended up working because I had type advantage in the finals.
And then what keeps you coming back to these tournaments time after time, year after year?
I think Pokemon's low-key my addiction, like most other people, but a lot of it comes down to the community. You build a lot of friendships over the years. My family plays Pokemon. I met my wife through Pokemon. My baby, well, I guess she's not a baby, she's a toddler now. She's here loving the Pokemon plushies, trying not to bankrupt me, but it's just like everyone's involved and seeing like familiar faces, new faces. It's always a good time.
And then as someone who is consistently at the top of the standings, doing well, getting their invite year after year, how do you stay consistent?
Ooh, that's tough, because sometimes I feel like I'm falling off with that Pokedad life, but we still do okay sometimes. It's really one of those things where you got to kind of almost forget what you remembered and remember what you forgot. It's like you got to keep on like trying to improve like one thing at a time and be like, okay, now I'm going to focus on this. I've literally taught some of the top players in the game as a Pokemon coach on how to do like sequencing, prize checking, and then sometimes I need to remember how to do that myself. So it's one of those things where always find one area that you can improve on and then really try to push towards it, then find something else and don't forget what you already learned.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to interview with me. Good luck in the rest of the tournament this weekend. And as for y'all, we'll head back to more Pokemon action.
We are back. Pokemon fans, top 8 about to get underway here in Toronto. Just a couple of more games to be played before we crown ourselves a regional champion. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Kyle Sablehouse. We're going to take you through this top 8 match and see which player will be moving on to the top 4 and will still remain a contender for this title.
Yep, and that's what we're all aiming for at this point in the day. Can you stay alive? Do you have a chance to be our Toronto regional champion? We've got 2 players ahead who have that chance to do just that. We featured both players on stream already. We've seen some really excellent play from them, and I'm excited to get back into that, see one more chance. And it's something that I hinted at when we were talking earlier. I've got some questions and I need some answers.
Yeah, we'll get into that shortly. Let's take a quick look at the bracket, though, as we've gotten through our first round of the top cut through a sim. And we know who now our final 8 remaining players are. And up there at the top, Karis Jones up against Justin Templar. That is the match we are going to be running through. Karis and Justin, 2 of the great young players in the game. Justin, of course, a first-year master. Karis just a year or 2 ahead of him. Now both of these players find themselves in top 8, still fighting for a shot at the title. And you called it out, Kyle. We've got the Dragapult EX versus Golden Go, a classic matchup, but Karis is packing that Moltres, a card you really want to see how it impacts this matchup.
Yeah, that's just something it just doesn't really make as much sense as you'd think in some decks. Of course, teching it into any way the accelerate energies with the Charizard deck, you can see that working out. But with Dragapult and its limited resources with energies, can you really find this at the right time? Can you make the most use of this card? I'm really excited to see if Karis can do that for us, because it could be magic or it could be just a blank.
I think our players are ready, Kyle. I'm sure our audience is ready. I hope everyone watching along at home is as well. Those opening hands have been drawn. The basic Pokemon are set out. You're about to get underway. Karis, of course, top cut finisher in seniors over at Sao Paulo, top 32 at the Sacramento Regional Championships, and Justin Templar has had so many incredible finishes, though most of them come in the seniors division. He did just get a top 8 finish down in LAIC, kind of his statement beginning to his Masters run. He's making a good run here for his freshman season.
Yeah, he talked about it already. He just wants to make that approach here as well in the regional championships, and he's doing just that. It's a little easy to build on what you've done at LAIC, and now he's back here at it again. It's great to see. He's doing it with a different deck this time around. We've seen him play all sorts of different things. This time it is going to be the lone representative of Golden Go, and we saw it before. He's got a really unique line of some of these items and trainer cards that he's added in. We'll see how they add up against Karis and this Dragapult.
Yeah, Karis is also someone who's played a couple different decks. She's played Dragapult before, so I know she's pretty experienced here and has to be experienced in this matchup, and definitely has plans, I would imagine, thanks to that Moltres being in the mix. Things to note here, Justin not playing the picnic basket, something we see sometimes from the Golden Gun players. That could be a way you could respond to some of that setup damage to set up for the Moltres knockouts. That's not something he'll have in his arsenal. I have to probably just on paper favor Karis a little bit because of that Moltres option that she has available. We'll see if it comes up.
Yeah, that's what we're all wondering at this point.
Well, I think especially you.
I'm gonna make everyone wonder it with me. Let's see what the prize cards have for us, and it is not the worst on either side. Unfortunately for Justin, that one copy of Buddy Poffin is not a great sign to see. So often that is the immediate search off that initial Arven.
Yeah, counter catcher for Karis is something that could cause a little bit of concern, especially up there at the top of the prize cards. But overall, I'd say not too bad for either player. We were able to see Justin navigate the prizing of Buddy Poffin in his game against Jesse Parker on the winning end just fine. And there's the fist bump. Here we go. Game 1 kicking off. And it will be Karis Jones with the opening turn. Kicking it off now with an Ultra Ball, discarding 2 cards from the hand in order to search the deck for any basic Pokemon. Karis has started that Duskull in the active spot. Of course, the Dusclops also strong with their Cursed Blast abilities. One of the mainstays of this Dragapult deck. It's what gives it so much power.
Right, we've seen this combination in times so often. This is what you're looking to do. You set up that Dusclops or Dusknoir, you pop the ability, give that prize card to your opponent. Sometimes the damage counters are the most important thing. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes it gives you that access to counter catchers so that you can bring up the right Pokemon and attack in with the ferocity that is a Dragapult EX.
And just a bench of the Badoo and now a pass over to Justin. Karis is, of course, sitting on a Lily's Determination. That'll be great for her on the next turn, but no energy drop. Maybe a little bit of something to be worried about. Justin will kick off his turn with a Nest Ball, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon, putting it down. Did start a Gimmighoul. Have to imagine at least a couple of those will hit the board this turn. He'd also, of course, love to get that Lunatone Solrock combo established, his main draw engine.
Yeah, this is the last ride for the Golden Go players this tournament. If we want to see one make it past the top 8, it will be all on Justin to do that here. As we've seen at every tournament, major tournament that we've had so far, at least one of these players has made it to 6th place or better. It's on Justin to do that here. He's got a good start now with the Gimmighoul and the Nest Ball. He's starting to search out that key engine there with the Lunatone and Solrock.
It may be on Justin to move on for the Golden Go players, but I think it may be on this Lunatone's Lunar Cycle for him to continue to advance this turn, as it doesn't look like he's got too much to work with. I did not notice a supporter, but there is at least a Solrock in hand with the basic fighting energy. So it does look like Lunar Cycle is in Justin's future. A couple Golden Go EX in the hand. Not bad if he can find the Gimmighouls to support them. 3 cards to draw here. And I do see the Arven. That could lead to the secret box, which could give him so many options.
Yeah, it's a nice card to find. It gives you a few more resources to peek at. We'll see what he does have available at this point. We know that he did have 1 Artisan prize. He also prized that Buddy Poffin, so do you go for a Nest Ball strategy, or do you actually just use the secret box at this stage?
Yeah, maybe with the Gimmighoul, right, could just go with 1 Nest Ball. That would be 2 in play. Would feel maybe okay with that. Did look like Justin kind of grimaced a little bit at his draws. It looks like he's got 2 Superior Energy Retrievals in hand. He's got 2 Golden Goes. He's got that Genesect, Boss's Orders as well. So kind of tough what he would want to discard off the secret box. That is the catch with the card. It is so powerful, but you do have to give up a lot.
If you go with that, you're likely discarding something important in your hand, or at least a valuable resource for later in the game. If you don't, and you still want to attack this turn, you have a dilemma as well, because your only energy is in the discard pile. You could Superior that out, so you could attack with Solrock and use an Air Balloon, but that doesn't feel like a great answer either.
Does look like we will see the secret box being played. It will discard the Vitality Band that was also found off the Arven. And the Genesect goes down. That's not too bad if you have your Golden Goes in hand, but let's not forget Karis's deck is playing a full suite of 4 Iono.
This feels like Air Balloon, Artisan, Earthen Vessel, and a supporter. You just don't really want to give up on what is a free prize card staring you in the face in that Duskull, but potentially Oh, well, he can do that here with the Fighting Gong as opposed to a Vessel. That's even nicer because he does not want to discard anything from that hand.
And the question will just be now, what supporter does he grab? We know he's playing that one of Cypher Maniac's code breaking, but it will be a boss's orders to replace the one that he discarded, perhaps allowing him to continue to be aggressive in future turns. Artisan, of course, can grab out another Gimmick Ghoul, add that to the board, and hey, taking this first prize does quite a few things. One, it gets Justin out in the lead. He's able to strike first. But also it does remove the threat of any sort of Dusclops into Dusknoir plays in the future.
Yeah, it also presents a threat to Badoo on the other side, where the item lock is not nearly as appealing when you know that it's immediately KO'd on the other side for no energies to the discard pile.
Very strong turn for Justin, as it will end with him taking the first prize card. Karis happy to promote that Badoo into the active spot. Draw for turn is an energy card, and the Lily's Determination will yield her 8 cards. Not before Night Stretcher brings that Duskull back into play. An incredibly important card for the general strategy of her deck, and now 8 cards still to be found.
Yeah, and of course we saw without the use of Artisan at this stage, it's very nice to see that sequencing to help out here, as Karis wants to see a nice full board and then also use that Badoo in combination, and really would love to see Dracloak at this stage. If you have that Pokemon, to start using Recon Directive, you can start to burn through the deck a little further and just have that urgency about building up this board, not only wide, but also tall.
Well, there's a Dracloak, there is also a Dreepy, a pretty solid findings here for Karis. Not much to work with outside of that. Lots of energy, lots of Pokemon, so she will use the Artisan to grab a Pokemon out of the deck. And right away, Kyle, there it is. The Moltres being brought to the front of the deck. Will it hit the board this early, or is this more her just checking to make sure it's there, since it is such an important card for the matchup?
I mean, if there were ever a hand that liked Moltres, it would be this one. There's 3 different available energies for this Pokemon, but you like to see that it's there, and there's no urgency because you don't see the Golden Go just yet, and you're not countering the Artisan. At any point in time, you can bring this Pokemon into play and hopefully combo that with some free retreat.
Yeah, Artisan will stick around here. The Fighting Wings, 20 plus 90 more damage of your opponent's active Pokemon, is a Pokemon EX. So, of course, for the Fire Week Golden Go, that will be 220 damage. So if she can set up enough damage in play onto these Golden Goes, that'll be a single prize Pokemon that's able to take a 2-prize KO, which is, no matter what era of the Pokemon TCG you're playing, a very strong strategy. Justin here will take the hit of the Itchy Pollen. No item cards able to be played. Happy to evolve a Golden Go initially, drawing 1 card with the coin bonus. Has another Golden Go in the hand. Can retreat this Soul Rock and get a coin bonus for 2 if he'd like. No, just will use it from the bench here, seeing what he finds. No fighting energy. He does have boss's orders to chase a prize card here. Not much really working here for Justin.
Yeah, and at this stage, are you more concerned about a Duskull, or do you want to just remove Badoo from play, put that pressure back onto your opponent? They don't have a free retreater ready to roll. They don't have access to any combination with the Moltres just yet, so I think you just remove this and try to play your game.
And that's exactly what he goes for here. In Karis with a nice top deck finds Dracloak, will use this first Recon Directive and a second one to go with it as well. Boss's orders added to her arsenal. She could get the first hit off on a Golden Go. Actually already had a boss in the hand, so she's got a couple of ways she could potentially play this. There is the Dragapult. Yes, let's evolve that before the use of Lily's Determination. Still finding her 8 cards in these early turns.
Yeah, it's one of the benefits of playing this deck is always having access to that in these early stages of the game. It's very unlikely that you'll be taking the first prize card here, and now we see the setup starting to develop. And what has Justin really accomplished in these early stages? Yes, he has a couple prize cards, but there's not a guaranteed KO on the other side. We haven't seen that many energy cards yet.
Karis going to find 8 cards here. Buddy Puffin, not bad. That can find that last Dreepy if she wants to go with the full board here. May want to conserve the bench space, I suppose, for future Pheasantippides, which of course are powerful. Of course, also making sure that Moltres is able to come down at the opportune time. Looks like she may just be content with the use of Phantom Dive. That will KO this active Soul Rock. And now let's see where that damage gets spread. It will be all 6 onto this Golden Go EX. Justin happy to promote it. Air Balloon is there, but Jamming Tower, of course, is throwing a wrench into that plan. Justin able now to play those item cards. He's got an S-Ball in hand, so he could find his Soul Rock once again to keep the lunar cycles rolling. Will start it off with the coin bonus to draw 2. That's a pair of fighting energy. Energy cards are a pretty big part if you're trying to take down the 320 HP Dragapult EX.
Yeah, that lines up very nice. It's not so often that you just see the cards just like that, but sure enough, they are here now. There is a jamming tower, so moving into the other Golden Go doesn't work out. It's just the single draw off this coin bonus, but we do see the energy starting to accumulate. 4 in hand, superior to go along with this. Did you get a look at the discard pile? It might be just 2. That's at least 2 more energies that would be required at that stage.
Yeah, he still definitely needs a bit here, but a knockout for Justin on this turn would be so strong. Karis does not have much of a board established outside of it. Just 1 Dracloak and no energy on that Pokemon. She would need to find the Neo upper energy in order to get attack. And perhaps here, Kyle, this is where the Moltres could be working for her.
Yeah, there's that option there too. You have guaranteed retreat, if you want to call it that, in the Dusclops, being able to be promoted and then popped so that you can move back into that Pokemon. But we saw in the hand for Karis, there is a pink card. So a few different answers to this spot. But is there even a knockout lined up for Justin here? I think he's still a little short.
He's got access to 7 energy as of now, 3 in the discard pile, 4 in the hand, and 7 is how many you need to discard to one-hit KO Dragapult EX, but he also has to attach 1 for turn. He needs the energy required to use Make It Rain, so he is 1 energy short, and Kyle, I don't think he has any more dig in this hand at the moment.
Yeah, he had a debate of whether he wanted to search for the Fez or the Soul Rock at that stage. Chose Soul Rock, they both draw 3 cards, but really wanted to see access to both of those pieces. Instead now just has to forego that. You even just chip into this Pokemon.
He's got Boss in hand, so he could take out the Dusclops. He also could target Dracloak. I don't know if I would hate the Dracloak takedown here because Karis is going to be eyeing to use Iono later. That could make her own Ionos hurt her a bit, but Justin is going to chase after the Dusclops. That does open up the most plays for Karis on her next turn.
Right, and you were saying that it makes sense. If you take this Pokemon out, yes, you're not limiting what can happen in the hand because your cloaks are not being challenged. There will be some secondary attackers, but you're showing that you don't mind this as long as you can set up your side of the board. 3 prize cards remaining. If there is ever another Duskull played down, it likely isn't going to be very beneficial for Karis. Popping at that point means just a 2 prize card knockout ends the game.
Well, where 1 Dusclops goes down, a Duskull can replace it. Karis playing Buddy Poffin to find that Pokemon. Does leave that last Dreepy in the deck, perhaps due to a Dracloak being in the prize cards. Ultra Ball will be played to discard 2 to find any other Pokemon. Another Dracloak could hit the board here. She does have another Lily's Determination in her hand, so there is still draw power available to her as an option. But with this shuffle, I have to think that it's going to be Recon Directive first. Could be Iono as well. There's the attachment of Neo Upper Energy. And yes, Iono will be the move, sending Justin's hand to the bottom and giving him only 3 cards.
Yeah, this is the difference between the Solrock Lunatone and the Pheasantipede is if you had that Pokemon in play instead, you have a guaranteed answer when this Golden Goal is KO'd. Now you need to find the energy, which still seems like an easy thing to do, but we did see not only a lot of energies, but also superiors now being put to the bottom of the deck.
Things are lining up very well here for Karis. She'll be able to one-hit KO. I guess not quite one-hit KO, but KO this already damaged Golden Go EX for 200 and set up 6 damage counters on the bench so that it can be KO'd by a follow-up Phantom Dive or the Moltres were it to come out. She's definitely, I think, feeling pretty solid here. There is the KO. Let's see how she spreads her damage on the bench. Will it just be all 6 on Golden Go? Yes, indeed. 2 more prizes for Karis, tying things up at 3 apiece.
Yeah, it lines up so well now. You have the answer. As long as you have that second Dragapult EX down with the Neo Upper Energy already available, you can take that KO onto the Golden Go. But also, if you find that Moltres and you need to include it into the exchange, you can do that as well.
Justin needing some help from the 3 cards off Iono. 1 draw for turn. It does look like Fighting Energy is there. There's quite a few access cards to his energy. Fighting Gong, Earthen Vessel being available. How many energy does he have left in the deck is, I guess, a question worth asking here. Looks like there's the one fighting he just found and just one more fighting available. So that would be a pretty weak Earthen Vessel.
And then this, using the Fighting Gong here now, it means that you are going to get a shuffle of the deck where you saw all of these different ways to retrieve energies. If only solidifying those were the answer to this puzzle, then maybe that's okay. But I think the additional draws with Pheasantipity or something like that may have been more impactful. It's tough to say if using that here now is the most beneficial to you, or you can survive on these 5 draws and hopefully see what you need.
Yep, can still find Pheasantipity here this turn, right? Nest Balls and all as ways to get that Pokemon out. And Justin shaking his head. Not much found off the coin bonus. He can get rid of the Golden Go. No, he's just going to draw with the Lunar Cycle. Nest Ball can get that Fez. He also does need to get down another Gimmighoul, though, as he should assume this active will be KO'd. But putting down a Gimmighoul does give Karis a on-board win condition through Hawlucha or the use of a Dusclops. She's already got the win with the use of the Dusclops, I suppose, with the Lunatone and Solrock in play. This is definitely looking pretty solid in Karis's shoes.
Yeah, a lot to consider now. You have the access to draw up and at least take this knockout. It seems like that will be there, but at this point then, can you really afford to play down this Pokemon? I think you have to. You can't just bank on being able to KO a Duskull. If Dusclops comes into play but then isn't popped at any stage, you still have a problem, and that you just won't be able to reach that without Premium Power Pro.
Kyle, I think he might be short again here.
No way.
He's got 1 superior, and I think, is that 2 energy in his hand? So that would be 6 energy. He's just had to attach 1. He has Earthen Vessel. Okay, that can get the last energy out of the deck. So I think he will be at exactly 7, assuming that Fighting Energy wasn't drawn as one of these cards.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. You've gone through the deck, but you just haven't thinned out very much with the energies to the discard pile.
There was a medal in there still. Okay, so that was hiding in the midst of the deck. So that will work. This will get Justin to exactly 7. He will take this knockout. But with no disruption available, as we know Golden Go players typically do not run in their lists, it'll be on to Karis to potentially close the game out this turn.
And now we'll see what Justin's thought process is here. He will forego the Gimmighoul. That means his best answer right now is to have the Solrock and the Premium Power Pro to KO a Dusclops that would be evolved on the following turn. If that's the route, then so be it.
Gonna also set up the top of the deck with the Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Of course, worth noting here, as Justin will be going down to 1 prize with this KO, Karis actually will not have access to the Dusclops, as by using it, she would just give Justin the win with just his 1 prize card remaining. And so Justin not benching the Gimmighoul is actually not giving her any sort of next turn win condition.
And this is the beauty of the Cypher Maniac's code breaking as opposed to an additional Arven or what have you. Yes, it does give you the cards that you were searching out. Typically, they are the items, but you just placed the right cards on the top of the deck for an Iono situation. But now we have to see what Karis has on the other side.
I think I'm kind of favoring Justin in this position.
That's what I'm saying.
Set himself up really, really nicely. 7 cards going down. Dragapult EX going down. Justin with just 1 prize card remaining. And what can Karis do here but hope that Justin does not have the Premium Power Pro in his list? But I feel like you've got to know that the way he has played this, he's got a way for Solrock to take his last prizes.
I mean, they spent 2 minutes staring at it to start the game. We're in a new format of this.
New era here. Open deck lists for Top Cut, so she knows that that tech card is available, and she also knows there's no picnic basket as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is brilliant from Justin. He has it all sitting on the top of his deck at this point. He just needs to draw into it with Fez. So is there a world for Karis where you can set up a different Pokemon in the active spot than he was expecting, but then not take the KO just yet? Can you warm this up? I don't know if it's all there.
Hit the Fez for 200, maybe. Spread some damage to the bench. Maybe get the Blood Moon or Saluna in the mix to take the KO. But we know Justin set the top of his deck up, so that's not going to be helpful. Latias will be found here, can provide free retreat to the Duskull. So now Karis can move into whatever Pokemon she would like here.
I suppose if you've seen enough energies to the discard pile and you don't think that Justin would set up Superior as a way to close this out, then maybe going after a Pokemon like that Pheasantipity would make a lot of sense. You could lock that Pokemon up, but this is a different way. It is Badoo trying to slow things down, saying you don't have an energy card.
But where does Karis go from here? Yes, maybe she'll buy a turn, but after this turn, I guess perhaps trying to disrupt the cards. Now she can go into an Iono on the next turn, disrupting what Justin had put on the top of the deck previous turn, right?
There are levels to this, and we are seeing every one of them. The cards that are being drawn now don't benefit Justin, and we see the Iono off the top now for Karis. There are a lot of different avenues. Is this where you feel comfortable, or do you want to wait one more turn, as you know that 2 cards were placed on the top?
She can get back into the Badoo with the Hilda that she has. Can find her the energy she needs.
Finds a Turo. If you want to pick this Pokemon back up now, I think you buy one more turn and then pull the trigger with Iono. This is really sneaky from Karis here.
Yes, and that's what she's going to do. Itchy Pollen locks Justin out of being able to play those cards. Justin taking account of Karis's deck. I cannot imagine the numbers that are running through his head right now as to what this could be leading to.
He's nervous of deck out potential, but he doesn't realize that this potentially is even further than that. She could probably set up a winning board state in consecutive turns now. If you set that up with the pausing and the Pheasantipity promotion.
Oh my gosh, Kyle.
Oh, she thinks she's got it.
We're going Itchy Pollen, and that is it here. Karis feels like that Justin is going to lose this deck out battle, and I wonder if that is going to be the case.
I mean,
she's not even saying the words. She's just moving the Badoo up to signal, yes, I'm using Itchy Pollen. What are you going to do about it, Justin?
What stops it at this point? Items are the only thing that refresh his deck at this point. He has no access to hand reset. There is nothing else than this. He's going to just make her do it.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be a deck out loss for Justin Templar. He doesn't have any supporter way to refresh. Karis Jones has Itchy Pollen her way to victory. Happy Badoo year, everybody.
Who said Itchy Pollen was boring?
I don't think Justin's a big fan. Wow, what a finish. What a line for Karis to find there. Justin had set up the game-winning combination of cards, but he didn't account for the little Badoo.
I mean, there was so much to digest there in that spot. Was there ever a spot where he could have maybe preserved one more energy?
Yeah, and that's where this open deck list comes into play. Karis knew exactly how many energy cards Justin had. She knew that they were all in the discard pile, and so she knew that they were gonna go to that situation where she would win the deck out war. What a battle from Karis to find that route. And now we're headed into a game number 2. Justin has chosen to go second. No surprise at all for both of these setup-based decks. They really want to be playing a supporter on their first turn, trying to have as strong of a setup as possible. What's going on here, Kyle?
Yeah, we're gonna be in for one right now.
Did Justin just pass?
Well,
oh, he's going second.
Yes, didn't see that part just yet, but we're gonna pass over on Karis's turn. The prize card's a little scary this time around. There are 2 Dragapult EX. Thankfully, there are 3 copies, but wow, this is an uphill climb.
Wow, 2 Dragapult for Karis, a Dreepy as well, and on Justin's side, a Turo. That's just a one-of in his list this weekend. Gimmighoul, also 2 Fighting Energy. Could be cause for concern whenever you're having to reach for so many energy cards to KO a Dragapult EX. He will kick off his opening turn with the Fighting Gong, does find the basic fighting energy off of it. Does he have the way to get down the Soul Rock required in order to use Lunar Cycle on Lunatone? Looks like that answer will be yes, as Artisan, or Arvin, excuse me, will be played, and could maybe find the Artisan if he wanted to go the Secret Box route, but hey, perhaps the Nest Ball will be enough for him here.
Yeah, this is the one time where it's great to not see Buddy Buddy Poffin in the deck on your Arven search, because the one copy is finally in your hand.
Oh boy.
He's got the answer ready to go, and he has the Lunatone Soul Rock as well. This is a much better start, especially when you see your opponent pass the turn over with just Latias and Duskull in play. He can get the ball rolling, and he's looking to thin first of the gimmies before drawing through. Maybe a nod to the fact that second supporter or Golden Go, not guaranteed this time.
Yeah, and I think he's fine to operate from a board with just 2 Gimmighoul. Would rather make sure he can increase his odds to find some way to continue to advance his board on the next turn. So 2 Gimmighoul will hit the field from that Buddy Buddy Poffin, and here comes the Lunar Cycle, discarding the Fighting Energy to draw 3 cards. I do not see a supporter for the next turn. There's a a Metal Energy, also a Pheasantipity were a knockout to happen, but don't think we're going to be seeing that here based off Karis's start. Latias EX and a Duskull in her active spot.
Yeah, we see the Earthen Vessel. The only real lack right now is the Fighting Energy that we don't have for the following turn of Lunar Cycles. So load up on those while you can. Be prepared for what could happen, which may be that Badoo sneaking back in, locking out item cards, and buying more time. But we got a peek at Karis's hand. It's abysmal.
Yeah,
I don't know if we're going anywhere.
Does not look like Karis had much going on that opening turn. Maybe a supporter hiding that she could not play. Let's see what the draw is. It is a Duskull, and I do not see a supporter, Kyle.
Nope.
I do. I see one.
That's not a good one.
Boss's orders is not going to be helpful to her here. And yes, just a pass of the turn. Now Justin here with a big opening. We'll kick it off with Lunar Cycle. If he can piece together a KO with a Golden Go here, that would be really strong.
Yeah, what does a Golden Go look like? Because I don't see any of those in that 10-card hand.
Yeah, no Golden Go, no Nest Ball or Genesect, or way to go get the Genesect. So maybe another slow turn here for Justin. He doesn't even have the option to Boss's orders KO the Dusclops, as it's boosted its HP from evolving. It's no longer just a Duskull. Justin will.
It's time to punch a Latias.
Is that the route we're going here?
This is Pokemon, ladies and gentlemen.
Peak gameplay from top 8 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. Karis draws for turn.
Oh!
And it is an Ultra Ball that could find her a Dreepy to at least get some semblance of a board rolling.
Yeah, it's just the least impactful bit of help that you can get, because your opponent is sitting on Boss's orders on the other side. As soon as that Dreepy's found, it will be KO'd, but you need to do this. Set up your chances. Maybe you have a Dracloak established on the next turn. But this is the way things are rolling at this stage. Just a rough hand to work through.
Dreepy is found for Karis from this Ultra Ball. Going to just cross her fingers and pray that there is no Boss's orders on Justin's side. But we know it is waiting in the wings should he choose to target this Pokemon down.
Yeah, you start to wonder, what could the 10 cards entail at that point, where nothing gets you through the deck or an evolution. It probably is the other cards that you're worried about.
Well, Karis will try to make it as hard as possible, though, for Justin. Boss's orders brings Gimmighoul into the active spot. Now a pass of the turn. Does Justin have another air balloon? He
does.
He does indeed, and he can get whatever 2 cards he wants from his deck here with that Cypher Maniac's code breaking.
Right, and it's a double-edged sword. If the Boss's orders was available that turn, then you could have targeted down the Dreepy, but if you're not as worried, if you think you can get that Pokemon on a later turn, maybe you set up for Golden Go, Premium Power Pro. You can Boss's orders with the Pro on the following turn and get that Pokemon out of the way.
Justin draws the 2 cards he set up with the Cypher Maniac, and then 1 additional. Now a coin bonus will draw a couple more cards. There's an Earthen Vessel. Could lead to a KO here on this Latias. He would only need 3 energy to discard here. 1 to attach for turn, so 4 energy if he can find them. He's just 1 away right now, and I have to imagine with this large hand, there's a way to get 1 more energy card, Kyle.
Yeah, it's a lot that's starting to make sense over on this side. And for Justin, this wasn't a setup that really had a lot of gas just yet. He didn't get much going early. We see the prize cards haven't really fallen yet, but you'd much rather have this start as opposed to the previous one. This board state, drawing with Golden Go, this is the difference maker because you will burn through the deck and you'll have those resources when you need them.
There's the Earthen Vessel, discards the Genesect, no longer needed. Justin will find himself a pair of energy cards to ensure a KO on this active. That is all the energy from his deck. Doesn't look like there was anything else remaining. So he will be able to take this knockout. Now, the other thing for Justin to consider here in this spot is just what could Karis do on her next turn? You know, if she were to top deck Iono, how would I want to best set myself up? He's obviously feeling good about the position he finds himself in, but, you know, Karis is definitely not out of this.
Yep. Learning a little bit from the previous game. If you have energies available, maybe put those back in. Super Rod will help out in that instance, and you'll have more open draws post-Iono to find anything with your Lunatone Soul Rock on the bench.
If you were Karis here, what would you rather find this turn? Is it Iono or is it Lily's Determination?
Oh, yes. You know, I'm not sure that any difference to the hand size on Justin right now really makes an impact, and it's not like you're taking a prize card and walking into Fez to see even more cards. That's for future turns, and that's definitely when you need to see the Iono.
So Lily's Determination will be what Karis is hoping for here. She'll have 3 cards to find it from her Recon Directive plus her top deck. There is the KO on Justin's side. Make it rain, 150 damage. Down goes Latias EX. 2 prize cards to Justin. He strikes first. Karis promotes the Dusclops. Draw for turn. It is the Jamming Tower, and now she is crossing her fingers off this Recon Directive. There's Professor's Research and Iono, both strong offerings. But will it be the Research or Iono being played here? It looks like it's actually Iono. She's really going to value saving this Hawlucha.
Yeah, I was nervous if that Hawlucha was the Moltres instead. Could you imagine at this spot with Fire Energy, Iono to go along with this, but now has to find those cards again.
And I wonder if that's exactly the play she's looking for here. Moltres plus a Fire Energy would lead to her getting a knockout.
The bird. Oh.
There is the Moltres. I don't see an energy yet, but Fez can draw her some cards.
This is the problem, though. You have Ultra Ball. You could reshuffle and maybe see that Fire Energy
cards,
instead,
Kyle.
trying to find it here.
Needs a fire and does not get it. Was a little bit less likely thanks to one being sent to the bottom. Luminous Energy, of course, working for her as well as a potential play. But now, no real movement for Karis. She's got Ultra Ball, can maybe go get another Dreepy, but this is feeling like yet another slow turn. Justin is definitely going to be feeling solid after Karis passes here.
I'm even curious if this is Badoo territory. You may just have to switch gears and pop the Dusclops for less than opportune situation, but you have to make your opponent have it in this instance. If there is not a single energy to go along with this, maybe you buy that turn or two to get that setup.
This is going to be a really strong play for Karis because she is also taking out the Soul Rock. So getting rid of that Pokemon means that Justin needs to find another Soul Rock if he wants to use his Lunar Cycles. Here it comes, Itchy Pollen. Not before the use of a Night Stretcher does bring back a Duskull. And then, yes, Itchy Pollen, no damage thanks to the grass resistance of Golden Go EX. But still, that effect remains. Justin is unable to play item cards this turn. There is the coin bonus, drawing 2 cards. Coin bonus once more, draws another, and there is Professor Turo's Scenario. Sorry, I misspoke in game number 1. Justin is playing 2 copies of the card. One is prized, that other one being found here. So he will have that option to pick up this Pokemon if he is able to find a Fighting Energy to attack with the Soul Rock.
And look at this. This is exactly what you're looking for. This is why he used Super Rod on that previous turn. He knew that there was a world where there's Iono in combination with Badoo. He finds the 3 of the 3 fighting energy, 2 of them right into the hand now, and he can start to draw up and have the resources to KO this Badoo here.
Now, I wonder what's better. Is it better for Justin to use something like the Turo here to attack with the Soul Rock, or should he just discard the energy card and take the KO with Make It Rain?
I'm not terrified of just attacking in right now with this Pokemon. You're asking so much of your opponent here. If Moltres were to be the answer, that is another Dusclops that's being used. Just a KO on the Moltres would be all that you need at that stage, and that's not asking very much of your deck when you already got the the Gimme Ghoul played down.
Yeah, Justin definitely way out in front here so far, but Karis found that unique line in game number 1. We'll see what she's got in her bag here for game number 2. Not quite out of it yet. Of course, these players do have extended time for top cut, 75 minutes as opposed to the normal 50, so less reason to concede a game that you feel like you have a good chance to lose. She can hang around here and still play to those outs. Recon Directive does find a Buddy Poffin. Is it time to bench the Moltres? Hey, why not? Here it comes. And Ino will be the supporter for turn, sending both players' hands to the bottom of the deck. Karis getting 5 for her slow start, and Justin will only get 2.
It looked like Hilda was the card that was found off the Recon Directive, but that just wouldn't be enough in this instance. Needed to combo this with Hand Disruption. Looking to find something like that Neo Upper Energy at this stage would be huge. But even just a Jet Headbutt could be enough to soften this Pokemon and keep you in this game.
Karis actually just asked the judge how much time was left, so that tells me that she's definitely considering
this isn't going well.
Yeah, she knows that she is unlikely to win this game, but if she can successfully buy a turn here from this Ino, perhaps there is a chance. That hand looks like it's got plenty of movement, though, for Justin. He'll start it off with the Nest Ball. At minimum, gets a shuffle of the deck. Could also get Pheasantipity established so that it is in play. Were a Golden Goat to go down, that is more draw power that he has available.
And this is exactly what we expect to see from Justin. He's shown us this time and time again. Not only is he playing his game, but he is making sure to set up his board and his hand to best help him in any situation from his opponent.
And Justin can win the game here this turn, and that's going to get him really close. He needs just one more energy card. And he's got 2 in hand, plus the superior energy retrieval. I think he's still got access to that flip the script. He's going to use Lunar Cycle first, though, so now 2 more energy are going to be needed, or a superior energy retrieval, and he can guarantee it now with the Arven. His last 2 prize cards will be taken here, and Boss's Orders is also good enough as well. It can KO the Pheasantipity on the bench. Justin can discard the 2 cards, get 4 back. That's 5 energy. Boss's Orders KOs Fez, and we're going to a game 3.
Yeah, what a nice one there from Justin. It was really in the driver's seat the entirety of that game. Just the cards not falling the other way for Karis. Just not a great setup, but that's to be expected sometimes. These are decks that have so many different cards to line up. If you don't have that early setup with Dracloak, drawing through, using Recon Directive, sometimes you run into trouble. Didn't stop her from really showing off her abilities, though. Saw a really great line there with the Badoo, and maybe if the energy wasn't found, we're talking about a different game.
Yeah, still trying to just hang on after the slow start. Definitely have to respect the efforts. Now heading into a 3rd game. Karis will have that option, choosing to go first or second. I have to imagine going second will be the choice here. We saw Justin have a good enough of a start in that game against Jesse Parker where he went first, so we'll see if he can maybe replicate some of that magic here in this 3rd game. Let's recap that game number 2, though, as it was an interesting one for Justin. After Karis' slow start, he was able to capitalize, and Karis tried to find a way to fight back through the use of a Dusknoir. If she had found the Moltres play on this turn, it would have been really interesting, I think, but alas, that was not the case.
Yeah, just cards not falling that way. For Justin, he did find the right resource at the end of the game, either with the Arven overextending, taking a big KO there into the Dragapult, or with the Boss's Orders there to clear out the Pheasantipity, finding those last 2 prize cards. But it all comes down to this. Game number 3.
One final game for one of our 2 players. One more chance for them to move on in this event. Regardless of the outcome here, they should both hold their heads high. They're so young compared to the field, and they have found themselves as the final 8 in this event. But both of them are hungry for that title. They want to become the regional champion.
We're seeing play that just well exceeds their age at this point. If you think that just by any means recently aging up or just a couple years in the division means anything, it certainly does not. We've seen some extremely great play.
Oftentimes these young players become the best a couple of years into their Masters Division stints. So So we'll see which one of these players will continue that legacy. So those opening Pokemon have been found. Prize cards are being laid out. And it looks like we are about to kick off this game number 3.
All right, this is where all my nerves kick in because you're watching Golden go first, and that is not a pretty sight. So often, they don't find the resources to fill up their board. It really depends on these opening draws here with the Lunatone and Solrock, which we do thankfully see this time around, but he's gonna get some bad news on this deck search. He's gonna take a look through and see not 1, but 2 Nesball and an Artisan in the prize cards. How do you find the gimme ghouls at this stage?
Yeah, he's got 1 in his hand at least, so he can get 1 into play, but finding the rest will be potentially problematic, and especially considering the fact that Karis has started Badoo in her active spot. That Pokemon will be locking Justin down. He won't have access to Arven for Secret Box, Arven for Buddy Poffin. He may have a tough time finding those gimme ghoul. As the Lunatone comes down, he will be able to Lunar Cycle here. I have to imagine we'll see lots of item cards played here for Justin, all the ones he can at least, trying to prep for that inevitable Itchy Pollen on Karis' side.
Yeah, you really hope to see a lot on this opening turn. We're just not seeing that much. Is it really just those 2 cards, the energy and the Fighting Gong thrown down?
I wonder if he is going to Superior Energy Retrieval for 1 Fighting Energy, so that he has the guaranteed attack with the Cosmic Beam on the next turn.
Yeah, he almost flailed the hand thinking about it, but this is a pass of the turn now. With Air Balloon and Energy, you're not out yet. You always have Gimme Ghoul to draw energies and maybe set up the next turn, but that's slow.
Yeah. We'll see how things shape up here under the incoming item lock. Karis, though, with a really nice draw from the top of her deck. Buddy Poffin, the best card you could play on your opening turn in one of these Stage 2 evolving decks, as it will search her out a pair of Dreepy to the field.
All right, and in a spot where typically in regular Swiss, maybe there'd only be 8-9 minutes remaining here. We have a full game ready to roll, so she will get full information of what is going on in those prize cards. No access to the Moltres this time around. Second Badoo not there either. A few things to worry about, but when you have triple Dreepy Energy item lock, I think you're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't even know how much work the item lock is doing here. Justin has nothing in his hand. It's preventing him from playing that Superior to get back the fighting to do something.
Here it is.
Okay, he's going to retreat into the Gimme Ghoul, go for that minor errand running, searching the deck for 2 basic energy and adding them to the hand. Have to imagine a couple fighting energy most likely. Can set up for a future Lunar Cycle, can set up for the Cosmic Beam.
God. And you know what? This is actually a really sneaky charm to add into the mix here too, because walking into a Jet Headbutt on the other side from a Dracloak would have actually been devastating.
That's funny. Yeah, that is, I guess, what the play around is here with the Bravery Charm. Honestly, I don't know if Karis would even go for it, though.
I love it.
Putting a Dracloak at risk whenever...
Get rid of the lone Gimme Ghoul. Get in there.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know, man. Hey, Premium Power Pro is just waiting on your opponent's side to punish that play.
Oh, we'll see. Maybe if Jamming Tower is included, if she has something to consider.
Now, Karis has Iono in her hand, but she's definitely got the read that Justin's hand is not very good based on how little he did on his first turn and obviously doing nothing effectively on his second. So she may not want to play the card, but also at the same time, she's got to consider her own setup, her own board. So Iono is the only way she can continue to advance her board state. Is she going to do it? Yes.
Okay, energies are loaded up for Dracloak. If you find the Dragapult on the following turn, you really have a great chance at starting to take over at this spot. But this is what you really want to see at this point. Just additional Dracloak recon directives. If you chain together one more, you're really feeling comfortable here as you lock in this item lock and see all of the resources.
Itchy Pollen used 10 damage onto Gimme Ghoul. Justin here looking for, I have to imagine, a Golden Go EX, is unable to find it. Did find quite a few energy cards. They're not going to help him here with no Golden Go. He actually almost has Boss's orders on that Dracloak to make it rain, KO it. He's only missing the Pokemon that knows how to use the attack, make it rain.
Ah, yes, and maybe one less of that card in the deck is starting to show its way to us as just 3 copies of Golden Go this time around. It's a little bit of a hindrance.
Hey, another Gimme Ghoul, not too bad to find, however. Does set up for multiple Golden Go's in play, which is ultimately what you want to do with this deck, of course.
But there's workaround. We see a damage counter on a Gimme Ghoul. A boss's orders and a jamming tower could be double KO on those Pokemon, removing that option from play. You could also see a Dusclops included in the mix there, and Counter Catcher. There's so many things that could happen that really shut this down. And we see the Gimme Ghoul actually moving to the bench, making that a little easier too.
Just a pass of the turn now, back over to Karis' side. There's an Ultra Ball that can find a third Dracloak. Will use her first Recon Directive here. There is the Dawn, a one of that she plays in this list. Drawing 2 more from the Recon Directive. A pair of Ultra Ball, easy choice there. Does not have access. Oh no, she does have access to the Neo Upper Energy if she wants it. Hilda was found at some point in the previous sequence off Iono. So she could attack with this active Pokemon once it becomes a Dragapult.
And this leads to another Pokemon added to the mix. Now you have this third Dracloak to draw a little bit further. Didn't see if there was access to the Dusclops yet, but if you find that, then you can take both these Gimme Ghouls off of the board.
I think that's why we're seeing the sequence here exactly as we are seeing it, because she has Ultra Ball in her hand. So she wanted to increase her odds to draw one of those 2 Pokemon here off of the Dracloak so that she could Ultra Ball for the other one. She does have 2 Ultra Balls, so she could still do it, but it will be a little bit more costly.
Yeah, I mean, even when the bench space opens up, there's Hawlucha that also helps out with some additional damage. If you can have to work through the Bravery Charm, I think that's almost online at this point here too.
So we will see the Dusclops being evolved here. Does she have? Yes, Dragapult actually already in the hand here for Karis, so that was not a piece she needed to worry about finding. She will pop that Dusclops. 50 damage over to Justin's side. He will get a prize card, and that is going to activate the Counter Catcher. Boss's order is unnecessary. This Counter Catcher will take out both of these Pokemon. No need to find Jamming Tower either. And you can tell by Justin's body language, he does not love that play.
Yep, that is tough to see. Not only do you have 0 answer to this Pokemon or this board state, you have nothing going on your side of the board. Pheasantipity, thankfully, is there in the hand, but what can you really accomplish? It has to have a Gimme Ghoul setup, but you can't disrupt the hand as Golden Go. And how do you stall for any time at this stage?
I think all of his plays start with Pheasantipity EX, and that is what he's going to use here. Flip the script to draw 3 cards. He's got the Lunar Cycle online. Could take a prize card here on the Badoo, potentially, with a Boss's Orders play, using Cosmic Beam. Still keep himself in line to go for the, you know, put himself back on even prizes, right? But, I mean, he's got to get a couple Gimme Ghouls down. If he gets just 1, you have to assume Karis is going to be able to deal with just 1.
And I mean, if there was Premium Power Pro with the Boss's Orders, then you could take out this Dracloak, and then maybe one of these 2 Gimme Ghouls will withstand the test of time, take down that Dragapult that's staring you in the face. You're just asking so much of your deck at this point to find that single copy of an item with a Boss's Orders as your support for the turn. You just can't do it, so at least take the prize here now. Stay in the race for a little longer.
Going to keep himself on the even prize cards, but if Karis has her Hawlucha, she can ping some damage onto one of those Gimme Ghoul, and if she can find Boss's Order, she can still remove both Gimme Ghoul from play, and she has a lot of cards she will be able to see. Recon Directive, flip the script R to use end if she didn't have it already. There is the boss.
Oh man, Hawlucha's waiting in the hand there. Energy for the turn is also available for this Dracloak, setting up for every resource possible. Flying entry down onto the Gimme Ghoul. You just need to target down 1 as you have the boss for the other. Sets up the soft damage for the Fez, and that's going to be enough to close things out as we see Justin Templar packing it up. And Karis Jones is moving on to the top 4.
Wow, what a set from both of these players. Karis finding the path into that game number 1 where Justin seemed like he was in such a good spot Turns out Itchy Pollen Kyle is a pretty good attack.
Yeah, that lines up so nicely so often. Sometimes it wins you the game early with some locking out, and sometimes every energy is a bit unavailable, and you just make your opponent draw 40 cards.
Now, I'm sure these players are both very familiar with each other. They came up in the seniors division around the same time. I'm sure they've had many battles over the years. None at quite this big of a stage, however, here on the main stage in Toronto. And it will be Karis coming out on top this time. Justin, of course, should still hold his head high. This is an incredible accomplishment to add to his freshman season here as a Pokemon TCG player. But it'll be Karis Jones who keeps that hope and dream alive of becoming a regional champion.
Yeah, so well played by both players. It's a really fun match. And did we get our answer? Do we know that Moltres?
It got benched one time.
Well, let's see if the replay can help us out here. Spot the Moltres for us.
It was also prized once. We'll see it there.
Well, in this opening game, we saw things rolling, and this is the sequence. This is what the people paid to watch. There weren't even words spoken, just 40 turns before you bat an eye.
And that was it. Justin decks out, unable to draw for turn. That means he loses that game. And Karis just had such an abysmal start in this second one.
Yeah, really rough. Just nothing going for her at this point. And Justin, he set up pretty flawlessly. Had all the answers and an embarrassment of resources when he tries to close this thing out. Could do it 5 different ways and
I love
still
the
would go to game
classic,
3.
like, show you the 3-card combo, hey, I win. Like, play your cards, man.
When you trust your opponent to know how they lose. But this is another way that you can see how you lose. This is pretty devastating, not only with the Dusclops and the counter catcher in the previous turn, but following up with the Hawlucha and the boss's orders that time. You don't get to stick any gimmies this time around.
No, yeah, and that was just a rough game number 3 there for Justin, just not able to get set up really, didn't do much with his 1 turn of items going first, of course, and you can see why that is such a big deal in that specific matchup. Being able to be the player who goes second, who gets a good setup, can really just put you so far ahead.
Yeah, it makes you consider if superior energy retrieval in that spot was going to be beneficial. Maybe seeing those
fighting
extra
energy,
cards,
man, that's
or
what I'm
just
saying.
attacking with it.
Yeah.
Would have worked out and removed that Badoo, maybe removed that item lock 1 turn before Karis was able to really set up everything on the other side. Leave some questions to be had, but regardless, we have a player moving into the top 4 now, and a good one at that. This is going to be pretty exciting. I'm not sure if we have any news just yet on some of the other games that are playing out in the field. With Asymmetric Cut, things get a little bit tricky as far as the timing of the games.
Yeah, that's what I'm checking on here. Doesn't look like we've got any super recent updates. Yeah, it looks like actually Andres was able to take down Daniel Merlo. So that means we've got a Raging Bolt moving on to top 4. Who had that one on their bingo card? Giovanni is currently up 1-0 versus Brent Tonneson.
Okay.
That game is still battling out right now. And Jack up 1-0. Oh no, just an update. Jack has defeated Katie Montgomery 2-0 in that Dragapult mirror.
Yeah, and we saw some great play out of Katie earlier on. We saw Karis obviously moving on to the top 4. The women are absolutely representing right now.
Sure enough, yeah, great run for the ladies at this one. As Katie Montgomery comes away with the top 8, and Karis Jones at minimum with a top 4 locked up, but looking to continue to push forward here in this event. I know she's got her eyes on that first place prize. So looks like just 2 more, I guess actually just 1 more top 8 match still happening, Brent versus Giovanni. So we'll get that one wrapped up soon, and we'll get to move on to the next phase of this event. Top 4 coming up shortly, and yeah, that's just 4 players remaining, and this is where things really start to heat up a little bit for these players. It starts that dream, you know, every step here becomes closer and closer to becoming a reality.
Yeah, you start to feel the pressure a little bit more as you go. It's always a lot of work to get through the Swiss rounds, and then you feel that bit of accomplishment, but then you wonder, is it my tournament? Is it actually going to be the one?
It's the one.
You got to get through ASIM, you got to get through top 8, and now you're sitting there like, it could happen. Okay,
Could be the one.
I need a couple good hands. I need some bad luck my opponent's way. Let's see what happens. And we've got a few players already locked up with that dream. Is it going to be Raging Bolt? Is it going to be Karis on this incredible deck list with a Moltres sprinkled in there. There's a lot to think about here as we move forward.
Well, Kyle, I think we're actually going to get a little bit of a treat here as Pablo is standing by to recap some of that game with our winner, Karis Jones. Ooh. Pablo, take it away.
Thank you so much, Kyle. And Chip, I'm here with Karis. Congratulations, Karis. That was really cool to see, of course, that match. Tell us a little bit, like, how's your tournament been going? Have you gone up against Golden Go before? We noticed you had the Moltres deck in there. How useful has that been? It didn't seem like it played a major role in this matchup, but tell us a little bit about your game so far.
So I had hit like all meta the whole tournament. I hit 4 Gardevoir, 4 Poltnor, and 4 Charizard.
Oh, wow.
1 Goldengo in Swiss, in which Moltres actually won me. Since we swapped deck lists, it's much worse. I think you saw Justin actually discarded the Genesect in the first game rather than getting additional Goldengos, which that's its main use. And then, I mean, you can sometimes use it to, like, you know, Dusclops and then kill a Goldengo, but that line just didn't seem the best in any of those games. Game 3 is the one I would have used it, but it was priced. So, but yeah, the list swap was really interesting for this matchup, actually, right? Because, like, I have the Moltres, and then it also revealed the information that he doesn't play Lana Zade. So that definitely came into play on both sides, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we saw game 1 that HU Pollen Exchange was really cool, but I want to get your thoughts on some of the key moments that I thought happened throughout the game. So let's take a look at some of these. I think we started off with that game 1, it was very back and forth, and it felt like Justin was a little bit in command on this game, right? He was able to find some KOs. So what was going through your head in this spot? Like, were you worried? Did you have a game plan? What were you thinking?
Yeah, so this one hadn't been going great, right? Like, I whiffed the counter catcher on the turn where I needed to hit one of his Goldengos, but in return he whiffed knockout on my Dragapult, so it kind of evened it out. And then in that end game, right, he had to knock out my Dragapult or he was just gonna lose. And then the buddy really came into play.
All right, and then in this next part, yeah, we had Justin get the KO, the big KO on the Dragapult, but I think after that you were very thorough on the energy check, right?
Yeah.
Just making sure that you had the opportunity to, thanks to the deck list, the open deck list, yeah. So was that ever on your radar? Have you done this before, or was it just like something completely out of the blue?
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing Dragapult for a while, and Badu has always been in the back of my mind against Goldengo, right? They usually play a very, very set amount of energy, and if you're able to count those out, it really can steal you games you're not supposed to win. So definitely came in clutch there.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really fun to see the back and forth interaction with no words even as well. And then, of course, game 2 didn't go as planned. It felt like you were really struggling. So how do you deal with these sort of situations? Like, are you hoping to find perhaps an opening where your opponent makes a mistake, they get a little too aggressive? Like, what was going through your mind in this
Yeah, so I mean, since Justin doesn't play any of those, you know, item lock counters, I didn't really want to scoop because I could possibly end up in a situation, right, where he's forced to knock out a Dragapult EX, overextend, and I'm able to get him with the item lock again. So and we had enough time that I wanted to just, you know, make sure of that first. But when he got the super raw, then I was like, kind of like, oh, this is probably not gonna work.
Yeah. All right. And then were you aware, like, of how much time was left, and were you like a little bit conscious on, I want to have enough time to make sure I can finish game 3?
I definitely wanted to save 30 minutes at least for game 3, because this can be a very time-consuming matchup, especially if I'm trying to win with Badu. And if it does go into that turns, and I'm trying to win with Badu, he's probably up on prizes, and I needed to save enough time to actually deck him out.
All right, and then heading into game 3, you were put in this spot, of course. It felt like you had a huge commanding lead in this one. You knocked out 2 gimme goals in this particular spot. So at this point, like, how are you making sure that you close out the game? You know you have a big lead, so what's going through your mind in terms of, like, I know I have a lead, how do I not overcommit and make sure I can close this game out to advance into top 4?
Yeah, so Goldengo doesn't play any hand disruption, right? So I'm just making sure that at all times I've got an energy in case he tries to stall me, or Latias or Turo. And then also I had that Halucha already, which made me feel a lot more comfortable if he tried to go for another gimme. And then once I saw those boss's orders, it was really, I knew there wasn't a lot he was going to be able to do.
Yeah, I think the last clip I saved was exactly you finding the boss's orders off of that other Dark Cloak. I'm sure that must have felt very good at that moment. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks so much, Caris, for helping us go through this match. Once again, congratulations. You're heading into top 4. I mean, I think you made top 4 last season as well. Yeah. So, like, was this your goal for this season? Did you want to get? I mean, of course, you're at this point. You want to win the whole thing, but like, were you expecting to get another top 4? Like, I know you're a younger master player. How have you felt this transition from senior to master in this last couple of years?
Yeah. So I think around rotation is when I started really feeling comfortable in this format. Really kind of finding my footing in masters. And then this season had been going pretty well. I'd had a couple top 32 or 64 ICs, but I hadn't been able to crack into that top cut yet. So this felt really good. I prepped a lot for this tournament over the break. Kind of just wanted to perfect the list and my ability to play it.
And how do you prep? Like, for people who are watching right now, like in this long break we had almost a month and a half without events leading into Toronto. What's the usual week look like for you in terms of prepping for an event?
Yeah, so I really just try and play as many games of Pokemon as I can. Doesn't matter against who, doesn't matter against what deck, just getting as many games as I possibly can. Even if it's not a relevant matchup, it helps me with my sequencing, with the Dracloaks, and you know, stuff like that. I had decided pretty early on that I was going to play Poltnor, switching off Grimmsnarl, which I had been on. So really just maximizing that consistency of the deck and my, playing ability with it.
And do you play online? Do you go to your local league? Like, where do you play all these?
I mostly play online, mostly ladder, but I will test specific matchups when I need to practice them against friends.
Okay. Well, thanks so much for sharing all your knowledge, Caris. I wish you the best of luck in your top 4. We're going to head to a quick break before we move on to our next match, Giovanni Sasso versus Chuck Wong. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
So coming out of a losing position is really difficult, but sometimes you have to play towards your most improbable win conditions, like angling towards your opponent making a mistake that they otherwise might have not been making if they were playing optimally, like using a charge move on improper timing, or maybe throwing energy when they shouldn't be throwing energy.
In TCG, to come out of a losing position, you want to make sure that you have your bench full and you can sacrifice a single card up front just to be able to build up your bench and then bring that up and then change the tide of the match. It's a wonderful tactic to use.
Honestly, it's good to kind of take a step back, just take a few seconds, reset, look at your team sheet, look at the Pokemon you have left, and kind of see what options you have given the pieces you still have in play. And that's really all you can hope for in a battle.
Don't continue the way you are going. You're stuck in a position where
the current path is losing, so let's try a new idea. Let's swap back out, you know, try and make a catch. Do something unexpected. Maybe try and do more baiting if you're not someone who's used to baiting. Have a just different play up your sleeve. That way you can just throw your opponent off. And the other thing is, it may seem like a losing position, but a lot of times, by playing a game out fully and being fully invested the entire way, you end up winning in the end in a very close match. So the game is never over until you finally see the win or loss screen.
To come out of a losing position, I think you should always think positively and think about what can I do to improve my position. You shouldn't be thinking about what your opponent has, and you should be thinking about what you have and how to better yourself.
If you're already losing, you just gotta go for broke, just make a hard read and try to get back into it. And then just have fun and try to win.
Hey trainers, welcome back. Jeremy Jalen here with Tyler Price and Senior Badu, and Buddy and I are gonna have a quick interview with them. It is Happy Badu year here for the 2026, and it has been a great year so far of Itchy Pollen. How have you been doing?
We've been good. It's been a good time. We are currently playing Polt today, so we are spamming Itchy Pollen.
It has been the boogeyman of the Pokemon TCG for a while. Itchy Pollen has to be the best attack that has ever come out. It's free. Who doesn't love free, right? And I mean, not playing item cards, that's what we like to see.
Yeah, keeping your opponent down while you set up. And the free retreat is great too. So item lock on a Badu is so great. And he's just a little guy, you know?
just a little guy, just a little guy. Now, do you have any Badu year resolutions?
Oh man, I would like to spam Badu maybe 20 times in the next, 3 games? Because we're at 3-2-1 right now, so we need 20 spams. That's what we're looking for. Day 2 with Badu.
Day 2 with Badu. Hopefully that happens. It is gonna be a glorious Badu year. For all y'all at home, what is your Badu year resolution? Let us know on social media. As for now, we'll take it back to more Pokemon action. Hey trainers, Jeremy Jalen here, and I have some quick Pokemon TCG trivia for our competitors to try to win a pack of Phantasmal Flames. And I have Mitch Silva here. How are you doing?
Doing great in one of the best locations for regionals there is. Nice and chilly, but good weekend so far.
All right, so the first trivia question for you is, what Masters Pokemon TCG player won Toronto Regional last season?
Toronto Regional, so a year ago. So Toronto there was Reggie Drago in the field. Cal Connor?
Correct. You get a pack. Now let's open it and see if you pull anything good.
All right.
Hey, we got a Palmon. Congratulations. And that does it for our trivia segment for today. And we'll be back for more Pokemon action.
And then there were 4. That's how many players are left here in Toronto, but only one can become the champion. Welcome in. We are getting into the most intense part of the day, Championship Sunday. You are along with the ride with 2 experts in the Pokemon TCG, myself and Piper Lapine. How excited are we for this top 4?
I'm very excited. I wasn't expecting Dragapult Dusknoir to have such a great showing, but there's 2 in the top 4 now, and it's been dominating all day. Like, I feel like it's won so many games on stream today. And we're going to see if it continues to dominate or if that Raging Bull in top 4 could beat it. And here we do have Gardevoir Jellicent, that matchup that we keep talking about.
Yeah, we have become resident experts, whether we love it or not. Speaking of experts, lots of these players brought the deck that they feel they have expertise in to this event. The top 8 played out like this. We have our top 8 players and top 8 decks for the Pokemon TCG. This is the way the bracket shaped out. Lots of notable names, of course. We just saw Saris advance into the top 4. We'll be playing up against Andres, who is playing probably the most interesting deck in this top 4, that Raging Bolt EX.
Yeah, I was looking around earlier, and there was a Teal Mask, or sorry, a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in there. The Sandy Shock CX, which has been an interesting tech inclusion. A couple other decks I've played. We saw Marco Cifuentes earlier with it in Mega Absol Box. But on the other side of the bracket, we saw world ranked #1 for the last couple of years. Brent Tonneson lost to Giovanni Sasso in the Gardevoir Jellicent mirror match.
Yeah, and that will be the matchup we're featuring on the other side of the bracket. It's going to be Giovanni Sasso up against Jack Wong, a matchup as old as time itself, it feels. Gardevoir versus Dragapult, and you know, as is any matchup between these two decks, there are a couple card inclusions that we'll sort of focus on right now. And speaking of sort of what's happening right now down at the table, these players are taking the advantage in this match to look over, right, again, the open deck list have changed now. So once these players are at every stage in the top cut, they're allowed a brief 2-minute period to take a look at their opponent's deck list. They can see what card inclusions and what card copy counts exist in the deck. Therefore, they can be prepared and know how to approach the matchup.
Yeah, and Giovanni is seeing one of those interesting inclusions from Jack is the Maractus and the Dragapult Dusknoir, and that's going to be something he has to play around, either conserving the Professor Turo scenario or not benching Pheasantipity as aggressively, trying to prevent Jack from buying enough time to reset up those Dragapults if they ever get knocked out from the Lily's Clefairy EX.
I think these players are ready to put on a show for us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's delay no further and send it down to the table where our 2 semi-finalists are waiting to battle it out to see who will become a regional championship finalist. So here on the left, Jack Wong, a player who has not seen too much of the light. This is his best finish far and beyond at this point. Just the top 64 earlier in 2025-2026 season at Milwaukee. Also off to a 128 at Pittsburgh. So really locking in this season, putting in some time, it seems, to the game, and looks like it's starting to pay off.
Yeah, and Giovanni Sasso on the other side, one of those players that aged up last year, just like Karis on the other side of the bracket, and had such a great finish. You know, the 2024 Buenos Aires as special event champion, or finalist, sorry, won the Lima Special Championships, and then also finalist out of regionals, and had great runs in seniors as well, making a couple top 8s at ICs.
Yeah, completely different deck. Nowhere near playing that Gardevoir. That was back the Terrapagos deck with the double turbo energy. So lots of things have changed, and this is really the true testament to these players' skills are being able to pick up different decks, not one trick. You have multiple routes in terms of being successful in the Pokemon TCG. Our judges are ready as well at the table. We'll make sure everything is going smoothly. I recognize those faces, so I expect no hiccups from them over on that side. Let's take a look at the prize cards here. Note anything super relevant. This Gardevoir deck is playing that Latias EX we discussed earlier, that Skyliner ability allowing free retreat. And it looks like these Latias are kind of staring each other down from the prizes here. They're both not going to be able to provide a little bit of assistance to their partner Pokemon.
Yeah, I feel like we keep seeing the Latias prize for the Dragapult Dusknoirs. It's been so many times at this point. And we're going to see if it comes up. I mean, it puts a lot of pressure on those energies for the Dragapult side, but it's also important for the Gardevoir, as they can't get into Frillish as easily if they are going second without that Latias.
And here we go. We are ready to kick things off. Top 4 here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. It will be Dragapult Dusknoir starting off the turn. And it's just going to be an attachment in the past, so wow, no Dreepy down turn number 1. And Giovanni also starting the Mew is going to open up a lot of options in terms of what attack he wants to use on this first turn.
Yeah, starting the Mew makes up for that Latias being prized, can retreat instantly into Frillish and get that Oceanic Gloom, which is going to hurt Jack's up so much without that turn 1 Buddy Poffin, no Dreepies, only 1 Duskull. Jack is going to be on the back foot immediately, and we did see Jack actually had a Budew in hand and chose not to bench it, interestingly. So if Giovanni has to play an Iono this turn, Jack may be missing the item lock on his next turn.
Yeah, and this is the version of the deck. We featured a lot of Technical Machine Evolution builds so far on the stream. Piper, you talked us through that build very, very well. Tell us about some of the differences between this non-TM Evolution deck, the one that really focuses more on not just Frillish, but that Jellicent EX as well.
Yeah, this one is really reliant on the Jellicent line, only playing 2 Ralts and 1 Kirlia, so Technical Machine Evolution doesn't really flow well with the deck. And because of that, you get a lot more space to play cards like the Mega Diancie EX, an extra Stadium, as we see Giovanni is teching that Team Rocket's Watchtower, which is something that can come up in this matchup in those late game scenarios, preventing the Blood Moon Ursaluna from reducing its energy cost in the attack.
So just taking the opportunity off this first search. Is an Ultra Ball played, and one of those rare candy does hit the discard pile, understanding Badoo is going to be, more than likely the early game options for Jack to try and slow things down, and the battle of the item locking capabilities will be one important factor to note. Like you mentioned, the Mew EX does provide free retreat, and it is that beautiful bubble Mew as well in the active spot. Almost didn't recognize. We haven't been able to showcase too much good art, but that is definitely one of my favorites from Paldean Fates.
Yeah, and the retro rare candies. Always a fan of those older rare candy arts. I'm personally a fan of the Diamond Pearl ones, but...
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I know a lot of people love those EX series ones as well. I definitely love a good mixture. I did play these for some recent tournaments, so yeah, we're getting all the bling coming out here. That beautiful Frillish as well. And like you mentioned, item block already on the table as long as there's a Psychic Energy, which I have to imagine is in the hand, thanks to one being discarded from that Ultra Ball.
Yeah, the item lock is really important to establish here, as Giovanni, again, with that 2-1-2 line of Gardevoir, isn't able to find them as aggressively under Jack's Itchy Pollen. So you really need to buy as much time as possible and try to slow down the Dragapult opponent, get rid of all their Budews using Oceanic Gloom so that they can't recover their Budews and eventually break the lock and then rare candy into Gardevoir.
So just shuffling up does indicate we probably won't see the ideal supporter card here, that Lily's Determination, at least right away on this turn. Never know if you can thin the hand down, maybe with Mew EX and try and draw some cards off restart. So let's see what the rest of the hand has in store. And yeah, it's going to be an Iono. So Jack, not having any Dreepies in hand, not showing much strength on this first turn, is going to get to see a fresh hand of 6. That guy wanted to come out right away. The Dreepy, maybe not a welcome visitor as of right now, but he just said hello and popped right out of the deck.
Yeah. Real quick, though, Giovanni didn't attach an energy before that Iono, meaning he discarded the energy without having a second one. And looking quickly at the Iono cards he drew, I don't know if I saw one there, so he may not be able to Oceanic Gloom this turn. And it's kind of that thing where, while the judges are figuring out this bit about the Dreepy, you kind of have to wonder, is it worth it to get that extra energy in the discard, which can be difficult to do under Itchy Pollen, at the cost of not shutting down your opponent's items?
So we will get everything resolved at this point. It's interesting to note where that Dreepy flew from the deck from. It felt like it was from the middle, not from that stack. So, judging what typical things would look like, it would technically be an extra card drawn or a card exposed from the deck. So we'll have to see exactly what the appropriate prize penalty is in a spot like this. Again, we've got two of the brightest and greatest working back at the judging table. So we'll unfortunately have to pause. But like you mentioned, Piper, getting a little bit risky and trying to prioritize those energy discards early on can sometimes backfire. It is that double-edged sword, right? Because it just becomes so much more difficult to get those energy in the discard pile if it's not from a item card that you're going to be shut off early on in the game.
Yeah, it looks like they're separating the Iono cards from the deck now just to put the Dreepy back into the deck, so that obviously we don't want those cards from Iono to get shuffled into the deck, as they are supposed to be at the bottom. So, and now it looks like the deck is being shuffled, and we'll see if there's any penalty issued, but it seems like everything has been fixed.
Yeah, of course, number one thing before penalties is to make sure that board state gets, reverted exactly to where it is. So, and now, yeah, it looks like missed the energy card there. So like you said, getting a little bit greedy, not paying off. And now Jack's hand, which would have been almost completely stuffed if there was just a single energy card, it's going to allow him to play this Ultra Ball and get a Dreepy into play. Yeah, unfortunately, his hand isn't that strong anyways. But yeah, if we got item lock here, there would be no Dreepy, no Dracloak next turn to draw any cards, and Giovanni would get to a super commanding position, potentially starting to get a Gardevoir in play, but Giovanni didn't even get a Ralts down after that Iono. A really weak turn one for going second. And a bit of an awkward Ultra Ball. Does have to get rid of one of those Jamming Tower. We've seen how crucial that Stadium card can be in this matchup, and this is now the first deck search for Jack. So we'll get to note that that Latias EX is in the prize cards, as well as a couple other pieces like that Boss's Orders as well. We'll just immediately grab the Dreepy, so just doing a quick little scan, not too long. And after this energy attachment here, we're probably just going to see a pass, which importantly also means no item lock back over on Giovanni's side either.
Yeah, so while Giovanni missed the Ralts last turn, he's going to have abilities to, the ability to Ultra Ball or Nest Ball to find those Ralts without giving Jack the Artisan. But Jack going with a Mind Bend here, just starting to put damage on the Mew EX.
Yeah, it would allow this Frillish if it didn't have a Bravery Charm to get KO'd back, but now putting damage on the board seems like it may just be benefiting Giovanni in this position.
Yeah, on the bright side, I mean, Giovanni has to attach the Psychic to Frillish if he wants to Oceanic Gloom this turn, which means he's not going to be setting up a Monkey Dory immediately, but it is something to look out for in the coming turns. And we may see another Mind Bend here, as it will force the Frillish to be evolved or to flip to keep the item lock up. So Jack is just trying to get to a point where he can buy some time, maybe draw into a Lily's Determination, even with 2 prized, and get out of this kind of difficult situation.
Second Ultra Ball being played for Giovanni. It's going to grab the Ralt, and there is the Lily's Determination. So now shuffling in the hand, drawing 8 cards since Giovanni is at 6 prized cards remaining. And yet again, looking for that Psychic Energy and looking for a way to try and threaten that turn 2 Gardevoir after putting a Ralt into play. We saw 1 rare candy discarded. Giovanni is playing with 3 rare candy in the deck, and we haven't seen any prized. So those will be available, and with how many cards he gets to draw through the deck, very possible if there's no item lock, we see Gardevoir come into play next turn.
Yeah, with cards like Arven and Secret Box, there's a lot of ways you can have none of the pieces, just have like a Secret Box, and Secret Box for the rare candy and an Arven for Ultra Ball, and get all these pieces kind of out of nowhere. And a Vessel is really good to start getting more energies in this card and get that Oceanic Gloom online this turn. So we will see Ultra Balling 2 more Psychics. So I'd imagine Giovanni has a 3rd Psychic, getting that Curlia to play around Jack, drawing into an Itchy Pollen out. And if he has a Gardevoir EX in hand, can slowly start to get into the Gardevoir.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that 3rd Psychic Energy in the hand, so 3 in a discard pile. 1 will be hitting the board. Can't evolve that, unfortunately. It's not how the Pokemon TCG works. No broken time space, unfortunately. So Mew EX will retreat, does keep that 60 damage on it, and the Frillish hits with an Oceanic Gloom. So thanks to that Bravery Charm, it's not being threatened by a KO, but it will slowly start to take some damage here, as Jack does find an interesting pair of cards. Hilda and Dreepy. This is a tough decision.
Yeah, it's really difficult. You could take this Hilda and threaten a Neo Upper plus Dragapult attack next turn, or you could take this Dreepy, and then if you draw another Dracloak, you see 2 more cards next turn. Now, taking this Hilda is a little greedy, because if Giovanni does have that Rare Candy Gardevoir, which he didn't present that he had by grabbing this Curlia, he could Screamtail and knock out this lone Dracloak, and then you have this Hilda in your hand, and it's not really doing much. Even though the item lock's broken, you're still not really getting any value from it. And it looks like Jack decides to go with the Dreepy, and interestingly, going with a Curse Blast, probably on this Frillish, as with the Adrenabrain. Oh, knocking out the Ralt.
Oh, wow, yeah, can just take the full Ralts out of play. A little bit of an obscure line. We usually don't see Monkey Dory come in and, you know, be powered up this early on in the game. But yeah, using this Curse Blast, making sure that this Dracloak stays active, or rather is not knocked out during this next turn. And yeah, did grab that Dreepy, but it does make me wonder a bit here. If you knew you were going to not be threatened by Rare Candy Gardevoir, would just grabbing Guaranteed Dragapult EX have been slightly better for this next turn?
Yeah, that's definitely something to think about. I think Jack is just prioritizing having more draw potential, as Giovanni is now an extra turn behind now, whiffed Ralt's turn 1, and now his Ralt's got KO'd. So now it's going to be still 2 more turns till the Gardevoir is threatening, so Jack's just trying to prioritize drawing cards so that he has a stronger board for when the Ionos start coming from Giovanni. And here Giovanni's kind of in an awkward spot where he doesn't really want to attack with this Frillish on a coin flip, and then it'll get knocked out from a Mind Bend, but he's down 3 Ultra Balls already, so it's going to be really difficult to find this one of Jellicent.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like, what choice do you have? Even if you flip heads and you hit this Monkey Dory for 20 damage, you're still in range of being KO'd back. The 60 plus the 20 damage moved over, so with your opponent only having 2 cards, Piper, do you omit taking that risk and just essentially ensuring that your opponent's going to have to find Dragapult EX if they want to, you know, take a prize card this turn?
Yeah, it looks like Giovanni did find that one of Jellicent EX, so he's probably going to evolve just to keep that item lock in play. And if Jack wants to get access to items again, he's going to have to use Boss's Orders, which means he's not using Iono or Lily, so not progressing much, and is able to start pressuring that Monkey Dory with a bit of damage if he chooses. But we're still in this spot where Jack can just move 30 damage to Jellicent and Mind Bend again, and Giovanni's kind of in that same awkward spot he was this turn, where your Jellicent's now at 150 damage and it's confused. You don't want to attack with it again because it's on a coin flip, and then it gets knocked out all of a sudden at 180, and then move 30 more, and another Mind Bend.
A huge opportunity now presenting itself thanks to Recon Directive, found Boss's Orders, and has Ultra Ball in hand. So if Jack wants to, he could take 3 prize cards this turn, target the Mew down with Boss's Orders, and then Adrenabrain 30 damage to that Ralts and KO it. And I have to wonder, that would put Jack down to just 2 prize cards here, and a super aggressive line is just going to pay off in this spot.
Absolutely. And on the next turn, you still have damage on that Monkey Dory to move to the Jellicent, and then it'll be in range of knockout from the Dragapult attack. Jack is off to a really good start here. Probably going to be able to close out the game in the next few turns if Giovanni doesn't put together a response. And it's going to be really difficult, too, without any Monkey Dory setup, no Ralts.
Yeah, and it's going to be perfect math here as well. You know, you could even just move those 2 damage counters. If you just put this Jellicent up to 70, the Monkeys would negate itself next turn, and you would still be at perfect math to KO with Phantom Dive. And I really think this game 1 might just be chalked.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with Jellicent in play, though, and that Dreepy having no energies, Giovanni may be able to countercatcher Iono and buy some time. So there are some ways to get back in, but it does look like Giovanni is only playing 1 countercatcher. So maybe a little difficult to find that, but a secret box would get all those pieces.
Yeah, would need to find that secret box. This would definitely be the time for that card. Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy would also be more than a nice spot to have here too. And there is that Iono, so step 1 is done. We are disrupting the hand here. Jack will be put down to just 2 cards. So Giovanni does find the secret box, so okay. Like you mentioned, Piper, this is a potential line. If there's a Dark Energy there as well, Giovanni could still stay on the aggressive. Target down that Monkey Dory, instead take a KO, and now that Jellicent would be out of range from a Phantom Dive.
Yeah, that seems like the best way to play this now. Yeah, healing the damage. And then you also have this Monkey Dory setup, so that next turn, if you draw incredibly well, you could have the rare candy Gardevoir, but here's Giovanni going to knock out the Dreepy potentially, or just trying to buy time.
Yeah, might
maybe not having a Dark Energy.
Yeah, may not have the Dark Energy or the counter catcher. Just need to have one of those pieces in hand.
Yeah.
Could still dig through the deck, though, which is interesting. We haven't seen something like Pheasantipity's Flip the Script ability be used yet. That is still the potential to dig through the deck. Instead, considering just putting more energy cards onto this Jellicent. It is only dealing the base 80 damage right now. It would not be doing the boosted 80 if it has an additional 2 energies. So 4 total in its attack.
But it looks like he's using Secret Box here, getting rid of that Psychic Energy instead of attaching it. Grabbing Nest Ball, Garden. Probably going to be ways to refill the hand. Nest Ball for something like the Pheasantipity to draw some cards, and then Garden to get another Psychic in the discard. Grabbing the TM Devo here.
Could grab Vessel, and that would allow him to draw the most amount of cards possible, right? You commit the Dark Energy for your turn. So this is really interesting.
Has the Lilies for next turn, too.
Yeah, and this was actually, Countercatcher was played before the Secret Box, right? So if he wanted to, he could have KO'd this Monkey Dory here, so we'll have to see what Giovanni's cooking.
Yeah, and there's the Dark Energy, so... Seems like a bit of a misstep there in the sequencing. Could have waited on that Countercatcher. Having it in the hand, since we didn't use Mystery Garden, isn't going to affect anything. So could have waited and then potentially taken out the Monkey Dory instead. But at the same time, then you're guaranteed to allow the Dragapult to attack another turn. Whereas this play maybe traps the Dreepy for a turn, but also just loses the game to Latios or any energies.
Yeah, like you mentioned, just going to try and go for some sort of a passing strategy.
Yep.
So as it stands right now, these Monkey Dory are essentially just throwing equal damage back and forth. Someone said throwing bananas yesterday as a terminology for using Adrenaline Brain, so I'm going to coin that one as of recent. And yeah, Jack having nothing here is just going to pass the turn back over. So Giovanni now with an opportunity after being given an extra time to slowly start to build back this board and maybe make a comeback in this game.
Absolutely. If he's able to get a second Monkey Dory out, he may be able to move 6 damage to the bench Monkey Dory, but I believe one's in the discard and one's in the prize cards. So we'll see. Jack here is just counting those Psychic Energies, see what's kind of available in terms of attacks, as there are 2 on the Jellicent that are not trapped, but as long as there's no Guardian play, they're kind of in an awkward spot right now.
So it will be that Lily's Cliff Fairy, so Fairy Zone now available, and like you mentioned, that one counter catcher is being used, so additionally, you know, we're slowly mounting a comeback, but we also have no way to gust this Dragapult the exit to the active spot, so it feels like we're, you know, still slowly just accepting that Phantom Dive eventually, plus a boss's orders, is just going to win the game outright.
Yeah, I also believe Giovanni had to discard a second rare candy off the Secret Box. I may be wrong, but that's going to make it really difficult to get into this Gardevoir at some point. And also, with a Monkey Dory in discard and in prizes, he may not even be able to get a double monkey.
He's just the goat.
Yeah,
He's just the
Candy Guardy.
Yeah. Cut the yapping. He's already the goat. He just has it like that.
Yeah.
Wow, rare Candy Gardevoir. So some avenues are opened up now. You know, you can't really apply pressure again to the Dragapult. It is, of course, a Terra Pokemon, so you can't snipe it on the bench with something like Scream Tail. So with that being said, what is the attack of choice here if you're Giovanni? Do you try and Furlish? It looks like it's going to be going after the Monkey Dory instead.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting decision. Potentially trying to eventually amass enough damage onto this Dreepy that it gets knocked out and Jack is forced to promote the Dragapult. But we'll see if breaking this item lock is going to be too detrimental for Giovanni, as taking a knockout this turn also opens Jack to having Nest Ball for Pheasantipity, or Ultra Ball for Pheasantipity, and also Ultra Balls for Dracloak. There's so many more outs now that items are available for Jack.
Yeah, and Giovanni still needs to take 4 prize cards.
Yeah.
You know, not out of the woods just yet. He's got a lot more work to do to close this game out, and yet again, just has no way to touch this Dragapult EX.
Yep.
Especially with the bench being filled, it means you can't even double Adrenabrain to open that spot back up. So, interesting position as it stands, but yeah, look at this. Jack is sitting on absolutely nothing in the hand. Dragapult EX, Blood Moon Ursaluna, and 2 Buddy Buddy Poffins. So, we could get Pokemon here on the bench, but unironically here, Piper, I'm not opposed to the idea of just not putting anything on the bench at all, because you may just allow Dragapult EX to come up unscathed and make an attack.
Well, one of the issues with that is if it comes up on Giovanni's turn, then the Lily's Clefairy is there to just knock it out in one shot. So maybe getting just a Dreepy, but the Duskull pressure is also nice.
Sure.
And the Dreepy means that if the active gets knocked out, you have Dracloak still as outs. So I definitely like getting at least 1 Dreepy, but maybe this is a little too much benching here with Giovanni at 4 prizes.
I was saying mainly waiting a turn. You know, Turo is always a threat, and maybe that's a risk you are a little bit afraid of. But it's still going to take 2 turns of Adrenabrain to KO this Dreepy in the active spot. Now Giovanni doesn't even need that this turn. Can just take this opportunity to use Screamtail and take another prize.
Absolutely. Probably going to target that Duskull, as it seems to be one of the more scary things, as if you knock out a Dreepy, there's still 2 more Dreepies. But knocking out the Duskull, there's no more Duskull. So while Jack may somehow be able to find 3 Dracloaks from this pretty bad hand right now, it's relatively unlikely, so knocking out the Duskull is probably the safest bet for Giovanni here. And he does have an Iono in hand, which is something he has to consider playing, but may just want to not do that, as he knows Jack doesn't have an out to Pheasantipity or an out to Dracloak. So it's kind of that balance of making sure you prioritize yourself, like your own board, but not giving cards to your opponent to help them get back into the game.
Yeah, knows that Jack is at best working with 1 out maybe to draw some cards, maybe sitting on, you know, a Dusclops of some sort, but that won't matter with Duskull going down this turn. So Giovanni's stall tactic slowly working, and Jack does find that Luminous Energy from the top of the deck, so Dreepy can now move out of the active spot. And this is that situation I was talking about where, you know, if this Pokemon moved a little bit differently, you know, this game could definitely have played out in a bit of a different fashion. Is actually just going to pass the turn over, so not even allowing, you know, a potential snipe play to happen, using damage counters from that Phantom Dive, just accepts that Lily's Clefairy would just knock this Pokemon back out and is going to hope to try and find a boss's orders on the next turn.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to find a boss here, as if you treat this Dreepy, it gets knocked out from Monkey Dory, and Lily's Clefairy knocks out the Dragapult, so then you just lose the game on the spot since Giovanni is at 3 prizes. So Giovanni here opts to take a prize card, which pressures game on the next turn, but also gives Pheasantipity as an out to Jack. And Jack just drew a counter catcher, so
yeah, this is a weird spot. As it stands, though, Giovanni could just pass on the following turn and then set up the win, and that was sort of one of the risks of benching this many Pokemon in this spot.
Well, Giovanni just has win because he can move 30 to the active and then Screamtail the Dreepy, and Jack notices that and just concedes.
Yeah, all done like that, and what a comeback here from Giovanni in game number 1.
Yeah, what an interesting game. I mean, Jack had such a rough start, like not benching any Pokemon at the start, then only having 1 Dreepy, 1 Dracloak, finding that second Dreepy, but Giovanni kept struggling to keep that Ralts in play. But through all that aggression, Jack didn't have any draw on his board, so Giovanni, with Item Lock and Iono, was able to buy some time and finally get that Gardevoir in play and a Monkey Dory and take all of his prizes.
That's probably the best comeback we've seen all weekend here. Absolutely well played by Giovanni. Could have gone after the Monkey Dory and KO'd it, but instead really relying off the disruptive power of Iono. And yeah, Jack was unable to find any way to move Dreepy until it was just too late, and there was too much damage wiped off the board thanks to his own Monkey Dory on Giovanni's side.
Yeah, Monkey Dory really showing how great of a card it is. Both players using it to a crazy extent, building up so much damage and making these multi-prize turns possible and putting so much pressure on the opponent's board. Jack was unable to attack with that Dragapult because he'd lose otherwise.
Yeah, this early game was all Jack, though. Really got in aggressive and used that Monkey Dory and put so much pressure on Frillish, but it really was that Jellicent EX. It removed that confusion, applied pressure to the Monkey Dory,
And then from there, just bringing this Dreepy up, and Jack just gave enough Pokemon in play for Giovanni to start sniping with Screamtail. It was a bit of an awkward spot either way, but an absolutely well-managed comeback from Giovanni.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw Jack bench all these Pokemon, and if he didn't have them, the active would just get knocked out from an Adrenabrain, and then Liz Clefairy would knock out that Dragapult. So it wasn't too much of a difference maker, but definitely looked not great in how Giovanni ended up winning the game.
Sure, either way, not a great situation for Jack. Was just disrupted too hard from the Iono. His start was solid, and Giovanni really faltered to get Ralts out, but you know, Jack also just didn't have that backbone of Dracloak as well in play to prevent something like this from happening.
Yeah, but you can't blame him for playing aggressive there. I mean, once Gardevoir gets his Gardevoirs out, the Clefairy, the Mew, Pheasantipity, it's just so hard to come back from that kind of board as Dragapult, so just trying to get through the game really quickly. Unfortunately, Giovanni did have the right answers at the right time.
So we'll see this game play out. Game number 2, Giovanni will be going first, so big advantage to Jack. We didn't get to see that early disruptive power of Badoo, so don't count that out by any means. Also see these prize cards, very relevant, of course, knowing what pieces are available, what pieces are unavailable. As we get into things here, game number 2, Giovanni Sasso, a star-studded young player, is now just one game away from making a Masters Division Finals at a regional here in North America, in the US.
Yeah, it's awesome to see all how international regionals have become. We have players from EU, LATAM, Australia, and such a diverse top cut now, which is just super fun to see.
So we'll start with an Earthen Vessel. The best target, of course, would be to discard a Psychic Energy to get more energies out of your deck. As the prize cards do reveal that Mew EX, which was a good pivoting option early on in the game, as well as one of those Frillish are unavailable. And of course, we talked about it last game. That was the saving card for Giovanni, that one of Counter Catcher.
Yeah, the Counter Catcher is at the bottom of the prizes, so if he needs it, it'll get drawn quickly. But the more typical games of this matchup, last game, obviously with the Monkey Dory attacks, were weird, but you don't really go behind in the matchup as Gardevoir pretty often, so it's not too bad of a prize. That Mew being a great late game attacker, and that kind of bailout early game draw, definitely feels bad to be at the top of the prizes, but the second Frillish means it's a little harder to chain Frillishes or Jellicents, so it shouldn't be too impactful overall, but just like slight annoyances here and there.
It looks like debating grabbing a Dark Energy, so we'll see how much that signals strength in terms of the hand. Can, of course, you know, reattach that and try and put together a play where a Badoo is KO'd on the following turn, and maybe that's what Giovanni's thinking about as he selects a basic Pokemon here with Nest Ball.
But it looks like grabbing the Frillish, he may be wanting to move into that item lock next turn. However, if he has access to the Latias and a Dark Energy on the active, he's able, even without the Latias, he'll still be able to move 10 damage to the Badoo and Oceanic Gloom knock it out. But the Latias would obviously preserve that Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory, which Giovanni would prefer to keep doing that against Badoos.
And after being prized, Jack does start this Latias EX, so allowing easy pivot into all Pokemon options. Looks like just has to rely off of Iono, so that Dark Energy from Giovanni's hand will go to the bottom of the deck, a piece that I'm sure he would have liked to keep, but we'll get 6 cards in return from the top of the deck. Same thing with Jack here. Hasn't found any Dreepy and hasn't found any Badoo yet, so work is far from over. Let's see what we find in the hand, and hey, look, that gets both of those pieces right there. Thanks, Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, Buddy Poffin. So many decks are playing it. Gardevoir used to play a ton of them, but not as much now as they keep going down in roll. It's now only playing 2. But really just setting up Jack's board. I believe he already has a Dreepy in hand, so I imagine we'll see Badoo and a second Dreepy here. But one of the issues with having this Latias in play and benching the Monkey Dory so aggressively is your board looks really weak. Only 1 Duskull and 2 Dreepy. It's going to be hard for him to make those big board wiping plays against Giovanni, only having access to 1 Dusclops each turn.
Yeah, and I wonder if Monkey Dory would be that Pokemon that could possibly be omitted in this spot. You know, when your opponent's got a start like this, they can pretty actively just avoid putting damage onto your board if you want to use Badoo. So, yeah, as you mentioned, the board space is pretty tight, and there's no copies of something like Professor Turo in this deck. So once a Pokemon is down into play, it's there unless it gets knocked out, or, you know, that's really the only way. It could just stay in play and kind of be a bench sitter and not provide a lot of value. You never want that in the Pokemon TCG.
Absolutely, and especially against a deck like Gardevoir where they have Screamtail, so even if you promote it, they can just ignore it and keep knocking out these more impactful Pokemon on the bench and wait till they need to win the game to use Adrenabrain on this Badoo and then knock out this Monkey Dory, for example. Just leaving these sitters on the board means it's just going to be a lot weaker and not as much pressure is going to be applied onto Giovanni.
And does find the Dark Energy, so
now if Giovanni wants to, he could knock out this Badoo by using that Adrenaline Brain ability first and then retreating that Dark Energy off, not leaving any counters on Jack's board, and importantly, making it hard for that Badoo to chain next turn as well.
Yeah, also going for an Iono, it seemed like he wanted to debate it a bit, as his hand was really strong. I believe I saw a Rare Candy, a Gardevoir, and Secret Box, but decided to just play it, try to find a Ralts, which he does, which is incredibly good under this item lock, difficult to do sometimes, but having this threat of the Candy Gardevoir next turn, since it's also not easy for Jack to reestablish his Badoo, is going to put Giovanni into a pretty good spot.
Here for Jack, no items being played. Oceanic Gloom, the attack for a turn. Does find a Dusclops, so that's an available option. But there's really nothing else working in this hand. Just some energy cards and a couple of Jamming Tower, and it looks like Giovanni may just have the opportunity to pop off this turn in terms of items.
Absolutely. It looks like Jack actually has some good options for next turn with the Dragapult EX and Dusknoir, but this turn right now, his board hasn't developed much further, just an energy attach and a single recon directive, no supporter played. Maybe benching the second Duskull, as we mentioned, but the issue with that is now you're not threatening another Badoo without using a Curse Blast.
Yeah, those Curse Blasts are just going to slowly keep adding to that prize league that Giovanni has. The Badoos are easy targets if they ever come down again. And yeah, it's just going to be a pass over. And this is a huge opportunity if Giovanni can pop off. And look at that hand. That is insane. Is there enough Psychic Energy, though, Piper, for this Scream Tail to maybe target something like that Dracloak on the bench?
It looks like there's only one Psychic Energy in discard, so it's up to Giovanni now to discard some more energies if he wants to go for that Scream Tail, while also being careful that Jack isn't able to counter-capture up that Guardy and also trap it for a few turns if there's no energies with Badoo. And yeah, knocking out this one Dracloak gets rid of all the draw and all the energy off Jack's board and puts Giovanni in a great position where Jack may be reliant on using this Curse Blast to knock out the Scream Tail just to get bailed off the prize cards.
Yeah, would need 3 energy regardless, so it depends on if there's a Monkey Dory as well. But yeah, without that, would be in an awkward spot. You've got to really debate if it's worth the risk of taking Dracloak out and making it so you would be essentially a turn or two ahead regardless.
Yeah, the nice thing is if you take that knockout, then you're able to just kind of knock out those Dusclopses and Duskulls as they get set up, as your Scream Tail isn't always pressured a ton, but Giovanni going straight in with a Psychic Embrace, potentially having a Dark Energy in something like the Professor Turo scenario. Yeah, there's a Night Stretcher. Moving the damage here means that he'll be able to knock out the Dracloak.
Trying to see if there's a way to... God, yes, does have the Professor
Turo.
Turo. Wow, look at that. So is going to leave this Gardevoir with no energies on it, only the energy in the Scream Tail, and a smart optimization here from Giovanni is first promoting this Gardevoir EX into the active spot.
Yeah, this will allow him to get that extra 1 damage to knock out the Dusclopses on the next turn or any new Dracloaks that come into play. And otherwise, he wouldn't have enough damage to knock those out in the coming turns. And with no energies in discard, it could get trapped to an Itchy Pollen.
So here we go. Big shift here. Giovanni now the one getting aggressive in game number 2, targeting the only Dracloak, and wow, Jack is sitting on absolutely nothing in the hand. Full 4-card bricks.
Yeah, it's looking like he's going to have to use either Dusclops or Dusknoir to Curse Blast, knocking out either the Scream Tail or Monkey Dory, and just hope to get something off the prizes. But looking at his prizes, there's an Ultra Ball and Night Stretcher, but those are close to the top. He's not going to find those. And yeah, Curse Blast knocking out that Scream Tail, but these give the energies back to Giovanni if he needs to move the Gardevoir ever. So now there's not really a Gardevoir trap option.
And could possibly just safely promote this Gardevoir if he wants to, and I think it's debating that. There's really no risk to putting Gardevoir EX up into the active spot.
Yeah, the only thing is then you have to put 40 more damage on it to retreat it, and then it could potentially be in a spot where Blood Moon Ursaluna is able to knock it out later, so just want to be careful of that, I'd imagine.
Yeah, there is always that risk of another Dusclops. There is also the Maractus, which was pointed up, and that would be even more of a reason to promote the Gardevoir instead of the Monkey Dory as well.
For sure. Although Maractus is pretty bad at trapping the Monkey Dories with the damage moving back and the Mind Bend preventing it from consistently attacking.
And it's just going to be a pass back over, so now Giovanni, if anything, is even happier than he was in the previous turn. Those energies are freed up, and while the Scream Tail is gone, it means that there is no threat of a Phantom Dive, not just next turn, but the following turn as well.
Yeah, and Giovanni at 3 prizes, taking at least 1 this turn, potentially more, having a Lily's Determination now, looking for another Night Stretcher to get that Scream Tail back and knock out probably this Duskull or even the Dreepies at this point, just limit the draw Jack can have.
Even a Dark Energy here would allow this Duskull to just be KO'd from 2 Adrenabrain abilities, and then Miracle Force would put Giovanni just a single prize card away from advancing to the finals.
Absolutely. These games have been kind of pretty bad for Jack. I mean, he's been drawing really rough, but last game he was able to put up a bit more of a fight with all the energy attaches, but now Giovanni with no Budu, was able to get the Candy Guardy and just get to such a dominating lead.
So just double checking the discard pile, seeing what pieces are available.
Brings a Screamtail to the front, so may have something like another Night Stretcher or Super Odd.
Just debating the options. It looks like is sitting on an Ultra Ball, so can search the deck out for a Pokemon. But yeah, has that Night Stretcher, so immediately is going to be able to retreat this Gardevoir out. But importantly, did not find any more Psychic Energy, so that's still an option to be noted. We're going to go ahead and target this Duskull with the 3 damage counters and using that Roaring Scream to KO Dreepy, and all of a sudden Giovanni is threatening game next turn.
Yeah, just down to 2 prizes, but Jack top decks the Lily's Determination, only for 6 though, since he used the Curse Blast to knock out the Screamtail last turn. Will it be enough, or is it just too little too late?
It might be the latter, Piper. The doors are slowly shutting. There's going to be no Phantom Dive threatened on this turn, and next turn, if this Screamtail does not move out of the active spot, it can just take out the only Dracloak potentially in play, and you've got to wonder for Jack what he's thinking in this spot, and even what 6 cards could bail him out if he could handpick each one from the deck.
Absolutely. I think it starts with a way to evolve this Duskull, potentially a Luminous Energy to even heal it as well, a Dracloak, maybe something with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. There is a world where you could move 30 damage to this Gardevoir with your Monkey Dory, or just use Dusclops to damage it a bit more, and Blood Moon Ursaluna for no energy will knock out the Gardevoir. So I think something along those lines is what Jack would need, but then the Screamtail is still just so threatening.
Yeah, take those 6 cards and throw them out the window, Piper. This is absolutely nothing in this spot. No energy cards, no Dracloak, no way to search out Dracloak, and Giovanni just has game on board if Jack is unable to move the Screamtail out of the active spot.
Yeah, and at this point, it's like, what can Jack even do? I mean, he can Itchy Pollen the Gardevoir maybe for a turn. I mean, Giovanni's down his Professor Tur scenario, but then you lose to a Dark Energy, just Monkey Dory knock out the Budu and the Duskull.
Seems better than just passing and losing on
For
board.
sure.
So you've got to play to your outs, especially down 1-0. But if there's no counter catcher, the game will be written. It looks like Jack is going to continue to play things out, play to his outs. He saw the comeback in game number 1 on Giovanni's side. We'll see if that same scenario can exist here.
Yeah, definitely a bit inspired there, but it's not looking great. I don't think he has any way for any stage 1s to come down this turn. So even if he survives this one turn, Giovanni can either knock out this Budu or this Duskull, likely the latter as it could evolve or get healed. And then next turn he could just use one more Adrenabrain to knock out the Budu, or if the Gardevoir gets KO'd, just Screamtail knock it out.
The lights are beginning to dim here for Jack. Giovanni can smell victory. He can taste it. Is there a counter catcher or a way to bring this up? There is, so not all hope is lost just yet, but that Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy just still providing so much relief for these Pokemon. Gardevoir EX comes into the active spot. Itchy Pollen is used. Can Giovanni find a way to get this Dark Energy into play? That will be all she wrote here in this game. Artisan's a good start. It does get rid of that jamming tower. There's not going to be many Pokemon here that can, really help Giovanni in this side. No rule box Pokemon, and all these non-rule box mons are really just good for setup, like that second roll.
Yeah, just trying to thin the deck, because I believe he has a Lily's Determination in hand, so trying to take out as many non-Dark Energy targets as possible, as he can't use those Earthen Vessels under Itchy Pollen. So I imagine we'll see him play some of the tools he has in his hand, and just try to win the game this turn. But even if he whiffs this turn, it seems like there's not much Jack can do with this time that he'd be giving.
Yeah, another Dark Energy would just win the game on the spot. Even if Monkey Dory was KO'd, there's just too much damage on these other Pokemon on the board. And additionally, going down to 1 prize card would just mean that you can't use Dusknoir or Dusclops anymore. So Giovanni can still win this turn, but either way, in such a commanding spot.
Yeah, for sure. And this really just speaks to the power of the Gardevoir deck. It has so many ways to function. It can play for that Oceanic Gloom to just lock your opponent's board down, or it can start to turn into an aggressive Screamtail deck, just picking apart all of your engine Pokemon, and all those Pokemon that can help you get back into the game, they're just gone.
So 6 cards here. Giovanni in the absolute driver's seat. Going ahead, not even looking in the back rear view mirror. He can, essentially already see that trophy, or that medal rather, with his name on it. 6 cards here. Can he find the Darkness Energy to close things out? He cannot, and he is under item lock, but like you said, still going to be content taking the KO. Can even draw into a prize. It's not going to help in this spot. It is the Psychic Energy, I believe, here.
That is nice because you can attach to the Gardevoir, so next turn you can just attach again and retreat.
Excuse me.
Oh, Mew EX.
It is the Mew EX. Sometimes shows up a little bit differently. But yeah, then again, is going to go for this here. It's actually an interesting choice to go after the Budu instead of the Duskull, since that Duskull can evolve.
Yeah, it can evolve out of range or get healed out of range from the Monkey Dory on Jack's side. But even then, now that the Gardevoir is actually, yeah, the Gardevoir's at 30 damage, so it's completely out of range of the Blood Moon. Jack would need some crazy play where he gusts up another Pokemon, uses Hawlucha and Adrenabrain just to knock out this Gardevoir. And then there's just a Screamtail on board to win the game. And Jack is eyeing up the Maractus as Giovanni is down that Professor Turf scenario, but it feels like he's just waiting to lose. Giovanni's eventually going to find all of those energies.
Just, essentially clawing at what remains of this mountain, this big victory he's trying to find for himself. He's really running out of options, trying to do everything he can. Is it this Cactus's last stand to potentially find a way back in? It's going to be the Iono to 1, and Jack still has to find that energy card with currently no Dracloak in play.
Yep, and he needs to find a way to get this Duskull out of range of just one more Monkey Dory. There's a Luminous Energy, but Giovanni's still winning with a Dark Energy. We would have loved to see a Dusclops as well to completely get it out of range this time.
Yeah, and there's nothing he can do to stop this. Adrenabrain will win the game on the spot next turn. Jack Wong concedes, and Giovanni Sasso is making it to the finals here in Toronto, Ontario.
Yeah, it's amazing to see these young players age up and still continue to dominate. I mean, sometimes people give a bit of flack to the younger divisions, saying they're a little easier, but here we see them dominating in Masters, and it's amazing to see, especially with such an awesome deck like Gardevoir. I mean, it's just a very difficult deck to play. We see these crazy comebacks like in Game 1, where it seemed like it almost lost position for Giovanni, but through Counter Catcher, Iono, he was able to get back into the game.
Absolutely well played by both of these players, and again, congratulations to Jack, top 4 to regional. Much of an improvement from that last placing. That's a big jump, and one I'm sure he's going to be looking to match or top for the coming 2026 season.
Absolutely. Jack is a local here in Toronto, so I'm sure ecstatic to do it at the Toronto Regionals. And, I mean, another Gardevoir versus Dragapult match. We've seen it be about pretty 50-50 throughout the day or the weekend. So I wonder what people at home think.
We'll have to see how the other bracket plays out and see if we're going to have yet another Dragapult versus Gardevoir matchup in the final. That has been the storyline of this entire weekend. And speaking of storyline, we'll look back and see what went down in this 3-game set, or 2-game set rather. As we mentioned in that first game, it was all Giovanni looking back. In the second game, a little bit different. Starting things out, he was really on the back foot here. Aggressive pressure from Jack's side, and that Dusclops meant that he was kind of grasping at straws and really had to get creative with how he built his board up.
Yeah, Giovanni kept struggling to establish 2 Ralts, and the 1 Ralts kept getting knocked out. So he really had to rely on these Counter Catcher and Item Lock plays until he could get into the Screamtail when Jack benched a bunch of extra Pokemon, giving him that extra route to win of just leaving the Dreepy in the active and taking a bunch of knockouts.
And after that comeback, it seemed like the full narrative was just in Giovanni's favor. Just took that momentum with the comeback and ran with it. Of course, a little bit to his assistance and a little bit to Jack's disassistance, not finding any Dracloaks and having that 1v KO'd from that Screamtail. And it was this big turn, right? The Counter Catcher potential play with the Buddyu, but just couldn't find that and just gave enough time to Giovanni to eventually develop his board. That Monkey Dory put in work. And Giovanni Sasso having an absolute time here in Masters, an absolute tournament run here in Toronto, and is looking to keep up his success in Masters.
Yeah, I believe the Joinville regional finalist is looking to become a regional champion this weekend, and yeah, against Raging Bolt or Dragapult Dusknoir. Obviously the Dragapult Dusknoir match we saw he's very confident in, and Raging Bolt typically very favored for Gardevoir, so Giovanni has pretty solid odds, I think.
Yeah, it would definitely be my favorite to win. I can tell by the way you're describing it. Again, we are, of course, probably the most biased people on the commentary.
No?
No?
Gardevoir, it's just that average deck, you know? We don't appreciate it more than any other deck.
I love Gardevoir. I may or may not have been paid to say this. I love Gardevoir EX. Gardevoir is my beloved. If you guys agree, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon and share your list from this weekend too. It's not just, the players that we featured on stream. We've also had over 2,000 players compete. And looking back, even at the last 5 Toronto Regional Championships, it has grown and grown and grown. And I never thought we'd see the day where a Canadian regional, no disrespect to Canada, no disrespect whatsoever, but 2,000 plus players for an attendance up north is absolutely incredible for the game.
Especially with all the weather problems the last couple of days. 2,200 people is insane. And it's awesome to see the growth. And a lot of those were Canadians. I believe we had about over 1,000 Americans and then over 1,000 Canadians as well. Usually it's a lot heavier towards the Americans. So great to see the Canadians show up.
Yeah, the community just continues to evolve, and that's also thanks to a lot of the local game stores and local shops. Piper, I know you moved out recently to the Toronto area. How impactful has the local scene in Toronto been for you and for the players in this region?
Yeah, the local scene is amazing. I mean, there's a lot of great players. Kieran Farah and Rowan Stavnow, who were streamed earlier this weekend, and a lot of great shops as well. I mean, Banana Games is a vendor here this weekend, and yeah, they're great.
Right on. Lots of action here on the local and bigger scene. Make sure you guys also go to Pokemon.com/compete. Quick throw to that as well. That's going to have all the good resources. You know, we've all started from somewhere. I know we have humble beginnings from when we started playing the Pokemon TCG.
Absolutely.
It's been a long time, and you know, these players have put in a lot of time and preparation to get to where they are. And if you ask them, you know, when they started their journey, if they ever thought they'd get to this place, I mean, you know, looking back at your journey, did you ever envision this level of success for yourself in the Pokemon TCG?
Absolutely not. I mean, I started when I was like 7 or 8, so imagining being a multi-time regional champion and now casting events, it's just something I never would have dreamed of, and very happy to be here.
Well, I'm happy you're here as well, and hopefully you all have been enjoying the stream at home. We've got one final match coming up, and we'll be getting information on what's happening, looking to see if we've got any update on what's happening. It looks like they are currently in game number 3, so down to the wire here between Saris and our player from Latin America as we get into the finals match. Giovanni has to patiently await and maybe root some favors towards some players that he wants to see if it's a better matchup for him in that finals match.
Yeah, I'd imagine he's hoping for the Raging Bolt to win, as especially with the triple candy, you can really match their aggression, and as we've seen in a lot of the games this weekend, Itchy Pollen from Dragon Bolt Dusknoir can really end games quickly.
So we'll see how everything plays out in this final match. What a run Karis has had so far throughout this tournament as well. It has been an absolute pleasure to watch her perform. And I know you and her have been great ambassadors and role models for lots of women in the Pokemon TCG, so it's awesome to see them succeed.
Yeah, absolutely. The top 4 at Atlanta last year, and I believe she started 10-0 this weekend, which is just amazing. I mean, not many people get to go 9-0 in day 1 and then continue that 10-0, and eventually now in top 4, looking to make finals and win the event.
Well, I want to hear from our soon-to-be finalist who's playing to try and win a regional champion. Let's hear from Giovanni.
Thank you, Ethan Piper. And yes, I am here with our first finalist of the weekend, Giovanni Sasso. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling too good right now. So I wasn't expecting to do finals in my first regional outside Latam, but my deck is kind of broken and carry me to the finals.
Yeah, it is definitely a great deck to watch. That game 1, you were able to top deck the rare candy Gardevoir to mount a comeback. How were you feeling once you were able to get that established?
So I was looking for any outs I could lose. So the top decks are just too good in this day 2. And I mean, I could play better, but the noise on the stream is really annoying. And but the deck carry me to the finals. It's like everything I need going in the top deck and having in my hand.
Yeah, and game 2, you were pretty aggressive to start off. You had the Professor Turo to be able to pick up the Frillish and then take the knockout on the Dracloak with Screamtail. Were you really just kind of feeling like you're gonna be able to win this game and move on to the finals?
Yes, I mean, when he's failed the item lock, I know I could establish the game, and he didn't have any supporters in his hand, so I can just go for the Dracloak, because he will draw a lot of cards, and I could win like in the first game.
And now you mentioned this is your first finals outside of LATAM. Now you are a 2nd place regional finisher. You have won a special championship. That's how you got your invite last year. And you've really been on a tear throughout the past season or so. You just coming off a 17th place at LEIC. How are you feeling now going into the finals, playing 2 great players, either Raging Bolt or Dragapult?
So I'm feeling good. I will try to make better plays, because I need to take anything to better the noise in the headphone. But I mean, I won against 4 Dragapult, and I won against a really good guy who's playing Raging Bolt. So I am pretty confident.
Well, you'll love to see the confidence, especially with how you've been doing throughout the seasons. Now, do you have any shout outs for people at home, people watching in the crowd?
Yes, for sure. I have a shout out for my parents, my mom, my dad, my team, Tuzi Sports, who just supported me to be here, and my teammate who was tripping with me, o Leonardo Viveiros, né, que me ajudou muito, inclusive, né, ontem a gente treinou contra Greensnar. So yesterday I was practicing against Greensnar in my hotel's restaurant, and in top 8 I play against Greensnar and doing the things I learned yesterday. So this is really happy for me.
And then as a younger player, recently aged up to the Masters division, do you have any advice to the people at home that are also in that same position, trying to do as well as you have been doing?
So I mean, the Pokemon is really fun, and so I'm just here in Toronto because Pokemon. So don't be scared, just trying to play in your locals, and has a regional in a lot of parts of world. So you probably gonna play a major, and that's the thing. That's how the thing starts.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere. Again, congratulations, moving on to the finals. We'll see you for sure playing in the next few minutes, 30 minutes or so. And for that, we're going to take it back to the desk with Piper and Ethan.
Thanks, Jeremy. Great to hear from Giovanni, coming all the way from Latin America, showing that he has what it takes, and great advice as well, showing that, you know, you've got to start somewhere, you've got to put yourself out there, and it's really taking that first big leap, that first step in the Pokemon TCG that can lead to such an amazing journey, meeting so many great people, friends, and of course, great experiences.
Yeah, and I think it's great to see that international, as I've said, like, Toronto always has so many international people. A couple years ago, JW Krewall won, but we had a player from the UK get finals, and it's always great to see that.
Of course, we do have the other top 4 match going on out in the field. That is between Karis and the other player who we have, who traveled all the way from Latin America as well. This is Andres Lopenhandia. I'm pronouncing that hopefully correct, but Andres is the one playing that Raging Bolt deck, and this is actually happening live out in the field right now. So we are currently in game number 3. Let's see if we can divulge and figure out a little bit of what's happening. So, as a reminder, on the right, Karis is playing that Dragapult Dusknoir deck, and it is up against the Raging Bolt deck. And what I always like to do is kind of take a look at the body language from both of these players. It seems like Karis is really in control, feeling pretty confident just from that initial look, and also, you know, looking over at Andreas's, you know, board as well, and the way that he is kind of holding himself.
Yeah, it looks like Karis is at about 5 or 6 prizes, and Andreas, I can't really tell. It could be anywhere from 4 to 6 prizes. But this matchup really favors Dragapult Dusknoir if it gets to the late game.
Thank you, production. We appreciate it.
Yeah, 6 prizes for Karis. And yeah, so this game really favors Dragapult Dusknoir if it gets to the late game. But the trouble is getting to the late game. I mean, Raging Bolt typically uses the non-EX Raging Bolt to snipe the Dracloaks and the Dusclopses. But there's a lot of really good prize maps that Dragapult Dusknoir can take, especially at the Blood Moon Ursaluna, knocking out pretty much every EX Pokemon in the Raging Bolt's deck.
Yeah, I actually wonder, you know, how the board is looking. We see that Baby Raging Bolt has a bunch of energy cards on it. Looks like 4 energies on the Raging Bolt. We'll see Counter Catcher and then the Counter Stadium from the Jamming Tower. So Smart League using that before to bring the Noctowl up. It is an easy discard, and now just have to figure out how to discard Pokemon so that the board is just down to 5 bench Pokemon.
Yeah.
It looks like one Pokemon I see that is maybe considered an imposter in this deck is that Sandy Shocks EX. I can notice that guy from a mile away.
Oh yeah, the alt art there.
Yeah.
Sandy Shocks is one of those new inclusions we haven't seen this weekend to kind of counter that Mega Lopunny EX that Zoroark and Goldengo have been playing. More notably Goldengo, unfortunately, for Zoroark. But the Lopunny trades really well into a lot of these big EXs, so having that easy response is really powerful. But Kara's bringing up that Noctowl signals. We may see an Itchy Paw in this turn.
Okay, so, you know, never trust me to read body language again because
Yeah.
it's 2 prizes to 6 here.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Andres, you know, is just down to maybe potentially having 1 more knockout available.
Yeah, and Kara's not Itchy Pawing here means Andres is free to use items. Going with the Professor Sadas, attaching another energy to that Baby Raging Bolt, meaning eventually, I think I see like Latios on Karis' board. That could get knocked out from the Raging Bolt snipe.
Is there a Prime Catcher? I think this game is over. If there's a Pokemon on the bench, yeah, there's the Prime Catcher, and that's going to be it. Wow. Oh my goodness, it looks like we're just confirming everything is over here. And what is that prize? Is that double Dracloak?
I think I see the Neo Upper energy as
And
well,
the
which is
Neo
really
Upper
difficult in
energy?
this matchup. Neo Upper is meant for those kind of aggressive decks to be able to attack with Dragapult out of nowhere, so not having that is pretty rough.
So wow, the Noctowl able to find the Prime Catcher just to clarify everything out here. And Andres is going to win 2-1 here and advance into finals. And we are going to have a full LATAM finals here in Toronto. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to see these 2 players come from down south and all the way up to Canada, where it's super cold now, but here we have a full LATAM finals, and Raging Bolt versus Gardevoir. I'm sure Giovanni's excited to see Raging Bolt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got to be, you know, the better of the 2 matchups for sure. And congratulations again to Karis. Put on an absolute performance this weekend.
Absolutely.
Top 4 at another regional championship. But now with that Atlanta top 4 and this, I know more than ever after this event, she's really going to be looking for that regional championship win.
Absolutely. I can say for sure that like every time you top 8, it feels a little disappointing almost, especially when you've done so well before. You really just want that win at a certain point once you reach that threshold.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I can't relate at all. But on the other note, you know, Piper more than capable of explaining her situation and her experiences. And yeah, it is bittersweet. You know,
absolutely.
We see that reaction a lot from players, and especially those at the top. You know, Henry Chow from this event is a great example. You know, top 16 asymmetrical cut is an excellent accomplishment, and there's nothing to scoff at by any means. But for a player like him, you know, everybody just wants more, and that's really that competitive drive that keeps players coming back and playing in more and more tournaments.
Absolutely, and people trying to be better makes more people better. I mean, I think with the cash increase from a couple of years ago, the average skill of players has increased significantly, and that just makes it all the more fun. I really enjoy the competitive environment of tournaments, and playing against better opponents helps me get better, and that's just part of the fun of Pokemon.
Fun indeed, and it's been an absolute treat so far to take you all at home through this tournament. We started out with over 2,200 players, and now we are left to just 2. It's a Latin America battle, but we are up north. Don't go anywhere. The finals is coming right up.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here. Let's take a look back at what went down at LAIC 2026. With our first international title of the 2026 season on the line, players were ready to go all out. In the junior division, we had Reed Hartman with his trusty Charizard EX against Haruki Okunishi with Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. 2 very similar big stage 2 dark type EXs that can power themselves up, but Haruki, with the help of his other Pokemon, Munkidori and Frostlass, was able to flood the board with damage, overwhelming his opponent and taking the crown as the champion. For the senior division, we had Luca Levain with the popular Golden Go EX versus the most surprising deck of the tournament, Kamil Bidzinski's Pidgeot Control. Although Luca was able to rush a fast win in Game 1, Camille showed us exactly what his deck can do by being in complete control of Game 2. However, all it took was a small window of opportunity for Luca to use items to take a big knockout and take the title LAIC Senior Champion. For Masters Finals, it was Pedro Petrucci against Sebastian Lashmet in the Gardevoir Jellicent EX Mirror Match. In Game 1, Pedro was able to take over the game, establishing the Jellicent EX item lock and the early pressure, which dismantled Sebastian's board. However, in Game 2, we flipped the script, and it was Jellicent on Sebastian's side that tied the series up. For the final game, Pedro was able to strike first with the Oceanic Gloom on Frillish, which meant Sebastian could not set up. Pedro took knockout after knockout and took the final one with a gigantic Screamtail and crowned the hometown hero, Pedro Petrucci, as the 2026 LAIC champion.
and Psychic Embrace onto the active will leave enough damage. The Monkey Dory moves it across. Local superstar Pedro Bertuzzi wins LAIC!
LAIC is just the start of the International Championship roadmap, so check out Pokemon.com/compete to hop on the circuit, and you too can become a Pokemon Master.
Step, and they are getting a knockout. They either way in. Break Queen does low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite! The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions!
How much energy maybe that Corsola has
He has
in
the back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzebub. I don't know if a Spark Arch gonna be enough. He goes on the Ice Beam!
Wow.
He goes for the Ice Beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzebub in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion!
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt.
It's lightning energy!
If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him.
There it is!
Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion!
Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here, and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twin-star Pokemon.
Right on, right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier.
Rillaboom, Woodhammer, Bills, here comes the KO. Now the Calyrex Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, Morgan down, double, KO. Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, Gavino!
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock.
Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year of seniors, and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
And it is time, everyone, for the finals match here at the Toronto Regional Championships for the trading card game. Over 2,000 competitors entered, and now just 2 remain. Myself, Chip Ritchie, and Kyle Sablehouse are happy to be taking you through this final match, and it is certainly going to be an exciting one. And I would also say one that we did not expect.
Yeah, the bingo card is definitely missing a few spots this time around. Did not see this coming. It is going to be a wild one for us here, as not only in the players, sometimes you get surprised by that, but also just these decks too. This is, what else can you say?
Absolutely, yeah. Giovanni Sasso, great young player out of Brazil. He's now just in his sophomore season as a Masters Division player. He won a major event, got 2nd place at regionals last year, and he is looking to get that regional title now with Gardevoir EX. His opponent this time will be Andres Gajardo, coming all the way to this event from Chile, playing Raging Bolt, Kyle.
Yeah, Raging Bolt, as if there wasn't enough to consider here. This is a deck that not only has been discounted by the amount, the time that it's been around in the format, but it continues to fall off little by little. And then if there was ever a time to play it, it's the time where everyone's focused on Watchtower for other decks.
Yep.
Now you bring it back?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, but I love it.
A little bit of history here for these 2 competitors. They actually played against one another at the Lima special event in Peru last season in the very 2nd round of the tournament. Giovanni was able to take down Andres, and Giovanni went on to win that event. Now they find each other once again here in Canada, competing for the title of champion. Will Andres be able to right that wrong, rewrite history, or will Giovanni get the win once again?
Yeah, there's just so much to consider as we make our way into this final championship game here in Toronto. Andres, he's bringing a lot of results with him. See that 2022 regional championship, but alongside this last few results, it's all been on the back of Raging Bolt. Top 32 in Monterey, top 64 in Sao Paulo, and has had some other great results too. Really loves this deck, did not want to put it down, and for good reason.
Yeah, really tight-knit community over in Chile. Lots of these players traveling with one another to these events across the world. And plenty of them playing this Raging Bolt archetype. Andres taking it all the way now to the finals, and it will be Giovanni Sasso on the other side of the table with Gardevoir, a mainstay of the format. And I will say, Kyle, if history is anything for us to look back on, Gardevoir has traditionally done pretty solidly into this matchup.
Yeah, this is one of the matchups that made Raging Bolt start to fade away. Maybe there was a little bit of a resurgence when we saw the baby Raging Bolt really as one of the main focuses, starting to pick away at those Pokemon, but you just don't see that as much. There's Bravery Charm. There's so much help for Giovanni's side of the board to get that set up and use single prize Pokemon to take 2 prize KOs.
Going to be the name of the game for these players. We'll see how the back and forth goes. Is Andres able to work in the single prize Raging Bolt that he plays? Let's also remember as well, for the first time here, these players are sharing deck lists in the opening. So before they set up, they each had 2 minutes to look at the other players' deck lists. So they're well aware of the tech cards that one another has.
Yeah, it's important to see that as we also see the prize cards, and oh boy, 2 Psychic Energies, not great to see. Pink card, however, and Screamtail
goodness,
can't be great.
Yeah, Screamtail in the prize is not good, but also for Andres, The Wellspring Mask Ogerpon is one of his big answers to this matchup. Being able to power that Pokemon up through the power of Energy Switch and Crispin, using Torrential Pump to KO multiple Ralts or maybe multiple Monkey Dory if it so came up. That is not something he'll have access to, as that Pokemon is hiding away in the prizes.
A really unique inclusion that we see here. It even has the water energy to go with that as you'd need, and is thinking about everything when you go into a match like this. Has a little bit of an answer, won't see that. How do you pivot in this stage when you're on the biggest stage trying to win this championship?
They had to come all the way to Canada to play this game, but two players from Latin America, Andres Gajardo versus Giovanni Sasso. Here we go. Let's get into this final match. It will be Giovanni going first with the start of the Ralts here in his active spot. Mew EX over on the side of Andres does provide plenty of movement thanks to its free retreat, but maybe not a Pokemon he'd love to have in play to kick the game off. Giovanni will play a Nest Ball here. Already has at least a Ralts into play, so can threaten the Rare Candy Gardevoir line, which he, is playing 3 copies, so leaning into that Rare Candy a little bit heavier than some of the other builds we have seen. Let's see what he gets off this Nest Ball.
It looked like there was an Ultra Ball to go along with this, so could see a little bit of help, and immediately starting to pick out the important pieces of the deck. You have that 1 copy of the Team Rocket's Watchtower. Real big consideration there for when you can play that down. If you combine that at the right time after a few prize cards, maybe Noctowl won't be a big issue for you later on in the game.
That is a huge card for Giovanni in this matchup. A big card of the weekend, as you called to in our opening here, aiming to take down these Noctowl decks specifically, but worth noting, Giovanni will have limited access to that card. The main way he tends to find it is through the use of Secret Box, which of course is in the prizes. That'll be it for Giovanni's opening turn. A pair of Ralts being put into play. And for Andres, there are plenty of options here. It will start off with the Fan Rotom.
The best option.
He will have access to every Pokemon in his deck right now, thanks to that transformative start Ditto.
You will see why so many players are drawn to Raging Bolt, at least in their minds. They might not have the wherewithal to go play this in one of the biggest tournaments, but if you settle down with this deck, you see what it can do. With the Fan Rotom, Fan Call, you search out all this help here with the Hoot Hoot and Noctowl, but also Area 0 Underdepths, Mew EX. This can turn into a massive board state before you even bat an eye.
Yeah, Fan Call searching out 3 Pokemon with 100 HP or less that are, of course, the colorless type. It will be 2 Hoot Hoot and a Noctowl added in. Interesting to not see the Ditto. I wonder if that is possibly waiting in the hand, or if he will think better of putting some other Pokemon into the active spot at this point in the game. It looks like 2 Hoot Hoot come down. Noctowl is waiting there to be added, and that Area 0 Underdepths is interesting to see this early on. It is going to be because he needs it if he wants to go for the Assault Landing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you already know how you want to lock up this opening turn, may as well throw down the energy, have a turn 1 KO on a Ralts lined up for yourself, and start to build on this board a little more. You see now with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, any grass energy also turns into an additional card here, and you get energies accelerated on the board.
This is exactly what Andres wants to do with his deck. Be aggressive, be fast, be the one asking the questions, and force your opponent to find the answer. Assault Landing deals 70 damage. That is enough, of course, to KO Ralts. You can only use that attack, of course, if there is a stadium in play, so that Area 0 Underdepths had to come out. That is going to be Andres striking first on his very first turn. Finds Professor Sada's Vitality. That is not too bad to open up some options for him in the future. Let's see what Giovanni has. Forced, of course, to promote this Ralts. Debates benching a Monkey Dory. He's going to think better of it, though. Looks like it may be discarded for an upcoming Ultra Ball, and that, sure enough, will be the case of going down alongside Gardevoir EX. Is this going to have to fetch out Pheasantipity for Giovanni? Is that the situation he finds himself in?
Yeah, it may be the case at this point. We've seen a few times for Giovanni on the stream finding that rare candy at the optimal time. He held out maybe to see it just one more time, but it did not pan out here. Has to throw away these resources, and now we'll see 3 more cards. Really needs to find an answer here soon. You can see on the other side, not only is the knockout lined up for the Ralts, but you could even go as far to KO the Pheasantipity soon with the Noctowl in hand.
So many plays available to Andres thanks to the Jewel Seeker ability of the Noctowl. It's going to be an Iono from Giovanni, sending Andres' hands to the bottom as well as his own. Each of these players will get a number of cards equal to the remaining prize cards that they have. So 5 for Andres and 6 for Giovanni. Still flip the script to work with 3 more cards being drawn. Worth noting as well here, Kyle, Giovanni is only playing 2 Ralts this weekend. We so often see 3 included, with 1 Ralts going down and now just that 1 remaining in the active spot. Is that cause for concern?
Well, it's a 2-1-2 line, but when you draw, 9 cards in this spot with Iono along with Pheasantipity, you sure enough do find enough resources. Rare Candy and Ultra Ball, Earthen Vessel with Psychic Energy. There's enough for a Gardevoir to be attacking in this spot, but can you find something a little more at this point?
Yeah, it might be on the back of just this Gardevoir. Giovanni going to cross his fingers that it would not be KO'd, as his plays on the future turns may be somewhat limited. We'll see maybe if he can prep an energy on something like Lily's Clefairy EX to respond to a potential Raging Bolt EX on Andres' side.
Oh, a lot to think about. I see the Nest Ball now. I wonder if my eyes are deceiving me as we see so much golden cards on there, but with the Night Stretcher, there's guaranteed Gardevoir. Now, what do you set up here with that secondary Pokemon of the Nest Ball? You could go for something. Sometimes you'd like something like the Screamtail here, but we know that's in the prize cards this time around. It really limits your options.
Not going to be available for sure. Yeah, Lily's Clefairy, maybe Mega Diancie we could see work in here at some point as well. Off the Earthen Vessel, we do see the basic Psychic and basic Darkness Energy added to Giovanni's arsenal. With a Nest Ball and an Ultra Ball in hand, we can indeed see Rare Candy plus Gardevoir happen. We will see a turn 2 attack from Giovanni. The question will just be, which attack does he want to use?
And with the Dark Energy added, that now makes you believe that at least Ultra Ball or the Nest Ball will go for Monkey Dory at this stage. Always feels nice to remove some of that damage from your Pokemon, spread that to the other side, and maybe start to soften up some of these Pokemon like a Hoot Hoot, like a Fanrodom, that eventually turn into a free prize card over the course of a few turns.
There it is, Rare Candy, Gardevoir, Night Stretcher to bring back the Monkey Dory from the discard pile, and now Nest Ball is still available to find some other attacker, but only 3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile. That is only enough to power up the Gardevoir EX. Let's see if he goes with a different attacker here.
Oh, this is one way. As we saw the way that the cards played out, this is the riskier option. You don't bring back a Gardevoir. Instead, you leave one in the discard pile, and now you really have all your eggs in that basket. However, this leads to 2 additional Pokemon onto the board, and with the combination of Frillish and Monkey Dory, maybe the item lock here would be beneficial. We haven't seen a single energy in the discard pile yet. How do you accelerate through this?
Yeah, this will be a tough one for Andres here to overcome. His deck is extremely reliant on item cards. He plays so many of them, so he will certainly be limited in his options. Giovanni will place 2 damage counters on the active with the use of Psychic Embrace, bringing back a Psychic Energy. There is a Bravery Charm as well. Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain moves 2 over, and then the Oceanic Gloom puts that on up to 40 damage, setting it up to be KO'd next turn with an Adrenabrain should he wish. Now Andres off his 5 cards and his singular draw for turn. Let's see what he's working with.
If item lock wasn't a good idea in your head beforehand, it certainly was now. Look at this hand. Earthen Vessel and Ultra Ball along with Professor Sada's Vitality. It was all there if you could play an item. Instead now, left wondering what could have been. And do you just have to attack into this Frillish reluctantly, hoping to get through this little wall here?
Oh, Crispin could work out nicely, though, as a way to still get off some semblance of an attack, as he will attach both of those energy to the Raging Bolt EX on the bench. He, of course, can retreat this Fanrodom down and then still deal 140. Bravery Charm's not going to be enough to protect the Frillish from that attack.
Yeah, no, great call. That was a sneaky supporter thrown in there as well, but it takes all of your resources off the board, every energy committed. But at this point, that's pretty okay. You need to see those energies in the discard pile so that you can use your supporters later on.
Worth saying, though, Kyle, it will be extremely easy for Giovanni to respond to this. Should he be able to find Lily's Clefairy EX, Fairy Zone, giving all Dragon Pokemon in play Psychic Weakness. That means that Giovanni could take the knockout with Gardevoir, could take the knockout with Lily's Clefairy. He's going to have plenty of options. I think he is very fine with how this turn is playing out.
We see Andres, he has an idea of what can happen too. Actually deciding not to play down the Latias and save the energy here, knowing that it's pretty likely that the energies were to fall off the Raging Ball at any point anyways.
Lily's Determination, the supporter of choice for Giovanni. He has not taken a prize card yet, so he will draw 8 cards off of this supporter. A massive amount of cards to be able to be seen. Let's not also forget the Pheasantipity EX still in play. Flip the script still on the table.
Yeah, so much to see. What, 11 cards at this stage of the game. You have the Psychic Energy in the discard pile, and all except for Screamtail available for your additional Pokemon and attackers. Basically, you just want to see the Lily's Clefairy, and then you can work in some really unique Psychic attackers afterwards.
You see the Jellicent was one of the cards being drawn. Looks like a card has hit the floor, but is able to be added back now. There are the 8. There's the Mega Diancie, and yes, Ultra Ball will be able to ensure that Lily's Clefairy is found this turn. 3 more cards still from that Flip the Script. Looks like Nest Ball now added in for Giovanni.
Yeah, beautiful find here with the Dark Energy along with this. That means double Monkey Dory. Typically when you're using Psychic Embrace, it's in those increments of 3, and you can move 6 damage counters over. You can do a lot of work. Starting off here with a free prize card now, essentially netting a 12-card hand off of that Lilies.
Always feels really strong to take a prize in the middle of your turn. Giovanni gets to see 1 more card and still has his attack to be able to use here.
Yeah, really smart to set it up in this fashion. You see the most cards, and now he makes his decisions. Uses his item cards to get through the deck and see every resource available. Just maximizes all of your potential. And here we now see Lily's Clefairy. We are in the fairy zone. It's about to get wild.
I don't think Raging Bolt is going to enjoy this fairy zone very much.
The rose-colored glasses don't look great there.
And the question here for me was just going to be, what Pokemon does Giovanni choose to attack with? The Mega Diancie is in the hand, so that seems like an okay option. It would give Andres 3 prize cards if he was able to reach for it as a knockout. He could also just attack with the Lily's Clefairy EX itself. That is certainly an option. Let's see which route he goes, Kyle.
Right. I don't hate even if you avoid a knockout and set up an awkward position with Monkey Dory here. If you want to attack in, make use of the Psychic Weakness and move damage counters over, you can set it up to where a Raging Bolt is KO'd on the following
You're looking
turn.
at a little bit of a mind bend angle here.
That's where I'm at. I don't. Your opponent's on a 4 prizes remaining. If you really want to value your Gardevoir, I think the safest thing you can do for that Pokemon is confuse the biggest attacker on the field.
Andres quickly taking a look at Giovanni's discard pile as his second Night Stretcher has hit the discard, and this Lily's Clefairy will come up. We're going to see some damage counters being moved over, and that means that Giovanni is content with taking this KO. Full Moon Rondo, 20 damage plus 20 more for each benched Pokemon in play. With the weakness, it's all more than enough to take down the mighty Raging Bolt.
And this is confidence that Giovanni has in his hand. Once more, it's another deck where you're not worried about hand disruption on the other side of the table. If your hand says you've got Night Stretcher to follow up Lily's Clefairy, you can put pressure on a Hoot Hoot, then the prize exchange doesn't matter nearly as much to you. Giovanni clearly could just close the game out on the following turn if we don't see a Noctowl right here, right now.
Andres' hand is freed up now with no item lock from Giovanni. Frillish not utilized, so that does open, of course, plenty of more options. Andres also would be able to utilize his Sandy Shocks EX now that Giovanni has taken 2 prize cards, so that is another way he could get more energy cards into play.
And I think we saw a really key card there for Andres on that side of the table. It is the Prime Catcher in hand. If there is a world where you can play down enough energies onto this board, perhaps Gardevoir EX falls this turn, that would be pretty massive, and it really asks a lot of Giovanni in this spot when both Gardevoir would then be in the discard pile.
Andres also does want to evolve the Hoot Hoot that has the 30 damage on it. It's in range of being KO'd by some Monkey Dory on the next turn. I honestly wonder if he wants to evolve his second Hoot Hoot as well, as the threat of triple Monkey Dory, should Andres take a knockout, is very much alive.
Yeah, there's a world where if you do remove the Gardevoir, then you're only worried about 40 damage on the other side. So just that single Noctowl would be okay, but we're asking so much of Andres on this point. He has 1 energy on the board. He's already used his ability from his Teal Mask Ogerpon. He needs to make some magic happen.
Ultra Ball discards Latias and the basic fighting. Looks like Pheasantipity is going to be a potential choice. Going to take stock of the rest of his options first before locking it in. Sandy Shock's considered, but no, Raging Bolt will be the play. And I wonder if this is signaling Kyle he's going all in on taking a big knockout, or will he kind of hedge his bets a little bit here, saying, hey, Giovanni, I noticed you put down both your Night Stretchers already. If I KO this Lily's Clefairy EX, you may have a hard time getting another attacker established.
Yep, we see a few good cards in the hand to go along with this. With the Noctowl now, we have the Jewel Seeker. You can search out a little more help with this Night Stretcher. He's got the Glass Trumpet as well for an additional energy to the board. This is how you get to the magic number of, what, 5 discards to KO this Gardevoir. It doesn't feel like an optimal play, but sure enough, that is the lifeline of the deck on the other side.
Whatever Andres does here, Giovanni will be able to knock out either of these Raging Bolts. If he KOs the active Clefairy, Giovanni can just simply send up Gardevoir EX, use Monkey Dories, and take that knockout, even without Fairy Zone active. And of course, if he knocks out Gardevoir, then Andres will, or Giovanni, excuse me, will just promote the Lily's Clefairy EX and simply take the knockout necessary. So Andres is trying to set up the 2-turn play here. He's going to take 2 prizes here. How can he best set up to try to close things out, assuming he's going to get disrupted on the next turn? Yeah, that's what he's trying to do, just get a bunch of energy in play.
And he's doing just that. That's perfect. You just need to flood the board with the energies right now. He has the resources, and you can leave one of those energies on the benched Raging Bolt. If that works out for you, then it's just Lily's Clefairy against you. 2-to-1 prize cards remaining, and Andres has plenty of resources. He still has a Hoot Hoot available, too, that could evolve. We haven't seen the Watchtower on the other side. Maybe he makes something happen with that last 2 prize cards.
Lots of energy being added. Glass Trumpet played. You can only use that item card if you've got a Terra Pokemon in play. Then you get to attach an energy to 2 of your benched colorless Pokemon. A really nice card in this deck. I mean, it effectively says Raging Bolt EX does 140 more damage.
Yeah, and you think of the possibilities here with Sandy Shocks as well. There's just, you can steal upwards of 8 energies from nowhere onto the board state. And look at this, multiple grass energies and a Sada's Vitality to go along with this. If you were worried about energies beforehand, you're not now. There's a big KO lined up, and Andres is just 2 prize cards away from closing this out against a Gardevoir-less deck on the other side. How does Giovanni come back from this?
Giovanni could technically win the game on the next turn, Kyle. He needs to find Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and the 3rd Monkey Dory with a Darkness Energy. That would set him up to close out this game using those Adrenabrains, KOing either the Hoot Hoot or the Noctowl, and then getting through, of course, the active Raging Bolt with his Lily's Clefairy EX. It's a lot to ask for. Let's see if he can do it.
We have to speak to the greed, though. How do you find that Gardevoir 2 in the prize, or 2 in the discard pile now? But
Maybe
there's
with a
Super Rod Ultra Ball in hand.
That is his last recovery option. He does still need Rare Candy.
Rare Candy here.
1, 2, 3. He does not find it.
Right, this isn't the end just yet. We do not see a Latias on the other side, so is there a chance to maybe stall something out with a Frillish?
I mean, could he just go counter catcher up Raging Bolt plus Iono Andres to 2? That would be crossing your fingers, of course, that Andres does not draw out of it, but perhaps if he found the Watchtower, he'd feel more comfortable with a line like that.
No, that's a great point. If you find that card, you have a little more of a chance. I wonder if even at this stage of the game, you would feel more comfortable with a different supporter just to see more cards at this stage. But he committed to this line, but rightfully so. If you found the Rare Candy there, you were golden.
Ultra Ball will discard Jellicent EX and Latias EX. Looking through the deck, there is Curlia there. There's that Rare Candy Giovanni was crossing his fingers for. He's taking stock of his options, trying to determine if he has a line to close it out this turn, and it does seem like those lines are fading.
And to take a peek at the prize cards once more, can you think of a card that could have helped out in this stage with that secret box just sitting there waiting for him?
Or the option of Screamtail, of course. I mean, many cards that Giovanni wished he would have, just not quite available to him. So many cards still in his hand to work with currently. Looks like he'll just be thinning out that technical machine devolution, attaching it to Pheasantipity. Gonna take a look at Andres' discard pile, see what resources he has exhausted. For Andres, I think at this point, seeing Giovanni kind of take this long on this turn, he's probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and it means that you're probably not seeing the Gardevoir at this stage. There's contemplation for which supporter to use, and when they start counting out your resources, you start thinking about Iono. But there is news that there are 3 Fighting Energy in the discard pile. You know the deck list, so the reach for a Raging Bolt definitely requires something like that Professor Sada's Vitality, some way to get these Pokemon back. But we see Giovanni, he's going to give himself a chance. He brings the Gardevoirs back into the deck. Can you imagine a world where this Iono found Rare Candy
Don't
Gardevoir?
speak that into existence.
I have to. That's our job.
That would be an incredible thing to see. And though I don't know how helpful it actually would be unless Giovanni could also get down that 3rd Monkey Dory right now with a Darkness Energy, as it still leads to him taking a KO this turn and just crossing his fingers. It actually will be Frillish taking up that final bench space. Giovanni does have Counter Catcher in hand.
Ooh, and this was
for the Lily.
This was the consideration. Now, if he did have a different supporter, then do you feel more comfortable just going for the Watchtower? If you see this card, you feel pretty good that it will be difficult for your opponent to find the last resources.
Watchtower plus Item Lock would be a pretty strong combo against Andres' deck.
I mean, think about it. You've already seen Prime Catcher. You don't have any other item cards. The only way to get a Fighting Energy back would be with the supporter of choice. So now you can't use Boss's Orders and that supporter.
6 cards being drawn. There is the Adrenabrain moving 3 from the active Monkey Dory over to that Noctowl. Will retreat off that Darkness Energy, and that card is in the discard pile for the rest of the game as all of his recovery options have been exhausted. 1 more damage counter moved over to Hoot Hoot, and it will be Oceanic Gloom. 40 damage.
Yes.
Thanks to that weakness.
That's not how
Definitely
it works.
not 1. I think he's still a little fresh off of...
That's still not how it works.
He's a little fresh off his game against Karis, where he was getting hit with Badoo very, very consistently. Oh my goodness.
Look at this hand.
That is a lot of energy cards, Kyle.
Okay, well, if you were worried about finding the resources to take a 2-prize KO, all of them are right there. However, you cannot promote the right Pokemon to the active spot. You will have a pile of energies by the end of this turn. But what is the most impactful decision that you can make here does include charging up that baby Raging Bolt. How do you move from the active spot?
It's going to be a Teal Dance for 1 to kick off the sequence, and I think the only way to move forward looks like it will be through Professor Sada's Vitality. Attaching energy to 2 ancient Pokemon and drawing 3 cards. It feels like a long time since I've said those words, but that's what we're doing here in Toronto this weekend.
I think I like the Fighting Energy to the baby Raging Bolt and then trying to top deck the Latias at this stage, moving the Raging Bolts and opening up some options with the baby Raging Bolt maybe would be the most impactful.
There's Boss, Energy Switch, and Professor Sada. No Latias, so Andres will have to settle for a KO on the Frillish, should he so choose.
I don't think you do.
But maybe he just passes?
Yeah, he has Boss's Orders. You don't want to open up the bench space. You don't want to allow Pheasantipity to attack. And the Frillish is stuck in the active spot because there's no Rare Candy Gardevoir just yet. You can't move this Pokemon. I'm not sure this is the right way to go about this here. Giovanni's going to see a ton of cards, and he just needs to find, what, a Dark Energy for his Monkey Dory and Rare Candy Gardevoir to make this happen?
I'm not sure that the Lightning Energy was on that baby Raging Bolt, so we do need to get that sorted out.
That's
because it was the Fighting Energy on that Raging Bolt. The Lightning Energy was from the active Raging Bolt EX, so we'll get that sorted very, very soon. I'd like to see that happen before Giovanni kind of takes this turn, as it could impact his decisions here. But he will start with the Darkness Energy. I think that's always happening, of course. The Monkey Dory gets the Darkness Energy attached, and Lily's Determination could be the supporter of choice, and sure enough, it will be.
This is a hedge, though. There was Artisan in the hand, but he's going to make it so that the Rocket's Watchtower is also a play for him. Doesn't want to fully commit to the Rare Candy Gardevoir line here to try to win the game, but does have a great setup right now to get things moving.
Yeah, so what happened here is Andres was debating what energy cards to discard with his use of Bellowing Thunder. He needed to discard 2. He was moving the energy cards around as he was doing it, and he took the Lightning off of his active Raging Bolt. He took a Fighting off of his benched non-EX Raging Bolt and a Grass Energy off of the Teal Mask Ogerpon, was debating what to do, and then decided to discard the 2 and then put the Lightning on the Raging Bolt non-EX on the bench, which, of course, it did not have. The Lightning Energy had to be on the active because you need the Lightning and Fighting to use Bellowing Thunder in the first place.
Right, so just swapping those energies back into place would resolve this issue for us, and then we can get to the most important draws of the tournament.
Yes.
Which I think everybody would love to see at this stage.
I do wonder what the resolution is going to be to this, though. Is it going to be swapping the Fighting and the Lightning, or should that Lightning that's on the little Raging Bolt be on the Raging Bolt EX in the active spot because he didn't discard the Lightning? I don't know which way they go with it here for the ruling.
Yeah, and I mean, that could be impactful. You see another Lightning Energy that's on the other Raging Bolt EX now. So when you think about which energies could potentially close out a game, if Giovanni can't find the answer, may just depend on which one we see here. It looks like there's going to be a swap. That's fine with me.
Yeah, sure. We got it sorted out. Those energies weren't that you know, the board state is correct. So we are A-okay.
All right, cameraman.
Giovanni is continuing on here with his Lily's Determination.
Lock in. This is everything at this stage of the game. If Giovanni can find the resources he put back in to Gardevoir for this moment. He wants to see Rare Candy Gardevoir. If so, he can knock out that Hoot. He can knock out the active.
Ooh, I see the Rare Candy. I don't see the Gardevoir.
But he still has the Pheasantipity to draw through at this point. He saved it for this spot. 3 cards. Does he see it?
No Gardevoir EX found. No Ultra Ball. So many of those resources have already been exhausted. A shake of the head from Giovanni. Not even a Curlia to try to get something established.
And then look at this. He finds the Artisan once more. The card that he could have played down. The card he could have thinned a little bit, but he does see that little reward in the Watchtower to potentially help him stick around for an additional turn. But there's only 1 prize remaining for Andres. He has 3 energies on the board. What else can you do? Just a KO here. What's the answer for Andres? He has the Professor Sada's Vitality, and he will take the opening game here in Toronto.
Andres Gajardo gets the Game 1 win with Raging Bolt over Giovanni's Gardevoir. What a close game, and Giovanni was unable to recreate some of that Rare Candy Gardevoir magic we saw from him in top 4. He's going to be left reeling a little bit and wondering how to proceed here. Got a couple more games to try to sort this out, and you can see him flashing to Andres. I prized Screamtail, certainly a key card in this matchup.
It's so helpful. It's the one awkward Pokemon that you can't really work around for Andres. You don't have a way to just add that little chip damage and take it off. Instead, you just have to watch it clear out 2 prize Pokemon back and forth. This is how we got into this opening game here of our championship, with Andres absolutely going wild with this fan rotom into some quick KOs.
Yeah, it's all about the aggression with Raging Bolt. No matter what format you find yourself in, that is going to remain a constant, going to remain true. Big one-hit knockouts, finding cheap KOs where you can with single prize Pokemon, and a little bit of a mishap here perhaps with the movement of the energy. We did get it sorted though, and all was A-okay as Andres was able to close out this game on his next turn. Giovanni tried to respond with the Lily's Clefairy, but Andres had the game-winning card in hand, Professor Sada's Vitality.
Oh boy, well, that was a great way to start things off here. I'm sure that Giovanni has a few more tricks up his sleeve to try to give us a game number 3 in this spot. Should be a pretty good matchup. We do know that Andres does have that Wellspring Ogerpon. Maybe we won't see it in the prizes this time around. A lot to think about as we move into game number 2.
And a really strong opening for both of these players, honestly. Giovanni with that Screamtail in his active spot. And interesting to note here, Kyle, Giovanni has chosen to go first, something we've seen very consistently from these setup deck players when they play against the turbo decks. They want to make them go second. They don't want to give them that extra turn to get an additional energy into play. But Andres here with his best opener in the whole deck.
Yep.
Splup.
Well, hey, do you like fair and balanced Pokemon? Because let's just ruin both of their lives.
Oh my goodness. Two of the Pokemon that Andres would love to grab off this Ditto would be the Mega Kangaskhan EX or the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. Those are both in the prizes. Both players have prized their A-Spec, and there's 2 Monkey Dory and Giovanni's prizes.
Do you like having a nice wide bench? Well, you only have one Area 0 under depths for the rest of the game. Good luck.
So many reasons to pick apart these prize cards here. That one of Energy Switch as well, one of the main ways you would piece together the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon play were it to be available. So it's going to be a slower go of things, but Andres will continue to be the aggressor as he is finding the knockout on this opening turn. Crispin finds the Fighting Energy and a Lightning. Earthen Vessel discards one, and he's going to just knock out this Screamtail. And yes, Lily's Clefairy is a big threat to the Dragon-type Pokemon in general. Less so if you don't have any Pokemon on your bench, Kyle.
I mean, this was pretty close to a knockout on a Lily's Clefairy here. The Teal Mask Ogerpon is going to be in play now, and you'll have the energy. If there was access to that Prime Catcher, we could have seen some real fireworks. This is not a list that plays something like the Iron Bundle to move Pokemon, but could you imagine if we saw that too? There's just so much that this deck can do on the opening turn. And speaking of opening turns, we didn't even get to talk about it. There's just a Dark Energy on a Lily's Clefairy right now. Yeah. There's nothing.
Not much happening for Giovanni. Andres will bench a few more Pokemon here. Of course, if Giovanni were to fill his own bench, that would be enough on its own to KO the active Raging Bolt with the Full Moon Rondo. So he's got to play around that. He's going to, even though it makes it a little bit easier for Giovanni to take this potential KO with just a Psychic Energy attachment, he's got to play into that a little bit. Continue to draw some cards here as well with Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. 3 energy to open the game, a Noctowl waiting in the hand. I think that was even Pheasantipity added if there is to be a KO here, if Giovanni finds all the resources and then adds Prime Catcher to his hand. There are some resources in that hand, Rare Candy and Ultra Ball, but you missed the basic Pokemon.
Here is an Ultra Ball, so that will, I assume, get a Ralts, and that use of Lily's Determination could be incoming. We could also potentially see it get Pheasantipity, I suppose. It's pretty good odds off of Lily's plus Fez that Giovanni would find an out to the Ralts, but better safe than... Oh, no, never mind. It will indeed be the Pheasantipity. A little bit of a risky play, Kyle. What do you think?
I don't mind it, as you don't have great odds to just make something of this with a single Ralts in play. You know that it's pretty likely your opponent could find a KO for this, so why not give yourself even more resources? Lily's Determination plus Pheasantipity, you have plenty of ways to draw into Ralts. Why not try to make it 2?
Also a basic Psychic Energy needed for Giovanni if he'd like to use Full Moon Rondo to take this KO, respond to Andres' aggression. I will say Gardevoir, not typically the deck that loves to prize race your opponent, but hey, I mean, with the Lily's Clefairy already in play, with it already in the active, with it already having an energy, I think you might as well.
Yeah, what else can you do at this spot? You need to keep up with the pressure that you see on the other side, and if there is a Lily's Clefairy staring you down, you don't have time to chase Ralts. You need to handle the threat.
8 cards found from Lily's Determination. Still 3 can be drawn from Flip the Script. Still needs to find a way to get Ralts into play. 1, 2, 3 cards drawn, and how about 2 of those being Ralts?
Yeah, not only that, but Nest Ball in the hand. We saw a Mew as well. This is a full board and a Psychic Energy. He found it all, and that's what you do when you have 11 cards to see with your supporter plus Pheasantipity. It lines up pretty well. You can keep up in the prize race, actually jumping ahead in here, and you just need to find that Rare Candy Gardevoir on one of the following turns. Any point in time you set that up, you have to think that it's going to be 2 prizes falling left and right.
Earthen Vessel puts a Psychic Energy down exactly where Giovanni wants to see it, and he is able to get 2 more. 1 will be attached to this active to get this attack rolling. Looks like he's got a Nest Ball and Darkness Energy for next turn to get a Monkey Dory rolling as well. Looking pretty nice, and actually will use the Nest Ball here now. Frillish could be an option. Does look like it is being debated. What will Giovanni land on here for this 4th bench spot?
Yeah, I think the Frillish does make some sense. You already have a Psychic Energy. There's no guarantee of Gardevoir on the following turn. We saw the Rare Candy in the hand, but nothing else to go with it. So if you ever do need to buy time after some of those big discards you see on the other side, Frillish usually can do that for you. In combination with a counter catcher even, you know that you'll have maybe an additional turn.
Psychic Energy attached to the active now, and the one-hit KO. Giovanni jumps ahead in this game for the first time here in the finals, and now drawing for turn is Andres. He has that flip the script Pheasantipity in hand, 1, 2, 3 cards to be drawn. What is his best response going to be to this active Lily's Clefairy?
At this point, I think you have to just keep your foot on the gas. You have 5 prize cards remaining. You see a Lily's Clefairy that needs to be removed, and it's not like you can do anything about the hand size anyways. So just try to set up some energies on your side of the board, and can certainly do that here with this hand. There's a Teal Mask Ogre Pond. There's a few more resources with the Night Stretcher and the Noctowl. The one problem is you don't see the Area 0 Underdepths yet, so perhaps that will have to be one of the pieces from Jewel Seeker.
Unable to extend the bench super wide at this point, but like you said, Jewel Seeker could find that one of Area 0 Underdepths, as we know one is in the prize cards. So he's got one more still hanging around. Looks like Latias is being eyed as a potential card to grab here. The Sandy Shocks EX is also online as a way to accelerate energy. That's perhaps a way that he could KO this Lily's Clefairy EX. It's also a Pokemon that's not Dragon type, so it wouldn't become weak to Psychic or Lily's Clefairy to come back.
Yeah, few things to consider there with that, and I think the supporter in the hand was Crispin, so if you want to accelerate to that Pokemon, by all means, you could.
Nestball and Earthen Vessel being debated right now with the Jewel Seeker. So Nestball could find him whatever necessary attacker he deems. Earthen Vessel finding the energy to fuel it. Perhaps the energy for a Teal Dance upcoming. We'll think a little bit about this Earthen Vessel, though. Does he want to lock that in? No, it will be that Area 0 Underdepths. He needs to make sure he can go wide.
Yeah, I think this makes the most sense. Just give yourself that big setup that you need. If your opponent does find Counter Stadium at that point, then yes, you can always remove that Noctowl or some of these other Pokemon off of the board and still work with something here. And then maybe you find that last Area 0 if the Rocket's Watchtower is to show up, because you have the chance to draw into it from your prizes.
And this will line up for the KO. Latias providing free retreat. That energy does not have to be discarded from the Teal Mask. And now with 3 energies being discarded, that will be 210, more than enough to take down Lily's Clefairy EX. And how will Giovanni be able to respond? Andres has now jumped back ahead. 3 prize cards taken to Giovanni's only 2. Does Giovanni have Rare Candy Gardevoir? I already see the Rare Candy in hand, Kyle.
I think he's got some good news, because off of those prize cards, I think the pink card was added, and magic happens when you have the secret box. You can find just about everything. As long as there's a copy of Ultra Ball, this will work out fine. It's a lot of discards, but we will see the Gardevoir here, and you have to think as well that Lily's Clefairy could be reunited with the board.
Yeah, could bring that back with a Night Stretcher. We also could see an interesting line from Giovanni where he attacks with the Jellicent EX with Lily's Clefairy on the bench, could overload that Pokemon, make it so that the Raging Bolt is weak to Psychic, and take it out with the Power Press.
Yeah, I like that as well. And sometimes it just takes that unique Pokemon in a spot like this to make an impact. With the Secret Box, you have to think, this is a good turn here with 3 prize cards remaining to work in the Watchtower and to work in an Iono. If you do that right here and also have a Gardevoir, how does Andres come back from that?
And if he could combine it with the item lock, hey, that looks pretty good to me. Ooh, there's the Iono and that Watchtower. Let's see if it is going to be that line with the Jellicent here. Or will it be something else? The nice thing about Jellicent in this matchup for Giovanni is that Andres needs to play supporters to get energy out of the deck or the discard pile, be it the Professor's Autos Vitality, be it the Crispin. And if he's playing one of those cards, that means he is not playing Boss's Orders to move Jellicent to the bench.
And look how many cards need to be moved at this stage in order to come up with this play. There's a lot of discarding that goes into this. And yeah, I appreciate that Giovanni will take his time to find the right play here.
Definitely a super technical moment here in the game. And there's plenty of options. You know, we've outlined one involving the Lily's Clefairy, but it's not necessarily needed. Could Counter Catcher, KO Pheasantipity with an Iono play, plus the Watchtower. That is also another option that seems pretty strong to me.
I mean, even the Frillish, if you're not going to take a knockout in that spot, at least with the disruption and the item lock and some damage being moved over to the other side by way of Monkey Dory and Dark Energy, it doesn't have to be a quick game for you, but at least putting some pressure on Andres to find exactly the right resources off of the Iono could be the difference.
Looking to use Flip the Script, of course, does have to shuffle off the Secret Box. Good catch there from Andres. Make sure everything's on the up and up here. And Giovanni will draw 3 cards after this shuffle. Perhaps looking for a Gardevoir so that he doesn't have to use the Ultra Ball. Perhaps just looking for cards that he's okay discarding as well. 1, 2, 3 added to the hand. Artisan, I think he's fine to see that go down. Perhaps Earthen Vessel as well. Not as needed with a bunch of Psychic Energy already gone.
I mean, really gets to thin through at this point to see something nice off of the Iono, but you'd like to have most of the work done beforehand. And I think he feels comfortable at this stage now. You have the multiple Ultra Balls. You can rare candy out into the Gardevoir. He has an additional Curlia, so it looks like you're going to cash in on the retreat cost of the Gardevoir in the active spot. And this is a beefed up Mew now to avoid some shenanigans if that Pokemon were to ever be targeted.
It looks like he actually could go with the genome hacking of the Mew to KO Raging Bolt. That is also an option. He can load up as many energies as he wants with Gardevoir and, hey, just use Bellowing Thunder. Doesn't even need Lily's Clefairy in play to deal enough damage to take a knockout.
There's a lot of different ways to do this at this stage. It just depends on how comfortable Giovanni is with the prize cards. If you take 2 prize cards in this spot, you will walk into the Pheasantipity. Maybe if you can slow that down and help with the Monkey Dory, you feel more comfortable, but it's not time for that. It's Rare Candy Gardevoir, it's Rocket's Watchtower, and it's Iono.
Ultra Ball able to get rid of 2 more Psychic Energy, which were found off of Earthen Vessel. Still had a couple more remaining in the deck. Now with Gardevoir EX in the active spot, he'll be able to Psychic Embrace. He'll be able to retreat this Pokemon. Is it going to be that genome hacking, copying the Bellowing Thunder? That seems like the attack he's lining up here. I think we are going to see that Watchtower. Sure enough, here it comes. 1 Pokemon to be discarded. It will be the Noctowl from Andres and Iono will send both players' hands to the bottom of the deck. Kyle Andres just took that Area 0 Underdepth off of his prizes. I don't think he's pumped to see it go down.
No, that means finding that resource is all but impossible here. You need to find an item card to go along with this to get a shuffle and then draw into that resource again with your Professor Sada's Vitality. It's just asking a lot of your deck or the Pheasantipity to help out in this spot too, but he's going to make sure to read this card. If I'm going to say it, I'm going to say the right name.
Yes.
Bellowing Thunder.
4 energy needed in order to deal 280 damage, more than enough to take down Raging Bolt. This will also, of course, involve a bunch of damage counters being placed onto the Mew EX. Still has not used Adrenabrain, so there's 3 damage counters that can be moved over to Andres' side of the field. And Andres, I do not believe, has looked at his hand just yet, so still 3 cards waiting to see what he will have to respond. Giovanni will not forget to use Adrenabrain. 3 damage counters placed onto Pheasantipity. That's a nice target for a Gardevoir or perhaps a Screamtail later in the game. Down goes the Raging Bolt. Up comes Latias. What does Andres have? Did he find that 1 copy of Artisan that he plays? No, he does not.
But if you were to ever find the right cards, this could potentially be it. Earthen Vessel to shuffle the deck, and then Professor Sada's Vitality and the Pheasantipity to draw back up. If you're looking to find a way back into Area 0 Underdepths or that Artisan, perhaps you could in this spot.
He's also going to need to find an ancient Pokemon to attack with here. Raging Bolt EX in the discard pile from the last turn. He'll need to find another one to accelerate, to target with the Sada to get that draw necessary. So we'll thin out the deck first, grabbing a few energy cards, 1 grass, 1 fighting energy. He can, of course, also use Tealmask Ogerpon EX to draw a singular card. Not much, but sometimes that 1 card can be all the difference. 1, 2, 3 from Flip the Script. Is one of them going to be an ancient Pokemon? There is the Area 0.
Area 0. And an ancient Pokemon. There's the baby Raging Bolts.
Doesn't have a Noctowl in the hand currently, but he can draw with the Sada. But I don't know that the non-EX Raging Bolt is his optimal target here. Maybe all he can do. He is on odd prizes, so he could take out the Frillish, I think, with enough play. I know with the energy switch being prized, that does limit things quite a bit for him here.
And was that Night Stretcher added to the hand? Then you can have the second Raging Bolt EX now added. 2 targets for the Sada's Vitality. Is there a world where you draw into something like your Prime Catcher? Have we seen that yet?
Prime Catcher, we have seen it, but we have not seen it played. It's been floating around there in the deck.
Come on.
Was taken off the prize cards early on. If he could find Prime Catcher, KO the Gardevoir EX over on Giovanni's side, that would be an incredibly strong play. 1, 2, 3 cards to find it. Last card, is it the Prime Catcher? It's the Noctowl, and that may as well be it, as that Jewel Seeker can search that piece out and target down Gardevoir should he want it.
Now, it's not a guarantee of anything at this stage. He wants to make sure that this is the right call. Do you have to remove the Gardevoir, or is the Fezandipity more of a liability here? You're going to see plenty of cards drawn from your opponent on the other side with the Fez.
I mean,
no, the Gardevoir will bring the energies.
Yeah, it's got to be Gardevoir, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's just game if he attacks with the Raging Bolt EX, right? Because Mew EX on board can just load up the energies. We'll see a repeat once again. So for Andres here, Jewel Seeker, any 2 trainer cards added to his options here. Prime Catcher immediately eyed as 1. Is that the line? Is he going to KO Gardevoir EX? Nest Ball is the first card he's put on the table.
Oh, so complicated at this stage. It's so much to consider. The Glass Trumpet brings even more energy onto the board. There has not been an energy attachment for the turn. Is there something where you can include the Prime Catcher and the Baby Raging Bolt, maybe sniping something for 90 damage and leaving a bad Pokemon in the active spot, something like the Fezandipity that would require a basic energy to retreat for the turn from hand?
I don't think he can get to 90. He can only deal 60, I believe, with the Raging Bolt. He can't get that third energy.
Would have had to have searched out the energy switch at that spot, so won't have access to that. That's actually in the prizes. Maybe that was a consideration here for Andres.
2 energy being attached from the Glass Trumpet. Send up of the Raging Bolt, and he's just going to KO this Mew. And cross his fingers here. Giovanni not able to find a Lily's Clefairy. That would be the one piece Giovanni needs to win the game. Counter Catcher would also work for him, as he would be able to target down Fezandipity. Plenty of ways here for Giovanni to close this one out. Andres is going to just hope that this will be enough for him. Goes down to just 1 prize card remaining. What does Giovanni have? Is there a Counter Catcher? Is there any sort of gust?
Tail.
Is there a way to get back the Lily's Clefairy? And that will do it. Night Stretcher found. Mew EX also working just fine. Plenty of ways to close this one out. This one probably the coolest. Genome hacking to copy Bellowing Thunder. We're going to a Game 3 in the finals.
Phenomenal play here from both of our players, and we see now Giovanni with a chance to make this happen, showing off that beautiful plethora of psychic energies he's acquired throughout his young history in the TCG, and taking a big knockout there. It's so wild how this game goes back and forth, trying to match what your opponent has done on the other side, as there's just these little pieces that you need to lock out. The Rockets Watchtower, such a big play, but Andres, he played around it, tried to come up with something huge. Just wasn't enough this time.
He drew out of it. He was able to piece together just enough, but it wasn't quite enough, and Giovanni closes out the game. Andres is going to choose to go first here in this Game 3. I think that's what we would expect from this Turbo deck. He just wants to get an additional energy in play. Going first also lets him make the Teal Mask Ogerpon, or excuse me, Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX much more of a threat. It also lets him make the non-EX Raging Bolt much more of a threat, should either of those be choices for him. Let's recap that second game quickly before we get into this third one.
Yeah, I mean, it started with the prize cards here. As soon as we saw those, we knew we were in for a wild one. But Andres did still have a pretty solid start. Got off that opening KO, and Giovanni really held his own ground. As that Dark Energy hit the Lily's Clefairy, we were laughing for a second, but he found enough Pokemon to make it a viable threat. Followed this up afterwards, being KO'd by a Raging Bolt, and then knocks it out with the Mew EX. We see Andres really reaching here at this stage, trying to find the answer. Finds the Noctowl. It looks like Prime Catcher Gardevoir, but he foregoes it. wants to wait one more turn, have that guaranteed answer, and Giovanni just finds the right cards waiting for him with the Pheasantipity.
Yeah, and ultimately I do think it does probably make more sense to KO the Mew there because you lose to Night Stretcher anyway, right? So if you KO the Gardevoir, you now lose to Night Stretcher or Ultra Ball or Gardevoir, right? So it's more outs for Giovanni to potentially win. I think Andres knew it was probably pretty unlikely, but KOing the Gardevoir, or excuse me, the Mew EX was going to be his best line. And here we go, Kyle. It all comes down to this one. Plenty of time here. 28 minutes still remaining in this finals with Raging Bolt being one of the decks. I think we should know that that is enough time to get a natural conclusion here. How is Giovanni going to be able to combat going second here? How good will Andres' start be with going first?
Well, not only going first, but also starting one of the ideal Pokemon you'd have to think in that baby Raging Bolt. It looks like this time around there's also the addition of a Mulligan to go along with this, so even if it isn't that perfect start of the Wellspring Ogerpon energy attachment and then finding Crispin for later on, this could be enough. We've seen time and time again, ask Christian Lavella, if you get that Pokemon rolling and take all of the Curlia and Ralts off the board, you have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it'll be a little awkward. I feel like the Wellspring Mask is so much stronger as an option now. You know, Raging Bull players for a long time did not have that Wellspring Mask as an option, but that can be just a way to clear multiple Pokemon all in one single turn and set your opponent back a full turn.
All right, we have a game here. It is Championship Sunday, and we will crown our Toronto Regional Champion soon. Which of these players from the Latin American region will it be? Will it be Andres? Will it be Giovanni? Let's hear it for our competitors. We move into Game 3.
And we will kick things off with the start of Raging Bolt, as you called out. Monkey Dory on the right side for Giovanni. Let's see what else Andres has. Is there a Fan Rotom? Is there a way to get Ditto maybe in the active spots? What's he working with here? Looks like Ultra Ball being eyed up. That may have to be what he goes for if he wants to find Fan Rotom.
Yeah, and the Fan Rotom is nice to see on this opening turn. Of course, the only time you can use that ability. However, doesn't look like there's any energy to go along with this. And how often does that happen? We didn't even prize any energy either. Just will not see those on the opening turn with 12 copies.
12 energy in the deck, but 0 in this hand. And he has to give up Asada in order to get this Fan Rotom set up, to get Fan Call up and running. I wonder what else he's got working here in this hand as well, because if he doesn't have a way to get a Terra Pokemon out, Jewel Seeker, I mean, it's in theory really strong, but you have to have a Terra Pokemon in order to get its effect.
Yeah, lower copies than you're used to seeing. Just the 2 copies of Teal Mask Ogerpon, the 1 Wellspring, and 1 of those in the prize card. So finding that Terra at the right time, how about right now? Works out pretty well. He's going to just Ultra Ball for that instead. Wow. That is really showing off to Giovanni how limited this hand could be. Could you imagine Watchtower right here?
That is super telling of this opening hand. Oh, Andres is actually holding on to that area 0 under
And he knows. That's exactly what you need to do here.
Great turn to hang on to it. Now let's see for Giovanni with the ability to play a supporter card. What is he going to do? Starts it off with the bench of a Ralts. I'm sure he's happy to see that in his opening. What else does he have available? Will there be pink card action here on turn 1? Or is he going to be able to play it a little slower?
I see, looks like Artisan and a rare candy, maybe a research to go with that, but the Earthen Vessel discard of the Monkey Dory now will give him some energies to work with here, see some early psychic energies, and figure out those prize cards, where he'll find out that he doesn't have the Watchtower once more, and he's also down to 2 psychic energies and a copy of rare candy. Chip, if he discards this rare candy right now, he will have 1 remaining to get this initial Gardevoir.
Yeah, really relying on rare candy with this build. So I think he's maybe noticing, yeah, Watchtower not available. That could have been a strong card. As he was searching through the deck, he taps, yes, Secret Box here and available. So maybe there.
Ooh, there's Arven in the hand.
Will be that one of Arven here, and that is indeed what he looks at. Will he be playing it now?
The energy attachment makes me think that this is more of a Lily's determination now. If you want to use Arven in Secret Box, you're probably throwing away 2 psychics. So instead, we'll see 8 fresh cards. has that rare candy to hold on to. Plenty of great cards to find here, and you also aren't terribly worried about what your opponent's doing on the other side.
Yeah, he's
Just a
definitely
single hoot.
definitely not feeling as much pressure here based on what Andres had. And I have to wonder, if that Rocket's Watchtower was in the deck, would that have changed Giovanni's play? Would we have seen Arven for the Watchtower?
That's a great point. Yeah, that you could have just completely sent that hand, seen what could have happened, and instead, this does pay off fairly well for Giovanni. He finds the secret box. He has Ultra Ball in hand. He has a follow-up in Lily's Determination and double Ralts in play. There is no threat to this hand.
Oh, and I think that was a top deck Ultra Ball for Andres, and I think that's what he needed. There was nothing happening in this hand. He was going to draw and pass unless he found a way to get Noctowl.
That's crazy. There's just nothing else happening on this side of the board. Has the Crispin and can get a little bit of energy into play now, but you're not putting on relevant damage. There's a Monkey Dory staring you in the face too. Anytime that you attack in without taking a KO, you know the damage is coming right back to you.
Andres could still technically pull together a knockout here with the Raging Bolt should he find the Teal Mask Ogerpon plus a Grass Energy plus an energy switch, but
what world are you living in?
I mean, listen, Jewel Seeker finds a lot of great combo pieces, but that might be one too many.
Well,
or three too many.
With the attachment here, along with the energy from the Crispin, I'm not so sure we're seeing the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, and we definitely are not. It's going to be the pass. Now over to Giovanni. How is he going to respond to Andres' slow start?
This is dangerous. This easily could be Rare Candy, Gardevoir, Screamtail, KO, Hoot Hoot, and then there's nothing that you can do at that stage of the game. You have a baby Raging Bolt in the active that maybe knocks out a Ralts next turn, and you're getting nowhere.
Can Giovanni get access to enough energy cards, though? That would be the question I'd have at this spot. There's only the one Psychic on the active, none in the discard pile.
You just need one more energy in the discard at that point. You have access to the Monkey Dory. You'd have to have the just two energies to accelerate from your Gardevoir to KO the Hoot Hoot.
I don't think he's quite got it here, though, Kyle. He can't get Rare Candy and Earthen Vessel off of Secret Box. He could get Arven and Rare Candy, so that does get two of the pieces here.
But look, he's going to take a little bit of a hedge now. Sees the Rare Candy Gardevoir that he can work in, but then may just play the Artisan and then the Lilies for 8 and hope to see the rest of the pieces. But certainly, with as many cards as you have right now, you'd have to expect that you could find a Psychic Energy to go with this.
Looks like Ultra Ball is going to be the opening play here post Secret Box. Of course, have to imagine Gardevoir EX will be found. Worth noting that the Mind Bend of Monkey Dory could technically KO the Raging Bolt should Lily's Clefairy come down, plus, you know, a damage counter moved over with a Trinabrain. So that's something on the table here, Kyle.
Yeah, there is a Dark Energy in hand, and there's the Artisan to search out Monkey Dory if you like that, but I think the Psychic Energy is pretty valuable. We'll see. He actually is going to make a bit of a hedge play now. Can find the Lily's Clefairy to do that, or will find the answer here post Lily's Determination.
Looks like Artisan and Lilies are the last two cards to debate. Does he put Artisan down? And that answer is going to be no. He does not want to give Andres access to finding another Hoot Hoot.
Yeah, I think that probably is the right call at this stage, and having the counter stadium to the original Area Zero Under Depths might be a nice find as well. If you do find that Watchtower later on in the game, you'd love to make sure that it might be sticking around.
I wonder if this is going to signal here to Andres that the Rocket's Watchtower is prized as well. That would have been a pretty solid turn for Giovanni to, in theory, have put it down.
Hey, oh, there's an Ultra Ball with the Psychic Energy. I was wondering if there was a way to discard that, and does find that. That is perfect to find at this stage of the game. You can search out that Screamtail if you want to remove Hoot Hoot at this stage. Just depends on what he values most. I think you got to take away the engine.
That is going to be the grab here. Screamtail hits the bench with that Psychic Energy being discarded. Psychic Embrace can place the requisite damage counters for Roaring Scream to deal 80. Take a knockout. Down would go this Hoot Hoot. Andres does have that Raging Bolt established, which can start to rain down damage on Giovanni's side of the field. Something that Giovanni will have to deal with at some point in this game. But I think, yes, taking out the Hoot Hoot seems like the strongest start. Not before Mystery Garden draws him a few cards.
Yeah, disposing of the Dark Energy Evolve. Little unfortunate to see that, but still knows where that is for the long run. If you find that second Monkey Dory, you can really start to spread some damage, but that's not the consideration here. Removing Hoot Hoot does a lot of work for him, and now he starts to get into those prize cards here.
Another Hoot Hoot here for Andres. Got a feeling that that may be going down once again, though I suppose Thunderburst Storm could just KO this active. Andres will bump the Mystery Garden.
This is just Ultra Ball, Fez, and Prey.
That's what he's going to have to rely on here. Could also get out a Noctowl if he wants it. But it's actually going to be the Mew restart with no cards in hand.
I mean, that's better than Fez right now. It's you can draw Fez with it and see even more resources, but
checks out.
And with the Hoot Hoot played this turn, there's not much else you can really see as far as finding the answer.
Definitely an interesting game developing here. We'll see if Andres is able to find something to fight back.
It's a
ball for Fezandipity.
Okay.
Ultra Ball for Noctowl in hand.
It's got a few more resources, but there are no energies in the discard pile just yet. If you find a supporter to help out, it maybe has to just be Crispin at this stage in order to accelerate energies.
Yeah, can't use the Jewel Seeker here with the new Hoot Hoot just now being benched. A draw of an Earthen Vessel, though, could allow him to discard a couple of energy cards. So that could lead to a Sada in the future turns.
And right now you have enough to knock out the Screamtail, which is nice to take away this Pokemon and force the use of a Night Stretcher if you need to. You have the Dark Energy already in the discard pile, so you can think of a few resources for Giovanni that he'd like to use that on. If you force that action, then maybe you don't have to worry about that card later on.
Thinking through his attachment potentially for turn, it looks like the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon will be the choice. I gotta ask, Kyle, like, why did they make the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon full art green? Like, how is that not Teal Mask Ogerpon?
I have enough trouble as it is, okay? This is not nice for us.
Why are there 4 of that guy, you know? Andres takes the KO, able to tie the game up. Giovanni happy to promote this Gardevoir, which will freely move to the bench, and also, of course, happy to get down Fezandipity EX. Nestball finding that Pokemon, flip the script online after the KO from Andres last turn, so that will be the draw power, the draw engine here of the deck for Giovanni.
Okay, now we can go into the perfect universe. Do you think the answer for Giovanni here is if you could potentially find a Pokemon like Jellicent and then also have the Lily's Clefairy, you could have an attacking two energy Pokemon that locks out items on this side of the board when your opponent has 1 energy on a Wellspring?
And I think that's the difference here between these two decks in this matchup. The options, the different routes you could take as Gardevoir feel almost endless. So many different Pokemon could attack at any given time, all of them feeling strong at different points. But for Raging Bolt, it's very straightforward. Make whatever attacker your hand allows you to and just operate from there.
And now we'll see what that answer is for Giovanni. With the Ultra Ball added, there are Dark Energy in hand. So Double Monkey Dory really leads to accelerating the clock if you're worried about that category, or he can play defensively. He's going to go for the Kirlia to make sure that if anything crazy happens to his Gardevoir, he has at least a little bit of play afterwards.
Yeah, and I really like that play here. We know Andres has the potential to pop off at any given time through the Prime Catcher, through the Sada. He could make a one-hit KO on a Gardevoir, seemingly come out of nowhere. So why not protect yourself as much as possible? And we're seeing what you called out, Kyle. Jellicent EX to the active spot. Power Press will take the knockout on Raging Bolt here. He's going to overload this Pokemon in order to deal extra damage and also potentially play around the future KO of a Gardevoir. Of course, having to overload it here actually with no Lily's Clefairy being in play, so needing to deal that extra damage here. 160 down goes Raging Bolt.
And isn't that great? You see the damage to the Fezandipity, even thinking ahead, making sure that both the Mew and the Fezandipity are 1 Monkey Dory push away from being power pressed off the board for 2 more prize cards. Giovanni really thinking of everything. The pressure is all on Andres, and he is trying to find some help. That looks good in a binder, but not here. Those energies are doing nothing just yet.
And Andres knows that this is a little awkward for him. Ultra Ball can unlock Noctowl now, and he's just going to extend a hand, Kyle. That's it. Andres recognizes the situation he finds himself in. It seems unlikely, so he's going to hand it over to Giovanni, the Toronto Regional Champion.
A nod of respect to Giovanni Sasso, as Andres understands my opponent is definitely good enough to find his way through this game. He set up an immaculate board at that stage of the game. There was nothing else that you can do here. And we've seen time and time again, there is a bright shining star in Brazil. Yeah. It was Giovanni for a time, and it is Giovanni again.
Yeah, wow, what a moment. Congratulations, of course, to Andres. An incredible tournament run with a deck that nobody really respected, nobody really gave much credence to. But he's able to prove that it is still something players should consider and give pause, give check to when debating what to play for any given Pokemon tournament.
Yeah, Andres, you've made quite a following at this point. Everyone knows that you are the player to look out for with Raging Bolt. Let's see how we got here in our championship game. It started off pretty crazy with this Fan Rotom attacking in, taking some early prizes. I mean, we saw 6 Pokemon on that opening turn. He was flying.
Yeah, that is exactly how you draw it up as Andres Wynn going second, taking the quick KO and able to just get back on even prizes, take out a couple 2 prizers to find his path back to victory. Things were looking a little bleak for Giovanni here, down a game in the finals, but he kept his poise. He found the response KO with a Lily's Clefairy after going down in game number 2. Even though his Lily's Clefairy went down, once again, no Gardevoir in play, no problem. Rare Candy, Mew EX. Anything you can do, I can do better. Genome hacking to copy Bellowing Thunder.
Yeah, it's just wild to think that we got back into this spot. And in game number 3, Andres really struggling to get things rolling. The Hoot Hoot falls because of the quick Gardevoir, the Scream Tail, and then the lock was placed on the door with the Jellicent EX in the active. Nothing you can do but extend the hand, and Giovanni Sasso is our champion here with Gardevoir EX. Just once more adding to a little bit of that Brazilian flair we've seen. Yeah. LAIC, Pedro Pertusi, Gardevoir EX, Jellicent. Now we see Giovanni Sasso here in Toronto doing it once more. Brazilians, you are definitely shining.
Yeah, what a run for Giovanni. I mean, he is such a young player, like we said, in his sophomore season, just a second-year Masters Division competitor. He's already got 2 major titles to his name. He took down the Lima, Peru special event last season. He now takes down the Toronto Regional Championships this season. Sky's the limit for this kid. Can't wait to see where he goes.
I mean, you talked about this earlier, but look at this top 8 that we had. There is a little bit of everything for everyone. We have two women who did incredible in this tournament. Brent Tonneson, the most traveled player we've seen ever. Justin Templar aging up and doing phenomenal, playing off the back of what he already has done this year. And then we have a Chilean and a Brazilian at the top of the tables, just showing that it doesn't matter where you host a tournament, we will get the job done. Daniel Malo also had that Dragapult and showed us some great play. Unfortunately, didn't have that featured on stream, but we were hearing whispers of what he's capable of and would love to see how he builds on this too.
Let's take a look at the Day 2 meta usage, our Phase 2 decks that players chose to bring, and how things really centralized to the top, Kyle. Look at that, up at the top. Other decks, only 25%. 75% of the decks in the room represented here on this graph.
Yeah, that really speaks to what we've done as a community at this stage. We've played in this format, or at least really close to this format. Phantasmal Flames added a little bit to this, but it really has culminated into what we've expected here. You're going to play one of the best decks in the room, and if you're a great player, you'll start to shine. We see consistent names throughout the day now, and every once in a while, we see one of those newer players really grab hold of their favorite deck from this pile and then start to run through a tournament.
Well, let's take a look at our caster predictions, see which one of us came out on top. I know for a fact, Kyle.
No.
It was not me. That is for certain. Megalopony and Toadscrew. I don't think anyone in Top Cut had either of those cards in their deck.
Yeah, all the Charizards also got removed by, what, round 11 or 12 they started falling off. So it looked really good with all the 6-0s, and then it didn't happen. Do I get any credit for Dawn? Probably not.
No. What, Karis had one in her deck?
Come on. It's better than a Lopunny.
No, I think Heggy and Pablo were definitely on the right wavelength here, you know, leaning into the Gardevoir Pokemon that tend to be pretty good, and of course leaning into Golden Go EX / Soul Rock, that draw engine on Pablo's side. Unfortunately for Piper, you know, even with Zoroark being a choice and something that, you know, some good players did bring to this event, she wasn't one of the players competing in it, so she was not able to bring it to fruition as I'm sure she would have loved to, but it was certainly a pleasure to have her with us on the desk this week, and she did an excellent job, and I hope everyone enjoyed tuning into her first ever cast.
Yeah, no, and my mom especially reached out to me to say how much she enjoyed her casting, so there's a lot of people out there excited to hear more from her, and we'd love to give her an opportunity to do just that. It's always great to have someone who actually knows Pokemon casting with us.
Yeah, it definitely feels great to have Piper join the fray. Let's take a look at our schedule here through the rest of the season. Looking down at the back end, a lot of exciting things happening in the post-rotation formats. LA, Indianapolis, of course, NAIC, always a blast down in New Orleans, and it all leads up to the San Francisco World Championships at Pokemon XP.
Yeah, I mean, if you were excited beforehand, you definitely are now. There is going to be quite a showing here at this World Championships. So much to look forward to. And players, looks like we're only, what, less than a third of the way done with this year. It feels like we just started, but we've also seen so much great play to get to this point. We will be in EUIC shortly, and that will be an amazing event.
All right, well, next up, EUIC on the schedule for us. It's going to be a really exciting event. I love these international championships, seeing what the best players bring out from across the globe. Always an exciting event to attend and just enjoy that environment over there. And then next weekend, Birmingham Regional Championships taking place across the pond. We had a few Europeans over here at this event, so I'm sure there's going to be a few making that double back-to-back weekend trek to make these events happen. And then around the corner, post-EUIC, we will have the Seattle Regional Championships. We're going back to Seattle for the first time since 2017.
Wow.
Cannot wait to see what'll happen at that one.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I think the last time we played in Seattle, it was Trash-a-Lanch.
Yeah, it was the first. It's that infamous tournament where like 24 or something.
Yeah, it was 24 Trash-a-Lanch out of the top 32.
Yeah, wow.
We found out we had problems then. Well, we're going to come back and bring the trash.
Well, congratulations to our finalists here. Giovanni Sasso taking it down with Gardevoir EX, and then Andres Gajardo with Raging Bolt, a deck no one gave any respect to. He proves that it is something worth considering. Takes it all the way to the finals.
And the irony of holding the Mew EX that copied all of his attacks.
Oh no! And of course, we've got our awards ceremony coming up. Let's take a look at who ended up taking things down in our younger age divisions, the juniors and seniors.
Hey Pokemon fans, Jeremy Jallin here with our junior finalists. We have Kenji versus Charles. Now, both of our players have not won a regional championship yet, so we are gonna have history here. Kenji, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very excited, and I feel like that I go to so many tournaments and I haven't won one, so I'm just really hoping I can just win one this time, and then that would make me feel really happy.
All right, Charles, same question.
I'm feeling good. I also feel excited. It's my first finals. Yeah, and I just wish good luck to Kenji, too.
All right, and good luck to both of you. Can't wait to see you play. Go ahead and take your seats. Now for our match here, it is Charizard Dragapult up against Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Both of these players are no strangers to each other. Kenji traveling around the world, multiple tournaments, and Charles still trying to build on a 3rd place from LAIC. Meanwhile, Kenji got 5th, so both these players are no stranger to the top cut. Now Kenji is the same deck as his sister Annabelle, just 1 card off, a lot like their finals match in New Orleans just last season. And he has been playing for 3 years, competitive 4-2. And again, like I said before, still hunting for that 1st place. Now, he does like winning with Charizard and Dragapult EX, but is more of a fan of the funner decks in life, that Wugtrio Mill. And his first top 8 was at 8 years old, now sitting here at 10 years old, hoping for that big win. Now, Charles, on the other hand, has also been playing for 3 years, started at just 6 years old, and he has been on the same basic deck for a lot of these tournaments and taking the same 59 cards from his Marnie's Grimmsnarl 3rd place at LAIC, hoping to get that big win here this weekend. Now, he is feeling very confident into this finals matchup against Kenji, having 2-0'd him in Swiss, as well as taking down his sister Annabelle in top 4 with a 2-1. It can be anyone's match here this weekend. We'll just have to see who comes out on top. Hello, Pokemon fans. I am here with our junior TCG champion, Kenji. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very excited. It's like very overwhelming because he was so close. It was just like 10 more damage on my Dracloak, and then he would have devoed for game. And then I ended up top decking Boss, attaching the fire energy, using Dragapult to KO both Monkey Door and Snorunt, and it feels so unreal because I feel like I've been like working so hard, and I like feel so happy because I finally got a gold. So I'm just feeling like super proud of myself, and then yeah, just super happy and excited. Nope.
Yeah, you've been one of the top juniors basically ever since you've been playing, 3 years now to try and take down a tournament. You finally did. What I know you played against Charles earlier and he 2-0'd you. What kind of things did you try to do differently going into the finals match?
I tried to, like a big shout out to Jackson Ford. He's my coach and he coaches me really well. It's like the match that we played earlier, like against Charles, was like I didn't really get a setup too much. Well, in this game, I got like a setup. I got my Monkey Dory down. I got my Dragapult because against Charles, I only got Charizards because he kept knocking them out. So I finally got Dragapult, and game 1 especially, I used Dragapult like more effective. I was hitting like thing after thing, card after card that I needed to win the game.
And now looking ahead, you have that 1st place gold medal around your neck finally. Now you're going into London for EUIC. Is it time to take down an international championship?
Yeah, let's do it.
I cannot wait to see that. Again, congratulations one more time for our junior TCG champion here in Toronto, Canada. Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome back. I am Jeremy Jallin here with our senior finalists. We have Camille and Martin. How are y'all feeling about this finals matchup?
I'm feeling pretty confident going into it. It's a close matchup for sure, but usually it's just the early game. If Itchy Pollen sticks, then I just lose. But if I set up, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Same question.
Yeah, it's same thing, like a little bit unfavored for me, but I just gotta hope he doesn't get his Pidgeot up and go from there.
All right, best of luck to both of y'all, and we can't wait to see you start playing. We have right behind me our senior finalists playing their matchup, and it is going to be a great one for sure. We have Camille versus Martin, And Camille recently just got second place in LAIC just a couple months ago and is looking for his first ever tournament win. Meanwhile, Martin has won Portland Regional Championships, but back in 2023. Both of these players have been playing for 10 years. For Camille, he is playing Pidgeot Control, and it's the same deck that took him to second place at Sao Paulo, but did not have a lot of time to test, was focusing more on the last bit of school for the holidays, and decided to go with something comfortable, but it is shaping up to be a great tournament for him here today. Meanwhile, Martin has been playing Dragapult since the start of the season and is hoping to take down a tournament for the first time in 3 years, is feeling very confident in the deck in general, but the matchup is a little bit shaky for both of the players. It basically comes down to early game Badoo versus trying to get that Pidgeot EX in play. Both the players are a little bit shaky on if their opponent can make it happen or not. We'll have to see how things shape up and who will be crowned our senior TCG champion. Hey, Pokemon fans, Jeremy Jallin here with our senior TCG champion in Toronto, Canada. Martin, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. Feels good to win again.
Yeah, it's been about 3 years since your last big regional win, and you did it with Dragapult Dusknoir, and you said you've been playing that deck basically the entire season. How are you feeling about it going forward?
Yeah, definitely more consistent this event than others. Haven't really bricked any game at all. Just got second at Monterey, and I'll probably keep playing it this season.
And now you were playing against Camille, who took second place in LAIC just a few months ago with Pidgeot Control, and going to the finals with Pidgeot Control yet again. Is that a matchup that you tested a bunch, or is it something you were kind of prepared for already?
So me and my brother kind of like playing Control, so I've played it a little bit, but it definitely didn't feel great going into it.
And then is there any shout outs you want to give to people at home watching?
Yeah, so my brother Neo, Evan Pavelski for testing, and Noah for giving me this list.
And now I know EUIC is your next stop. Are you going to try to win that as well? Do you have a lot of confidence going in now that you got another big win under your belt?
Yeah, for sure. I'll hope to be on stream there as well.
All right, congratulations yet again. And that does it for us. We'll go back to more Pokemon action. Welcome back, Pokemon fans, trainers at home alike and in the building. We just had our Masters TCG finals, and what a great one it was. Now I'm proud to introduce our finalist, Andres Guadaro. All right. First question, how are you feeling?
Muy feliz y cansado.
Now, get second place is a great accomplishment. Do you have any plans going forward in what tournaments are you going forward in the rest of the season?
Es un orgullo y es un reflejo del trabajo que he hecho con mis amigos y estoy muy contento y voy a seguir en la temporada jugando.
He said that he's excited, he's very happy that he got second place, but he's ready for what's next. He's ready.
And doing it with a deck like Raging Bolt EX, it's a deck that a lot of people have counted out in the meta. What made you choose Raging Bolt for this tournament?
Es un deck que lleva mucho trabajo. Con mi amigo Yerko lo hemos trabajado demasiado y hemos encontrado cómo ganarle al meta. Tiene algunos matches negativos, pero por lo general nos ingeniamos para siempre ir superando. Ahora con el Mega Kangaskhan, el Turo, siempre va rotando el mazo.
He said that with his friend, he worked daily. He was trying to push it, but he knows there's negative points of this. But at the end of the day, he just came in here to win, and sadly it wasn't there, but he's ready for what's next.
And then how did it feel making finals with a fellow LATAM player?
Un sueño, en verdad. Pasé de casi no jugar el torneo por el viaje a quedar segundo lugar. Un verdadero sueño.
It's a dream come true. He said that it was difficult to get here to the tournament, but he made it, and to make it against him, it's a dream come true.
Lastly, do you have any shout outs for the people at home watching, people in the crowd here?
A mi familia que confía en mí, a mis amigos que estuvieron acá hasta el final y a toda la comunidad serena, que sin ellos no podría estar acá.
To all his community back in Chile, and to everyone that came to support him and his family back at home.
Congratulations yet again. Go celebrate with your friends. And last but not least, we have our Toronto Regional Champion for the 2026 season, Giovanni Sasso. Come on up. So congratulations yet again. We were talking just a little bit beforehand, you know, and this is your first big regional win, and to do it in your first North American regional. How do you feel?
I feel incredible, so just speechless.
Now that makes it this is your second year in Masters, right? Now that is 2 seasons in a row that you have punched your ticket to the World Championships before even we're halfway done. Are you going to continue to travel and play in these tournaments, or are you going to kind of take it easy going into Worlds?
Yes, I probably gonna play more events because my sister will go back into play in UIC. So after the UIC, I probably gonna play another regionals. I don't know what regionals I will play, but maybe Seattle.
I mean, if North American regionals did this well, might as well try another one, am I right? Now, Gardevoir. It has been the best deck for a couple seasons now, maybe even more. What made you want to play it for this event?
I got my first travel award with Gardevoir, China Arcana, so I really like the Gardevoir X. And when I tested the Jellicent, I just feel the deck's broken, and I can win every single game I play. So the decks just carry me out to the final. And yes, I lost a game because I made a stupid misplay, but all the other games just like go Jellicent and okay, you lose.
And now $10,000 richer. You have the gold medal around your neck. I just want to give you one last chance to shout out anyone. Just enjoy the moment.
Eu queria agradecer aí meus pais, minha mãe, né, por ter me ajudado a chegar aqui, ali ter cobrido os custos das viagens, o meu time, a Tuz Sports, e a minha mãe que estava na torcida, meu amigo Leonardo Viveiros, todos os meus amigos que me ajudaram no Brasil na Senior, todo mundo que falou que Gardevoir Jellicent ia ser um bom deck. Now I can do the same thing in English. So I wanna shout out my parents, my friend Viveiros, who just played the deck with me and just helped me with the build, and my team Choose Sports for making things real.
All right, and once again, congratulations, regional champion, and now you get to go celebrate with your friends. That does it for us here for the Toronto Regional Championships for our 2026 season. We have a brand new regional champion in Giovanni Sasso, and to do it with a deck like Gardevoir, it's just written in the script. But that does it for us. Make sure to follow the channels, #PlayPokemon, and then all of the broadcasts, and be sure to stay tuned for next time.
bench Monkey, and I'll pass.
That's such a sick play. I can't tell if you're a genius or if you're absolutely evil.
Could all come down to this for Jesse Parker. Last card is the Lightning Energy.
That's a turn where I would have liked to use that. Congratulations.
I'm like, let me just keep mind bending so eventually it might stop.